Chapter 1. The Advisory System and the Imperial Marriage. Brother, have you not always been opposed to the idea of marrying the imperial daughter of the Gu family? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? And what about that phobia you had towards women? Is it resolved now? In a vast wilderness, the Changsheng imperial clan, the Yi family, at this moment, the atmosphere was festooned with vibrant decorations, red silk adorning every surface, an aura of unbounded joy permeating the air, with celestial blessings swirling around. Inside a chamber, a strikingly handsome young man, donned in resplendent new attire embellished with golden dragon and phoenix motifs, stood in front of a mirror, meticulously adjusting his garments. Beside him stood a girl, resembling him to a significant degree, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at her brother. What do you know? Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes, speaking calmly. Though I may be reluctant to wed, I must heed my parents' wishes. As their only son, it is my duty to honor them. I am indeed a dutiful son who listens to advice. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao's expression turned peculiar, her mind swirling with questions. A dutiful son who listens to advice? Brother, perhaps you should reconsider your words with a clear conscience. Previously, he had adamantly refused a marriage alliance with the Gu family, claiming to suffer from a fear of women to evade the union. He had resorted to running away from home and even threatened to take drastic measures. This matter had led to frequent quarrels between him and their parents. Were it not for their formidable strength, they might have succumbed to the stress long ago. Although her brother was not a rebellious son in the conventional sense, he certainly bore no resemblance to the term dutiful. Now, he claimed to be a dutiful son who listens to advice. This was utterly ludicrous that Yi Changsheng, observing his sister's reaction, raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not believe me? Indeed, Yi Yao nodded vigorously. Fear not. Yi Changsheng reassured her with a pat on her shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In due time, you will come to believe it. Enough chatter, the wedding banquet is about to commence. Let us be on our way. With that, Yi Changsheng exited the room with hands clasped behind his back, a joyous expression on his face. Yi Yao was left in a state of bewilderment. Watching her brother's hurried footsteps outside, she briefly pondered whether he had indeed taken leave of his senses. Or was that rebellious spirit of his? As they walked along the path, Yi Changsheng gazed at the system panel visible only to him, his heart brimming with excitement. Advisory System. From Parental Guidance. Marry the Imperial Daughter, Gu Qingyi. Difficulty, extremely easy. Danger level, none. Reward, ordinary gift pack. Gift pack rarity, ordinary, advanced, rare, perfect, legendary, epic, mythical. An ordinary gift pack. I wonder what delightful treasures it may hold. Yi Changsheng mused with eager anticipation. In truth, he was a reborn traveler. Due to an unforeseen accident, he had inexplicably traversed into this vast, fantastical realm, becoming the young master of the Yi imperial clan. The Yi imperial clan, a lineage of longevity. A powerful entity with a profound and ancient heritage. His father was the clan leader, a figure of imperial might, unrivaled and resplendent, casting a shadow over the heavens, unmatched by any. The mother is the princess of the Yan, Shun Mountain, a daughter of the emperor. Not only does she possess a noble lineage, but she also boasts unparalleled cultivation and extraordinary talent, standing at the threshold of becoming an emperor. Upon his birth, the world was graced with a rare, celestial phenomenon that shook the heavens and the earth. It was initially believed that he was endowed with a peerless divine physique, destined for greatness as an emperor. However, the reality proved otherwise. He was cursed with the Ta Huang ancient Tao body, a physique incapable of cultivation. This physique, originating from the distant primordial era, was not a creation of the world but rather a product of an immensely powerful being. In the realm of cultivation, it was said to render the physical body invincible and impervious to all forms of attack, earning the title of invincible physique. Yet, due to its extraordinary nature, the Ta Huang ancient Tao body was suppressed by the great Tao after the primordial age. Coupled with the transformation of cosmic laws, what was once an unparalleled and formidable physique was reduced to one deemed worthless. Consequently, he became the subject of ridicule throughout the vast expanse of the great wilderness, a figure of scorn. Even within the Yi clan, many covertly mocked him. Had it not been for the influence and power of his parents, he might have long been expelled from the Yi family. As for his reluctance to enter into a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, it can be attributed to the melodramatic experiences of his previous life, which left him devoid of hope from matrimony. Furthermore, he developed a severe case of gynophobia. Since his rebirth, he had refrained from any interactions with the opposite sex, let alone considering marriage. However, due to the lineage of the Yi clan, only one male heir could be born in each generation. Even as a so-called waste incapable of cultivation, the burden of continuing the family line fell squarely upon his shoulders. The Gu clan, while also a lineage of longevity, pales in comparison to the Yi clan's might. The betrothal was established long ago, and his intended bride is none other than the imperial daughter of the Gu clan, Guqinga. It is rumored that she possesses an innate divine body, favored by the heavens, with extraordinary talents. At a tender age, she shattered the constraints and refined the legendary 10 caverns of heaven. Her beauty is said to be unparalleled, captivating all men in the great wilderness who dream of her as their companion. Yet, for Yi Changsheng, she is viewed as a poison. Initially, upon learning of his betrothal, he vehemently resisted and rejected the idea. However, just a few days ago, he unexpectedly awakened a system that rewards him for heeding advice. His first task was to enter into a marriage with the Gu clan. Thus, he altered his previous stance. Although he still harbored deep-seated aversion to the arrangement, he tolerated it for the sake of the system's rewards. In the grand hall of the Yi clan, the atmosphere was electric, filled to capacity. Powerful beings from various clans of the great wilderness gathered, creating a scene of magnificence and grandeur. Red silk adorned the surroundings, and the air was thick with joy, infused with celestial energy and divine rhythm. The wedding's opulence had reached almost unimaginable heights. At the center of it all stood a pair of elegantly poised middle-aged couple, observing the fervent spectacle with increasingly radiant smiles. Yet, considering their son's previous temperament, they could not help but feel a twinge of worry. "My dear, are you certain everything has been arranged? Rest assured, I have instructed 3,000 guardians to seal off the entire Yi clan. Should that young man dare to flee from the wedding, I shall break his legs. Even if he becomes a bedridden cripple, he must see this marriage through. That is reassuring as long as he does not die. It will suffice." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, softly exclaiming, "Yi Changsheng has arrived." All gazes converged, instinctively drawn to a singular direction. Is this the scion of the Yi imperial lineage? Indeed, he is remarkably handsome. I wonder what the Gu clan is thinking, insisting on marrying their imperial daughter to such a feeble individual. What is so surprising about this? The Gu and Yi clans have been close allies since ancient times. The success of the Gu clan today is largely attributed to the Yi clan. Surely, they would not jeopardize their long-standing friendship over a mere marriage. What a rare, ancient physique. An unparalleled constitution from the primordial era. Too bad he was born in an opportune time. That I have heard that Yi Changsheng has always been vehemently opposed to this union, repeatedly clamoring to withdraw from the engagement, even threatening to take his own life. Yet today, why has he consented? Could it be the true fragrance principle? The crowd buzzed with discourse. In a shadowy corner, a handsome young man clenched his fists tightly. His face darkened with resentment as he gazed at Yi Changsheng, feeling an overwhelming impulse to tear him apart. Xiao Chen, remember your purpose for entering the Yi clan. Do not let romantic entanglements distract you. Once you attain mastery of your cultivation, what woman will be beyond your reach? Why mourn over an unrequited love? A mysterious voice resonated in his mind. Listening to the voice, the young man took a deep breath. After casting a final, resolute glance at Yi Changsheng, he forcefully flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Chapter 2. The wedding ceremony concludes. Reward of the indestructible golden body. Dad, Mom. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng approached his parents and greeted them briefly. The Gu clan's representatives are nearly here. You must remain in the grand hall and not wander off. Despite being fully prepared, his father still felt uneasy about his son, prompting another warning. Do not worry, I shall not leave this spot, Yi Changsheng replied, appearing exceptionally obedient, which surprised his parents. What has come over our son lately? Why has he become so compliant? Puzzled, they could not afford to let their guard down. Time passed. A host of powerful figures from the Gu clan, bearing a plethora of dowries, arrived at the Yi clan. Gu Qingji's parents were also prominent leaders of the Gu clan, and Yi Changsheng's parents had been sworn brothers since childhood. Upon meeting, the two families exchanged pleasantries. Yi Changsheng dutifully stayed by his parents' side, occasionally engaging in conversation. Before long, the auspicious hour had arrived. The parents of both sides took their seats, and the wedding ceremony commenced. The time has come. In an instant, the sound of bells and drums resounded as divine melodies ascended, heralding the arrival of celestial auspices. Amidst the throng of eager eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gracefully entered the grand hall. Adorned in a phoenix crown and a festive bridal gown, she mirrored Yi Changsheng's attire, embellished with golden motifs of dragons and phoenixes, delicate and graceful, with every movement exuding an endless charm. She captivates the heart, Though her face is partially concealed by a scarlet veil, glimpses of her exquisite features elicit feelings of enchantment, breathlessness, and obsession. In the moonlit water, a celestial being in a painting. Perhaps this is what it means. Endowed with a body of exquisite intricacies, embodying the laws of life, she possesses the finest furnace physique in the realm. Through mutual cultivation, one could attain the ethereal essence of the Linglong saint, a mere thread capable of resurrecting the dead and progressing to the ultimate state of cultivation could even reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Such a formidable divine body, yet has fallen to this wastrel. Sigh, who can blame her for having a fortunate father? Thus, the foremost goddess of the great wilderness is destined to become a mere wife. In the same corner, a young man gritted his teeth in frustration, nearly shattering them with rage. Yet he had greater matters to attend to otherwise. He would have stormed the wedding. Wait for me. It won't be long before I rescue you from this suffering, he vowed silently, believing that Gu Qingyi had been coerced by her family into marrying Yi Changshen. Little did he know, she had willingly chosen this path. Within the grand hall, Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi stood side by side. Visually, they appeared as a match made in heaven, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, akin to celestial beings. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an unnatural evasion reflected in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Internally, he felt a profound discomfort, perceiving the enchanting lady beside him not as a bride, but as a fearsome beast capable of devouring one whole. Noticing the slight distance between them, Yi Changsheng discreetly shifted to the side, allowing the fragrance emanating from her to diminish slightly, which provided him a modicum of relief. Indeed, marriage may not be suited for me. Yi Changsheng was eager to expedite the ceremony. He could hardly endure any longer. He then signaled to the elder presiding over the wedding. Upon noticing, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Is our young master so anxious? Truly, no one can escape the law of aromatic allure. The elder ceased his delay, stepping forward with a booming voice. The wedding ceremony officially commences. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. Couples bow. The first two segments proceeded with relative normalcy. However, during the couple's bow, their heads accidentally collided. Gu Qingyi remained unfazed, but Yi Changsheng felt a surge of panic, his hair standing on end as he instinctively retreated 2 steps. This spectacle left the onlookers bewildered. Are you serious about stepping back? And what does that frightened expression signify? Yi Changsheng realized he had been overly sensitive, regaining composure. He urged, continue. Cough. The elder cleared his throat, then raised his voice passionately, proclaiming, to the bridal chamber. Ceremony complete. Boom! A symphony of jubilant sounds erupted, vibrant red lights soaring into the sky, enveloping the newlyweds in boundless blessings. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in Yi Changsheng's mind. The proposal for marriage with Gu Qing has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a common gift package. Shall it be opened? Open it. Yi Changsheng exclaimed impatiently. As the command was given, the common gift package was unsealed. Indestructible golden body, physical cultivation. With the utterance of these words, a mysterious force surged into Yi Changsheng's body out of nowhere. This force was overwhelmingly mighty, as if it possessed the grand power to transcend the heavens and the earth, seamlessly integrating into countless cells within him. His limbs and bones, as well as his meridians, were suddenly enveloped in a golden hue, giving birth to boundless strength from within. Yi Changsheng secretly clenched his fist. Feeling the magnificent power coursing through him, he perceived that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Truly worthy of being the indestructible golden body, revered by countless beings, it is indeed terrifying. The physical strength amounted to 100,000 pounds, representing the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Those who reached this ultimate realm could break the shackles of heaven and earth, obtaining the path of creation, rendering them invincible among their peers. However, above this ultimate physical realm lay another layer of physical cultivation, known as the indestructible golden body. It is said that the indestructible golden body can preserve the physical form from decay. A single drop of blood or a strand of hair could reconstruct the body, ensuring eternal existence. That it could even grant the comprehension of the essence of the physical form, rendering one immune to all forms of magic. Most crucially, this indestructible golden body had profound connections to his ancient Taoist body. Yet, the ancient Taoist body was shrouded in antiquity, and its specifics remained a mystery to him. Previously, he attempted to cultivate using his family's techniques, but the ancient Taoist body remained as steadfast as a rock, showing no signs of yielding. In other words, his physique still could not be cultivated. However, it mattered little, for he had an external advantage. If the common gift package was this powerful, how formidable would a mythical level package be? Yi Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Yes, he still needed to find a way to extract resources from his parents. As he glanced around, he realized that Gu Qing he had already been escorted to the bridal chamber. Just as he was about to proceed, his mother suddenly approached him. "You little rascal, what are you still doing here?" Ah, the sudden reprimand left Yi Changsheng momentarily bewildered. It was not yet evening, where else should he be? According to the usual customs, shouldn't he be entertaining the guests? His mother shot him a glare. "You need not concern yourself with that. Go accompany Qing Yi." A suggestion from his mother, to spend the night with his new wife, Gu Qing Yi, in the bridal chamber. Difficulty, extremely easy. Danger level, none. Reward, common gift package. Chapter 3. A new suggestion to accompany my wife in the bridal chamber. The system's voice sparked a glimmer of excitement in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Thus, Yi Changsheng obediently stated, "I shall head over right away." Yet, just as he took his first step, his mother grabbed him again. "What is it?" Yi Changsheng turned back, puzzled. His mother leaned closer to his ear, lowering her voice with a tone of warning. "Listen here, you little rascal. Although you have married Qing Yi, do not share a bed for the first year. Why? Aren't you always clamoring for a grandchild?" Yi Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. His mother had been persistently urging him to marry, emphasizing the need to continue the Yi family lineage, constantly lamenting her desire to cradle a grandchild. Now that he had followed her advice and tied the knot, why could he not consummate the marriage? Of course, he had never contemplated sharing a bed with Gu Qingyi. Setting aside the absence of any emotional connection, his current state of mind rendered him uncomfortable even in proximity to the opposite sex, let alone sharing a chamber. His inquiry stemmed purely from a sense of curiosity. Humph. His mother rolled her eyes and scoffed lightly. "Do you think I don't wish for that? While I yearn for a grandchild, I cannot jeopardize another's well-being. Qingji's constitution requires a year to mature. Should she lose her virtue prematurely, it would compromise her foundation. That I see." Yi Changsheng responded, enlightened. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. The prospect of not having to share a bed was indeed preferable. Initially, he had harbored concerns that his formidable mother might resort to drastic measures to ensure they consummated the marriage in her pursuit of a grandchild. "Rest assured, I vow not to lay a finger on her," Yi Changsheng declared with confidence. "Fool." However, his mother was not as pleased as he had anticipated. Instead, she wore an expression of exasperation. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Not allowing you to share a bed does not mean you cannot engage in other activities." "I beg your pardon?" Yi Changsheng was taken aback. What sort of vicious words were these? Between husband and wife, there should be a sense of romance. Do you understand? Here, take this. Ye's mother produced a booklet and tucked it into Yi Changsheng's embrace, then waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, go accompany Qingyi." Yi Changsheng curiously turned the page and discovered the sweet daily life with the overbearing empress. Fortunately, it was not what he had initially imagined. Yet, what significance did it hold? Yi Changsheng was oblivious to his mother's intentions as he carelessly tucked something into his embrace and turned to leave. Completing his task remained paramount. In truth, Ye's mother was acutely aware that her son not only harbored a fear of women, but was also an exceptionally straightforward man, likely to shy away from even the slightest physical contact. Were it not for Gu Qingyi's delicate constitution, she would not have hesitated to lend them a hand. Since intervention was not an option, she decided to allow a year for them to cultivate their feelings, trusting that in due time, their relationship would flourish naturally. Thus, she entrusted Yi Changsheng with a romance novel, hoping that this earnest son would take the opportunity to learn. She had perused the novel herself. It not only offered insights into the art of courtship but also various driving techniques. Though he was not yet able to drive, he could certainly ride in a vehicle. The lengths a mother would go for her son. On the other side, Yi Changsheng lingered at the entrance of the marital abode, having been there for quite some time. Yet, the trepidation he felt towards the opposite sex held him back from crossing the threshold. "Brother!" At that moment, a voice from behind startled him, causing him to jump. Turning around, he beheld his younger sister bounding towards him, her sparkling eyes glimmering with mischief. Then, she intentionally raised her voice and exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Yi Changsheng shot a glance at Yi Yao, fully aware that the girl was being intentionally mischievous. With a playful smile, Yi Yao approached Yi Changsheng, cheekily sticking out her tongue. "Mother sent me to fetch you. Hurry inside, lest sister-in-law grows anxious waiting for you." Having said that, she darted away in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Yi Chongxing felt a sense of helplessness. Such a commotion must have drawn Gu Qingyi's attention. Continuing to hesitate held no purpose. After all, it was not as if he were facing insurmountable dangers. With a firm resolve, Yi Chongxing steeled himself, embodying a spirit that welcomed death before pushing open the door. Inside the bridal chamber, opulence reigned supreme, adorned with crimson silk and golden embroidery. A meticulously carved redwood bed stood at the center, its canopy embellished with auspicious motifs, while the tassels swayed gently in the breeze. Gu Qingyi sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her delicate jade-like hands resting elegantly upon her lap, exuding a noble demeanor. Her slender figure radiated allure. And beneath the veil, her porcelain chin peeked out, glistening like fine jade, smooth and fair, evoking an irresistible desire to caress. In that moment, even Yi Chongxing, plagued by a phobia of women, found himself momentarily entranced. Yi Chongxing shook his head, striving to awaken his senses. He incessantly reminded himself, women are the sharp knives that scrape the bones, and marriage is a sweet poison. He observed the space around him with detached focus, silently reciting a mantra to calm his mind as he approached the dining table, taking a seat with his back turned to Gu Qingyi. Throughout this time, Gu Qingyi remained utterly still, devoid of any movement or speech. Thus, they lingered in silence for an extended period, while the daylight gradually faded into dusk. Unbeknownst to Yi Chongxing, several wisps of auspicious clouds had mysteriously gathered above the marital abode, appearing incongruous against the inky sky. Has this insufferable boy truly sat idle all day? Humph. Since the moment he entered, he has not stirred an inch. Does his backside not ache? How could I have given birth to such a blockhead? Has he not perused the books I provided? With such delicate hands, does he not yearn to caress? With such luscious lips, does he not desire a kiss? Yet he remained seated. Ah, a long sigh echoed through the clouds. Within the confines of the marital chamber, Yi Chongxing bared his teeth, subtly shifting his posture. Having remained utterly still for an entire day, he felt as if his lower body no longer belonged to him. He cautiously glanced back, discovering that Gu Qingyi, much like himself, had not moved an inch. Should he utter a few words? After all, it was their wedding night. It would be rather inconsiderate to neglect his new bride. Yet, what could he possibly say? Yi Chongxing furrowed his brow, contemplating how to extricate himself from this awkward predicament. Yet, half an hour had elapsed. Yi Chongxing shook his head in distress. Indeed, he was ill-suited for interaction with the opposite sex, let alone for the institution of marriage. Perhaps it was best to remain as he was. After all, once the night had passed, he would have fulfilled his task. Thus, he resumed his contemplation against the wall. Meanwhile, on the new bed, Gu Qingyi was enveloped in confusion. Her mother had told her that after marriage, a husband would lift the red veil and kiss her, then hold her close as they slept. She could sense Yi Chongxing's presence in the room. Yet why did her husband remain silent? Could it be that her mother was mistaken? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she decided to inquire of her husband. Why do you not lift the veil and kiss me? Her voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, was both enchanting and delicate. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed through the room. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chongxing was so startled that the hair on his body stood on end, and he accidentally toppled from his chair onto the floor. He sat there in a disheveled manner, his handsome face filled with bewilderment. Chapter 4. The Fleshly Body's Divine Powers. The Great Wilderness Star-Plucking Hand. What on earth? What is this woman saying? Kiss her? Yi Chongxing seemed to have lost his spirit, his expression vacant. And within the depths of his pupils lay an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Gu Qingyi, hearing the commotion, instinctively lifted the veil. Before her was a visage that could enchant the world, a flawless beauty of unparalleled grace. Her eyes, like rippling water, exuded boundless depth and wisdom. Her lips resembled rose petals, tender and glistening, with the corners of her mouth curving upwards in a hint of natural allure, coupled with the ethereal aura that surrounded her. She resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting. The beauty was breathtaking, almost surreal. Are you all right? Gu Qingyi inquired, as she gracefully swayed her slender waist and approached Yi Chongxing, intending to offer her support. This gesture, however, provoked an immediate and indescribable sense of resistance within Yi Chongxing, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that such a reaction was somewhat impolite. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he replied, I'm fine, thank you. With that, he stood up on his own. Yi Chongxing's expressions and movements were meticulously observed by Gu Qingyi. She gazed at her own delicate, jade-like hands, soft and tender, and found herself momentarily taken aback. Were her hands poisonous? Why was he so afraid? Gu Qingyi could not comprehend, yet she felt too apathetic to ponder further. Aren't you going to bed to rest? Gu Qingyi inquired with curiosity. Yi Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. He certainly could not admit to his severe fear of women. Instead, he casually replied, I am contemplating some matters. You should rest first. All right. Gu Qingyi took him at his word. Then I shall rest now. With that, she made her way to the bedside, happily burrowing into the blankets. After a few adjustments, she found a comfortable position and gently closed her eyes. Although she was a cultivator, she had developed a habit of sleeping from a young age, and as night fell, she instinctively felt drowsy. Yi Changsheng's tense heart suddenly relaxed. Reflecting on Gu Qingyi's demeanor and speech, he was reminded of the times his parents had pressured him into marriage, during which they had spoken of Gu Qingyi. She was of the 9 apertures Linglong physique, inherently pure and flawless, with a heart that was clear and untainted, and a character that was innocent and kind. Moreover, Gu Qingyi had spent much of her life secluded within the Gu family, engaged in closed-door cultivation, rendering her understanding of worldly love akin to a blank canvas. Well, to put it nicely, she was simple. To put it bluntly, she was a Navi sweetheart. This was preferable, certainly more manageable than those aloof and haughty strong women. Thus, Yi Changsheng sat alone at the dining table, lost in thought until dawn broke. At last, the system's notification sound echoed, instantly revitalizing him. The suggestion of spending a night in the marital home with his new wife, Gu Qingyi, had been accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving a regular gift package. Would you like to open it? Opening the regular gift package. The physical prowess of the great sage. The star-plucking hand of the vast wilderness. The host's divine abilities have been automatically elevated to the great completion stage. With that, the announcement concluded. In Yi Changsheng's mind, an array of ancient and mysterious divine scripts surged forth. Deep within his consciousness, he vaguely perceived the towering, immortal silhouette of a majestic figure. It bore an aura reminiscent of both deities and demons, exuding a power that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens, solemn, timeless, and unparalleled. Above the resplendent river of stars, this celestial being extended its hand. Despite the vast distance of billions of miles, that hand appeared to transcend both time and space, enveloping the cosmos and the stellar river. With a gentle squeeze, all things were obliterated, the starry expanse erupted, and the world seemed to revert to chaos, enveloped in an abyss of nothingness. Eventually, tranquility returned to his mind. Upon awakening, Yi Changsheng opened his eyes, his pupils radiating with astonishment and exhilaration. The arts of heaven and earth are categorized into spiritual techniques, minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, saintly arts, supreme techniques, and imperial arts. Although the star-plucking hand of the great wilderness is a corporeal technique of considerable quality, it holds little significance for Yi, who hails from the imperial lineage. Nevertheless, corporeal divine abilities are exceptionally challenging to cultivate, and those who can comprehend such techniques to the level of perfection are exceedingly rare. Even his father, a mighty emperor, possesses only a handful of corporeal divine abilities. Oh, this feeling of soaring beyond limits is truly delightful. Yi Changsheng silently marveled at the intricacies of the cultivation realms: blood refinement, spiritual entry, divine transformation, spiritual abode, cave heaven, returning to emptiness, Tao platform, cataclysm, saint, supreme, and great emperor. Among them, blood refinement, also known as the physical realm, was significant. Presently, he possessed the indomitable golden body of the physical realm, complemented by the grand ascension technique, the great wilderness star-plucking hand. It was likely that even a typical divine transformation cultivator would find themselves outmatched. At that moment, Gu Qingyi, resting upon the bed, began to awaken. The girl, just roused from slumber, exuded an ethereal beauty. Her unadorned visage revealed delicate features, and her soft, supple cheeks bore a delightful blush, rendering her utterly captivating. This sight momentarily rendered Yi Changsheng enraptured. However, in the next instant, he was confronted with an image that nearly caused him to lose his composure. Due to her slumber, Gu Qingyi's attire was somewhat disheveled. As she rose, her exquisite bridal gown slipped from her smooth shoulder, unveiling a glimpse of her pristine, full bosom and enticing contours. A sight that could ensnare one's very soul. Realizing Yi Changsheng's gaze was upon her, Gu Qingyi lowered her head and noticed the revealing nature of her attire. Though her disposition was innocent and she was unaccustomed to worldly affairs, the innate sense of modesty ingrained within her as a woman prompted a wave of shyness. A flush of crimson spreading from her fair cheeks to her slender neck. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that the man before her was her husband, destined to be her lifelong companion. They would share the same bed henceforth. What was the significance of merely a glance? Thus, she summoned her courage, suppressing her modesty, and refrained from adjusting her clothing. This, however, left Xiao Chen utterly bewildered. What did this mean? She was not going to cover herself? Despite any fears of women, he was still a man with normal inclinations. Was this a test of his character? Heart like ice, unperturbed by the collapse of heaven. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed a strong will. With great difficulty, he averted his gaze and chanted calming mantras inwardly until the fire within him subsided. He promptly rose and exited the room, calling over his shoulder, "I shall step out first. Please freshen up and join me in the main hall later to greet my parents with tea." Gu Qingyi suddenly smiled. Her husband was indeed amusing. He clearly relished the view yet was steadfastly restraining himself. Curiosity piqued, she pondered whether her figure was truly so alluring. Was it not something every woman possessed? She glanced down at her enticing curves, her heart filled with confusion. In the grand hall of the Yi family, Gu Qingyi had already completed her morning rituals. After offering tea to her father and mother-in-law, she began to partake in breakfast alongside Xiao Chen. For practitioners of the spiritual path, longevity renders them beyond the need for mundane grains. They merely require the essence of nature. The act of dining is merely to satiate one's culinary desires. Furthermore, these dishes are not mere ordinary fare. The ingredients are exquisite treasures of heaven and earth, consumption of which can elevate one's cultivation and replenish one's vitality, thus serving as a unique form of spiritual practice. Chapter 5. Xiao Chen, was I the fool all along? The family of 5, comprising Yi father and mother, along with Xiao Chen's sister, Yi Yao, and the newlywed couple, dined in tranquil silence. Yi Yao casually picked at the food in her bowl, her large eyes incessantly scanning her brother and sister-in-law, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. Meanwhile, Father Yi remained his usual stern self, savoring each bite with meticulous attention. Yimu diligently served her daughter-in-law, her face adorned with an unwavering smile. However, upon noticing her son, who was engrossed in his meal, her expression morphed into one of suppressed irritation, her teeth clenched in disapproval, embodying a sense of frustration. Alongside this, a profound sense of helplessness washed over her. When would her son finally gain enlightenment? After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Qingyi is visiting the Yi family for the first time and is unfamiliar with our surroundings. After dinner, please accompany her on a tour of the Yi residence. As anticipated, a notification chimed in the system. Suggestion from Mother. Accompany Gu Qingyi to familiarize her with the Yi family's environment. Difficulty, very easy. Danger level, low. Reward, premium gift package. A gasp escaped her lips. Premium gift package. Yi Changsheng inhaled sharply, his heart brimming with excitement. The ordinary gift package yielded such remarkable rewards. One could only imagine what the advanced package might contain. However, amidst his anticipation, a flicker of doubt lingered. What was meant by the term low level of danger? Could there truly be peril within the confines of the Yi family, which he considered his own? It seemed that this danger was brought forth by Gu Qingyi. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had married the woman whom all men in the world coveted. Gu Qingyi, with her breathtaking beauty, was bound to attract numerous admirers and, inevitably, some envy. Indeed, caution is the mother of safety. Perhaps it would be wise to have the guardians of the Yi family discreetly follow him. After finishing his meal, Yi Changxing eagerly led Gu Qingyi away, a scene that left the Yi couple and their daughter, Yi Yao, momentarily stunned. How could their son be so obedient? Wasn't he supposed to be averse to women? Even if he did not outright refuse, one would expect some semblance of dissatisfaction or reluctance. Yet, what did his urgent and excited gaze signify? The three exchanged glances, and since the day Yu Changsheng had agreed to their arranged marriage, they found him increasingly inscrutable. Could it be that he was undergoing a transformation? With these thoughts swirling, they resolved to discreetly follow him and observe further. Yu Changsheng accompanied Gu Qingyi as they traversed the halls of the Yi family estate. Throughout their journey, Yu Changsheng deliberately maintained a distance from Gu Qingyi, seldom engaging in conversation. Upon arriving at each location, he would offer a brief introduction before promptly moving on to the next spot. It was a far cry from a leisurely stroll typical of a young couple. Rather, it bore the semblance of an official inspection. The 3,000 guardians concealed within the void observed their young master, each bearing a countenance of helplessness. With such a disposition, when would their young master ever ensure the continuation of the Yi lineage? The parents of Yi need not be elaborated upon. It is as if they were poised to confront Yi Changsheng directly. It is utterly futile. akin to trying to carve a rotten piece of wood. Accompanying someone for a shopping excursion does not equate to acting as a tour guide. Exhausted, one might as well embrace annihilation. Meanwhile, Yi Yao regarded her brother with a contemplative expression, her heart stirring with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that her brother shares the same sentiments as herself? The thoughts of the crowd were diverse and scattered. Yet, at that moment, the heavens and the earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. In the void above, ancient phenomena unfolded, and boundless auspicious signs descended upon the Yi clan like a shroud. Who could be the catalyst for such extraordinary events? A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. No longer concealed, countless formidable figures emerged from the shadows. Xiao and Gu Qingyi also came to a halt, both gazing upward towards the heavens. In the sky, golden clouds of merit transformed into numerous golden lotuses, blooming abundantly, filling the vast expanse with the resonant melodies of the laws of the universe, magnificent and boundless. Subsequently, a formidable and ancient pressure from the heavens and earth descended. A colossal bronze steel materialized above the Yi clan. What is this phenomenon? Yi Changxing wore a puzzled expression. You little rascal, despite being urged to read more, you do not recognize a Tao monument. Yi Mu swiftly appeared before Yi Changxing and explained. The Tao monument can only be activated by those who have transcended to the extreme realm. It appears for a duration of 99 days. And any individual of equal realm who inscribes their name upon it within that time can attain unparalleled fortune. The higher the ranking, the more bountiful the rewards. 3 years ago, Qingyi opened 10 celestial realms, prompting the Tao monument to manifest. Countless prodigies inscribed their names upon it, gaining immeasurable opportunities. The Tao monument that has appeared this time is the body monument, indicating that someone from the Yi clan has achieved a breakthrough in their physical realm. As she spoke, a change occurred on the Tao monument, and a name, empowered by the laws of the great Tao, was inscribed upon it. Xiao Chen. Upon seeing this name, the Yi clan members gasped in astonishment. Xiao Chen, one of the divine sons of the Yi clan, had entered 2 years prior, forcefully consolidating 9 celestial realms, and was bestowed the title of the 10th divine son of the Yi clan. Later, in pursuit of consolidating the 10th celestial realm, he even dispersed his power to refine his physical body. Now, having emerged from his seclusion, he had activated the body monument of the Tao, signifying his successful recultivation. Xiao Chen pays his respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders. A young man clad in black, with a handsome countenance and an imposing aura, appeared before the assembly, bowing respectfully to each powerful figure. Upon seeing Yi Changxing, a fleeting glimmer of unperceived coldness flashed within his pupils, which transformed into a profound infatuation when his gaze fell upon Gu Qingyi. Although Xiao Chen was a divine son, the Yi clan was an imperial lineage. Every divine son of the past had stirred the manifestation of the Tao monument. The 3,000 guardians had cultivated for countless years, possessing vast experiences to them. The Tao monument was hardly a rare phenomenon. Activate the clan's protective formation. The Tao monument need not be attended to, and let others attempt to inscribe their names. You father commanded the assembly. Yes. The crowd responded, then gradually dispersed. All right, you should accompany Qingyi. It is merely a Tao monument. No need to concern yourself with it. Yu Mu remarked before departing. In an instant, the once bustling sky was left with only a bronze monument and Xiao Chen. Miss Qingyi, we meet again, Xiao Chen said. Unable to resist approaching Gu Qingyi now that no one was around, completely disregarding the Yi clan's divine son at his side. Yi Changxing narrowed his eyes, seemingly detecting an inexplicable tension between the two. Do we know each other? Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow, feeling an unshakable aversion to Xiao Chen's gaze for reasons unknown. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, 5 years ago, I was pursued in the Kanglan secret realm, and it was thanks to Miss Qingyi's life-saving grace that I survived. Gu Qingyi suddenly recalled something and blurted out, You were that man in black? Upon realizing she remembered him, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. However, just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingyi's next words struck him into silence. In a tone of astonishment, she exclaimed, You're not dead? Yi Changxing could no longer contain his laughter. Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. How could he discern a hint of a desire for his demise? Embarrassed, Xiao Chen forced a smile and said, If it weren't for your timely rescue that day, I would surely have perished. Oh, you misunderstand, Gu Qingyi replied dismissively, her tone light and airy. Years ago, there was something I sought within the Kanglan secret realm, and you were the key to it. Were you to perish, the realm would remain forever inaccessible. Hence, I saved you. Believing you would meet your end within the secret realm, I never anticipated your survival. Her words struck Xiao Chen like a thunderclap, leaving him numb and chilled to the core. The once fervent warmth in his heart was replaced by a frigid void, the truth proving too difficult to accept. Chapter 6. The Premium Gift Package by Ling Huaqin. Grass impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen's heart screamed in fury, unwilling to accept that his 5 years of unrequited love were merely a figment of his own imagination. Yi Changxing cast a peculiar glance at him before turning to Gu Qingyi and saying, "Come, I shall take you to explore other places. As you wish, my husband." Observing the retreating figures of the two, Xiao Chen was suddenly struck by a revelation. Indeed, it must be Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi, a remarkable talent destined to tread the path of the emperor with her exquisite 9 apertures divine body, had no reason to wed a man incapable of cultivation. If it were not for Yi Changxing's clandestine machinations, the Gu family would have been foolish to bestow such a prodigy upon the Yi family as a bride. Reflecting upon the evident concern displayed by the head of the Yi family and his spouse regarding this matter, he suddenly felt as though he had grasped a profound understanding. Wait a moment. Yi Changxing halted his steps and turned around, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction as he regarded Xiao Chen. He was not particularly acquainted with this fellow, yet the latter clung to him like a tenacious adhesive, displaying a rather presumptuous demeanor. Qingyi had made it clear that she was merely utilizing him. What more could he possibly desire? Silence. Xiao Chen suddenly erupted in an angry growl. Qingyi, the reason you agreed to marry him must surely stem from some unspoken predicament. Am I correct? Your words to me were undoubtedly influenced by certain unavoidable circumstances, were they not? Observing the agitated expression on Xiao Chen's face, Gu Qingyi felt bewildered, pondering why this individual seemed so peculiar. Nonetheless, out of politeness, she resolved to respond sincerely. What I previously stated was the truth. My saving you is solely because you are the key. Without you, how could I unlock the Kanglan secret realm? As for my marriage to my husband, there are no hidden troubles. It's simply a matter of my own willingness. Gu Qingyi's earnest demeanor pierced Xiao Chen's heart like a dagger, leaving him in a state of anguish and suffocation. At that moment, Yi Changxing finally grasped the situation. This insufferable lad harbored feelings for his wife? Any normal man would find such a matter intolerable. TSK. Xiao Chen was the prodigious scion of the Yi family, a figure of unparalleled talent and attention. A person of such extraordinary stature, who even disregarded me, the son of the emperor. Why would he entangle himself with my wife? You are destined to be a future luminary, a figure poised to transcend realms. Focusing on trivial romantic entanglements seems rather beneath your station, does it not? Yi Changxing clearly did not insult anyone. On the contrary, there seemed to be an element of praise in his words. However, Xiao Chen felt as though he had been struck sharply across the face, a stinging pain resonating upon his skin. Yi Changxing could hardly be bothered to argue with such a person, so he took the initiative to tug at Gu Qingyi's sleeve. Come on, Qingyi. Let me show you some other places. All right, my husband. Upon witnessing Yi Changxing's affectionate gesture, Gu Qingyi's face lit up with a radiant smile, her beauty glowing with joy. Poof. Xiao Chen once again heard the sound of a dagger piercing his heart. In the circus, you were the busiest. In Gotham City, you were the most audacious. Who would have thought such a person existed? Yi Changxing. The murmured words faded into the distance as Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, enunciating each syllable of that name as if harboring an irreconcilable grudge. Though he was unsure of the meaning behind Yi Changxing's last 2 remarks, he instinctively felt they were far from complimentary. Nevertheless, as a divine progeny, he managed to rein in his emotions. Xiao Chen, recognize what you truly desire. You are a prodigy of the heavens, destined to make your name resound across the world and tread upon the path of the divine. Do not allow emotions to sway you. That worthless being, despite his peculiar demeanor, did not speak entirely in vain. You are an exceptional talent. You should not be entangled in such trivial matters of affection. When the day comes that your cultivation towers above all, neither the Yi family nor Gu Qingyi will dare to raise their voices before you. Having reassured himself with these thoughts, Xiao Chen felt a significant relief within. Watching the couple's harmonious silhouette, he snorted coldly and swiftly departed. The Yi family, as a royal lineage, possesses an exceptionally profound heritage, with an abundance of treasures and mystical abodes beyond count. As dusk approached, Yi Changxing had only taken Gu Qingyi to explore a mere 10 locations. Husband, the day is drawing to a close, and I am feeling somewhat weary. Shall we return? Yi Changxing naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. All right. I will follow your lead. Just as he settled down in the wedding chamber, The voice of the system echoed in his ears. The task of familiarizing Gu Qingqi with the Yi family environment has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a premium gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Opening the gift package now. You have acquired the Earth-level immortal herb by Xiao Chen Xiao. Consuming it will cleanse the sinews and marrow, purging mortal impurities and enhancing your cultivation realm. Would you like to use it? Yi Changxing secretly exclaimed that he had struck it rich. It is known that these celestial plants and spiritual entities are generally classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The Yi family, with its vast enterprise, places great importance on the rare and precious spiritual resources, safeguarding their sacred fields with formidable guardians to avert unforeseen circumstances. In a fleeting moment of thought, Yi Changxing beheld the verdant spiritual herbs within his consciousness, transforming into a crystalline, translucent liquid. A chilling sensation suddenly coursed through his body, as if the cold had seeped into his very marrow. This frigid aura cascaded like a stream, washing over his limbs and bones, the tingling numbness provoking an involuntary groan from him. Darling, what are you doing? In the adjacent room, Gu Qingyi, changing her attire, inquired with curiosity upon hearing the commotion. Nothing at all. Just a slight discomfort in my stomach. Yi Changxing hurriedly concocted an excuse. Moments later, the sensations within his body subsided, only for him to suddenly detect an unpleasant, fishy odor. It seemed to emanate from his own person. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback by what he saw. From the pores of his body oozed a multitude of black filth, clinging to him like mud, exuding a foul stench. Goodness, is there truly this much impurity within me? It feels akin to a refuse dump. After a silent inward complaint, he hastily exited the room, instructing the servants to prepare some cleansing water, eager to rid himself of this unsightly residue. As night deepened, Gu Qingyi hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to speak. Husband, will you not join me in sleep? Yi Changxing, sitting by the table, glanced up only to quickly avert his gaze. This girl is remarkably innocent. Dressed in form-fitting garments, her shoulders were partially exposed, presenting a scene so enchanting it quickened one's heart. Coughing softly, he replied, not for the time being. You should rest. I have matters to ponder. Very well, she responded, though puzzled by his refusal to rest. However, Gu Qingyi was a person of great courtesy, believing that her husband must have his reasons for such behavior. Days later, my son, will you not at least give it a try? What if the heavenly Tao steel responds? Furthermore, esteemed talents from various clans are arriving, all wishing to leave their mark on the steel. Are you not at all intrigued by such a spectacle? Surely, observing cannot hurt. Chapter 7. Returning home to visit relative's mother. What is there to see in the competitive affairs of a bunch of young people? Moreover, as someone who cannot cultivate, I would gain no understanding from merely watching, would I? Yi Changxing did not intend to reveal the progress of his cultivation at this moment. He needed to find a suitable reason and opportunity. Otherwise, such a sudden transformation might attract the attention of the discerning. Upon hearing her son mention the inability to cultivate, Yi's mother sighed inwardly, her tone softening somewhat. Even so, you must not lose heart. Do you understand? Do not worry, mother. After all these years, I am quite well, he reassured her. Upon returning to their chamber, Gu Qingyi observed Yi Changxing's deep sighs and inquired with curiosity, Husband, what troubles you? Why do you appear so discontented? Ah, it is merely my parents insisting that I visit the heavenly Tao steel to leave my name and seek some fortune. Yet, do they not realize that my inability to cultivate renders this futile? Understanding his dilemma, Gu Qingyi blinked her autumn-like eyes and proposed a solution. Why not tell your parents that you wish to stay here and keep me company? Gu Qingyi's suggestion: remain in the room and refrain from participating in the naming at the heavenly Tao steel. Difficulty: extremely easy. Risk level: none. Reward: ordinary gift pack. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a hearty laughter. It appears I must remain in this room. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had swiftly passed, and early in the morning, Yi Changxing and his wife were summoned to the main hall. After paying their respects to the elders, Yi's mother, gazing at the perfectly matched couple, smiled warmly and said, Qingyi, it has been 10 days since your marriage. It is time for you to return to your family. Thank you, dear mother, for your concern. I am deeply grateful, Gu Qingyi replied, performing a graceful bow. Yi Changxing did not wish to squander time on such matters. However, Gu Qingyi was, after all, his legally wedded wife, and besides, she had done him no wrong. Thus, the customary courtesies must be observed. My son, would you accompany Qingyi to her family home today? Is that not an issue? Father Yi inquired with a cheerful smile, increasingly convinced of the compatibility between the two. A suggestion from him: accompany Gu Qingyi on her visit home. Difficulty: exceedingly simple. Risk level: minimal. Reward: premium gift package. Yi Changshen's eyes sparkled, and any lingering hesitation within him vanished like smoke. However, the level of danger remained low. It seemed that this journey to the Gu family might not be entirely tranquil. At noon, atop the floating white jade plaza, ethereal energy swirled, and the sound of Tao resonated magnificently. 9 golden-scaled dragons lay prostrate on the ground, their whiskers undulating as if they were mere sculptures. As Yi Changsheng and his wife ascended the celestial carriage, the 9 golden dragons sprang to life, their roars reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Their enormous forms soared into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Following the dragon carriage was a procession of divine birds and mythical beasts, arrayed with numerous formidable figures exuding immense power. Indeed, this spectacle was quite grand. Yi Changsheng smirked, somewhat lamenting the grand gestures of his parents. Half an hour later, the higher-ups of the Gu family gathered before the majestic gates of the Immortal Mountain, their eyes brimming with envy as they beheld the extravagantly ostentatious procession. Truly, it was the Yu family, with the 9 dragons' divine palanquin leading the way. Few holy landmasters could ever hope to receive such treatment. Indeed, the exotic beasts trailing behind were formidable enough to serve as guardian deities for any mountain. It is a pity, however, that our esteemed Qingqi, a paragon in her own right, is wed to that incapable wastrel who cannot cultivate. Alas, how tragic and lamentable. As Yu Changsheng and Gu Qingyi descended from the dragon carriage, they were momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the Gu family's gathering. The esteemed son-in-law, Yu Changsheng, accompanied by his wife Qingyi, came to pay their respects to his father-in-law and the esteemed elders and friends present. Amidst the crowd, the head of the Gu family approached with a beaming smile, hastening his steps to greet them. There is no need for excessive formalities, my son-in-law. Please, do come in. After exchanging pleasantries with the elders and friends of the Gu family, Yi Changsheng finally managed a stiff smile as he took his seat. Please, esteemed father-in-law, you take a seat first. Following a round of courteous deferment, everyone was finally settled. Aside from the couple, most of the guests at the table were strikingly beautiful women. Gu Qingyi discreetly informed him that they were all concubines collected by her father, a testament to the adage that while one may age, the heart remains youthful. Is there anything inappropriate about Qingyi visiting her husband's family? Not at all. Qingyi is exceptionally virtuous and intelligent. I am indeed fortunate to have her care for me. Yi Changsheng replied with a cheerful smile, while Gu Qingyi cast a peculiar glance his way. Her husband had recently spent his time either seated at a table or sleeping on the floor, never sharing a bed with her, yet here he was, attending to her dignity in public. Amid their casual conversation, a servant from the Gu family presented a list of gifts. The head of the Gu family glanced at it, stroking his beard with an even broader smile. Ah, my dear son-in-law, you and your wife are a match made in heaven. May you both live harmoniously together in the future. If you find some leisure time, do consider visiting the Gu residence more often. It would be wonderful for both families to strengthen our bonds. The head of the Gu family certainly had grand aspirations, but each visit would require a substantial financial commitment. Yu Changxing silently scoffed, managing a smile in response. By the way, esteemed son-in-law, I have heard that a prodigy has emerged from the Yi family, one whose prowess has summoned the heavenly monument. Might you enlighten us as to who this individual is? As soon as the head of the Gu family finished speaking, a young girl seated at the lower table, her hair styled in twin buns, chimed in with a bright laugh. Hee, I know. In any case, it cannot possibly be a brother-in-law. I heard from third sister that he is a natural failure, incapable of cultivation. The atmosphere at the banquet instantly turned somber. No matter how one might speak of Yu Changxing, he is still the esteemed heir of the Yi family, even if the entire world is aware of the truth. Articulating it in person still feels like a slap in the face. Silence. The head of the Gu family hastily admonished, directing his rebuke at the beautiful woman holding the little girl. Lianyua, look at the fine daughter you have raised. The enchanting lady quickly covered the child's mouth, responding with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, I have failed in my guidance. I implore my husband for forgiveness. Yet, she soon murmured softly, but that was something Sanjia said. What does it have to do with the child? Seated beside the head of the Gu family was an older woman, her gaze icy as she shot a fierce glare at Lian Yue. Forgive me, my lord, it was my indiscretion, she said. Father, as the head of this household, you are perhaps too lenient. Changxing is my husband. It is not our place to allow others to speak ill behind our backs. Gu Qingyi's expression was frosty, Yet her words chastised her father. With so many people in the house, there are bound to be many affairs, at times. You ought to take it upon yourself to manage them, lest those who rely on their beauty and charm mistake their standing, believing themselves to be significant figures, bringing their sordid matters to the forefront. Her words were clearly aimed at the third and fourth sisters, igniting their ire. Nevertheless, Gu Qingyi was now the pillar of the Gu family. Regardless of her extraordinary talents, her status as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family rendered her untouchable. Yi Chongqing gazed in astonishment at the domineering Gu Qingyi, astonished to discover that this usually innocent and aloof lady possessed such a formidable side. Chapter 8. Each with their own thoughts at this moment, he realized the underlying tension between the third and fourth brothers. It appeared that some sordid matters had come to light, leading to a public confrontation. The fourth brother sought to embarrass the third by leveraging his name. Initially, Yi Chongqing felt a surge of anger. However, upon hearing Gu Qingyi stand up for him, much of that ire dissipated. Typically, she presented as taciturn, even somewhat foolishly naive. Yet when confronted with a situation, her strength was undeniable. Indeed, Gu Qingyi asserted, "It is due to my father's negligence and discipline." Soon, he would teach the household a lesson, ensuring they refrained from speaking recklessly. The head of the Gu family echoed her sentiment, admonishing the two concubines lightly, and then, with an apologetic tone, addressed Yi Chongqing, "My dear nephew, do not take it to heart. Children, lacking understanding, often speak without restraint. They're innocent words indeed." Ha ha ha. Yi Chongqing tugged at the corners of his mouth, choosing not to hold a grudge against them in light of Gu Qingyi's unwavering support. As his father-in-law aptly stated, a son-in-law ought not to engage in conflict with a mere child. Ha ha. I have always recognized that my esteemed son-in-law possesses a broad mind and a capacity for tolerance. While others may fail to comprehend, I can see clearly. My son-in-law is like a hidden dragon in the depths, destined for greatness in due time. The head of the Gu family's flattery finally enlivened the atmosphere of the banquet. However, the meal was tasteless to Yi Chongqing, who longed for its swift conclusion. The women's scheming was incessant, their words laced with barbs that could be utterly exasperating. Gu Qingyi's furrowed brow remained tense throughout. At long last, having bid farewell to the Gu family and boarded the dragon carriage, Yi Chongqing leaned back against the soft couch and let out a contented sigh. "My dear husband, please do not be upset. Father has raised many women, and it is inevitable that there will be some rivalry for affection. If you feel wronged, I shall return and teach them a lesson to avenge you." Gu Qingyi's slightly apologetic voice stirred a smile within Yi Chongqing. "There is no need for such formality, Qingyi. These are minor matters, not worth dwelling on. As long as you are not upset, that is sufficient." Gazing upon her exquisite and radiant visage, Yi Chongqing felt a wave of emotion surge within him. Gu Qingyi had grown up in such an environment, enduring countless grievances. And to have arrived at this day was indeed no small feat, although he preferred to distance himself from women. Having such an understanding and charming companion was undeniably a pleasing experience. The task of accompanying Gu Qingyi home for a familial visit was accomplished. Congratulations, host, for receiving a premium gift package. Would you like to open it? Certainly. Opening the package now. You have received the Blood Amber Nourishing Body Pill, which can enhance your physique. Would you like to use it? Yes. Yi Chongqing closed his eyes, leaning against the soft couch, only to feel a searing sensation radiating from his throat, akin to a surging river that instantaneously filled his entire being. His body felt as though it had plunged into a furnace, engulfed by an intense burning sensation that permeated everywhere. This experience arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "My dear, why has your complexion suddenly turned so flushed?" Gu Qingyi's curious voice heightened Yi Chongqing's vigilance. Henceforth, it would be prudent to keep such matters discreet. Upon returning home, Ye's mother inquired about the events of their visit to the Gu family. Yi Chongqing, disinterested in further entanglement, casually brushed it off. However, Gu Qingyi earnestly recounted the situation, specifically highlighting the incidents of his mistreatment, which earned Ye's mother a flurry of praise. In the following period, Yi Chongqing became even more reclusive, remaining indoors without stepping outside. The outside world circulated rumors that he was hopelessly infatuated with beauty. Yet, only Gu Qingyi knew that her husband was so reluctant to even touch her, preoccupied instead with peculiar pursuits. "Come, let us engage in another round of Gamoku." Yi Chongqing was eager to continue, while Gu Qingyi expressed her exasperation, saying, "My dear husband, during this period, you have conceived numerous games. There are quite a few. such as Ludo, Monopoly, and Go. Although you cannot cultivate, you are still the son of the Yi family. If you were to channel this intelligence into more constructive endeavors, even assisting your parents with household matters would be commendable. Alas, I possess no such talents. Yi Changsheng casually tossed the chess piece aside, reclining against the chair as he leisurely remarked, Qingyi, consider this. Our parents are formidable beings with extended lifespans and boundless energy. What purpose would it serve for me to join in on that commotion? You may cultivate diligently, and when you become a master, simply allow your husband to cling to your coattails. His languid demeanor left Gu Qingyi at a loss for words, prompting her to sigh and nod in acquiescence. However, on another note, the intriguing contraptions crafted by her husband piqued her interest, and despite not sharing a bed with her, Gu Qingyi could sense his benevolence. Young madam, the mistress has sent word for you to come. A maid's voice interrupted Gu Qingyi's thoughts. She turned to Yi Changsheng and said, Husband, please wait a moment. I shall attend to this. Go on, go on. Just remember not to mention our games to mother, lest she begins her nagging once more. After Gu Qingyi departed, Yi Changsheng straightened his posture, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had not been idle during these days, seizing every opportunity to undertake tasks. His indestructible golden body had now reached the 4th level, and he had acquired 2 new divine abilities. Soul-severing finger and mountain-shaking earth-splitting fist. One was subtle and cunning, while the other was fierce and domineering, possessing terrifying lethality. The combination of these abilities with his formidable physique made him more than capable of handling cultivators at the transformation stage. Speaking of which, Qingyi is quite commendable. Despite my lack of seriousness, she still possesses the patience to accompany me, and her temperament is truly admirable. Just as Gu Qingyi was about to enter the grand hall, she suddenly overheard voices behind a rockery. Our family's young lord is utterly finished. He lacks any talent for cultivation and is now infatuated with beauty. What a disgrace. Heh. With his physique, it won't be long before he meets his end at the hands of a woman. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed in indignation, and with a swift gesture, she shattered the rockery. How dare you, members of the Yi family, speak so disparagingly of your own young lord? You who benefit from the Yi family's grace yet speak with such disdain are nothing but ungrateful wretches. Faced with Gu Qingyi's scolding, the 3 Yi family disciples behind the rockery quickly admitted their faults, apologized, and departed in shame. Despite any shortcomings, Yi Changsheng remains a figure of nobility, deserving of respect and not subject to scorn from others. How wicked these people are. Observing their departing figures, Gu Qingyi murmured in irritation before making her way to the council hall. Unbeknownst to her, all that transpired was closely observed by the matriarch of the Yi family. This girl, Qingyi, is commendable. She knows how to defend her husband. However, certain individuals within this household possess an excessively foul tongue. Chapter 9. The matriarch's esteem. As Gu Qingyi entered the hall, Ye's mother seized her hand and lavished her with praise. Our Qingyi is truly a remarkable young lady, always standing up for her husband in front of outsiders. My son, who is lacking in many ways, requires your understanding and tolerance. Gu Qingyi quickly replied, Mother, you flatter me. My husband is wonderful and takes great care of me. Oh dear, do you even believe what you just said? I know my son all too well. He is hardly the caring type. Ye's mother continued her lamentations, leaving Gu Qingyi at a loss for words. By the way, Qingyi, aside from your daily training, would you consider assisting me with the affairs of the Yi family? As a daughter-in-law, I fear I am too simple-minded for such responsibilities. Gu Qingyi was taken aback, not expecting Ye's mother to contemplate entrusting her with such duties. Oh, Qingyi, please think it over carefully. Your father and I have only one child. You will inevitably need to shoulder the responsibilities of the Yi family. With your capable assistance, I would feel much more at ease. Mother, I truly do not possess such abilities. Oh dear. Yimu interrupted her with a reproachful tone, grasping her hand with a smile and saying, Do not rush into a decision. Return home and ponder it carefully. Gu Qingyi felt reluctant to decline outright and hesitated before acquiescing. Upon returning to her room, she could not help but let out a sigh. What troubles you, Qingyi? Yi Changsheng keenly sensed that her emotions were amiss, so he inquired, Is this about the matter at hand? Gu Qingyi, somewhat troubled, replied, Mother wishes for me to take over the family business, but I am uncertain whether I should agree. Is it merely this concern? If you are unwilling, simply express your thoughts to Mother. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? It is not so much about being troubled, yet I still feel a sense of obligation. What do you think about how I should decide on this matter? Yi Changsheng, without a trace of hesitation, immediately responded, This matter is entirely up to you. If you wish to go, then go. If you do not, then do not. Should you find yourself in a predicament, I can speak to your mother on your behalf. Thank you, my husband. Allow me to ponder this further, Gu Qingyi replied. As her words faded, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the table. Husband, what is this object? This is called Go. Would you care to play around? Then, I kindly ask you to teach me. A suggestion from Gu Qingyi. Teach her the game of Go. Difficulty, very easy. Danger level, none. Reward, standard package. Yi Changxing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took a seat at the table. Come, let me teach you how to play. After finishing a game of chess, Gu Qingyi quickly grasped the rules and engaged in a lively back and forth with Yi Changxing. During their match, he also managed to acquire several small gift packs from Gu Qingyi, enhancing his strength significantly. 2 days later, Gu Qingyi finally made a decision, expressing her willingness to take on some family affairs. The couple resolved to consult Ye's mother, selecting simpler tasks to gradually acclimate themselves. As they approached the entrance of the council hall, they overheard several voices discussing matters within. This Yi Changxing is a useless waste who cannot cultivate, yet the matriarch continues to lavish resources upon him. I truly fail to see the purpose. Indeed, in my opinion, such individuals should be given up on sooner rather than later to avoid squandered resources. The voices belonged to several elders of the family. Yi Changxing furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage with those who only whispered behind his back. Qingyi, shall we seek out mother later? He suggested. Qingyi? He was taken aback as Gu Qingyi stormed into the hall, her anger palpable. What are you all saying? No matter what, my husband is still a scion of the Yi family. Regardless of the years of toil and protection my parents have provided for the Yi clan, he is deserving of such recognition. Upon seeing her, the expressions of several elders in the hall shifted subtly. Yi Changxing spoke softly, his expression devoid of emotion. Qingyi, there is no need to bicker with these individuals. A slightly portly elder, leaning back in his chair with a faint smile, interjected, young madam. Your words seem somewhat biased. Even in the presence of the young master, there are certain truths that must be articulated. The prosperity of the Yi family to this day is the result of the collective efforts of every member. While it is true that the family head and matriarch have made significant contributions, without the support of others, how could the Yi family have flourished? As the young master of the Yi clan, one must possess at least one attribute worthy of the title, be it in cultivation or family matters. Yet currently, the young master lacks both cultivation and involvement in clan affairs, which raises questions of entitlement. No sooner had he finished speaking than another elder chimed in. Indeed, young madam. It is not my intention to criticize the young master, but look at Xiao Chen. Not only does he assist in clan affairs, but his cultivation also far surpasses that of others. As our clan's prodigy, he has summoned the Heavenly Path Monument, attracting numerous talented individuals, thus enhancing the reputation of the Yi family. Such a person truly deserves the resources of the clan. Precisely, Xiao Chen is indeed commendable. In comparison to young Master Changxing, he is far more suited for the position of young master. Yi Changxing's countenance was impassive, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. These individuals sought to juxtapose him with Xiao Chen, merely to elevate themselves by belittling another. Though he was reluctant to engage with such people, he refused to endure such indignity. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingyi's melodious voice interjected with fervor. What right do you have to speak of my husband in such a manner? So what if he cannot cultivate? He has not caused any trouble for the clan. Why should he not be allowed to live his life? Furthermore, my parents have simply chosen to send gifts to my husband as a token of their contribution. On what grounds do you criticize them? Those are my parents' belongings. They have every right to dispose of them as they see fit. Her words were resolute, rendering the expressions of several elders into a state of dismay. Yi Changxing gazed at the fierce Gu Qingyi, a warm feeling surging within him. Despite his esteemed position within the family due to his parents, his inability to cultivate was a grave flaw. Over the years, his parents had invested considerable resources in him. Yet these were earned through their contributions, devoid of any self-serving motives. The disparagement from others was likely fueled by their envy of these benefits. So what? Is it truly a better choice to squander resources on a useless individual? A talent like Xiao Chen deserves far greater cultivation and attention. The elders exchanged words, seemingly oblivious to Yi Changxing's presence. Gu Qingyi was about to retort when the furious voice of Ye's mother suddenly reverberated through the hall. You old scoundrels! Have you nothing better to do than bully my son? The expressions of the elders changed dramatically, and they hastily rose to pay their respects. In a flash of celestial light, the elegant Yu mother appeared in the hall. Get out, you shameless old fools. Chapter 10, Xiao Chen's breakthrough. The heavenly Tao tablet moves. The elders exchanged glances, and the red-faced elder tentatively spoke. Mistress, regarding Xiao Chen's need for the spirit-nourishing fruit. Get out. Yes. Yes. Upon witnessing Yi Mother's genuine fury, the elders dared not prolong the matter and awkwardly departed from the council hall. Changqing, do not take their words to heart. Yi Mu, somewhat anxious, offered her comfort to Yi Changqing, who responded with a smile. Mother, it is of no concern. I have not given it much thought. By the way, Mother, the reason Qingyi and I have come to see you is to discuss her involvement in the family management. Yi Mu's eyes instantly sparkled with curiosity. How did you come to a decision? Yi Changqing responded on behalf of Gu Qingyi. After careful contemplation, Qingyi felt it was only right to assist you in sharing some responsibilities. Thus, she is willing to take on certain household matters, starting with the simpler tasks. Excellent, excellent. I knew Qingyi was a wonderful girl, replied Ye's mother. Someone, please escort Qingyi to the spirit fields for the handover, from now on. She shall be in charge of that. Both husband and wife were taken aback, not anticipating Ye's mother's decisive action. Mother, isn't this a bit too hasty? What is there to rush? This matter is quite straightforward. The sooner she engages with it, the sooner she will become familiar. With that, Ye's mother urged the maid to lead Gu Qingyi away. Once they had departed, Ye's mother turned to Yi Changsheng and said, My son, you must treat Qingyi well. Do you understand? Rest assured, Mother, I hold Qingyi in high regard as well. Yi Mu chuckled softly. That's wonderful. This girl, Qingyi, is quite a commendable person for being so protective of you. You should strive to be closer to her. From her mother's advice, to cultivate a closer relationship with Gu Qingyi. Difficulty, moderate danger level, none reward, premium gift package. For a moment, Yi Changxing hesitated. Since his betrayal by a former girlfriend in his past life, he had developed an innate fear of love and marriage, even cultivating a phobia towards women. The prospect of drawing nearer to Gu Qingyi posed a significant challenge for him. Damn it, why must I carry the burdens of my past into the present? This is truly unfortunate. If it weren't for that woman, I wouldn't be in such a predicament, especially for a premium gift package. Inwardly lamenting, Yi Changsheng couldn't help but think of Gu Qingyi. She truly was a remarkable young woman. Not only did she not disdain him for being inept, but she also frequently offered him encouragement, spending time with him and defending him in front of others. Perhaps fostering a closer bond with her wouldn't be such a bad idea? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Changsheng ultimately chose to accept this task. When Gu Qingyi returned home that evening, he took the initiative to inquire about her experiences that day. There were few issues at Ling Tian, and her transition went smoothly. Supported by Yi Mu, which meant she encountered no significant troubles. Upon hearing her recount, Yi Changxing suddenly stood and approached Gu Qingyi. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, he inhaled deeply, trembling slightly as he gently patted her shoulder. Keep it up. The task of becoming closer to Gu Qingyi has been accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the premium gift package. Do you wish to open it? Yes. Opening the gift package. You have acquired a 4th-tier magical artifact, the cloud-piercing spear. Yi Changxing was instantly filled with excitement. The magical artifacts were classified into 9 tiers, and the 4th tier was already more than sufficient for him at this stage. As a cultivator, possessing a suitable magical artifact could significantly enhance one's strength. More importantly, the rewards bestowed by the system were particularly well-suited to his formidable physical prowess, amplifying his abilities without exception. My dear, did you just pat me? Gu Qingyi inquired softly. Drawing Yi Changxing back to reality, he cleared his throat awkwardly and nodded, saying, Indeed, it was merely a gesture of encouragement. I have faith that you will excel in this endeavor. Thank you, my dear. As he observed Gu Qingyi's radiant smile, an unusual sentiment surged within Yi Changxing's heart. It seemed that spending time with such a young lady was rather delightful. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Changxing continuously undertook tasks, acquiring numerous valuable items from the system. Although he remained unable to cultivate, his physical form had surpassed that of the transformation stage cultivators. It was time to venture outside. After murmuring this thought, he stepped out of his dwelling for the first time in over 10 days. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light ascended from the distance, accompanied by ethereal clouds. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon immediately captured his attention. Squinting into the distance, he observed several adept members of the Yi family soaring through the air, hastening toward that direction. Just as he pondered the cause of this commotion, Gu Qingyi gracefully approached him. What is happening over there? Yi Changxing inquired. Gu Qingyi glanced back and replied serenely. It is said that the last time Xiao Chen underwent a reformation, He has now condensed half of an indestructible golden body, currently ranking first on the heavenly Tao stele. Those individuals are likely going to congratulate him. I see. Xiao Chen nodded, internally scoffing. To attain the top position with merely half of an indestructible golden body. It seems the value of this ranking is rather questionable. Beside the heavenly Tao stele, Xiao Chen stood in white robes, hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in a faint golden glow. Congratulations to young Master Xiao for achieving the indestructible golden body, a talent of unparalleled genius. Destined to tread the path of the Emperor and dominate the realm. Various voices of congratulations echoed in his ears, causing Xiao Chen to suppress a smile that threatened to break free. Thank you all for your kind words. My achievements today are inseparable from the support and care of my family. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, aiming to contribute to my family in the near future. After a humble remark, a continuous stream of flattery ensued from those around him. Look, this is the demeanor of a true young master. In contrast, Xiao Chen, that useless individual, remains confined indoors, merely indulging in the company of women, utterly disgracing his family. Is it truly his family's disgrace? It is the dignity of the Yi family that is at stake. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name, Xiao Chen's smile faded slightly. Having now achieved the indestructible golden body, I will certainly gain my family's recognition. Even if he relies on his parents' protection, I shall have no need to fear him. Perhaps after this, I could seek out Qingyi. She might be inclined to accept me. The mere thought of Gu Qingyi's enchanting visage ignited a fervor within Xiao Chen. Before long, the commotion surrounding the heavenly Tao stele drew widespread attention. News of Xiao Chen's accomplishment in condensing half of the indestructible golden body spread rapidly, capturing the interest of myriad races and various sacred lands. Throughout history, those who inscribed their names on the heavenly Tao stele have gained immense fortunes and opportunities. Some have even received gifts that significantly aided them on their path to becoming emperors, making it impossible for anyone to remain indifferent. With Xiao Chen now leading the way, he too would reap the benefits bestowed by the heavenly Tao stele. Including the members of the Yi family, various factions engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the astonishing rewards that awaited Xiao Chen. Chapter 11. Yi Changsheng was moved. Yi Changsheng ventured out for a stroll, only to find that the discussions surrounding Xiao Chen were pervasive. He received quite a few disdainful glances, prompting him to lose interest in continuing his outing. Qingyi, is the reward for the heavenly Tao stele particularly generous? Upon returning home, Yi Changsheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Gu Qingyi's autumn-hued eyes flickered slightly as she pondered and replied. It is said that the top 3 contenders of the heavenly Tao stele are bestowed with a brief segment of the Tao that is suitable for those who wish to leave their names, facilitating the purification of their minds and souls, thus aiding them in their future endeavors on their own paths. Moreover, the reward for the first-place winner is even more substantial, with a significant chance of obtaining the ethereal manifestation of the Tao fruit, enabling them to gain preliminary mastery over certain aspects of their Tao. Mastery over the Tao. Yi Changsheng smacked his lips a few times, his eyes glimmering with desire. The concept of Tao was something only cultivators of the cave heaven realm could grasp. And to master even a thread of its essence was a fanciful dream for those beneath the void return realm. Even the slightest mastery of the residual aura of Tao would bestow an overwhelming advantage over practitioners below the void return level. Such a precious opportunity stirred his heart. Even with the system at his side, if he could engage with or even seize a fragment of Tao, combined with his formidable physique, he might well contend against a void return cultivator. With this thought, Yi Changsheng hastily continued, Qingyi, when will the rewards from the heavenly Tao monument be distributed? Well, considering the time, it should be tomorrow, she replied. The heavenly Tao monument will be present for 99 days, and on the final day, opportunities will be granted according to rankings before it dissipates into the heavens. Darling, are you curious about the heavenly Tao monument? A little, he admitted. With half of an indestructible golden body, Xiao Chen is bound to claim the top spot. My complete indestructible golden body should secure my position comfortably. This thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. All right, I'll give it a try tomorrow. The following day, at the floating square, prodigies from various regions gathered. A multitude of talents standing tall. Today marked the day of opportunity granted by the heavenly Tao monument, and they were eager to witness what fortunes awaited the top 3 contenders. There was no doubt that Xiao Chen would take first place. I concur. With the advantage of half an indestructible golden body, it is well deserved. By the way, I believe someone from the Yi family also ranks among them? Indeed. It is none other than the so-called Waste Prince's wife, Gu Qingyi. She possesses the 9-aperture Ling Long sacred body, showcasing extraordinary talent, and stands at second place on the Heavenly Tao Monument. It is a pity that such an exceptional furnace was wasted on that good-for-nothing. It truly is a squandering of resources. Such discussions filled the air, causing Gu Qingyi's delicate brows to furrow in displeasure as she floated into the gathering. "Qingyi, you've arrived." Xiao Chen greeted with what he believed to be an elegantly charming smile, stepping forward to welcome her. Gu Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at him, subtly shifting to maintain her distance. Xiao Chen's smile immediately stiffened. This woman. He gritted his teeth inwardly, his heart brimming with indignation. What sort of intoxicating potion did that good-for-nothing Yi Changxing administer to her, rendering her utterly infatuated? Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd. Yi Changxing sauntered toward the Heavenly Tao Monument, his hands tucked lazily within his sleeves, indifferent to the whispers surrounding him. Isn't that the useless scion of the Yi family? What could he possibly want here? Who knows? Perhaps he simply wishes to bask in the glory of Gu Qingyi's renown? Bask in the glory? Can one truly be so shameless? Look at how you phrased that. If he had any sense of shame, he would have resolutely declined the marriage proposal from the very start. Yi Changxing raised his gaze to behold the towering Heavenly Tao Monument. Its ethereal light shimmering in the vast firmament, exuding an aura of ancient profundity. "My beloved, you have arrived." Gu Qingyi alighted beside him, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Yi Changxing could not help but smile. Indeed, he had come to discover the nature of this matter. "Rest assured, my dear husband, once Qingyi seizes her opportunity, we shall attempt to channel the Tao principles into your body. Perhaps it will yield some remarkable effects." Observing Gu Qingyi's exuberant face, Yi Changxing shook his head with a smile. This naive girl truly possessed a heart of gold. However, amidst their exchange, a piercing voice suddenly broke the air. "Yi Changxing, what brings you here?" Xiao Chen stood aloft, gazing down at Yi Changxing with an air of indifference. "Am I not allowed to come and enjoy the spectacle?" Yi Changxing cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen, deeply displeased by his behavior of stepping on others' heads. What use is it for you? A useless body incapable of cultivation, to be here? I would advise you to return to your chamber and rest well. Here, you are surrounded by extraordinary individuals. Witnessing their opportunities and brilliance may be too much for your fragile heart to endure. Yi Changxing rolled his eyes. You need not concern yourself. Perhaps it would be wiser to attend to your own affairs. Floating about like a balloon in the sky, are you not afraid of being punctured? Although the latter remark was uttered softly, Xiao Chen's keen hearing caught it distinctly. A person of such ineptitude, relying solely on parental favor to boast and belittle others. Engaging in conversation with someone like you is a sheer waste of my breath. Above, the heavens remained still, with a few clouds frozen in time. Yimu gazed upon the scene below, her expression fierce and menacing. That little rascal Xiao Chen actually dared to speak of Changxing in such a manner. I shall deal with him thoroughly upon my return. Yes, father shook his head gently. As the leader of our clan, we must conduct ourselves with fairness and integrity. We cannot resort to such underhanded tactics, for what would become of us then? Indeed, you are the revered great Emperor Yi, while I am merely a petty woman. Am I not? Yi Changxing ignored Xiao Chen and turned to Gu Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, let us distance ourselves a bit. Some people, upon opening their mouths, spew nothing but filth, tainting the air with their foulness. He followed his own words and walked to the side, with Gu Qingyi closely trailing behind him. Xiao Chen's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze fixed on Yi Changxing's retreating figure, brimming with murderous intent. This worthless individual was utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Were it not for the protection of his parents, he would be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed underfoot, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly. A waste of space who can only cower behind a woman. With a cold snort, Xiao Chen tossed out a parting remark and attempted to leave. But at that moment, Gu Qingyi's furious voice rang out. You, apologize to my husband. Beside her, Yi Changxing wore a somewhat helpless expression. He had no intention of stooping to the level of someone like Xiao Chen, akin to a person refraining from biting a dog that barks furiously at them. Yet, his wife's fiery temperament would not allow her to stand by while he was insulted. Xiao Chen halted, then slowly turned around. Qingyi, were you addressing me? Gu Qingyi soared into the air, meeting Xiao Chen at eye level. Who else would I be speaking to? My husband has not wronged you. Why do you persist in bullying him? Apologize to him at once. Xiao Chen's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Qingyi, do not jest with me. Apologizing to this waste? Ask him if he believes he is worthy of it. Chapter 12. The intimidation of Ye's father Gu Qingyi, her teeth clenched in rage, was suffused with an overwhelming surge of spiritual power. Apologize to my husband. Her formidable aura erupted, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively retreat a considerable distance. Is she already at the level of the cave heaven realm? One onlooker gasped, astonished by Gu Qingyi's striking presence. Indeed. The pressure she exuded was reminiscent of that felt only from elders in the cave heaven realm. There was no doubt she belonged to that level. What a pity such a prodigy was married to. The murmurs of the crowd reached the heights, and a cold smile crept onto Xiao Chen's face. Qingyi, do you still fail to see the truth? Continuing to defend that incapable waste will only dim your own future. I have attained the unyielding golden body, and my standing within the family will undoubtedly rise. If you harbor any secret burdens, feel free to confide in me. Perhaps I can assist you. His demeanor was sincere, appearing genuinely eager to help Gu Qingyi. Spare me your empty words. Apologize to my husband swiftly, or do not blame me for being impolite. Gu Qingyi remained unmoved by Xiao Chen's words, steadfast in her demand for him to apologize to Yi Changxing. You, Xiao Chen, filled with exasperation, unleashed the suppressed might within him, causing the indestructible golden body to radiate a resplendent golden light. Below, Yi Changxing observed the two poised to clash at the slightest provocation and hastily interjected, hoping to dissuade Gu Qingyi from engaging. Though Xiao Chen's words were venomous, his formidable cultivation was indeed substantial. With the indestructible golden body as his ally, he feared for Gu Qingyi's safety. Qingyi, heed your husband's words. Do not confront him just yet. Yi Changxing cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the sky, prompting Gu Qingyi to glance down in curiosity. But husband, how can you say this to me? Gu Qingyi, believing in him, replied, It's fine, just come over first. Seeing Yi Changxing's unwavering determination, Gu Qingyi, unwilling to defy his wishes, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chen before turning to descend. A useless person is indeed a useless person, lacking even the courage of a woman. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi abruptly turned back, her almond-shaped eyes filled with murderous intent, as she prepared to unleash her spiritual power against Xiao Chen. Stop! A resounding and authoritative voice suddenly echoed from above the heavens. As the sound reverberated, Gu Qingyi and Xiao Chen felt their spiritual energy being restrained, and they gradually descended to the ground. The imposing figure of Yi Fu stood suspended in the air, making his presence known before the heavenly Tao monument without so much as a gesture. You two are family, let us not mar our harmony. The crowd in the square bowed in reverence, paying their respects to this contemporary emperor. Gu Qingyi glared fiercely at Xiao Chen, her anger still smoldering. In contrast, Xiao Chen's demeanor shifted rapidly. He immediately bowed to Yi Fu, saying, Junior pays respects to the family head. You are quite impressive. Able to disperse your power and reforge an indestructible golden body, ranking first on the heavenly Tao monument. Your innate talent is truly remarkable. At these words of praise, a smile involuntarily crept upon Xiao Chen's lips as he cast a glance at Yi Changxing, who remained composed in the corner. Your father holds me in high regard. What gives you the right to contend with me? Of course, this thought was one he dared only entertain in the recesses of his mind. Yi Changxing perceptibly sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and, feeling somewhat irritable, rubbed his hands together. This rascal had provoked him time and again. Even a clay figurine would have its limits. He needed to devise a plan to teach him a lesson. However, contemplating the task ahead, Yi Changxing's anger suddenly diminished significantly. The thought of seizing the first place in the heavenly Tao monument right before his eyes filled him with amusement. Surely, the expression on that fellow's face would be absolutely delightful. With this in mind, he couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle softly. Nevertheless, despite your commendable talent and impressive cultivation, your character still requires considerable refinement. Yi's father suddenly shifted the topic, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Although one cannot cultivate an eternal life, it does not warrant self-deprecation. Rather, one should embrace the world with benevolence. You possess strength, yet you remain oblivious to the unwavering resolve that a true stronghold must embody. Should you squander your thoughts on trivial matters, you will inevitably stray from the path in the future. Do you comprehend this? Though Yi's father's words were not heavy and his tone was exceedingly gentle, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Chen's forehead. The person before him was no less than Yi Changxing himself, a true emperor whose mastery eclipsed the world. His words could be regarded as the very voice of the heavenly path. Who would dare to disregard them? Thank you, esteemed head of the family, for your guidance. I, as a junior, shall remember your teachings and would never dare to show even the slightest negligence. Indeed, Yi's father nodded and subsequently ignored him. Upon settling beside Yi Changxing, a smile graced his face. What brings you here? Yi Changxing sighed and shook his head, saying, "I am merely a bit weary of staying in, wishing to witness some lively commotion. Hee hee. Earlier your mother expressed concern for your reluctance to venture outside, fearing you might have been troubled by something. Yet now, you appear to be quite at ease. Do not worry, father. I am perfectly fine, and there is nothing amiss." Xiao spoke with an air of ease, entirely devoid of any forced nonchalance. "Indeed, this is my son. Regardless of the path that lies ahead, one's disposition must remain steady and resolute." Not far away, as he observed the harmonious interaction between Ye's father and Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly, his eyes glimmering with envy. Were it not for his exceptional parents, how could this worthless individual possibly marry Qingyi? What right does he have to claim the family's resources? One day, I shall trample him beneath my feet. With a heart full of fury, Xiao Chen's gaze turned even colder. At that moment, a venerable voice suddenly resonated within his mind. "Calm yourself. You are a prodigy. How can your thoughts be so chaotic? Focus on your cultivation, and do not allow your attention to waver." Xiao Chen was taken aback, swiftly regaining his composure, silently expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed Kanglin. I have acted recklessly. Indeed, it is good that you understand. The words of that great Emperor Yi are correct. The heart of a strong individual must forge ahead without hesitation, lest one's energy be sapped along the way." "Understood." The ancient voice faded, and Xiao Chen's mindset became considerably more stable. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Ye's father's gaze lingered upon him for a few extra moments. "Xiao, now that you have arrived, why not try to leave your name on the heavenly Dao stele?" Ye's father withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled at Xiao, uttering a remark that took him by surprise. Although Xiao had originally intended to act on this, hearing it from Yi Mu left him momentarily bewildered. A suggestion from his parents, to leave a name on the heavenly Dao monument. Difficulty, relatively easy. Danger level, low. Reward, high-quality gift pack. The system's voice rang out, filling Xiao's heart with immense joy. He never anticipated that his father's seemingly casual comment would allow him to seize an opportunity before taking action. Chapter 13. Leaving a name on the heavenly Dao monument. Seeing Xiao in silence, Ye's father assumed he was deeply conflicted. "Xiao, do not be anxious. While leaving a name on the heavenly Dao monument is indeed related to one's cultivation, it also emphasizes one's character and Dao heart. You should give it a try. Perhaps you might truly gain some benefits." "All right, father, I shall give it a try." Xiao unexpectedly agreed, leaving Ye's father momentarily at a loss for words as he prepared to offer words of comfort. However, upon seeing the smile on his son's face, Ye's father felt a sense of relief and smiled in return. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a man, bold enough to embrace the challenge ahead. At this moment, as noon approached, the heavenly Dao stele radiated with myriad rays of light, the names inscribed upon it shimmering brilliantly. By the stroke of midnight, the names would be irrevocably set, and the stele would begin to bestow its rewards of destiny. Xiao suddenly stepped out from between Yi Fu and Gu Qingyi, advancing step by step towards the monument of heavenly Dao. Xiao Chen immediately took notice of him, his brow slightly furrowing. What scheme is this waste of a person concocting now? As Xiao's figure drew closer to the monument, the assembled prodigies and powerful figures from various clans began to take note of him. Is this not the young scion of the Yi family? What is he attempting? Who can say? Perhaps, being but a mortal, he seeks to approach and gaze upon the monument of heavenly Dao? However, that assertion is misguided. After all, his father is none other than the Emperor Yi. If he wishes to pay homage or utter a word, he is more than entitled. Spectators murmured among themselves, perplexed by the youth's eccentricity. This is, after all, a gathering of the elite from various prestigious clans, without the privilege of his father's influence. He would not even qualify to observe from a distance, let alone approach the monument of heavenly Dao. Xiao raised his gaze. The heavenly Dao stele stood majestically in the air, its profound and distant aura evoking an unbidden sense of reverence. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly proclaimed with a resonant voice amidst the crowd's scrutiny, "I, Xiao, request to inscribe my name upon the heavenly Dao stele." At his utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Countless spectators stared in bewilderment at Xiao, their minds grappling with disbelief. A seemingly inept individual, devoid of any cultivation, dared to aspire to be inscribed on the heavenly Dao stele. Surely, I must have misheard. That good for nothing, I too question my own hearing. Did he truly express a desire to be immortalized on the heavenly Dao stele? With no cultivation to speak of, he could not even approach the stele. How could he possibly leave his mark? The murmurs of the crowd swirled chaotically, yet they failed to disturb the tranquility within Yu Changshen's heart. That fellow, Xiao Chen, managed to secure the top position with merely half an indomitable body. I possess a complete one. Surely I can earn some form of reward. Buzz. The heavenly Tao steel quivered gently. An array of celestial light descended upon him, signifying its recognition of Yi Changshen's qualification to challenge. What? The heavenly Tao steel actually responded. How could this be? Such an outcome was unforeseen by all, including Ye's father. To have one's name inscribed upon the heavenly Tao steel necessitated prior assessment and qualification. Otherwise, any forceful attempt would result in severe backlash. Yet now, Yi Changsheng had received the celestial light, indicating that the steel deemed him competent. Amidst the gasps and doubts, Yi Changsheng inhaled slowly, his gaze suddenly sharpening with unparalleled intensity. With knees slightly bent, the robust sinews of his legs surged with power akin to that of a ferocious beast. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear, soaring through the air before the heavenly Tao steel. Great wilderness, star-plucking hand. With a low shout, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body as he activated the divine power obtained from the system. Instantly, a deep golden light emanated from his right arm. Although less dazzling than Xiao Chen's, a closer inspection revealed that it had been refined and condensed to an astonishing degree. Huh! With a fierce exclamation, Yi Changsheng clenched his fist and struck down forcefully upon the heavenly Tao steel. This formidable blow, embodying all of his current strength, caused his arm to leave behind a series of afterimages. Bang! The collision of fist and steel erupted in a thunderous roar, momentarily deafening everyone present. Ye's father's gaze suddenly turned grave, and as a mere hint of his imposing aura was released, the overwhelming residual energy vanished within a radius of several zhang around the heavenly Tao steel. As the piercing brilliance dissipated, Yi Changsheng remained suspended in the air, his expression frozen in astonishment. Before him, the heavenly Tao steel, shattered into a myriad of fragments, floated gently. How could this have shattered? Yi Changsheng stood in utter embarrassment, clenching his fists in a state of bewilderment. He had merely wished to etch his name upon the monument, yet he inadvertently shattered the heavenly Tao steel with a single blow. After a brief moment, the stunned audience finally regained their senses, collectively gasping as if the very air had been siphoned from the space around them. How could this be? The heavenly Tao steel, shattered? A voice trembled, barely able to believe its own utterance. This proclamation acted as a catalyst, igniting a cacophony throughout the square. Am I ensnared in an illusion? What have I witnessed? Someone has obliterated the heavenly Tao steel with a mere punch. How is that even conceivable? The heavenly Tao steel is an embodiment of the principles of the Tao. Cultivators beneath the void return realm cannot even leave a mark upon it, let alone destroy it. How is this possible? Indeed. Moreover, this is the individual deemed a complete failure in cultivation. Could it be that he possesses strength rivaling that of a void return master? The murmurs and exclamations surged like towering waves, leaving no soul willing to accept the reality before them. Even the illustrious Emperor Yi, who had weathered countless storms, stood momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura radiated forth, pressing down upon the crowd with such intensity that they felt as if they were gasping for breath. Silence. His voice resonated like celestial music, instantly quelling the tumult of voices around him. Ye's father gently waved his hand, and with a look of utter helplessness, Yi Changsheng, along with the fragments of the heavenly Tao steel, fell to the ground. Changsheng, did you do this? Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Changsheng felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a stone. He had never anticipated that a single punch would possess such devastating power, shattering the heavenly Tao steel into pieces. Had he known, he would have conserved some of his strength. Now, the opportunity had vanished into thin air. Well, it seems that I did. With a heavy heart, he gazed at the slowly dissipating fragments of the heavenly Tao steel and responded solemnly. How do you possess such strength? Ye's father gazed intensely, his fiery eyes seemingly eager to dissect him for study. At this moment, the other powerful figures and prodigies from various clans, having regained their composure, could only forcibly accept an undeniable truth. The rumored waste of a body, who could not cultivate, had shattered the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch. Xiao Chen stared vacantly at the Yi father and son not far away, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be. How could a mere waste achieve such a feat? Even I could only etch my name upon it by relying on half of an indestructible golden body. Why? Why?" Chapter 14. The shock of the Yi family a waste. Yet how could he accomplish such an astonishing and unprecedented act? Under the weight of this immense disparity, Xiao Chen could scarcely maintain his composure, letting out a fierce and anguished roar. This commotion drew the attention of those around him. Observing his heart-wrenching demeanor, many felt a twinge of sympathy. Now, the individual had shattered the heavenly Tao steel with a single blow, leaving Xiao Shenxi's rewards in ruins. After all, he had painstakingly reformed his indestructible golden body, claiming the top spot on the heavenly Tao steel, only to be left with nothing. Alas, what dreadful luck to encounter such a misfortune. However, it must be said, Xiao Shenxi had previously looked down upon Yi Changsheng. Surely now he would refrain from speaking so boldly. Such murmurs were incessantly exchanged, causing Xiao Chen's eyes to redden with fury. Cursed Yi Changsheng, cursed waste. It is all his doing. My fortune, my path, all of it is gone. Not far away, Yi Changsheng was immersed in regret, sighing as he watched the fragments of the heavenly Tao steel vanish completely. Why did he rush? Had he secured the first position, the accompanying power would have significantly elevated his strength. Now, not only was his effort in vain, but his abilities were also laid bare, unnecessarily amplifying his risks. Changsheng, tell me honestly, how did you achieve this? The voice of Ye's father resonated once more, finally bringing him back to his senses. Before Yi Changsheng could utter a word, dozens of formidable figures swiftly arrived, encircling him completely. All were venerable elders of the Yi family, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed at Yi Changsheng. Patriarch, the heavenly Tao steel has shattered. What does this mean? Father Yi nodded, a hint of pride gracing his features as he pointed to Yi Changsheng, declaring, indeed, it is my son who has accomplished this. What? How could this be possible? He is unable to cultivate the primordial ancient body. The clan elders, one more incredulous than the other, found it utterly unimaginable that the once disregarded waste could perform such a shocking and extraordinary feat. Ye's father found this somewhat perplexing. Master, it would be prudent to conduct an examination for the young master without delay. As you are aware, the Taiwan ancient Tao physique is fundamentally incompatible with cultivation. Yet the young master was able to shatter the heavenly Tao monument. Such combat prowess is truly astonishing. Indeed, the elders of the clan chimed in, expressing their agreement with the speaker's sentiments. Ye's father hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Changsheng and softly inquired, my son, would you be willing to allow your father to examine your health? Yi Changsheng had long anticipated that once he revealed his strength, such occurrences would be utterly unavoidable. Very well, I have no objections. As a crowd of anxious onlookers gathered to examine Yi Changsheng's condition, not far away, Xiao Chen was nearly driven to madness. This shouldn't be happening. This is not how it should be. I must kill him. I must kill him. He muttered to himself, his expression contorted, while the spiritual energy within him began to surge. At that moment, an ancient ring on his hand suddenly emitted a faint white light, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Xiao Chen. A sudden, thunderous voice echoed in his mind, breaking through the rage and hatred that clouded his thoughts. Steady yourself. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. The elderly voice was tinged with urgency, carrying a peculiar power that continuously washed over and soothed Xiao Chen's turbulent mind. The Heavenly Path Monument is merely an opportunity. If lost, it is lost. What significance does it hold in comparison to the path of the Emperor? In my youth, I missed countless opportunities. Yet I persevered step by step to reach the realm of the sage. Even now, as a remnant soul clinging to existence, I have never entertained thoughts of despair. Will you allow a momentary setback to defeat you? The old voice grew increasingly insistent, resonating within Xiao Chen's mind until he finally regained clarity. Senior Kanglan, he whispered, and gradually, his countenance grew serene. Indeed, you speak true. I must not be swayed by fleeting gains and losses. The path to becoming an emperor is of utmost importance. If you, a venerable sage of Kanglan, can start anew, then I too can certainly endure. The elderly voice finally expressed satisfaction. Excellent. This is the mindset befitting someone I hold in high regard. However, to shatter the Heavenly Path Monument with a single punch, that young prince is no simple character. Could it be that he has discovered the cultivation method of the ancient path of Taolang? This question now permeated the minds of all present. The news of Yi Jia's son being a Taihuang ancient Tao body, which rendered him incapable of cultivation, had spread across the world since the moment of his birth. Over the years, the Yi couple had made countless efforts, never allowing their son to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, how could it be that this seemingly useless body suddenly exhibited such power? As people pondered this mystery, the most plausible explanation was that the Yi family had discovered a method to cultivate the Taiwan ancient Tao body. If this were indeed the case, various factions would need to reconsider and reintegrate this physique into the ranks of geniuses. The ethereal energy of consciousness coursed through his body, washing over him time and again. Yi Changxing felt like a mere laboratory mouse, subjected to the meticulous scrutiny of the clan elders, one after another. The fervent gaze in the eyes of these elderly men made him feel as though he were being penetrated to his very core, prompting him to squirm uncomfortably. Nevertheless, the more they probed, the more perplexed the elders became. This cannot be right. The young man still possessed no trace of spiritual energy and remained incapable of cultivation. The results of my investigations corroborate this. It is inconceivable. There must be something we have overlooked. Let us examine further. After nearly half an hour of this ordeal, even U.S. father, a great emperor, conducted several thorough examinations. Ultimately, they were compelled to acknowledge an undeniable truth. Yi Changxing was indeed unable to cultivate, as not a shred of spiritual energy resided within him. The elder's astonishment gradually morphed into profound bewilderment. How can this be, if he cannot cultivate? Why then was the imperial scion able to shatter the heavenly Tao monument? A voice of confusion emerged, expressing their utter incomprehension. Ye's father took the initiative to respond, saying, although Changxing cannot cultivate, his physique is remarkably robust. Changxing, do you possess any extraordinary opportunities? Yi Changxing had long contemplated this matter. Previously, he had acquired a silent spirit jade pendant from the system, which could completely obscure his cultivation traces. Even someone of his father's caliber would find it difficult to detect any anomalies unless he exerted himself to the fullest. This was precisely why Yi dared to showcase his strength, unafraid of revealing his true cultivation level. Oh, this incident might be connected to the fortuitous encounter I experienced a few years ago. Back then, while frolicking on the back mountain, I inadvertently fell into a cave, and in a state of extreme hunger, consumed a red fruit, which subsequently enhanced my constitution significantly. Yi Changxing spoke with reckless abandon. After all, he was the son of the emperor, with his parents standing firmly behind him, leaving others unable to press him for verification. This explanation left the clan elders exchanging glances, for they were not fools and found it hard to accept such claims at face value. Chapter 15. Blatant targeting. Very well, since Changxing has stated it thus, it may indeed be a matter of his good fortune. Let us pause this discussion for now and reconvene at a later time to deliberate further. Ye's father set the tone for this matter, and the clan elders did not dare to challenge his opinion. Just then, a sudden change occurred in the heavens above. Clouds and mist gathered, and the sound of Tao reverberated like ripples. The area where the heavenly Tao steel once stood suddenly emanated a faint celestial light, gradually coalescing into a resplendent orb of golden radiance. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the transformation unfolding in the sky, with various speculations arising. Whoosh! As the golden light took shape, it suddenly plummeted downward like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the lethargic head of Yi Changxing. Ye's father frowned slightly, a trace of imperial aura emanating from him, instantly causing those around to retreat in haste. Xiao Chen, witnessing this scene, could not help but revel in schadenfreude. The heavens are watching. This young man has shattered the heavenly Tao steel. Now he has truly courted trouble. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when the voice of the saint of Kanglin echoed in his mind. This young man is extraordinary. With the body of the Taihuang ancient Tao and his current combat prowess, he must have encountered some unique fortuity. Although he lacks cultivation now, his innate strength is remarkable. You should focus your thoughts on your own training and avoid unnecessary complications. Listening to the counsel of the saint of Kanglin, Xiao Chen, despite feeling vexed, was able to discern the gravity of the situation and responded with a muted acknowledgement. Rest assured, although he may presently be slightly stronger than you, ultimately, he possesses a physique that cannot cultivate. Given time, you will surely surpass him. This statement brought a measure of comfort to Xiao Chen, soothing the tumultuous thoughts within him. Observing Yi Changxing in silence, Gu Qingyi expressed her concern. Father, is my husband all right? Father Yi nodded, expressing that the issue should not be significant. The golden light that had just enveloped them bore the essence of the heavenly Tao and posed no real threat. It was unlikely to endanger Changxing. As they conversed, Yi Changxing gradually opened his eyes. My dear, Changxing, how are you? Their voices coincided almost perfectly, jolting Yi Changxing back to his senses. He quickly adopted a peculiar expression and remarked, I am quite well. But what exactly was that golden radiance? Ye's father inquired with a hint of concern. Indeed, I shattered the heavenly Tao steel, and then it seemed as if the heavenly Tao bestowed upon me a cultivation technique. A technique? At this, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. The heavenly Tao granted a technique? How could this be? It is indeed rare to encounter such a phenomenon. One who can shatter the heavenly Tao steel must undeniably be a prodigious talent acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Is it so surprising to have such an extraordinary fate? Alas, it is regrettable that he cannot cultivate. The technique bestowed by the heavenly Tao is surely something remarkable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ye's father narrowed his eyes slightly. Chongqing, what has the heavenly Tao given you, considering your inability to cultivate? It appears to be a technique for physical cultivation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were immediately taken aback. Techniques for physical cultivation are scarce among the myriad races and are far more precious than ordinary techniques. Moreover, since it is a gift from the heavenly Tao, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Chen, who had managed to steady his mindset, nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. After painstakingly dispersing his energy to start anew, he had assumed he would be rewarded for his efforts on the heavenly Tao steel, only to return empty-handed. Instead, this fool reaped immense benefits. How could he not feel jealousy and rage? Father Yi chuckled heartily, choosing not to inquire further into the specifics. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he enveloped Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi within the clouds. Please take care of things and see our esteemed guests off, he instructed. The clan elders exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to comply with Father Ye's command. Given that so many had witnessed the event, it was certain that Yi Chongqing's reputation would soon spread far and wide. Above the clouds, he asked, Chongqing, what is the name of the technique you have acquired? With a beaming smile, Yi Mu inquired, gently rubbing Yi Chongqing's head. I always knew that our Chongqing was no ordinary person. He could even shatter the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch. Truly remarkable. Yi Chongqing, his head nearly tousled into a nest, shook it in dissatisfaction before saying, the technique is called the everlasting immortal body, which essentially involves invoking heavenly thunder to temper the body, refining its essence to continuously strengthen oneself. I see. That can indeed be regarded as a commendable cultivation method. Ye's father nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. Now that you possess this bestowed cultivation technique, you must dedicate yourself to your training and refrain from squandering time. Do you understand? A suggestion from his parents. Cultivate the 10,000 forms catastrophe body. Danger level, moderate difficulty, relatively weak reward, advanced gift package. As Yi Chongqing listened to the system's cold voice, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. The 10,000 forms catastrophe god appeared to be quite formidable. Even the act of cultivation carried a moderate level of danger. However, this also indirectly affirmed its extraordinary nature. Anything deemed worthy by the system is undoubtedly remarkable. With the reward from the Heavenly Path Monument restored, a cloud of uncertainty lifted from Yi Chongqing's face, revealing a genuine smile of joy. Very well, I shall diligently pursue my training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Yi Chongqing's actions in the floating square have become widely known, and everyone is aware that he has acquired a physical cultivation technique. However, as the young master of the Yi family, coupled with the protection of his two extraordinary parents, no one dares to venture a probe into his affairs. Yi Chongqing soon immersed himself in the cultivation of the cosmic calamity god, leaving no room for distractions. However, emotions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in his chamber, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and shimmering golden light. Nevertheless, his brows were tightly knitted, indicating he had encountered a problem. After a moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. That scoundrel Yi Chongqing not only caused me to lose the rewards from the heavenly Tao steel, but also obtained a physical cultivation technique. It is utterly infuriating. My mental state is now somewhat unstable, all thanks to that rascal. His indignation was palpable, revealing his deep-seated resentment towards Yi Chongqing. Young Master Yi too has arrived, a servant's voice called from outside. Xiao Chen inhaled deeply and rose. Understood. Moments later, a defiant young man, seemingly of similar age, sat before Xiao Chen. Brother Chen, how can you endure this matter? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but frown. What do you mean by that, Yi Tu? The youth named Yi Tu snorted coldly, his face brimming with indignation. Brother Chen, you are the divine son of our Yi family and have even cultivated the indestructible golden body. In my opinion, the technique that Yi Chongqing, that good for nothing, obtained should have rightfully belonged to you. Xiao Chen had long harbored grievances about this matter, and Yi Tu's words reignited the turmoil within him. Despite being deemed a waste, he had the backing of capable parents. What could he do? Must he endure this silent loss? Chapter 16. Rumors and whispers. Xiao Chen, filled with agitation, could no longer remain seated and began pacing back and forth. What can I do? He lamented his confinement within the confines of his residence, realizing that even if he wished to retaliate, he found no opportunity. After cursing under his breath, he glanced at Yi Tu, who was cradling a teacup, and an idea sparked in his mind. This individual hailed from a collateral branch of the Yi family, lacking talent and progress in cultivation, having been stuck at the blood refinement stage for years. Once, they had clashed during their youth, but after a beating, Yi Tu had seemingly transformed, displaying a markedly different attitude towards Xiao Chen, bordering on sycophancy. Utilizing Yi Tu's collateral status could serve as a perfect cover for certain actions. Furthermore, his dim-witted nature would ensure that any words spoken would raise no suspicions. With this thought, a smile spread across Xiao Chen's face. Come here. I have a few words to share with you. He leaned closer to Yi Tu, whispering conspiratorially. After a period of mundane tranquility within the elder hall, several elders of the Yi family gathered, their expressions oddly enigmatic. The third elder, seated at the head, spoke. You have all investigated that day, indeed. There are no signs of cultivation on the young master. But if that is the case, how did he possess the ability to shatter the heavenly Tao steel? A question was posed, plunging the atmosphere back into silence. Another clan elder scoffed, asserting that regardless of how the circumstances arose, it was impossible for the young man to have encountered any extraordinary fortune, as he claimed. The area behind the mountain had been thoroughly explored, with even the locations of yellow-grade spiritual artifacts meticulously marked. How could he have stumbled upon such a serendipitous event? This sentiment resonated with the elders, who held little faith in Xiao Chen's fanciful tales. Yet, standing behind him was the matriarch of the Yi family, making any forceful inquiry impractical. In the midst of this silence, a voice, somewhat hoarse, hesitantly broke through. Have you heard the recent rumors circulating among the clansmen? They say the young master possesses a naturally malevolent body, forsaken by heaven and earth. His journey to the heavenly Tao tablet was merely to provoke divine retribution, and by mere chance, he shattered the tablet. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Have you lost your senses? Retorted an elder, immediately met with a chorus of dissent. We were all present that day. Where was this divine retribution, if there had been any? How could the young master have received the cultivation techniques bestowed by the heavenly Tao? The elder who posed the questions fell silent, unable to respond. And with a cold snort, he ceased to speak. The third elder sighed softly, shaking his head. Enough. The young master is the son of the clan head and matriarch. With their vigilance, there should be no significant trouble. We ought to worry less. Though the upper echelons of the clan remained unfazed by the rumors, the whispers among the lower ranks could not be stifled, coupled with the machinations of those with ulterior motives. The notion of Xiao Chen as a malevolent body spread beyond the Yi family, permeating other great clans and sacred grounds. The number of those who believed he was a malevolent body, provoking divine retribution to shatter the heavenly Tao tablet, grew steadily. If such rumors continued to proliferate, unforeseen consequences might arise. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of this storm, Xiao Chen sat in his room, drenched in sweat. He fixated on the object on the table, his hands clasped tightly, gritting his teeth. May the celestial deities guide me. 3. It must be 3. He muttered amidst his chaotic thoughts, then threw the dice, his gaze intensely fixed upon it. As the dice spun, it appeared poised to land on the 3. Damn it! Xiao Chen could not help but bang his fist on the table, muttering in frustration, what a stroke of bad luck. The dice lay silently on the table, showing a 4. Opposite him, Gu Qingyi could not contain her laughter and gently reassured him. My dear husband, there is no need to be upset. Perhaps my luck is equally poor. As she spoke, she picked up the dice and casually tossed them, landing a 5. Counting her spaces, Gu Qingyi placed her final piece of the game onto the finish line. And with a hint of exasperation, she added, my dear husband, I assure you, it was not intentional. Xiao Chen leaned back against the chair, sighing in resignation as he shook his head and remarked, enough, enough, I shall no longer engage in this. It became evident to him that no matter the circumstances, his luck could never rival hers. Gu Qingyi responded with a soft swiftly putting away the flying chess game from the table before sitting down to face him, appearing somewhat hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Gu Qingyi paused for a moment, then sighed softly and replied, my dear husband, there are rumors circulating outside that you are a natural harbinger of calamity, and that shattering the heavenly Tao monument was an act of divine retribution. Are you not at all concerned? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and scoffed. One cannot fathom which fool has conjured such baseless tales. If it were truly divine retribution, why would the heavens bestow upon me a cultivation method? Is it to strike me and then offer a sweet reward? He turned to Qingyi, assuring her, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Rumors are but whispers that will fade with the passage of time." Observing Yi Changshen's apparent nonchalance towards the matter, Gu Qingyi could not help but sigh, "My lord, this issue deserves a measure of seriousness. The rumors have already spread, and there are even murmurs suggesting that your acquisition of the cultivation method is unmerited, urging you to relinquish it at once." Hehehe. Yi Changsheng suddenly burst into laughter, a visage devoid of any trace of concern. These individuals, it seems, are only capable of resorting to such despicable tactics. It appears that someone covets the techniques I have acquired and has thus disseminated these rumors to apply pressure upon me. I shall pay them no heed. As long as my parents are by my side, I shall not yield. Let them see what they can do to me. Observing the composed Yu Changsheng, Gu Qingyi felt a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Although her husband often appeared nonchalant, his perceptiveness was indeed remarkable, swiftly identifying the crux of the matter. He was not mistaken. As long as his father and mother were present, no one truly dared to threaten him. Yi Changsheng yawned and suddenly stood up, saying, "Qingyi, let us visit your spiritual garden and pick some fruits to enjoy." Gu Qingyi was momentarily rendered speechless. The way he phrased it made it seem as though she were merely tending to the vegetable patch of an old farmer. Nevertheless, since Yu Changsheng had finally expressed a desire to venture out, she certainly would not decline his invitation. Moments later, the couple descended upon an immensely vast floating celestial island. The majestic mountains were resplendent, enveloped in ethereal spirit, and the air was remarkably fresher than in other places. Yu Changsheng's spirits lifted considerably as he gazed upon the neatly arranged spiritual fields before him. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Let us go and seek out some fresh delicacies." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Lingtian island chain, Xiao Chen arrived gracefully. He found himself at a bottleneck in his golden body cultivation and required several spiritual herbs to aid his progress. However, after taking only a few steps, he faintly heard voices in the distance. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and glanced in the direction from which the sound emanated. Chapter 17. The Shattering of the Golden Body. Upon recognizing the features of the two individuals, his gaze instantly froze. "Come, open your mouth." Yi Changsheng held a grape-like spiritual fruit in his hand, chuckling as he tossed it into Gu Qingyi's mouth. "How does it taste?" "It is a delightful blend of sweet and sour, truly delicious." "Haha, although this fruit appears unremarkable, its flavor is surprisingly pleasant. When I first discovered it, I kept it to myself, secretly picking and indulging in it." Observing Yi Changsheng's triumphant demeanor, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she noticed something and softly said, "Husband, please hold still." "What is it?" A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Yi Changsheng to awkwardly stand with his arms outstretched. Gu Qingyi's beautifully cold and delicate visage drew nearer, quickening his breath. The buried fear within him made his body tremble, instinctively wanting to retreat from such close proximity. It's all right. Qingyi is a good girl. Unlike that despicable person from my past. Steady. I can overcome this." Yi Changsheng continually encouraged himself inwardly, yet the physiological urge to evade became increasingly difficult to suppress. Gu Qingyi raised her hand, slowly approaching his cheek. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, unable to fathom what would ensue should their skin make contact. The cool, soft sensation vanished in an instant. Before the wave of aversion could surge within Yi Changsheng, Gu Qingyi stepped back a few paces. "Husband, you have fruit pulp at the corner of your mouth." "Huh? Oh, I see." Yi Changsheng responded somewhat absent-mindedly, awkwardly lowering his arms. "I apologize for the trouble, Qingyi." Gu Qingyi smiled radiantly and gently replied, "Husband, you speak too modestly. This is merely what Qingyi ought to do." Amidst the unspoken allure, someone was on the verge of grinding their teeth in frustration. Xiao Chen, observing this scene from a distance, clenched his teeth audibly. How shameful they are. The goddess of his dreams was smiling sweetly at the worthless fool in his eyes, pushing the last thread of his composure to the brink of snapping. As he watched the pair retreating further away, his breathing grew increasingly labored, and blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. "Xiao Chen." The saint of Kanglin within the ring finally sensed the disturbance and yelled sternly in Xiao Chen's mind. Startled by the aged voice, Xiao Chen's face momentarily displayed a struggle, and his gaze regained a semblance of clarity. "Senior Kanglin, I shall remain steadfast and not entertain distracting thoughts." Xiao Chen instinctively complied, sitting cross-legged upon the ridge. The spiritual energy within him hinted at a potential eruption, causing mounting pressure on his meridians with pain radiating from various parts of his body. Yu Changxing and Gu Qingyi remained oblivious to Xiao Chen's presence not far from them. After the events that had just transpired, his heart continued to race fervently. The delicate and smooth touch of Gu Qingyi's fingers had left a profound impression on Yu Changxing's mind. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have overcome his innate fear of women. The atmosphere between them was somewhat peculiar. Gu Qingyi, uncertain of her own thoughts, would occasionally steal glances at Yu Changxing, only to swiftly avert her gaze. This girl, Qingyi, is truly remarkable, innocent and kind-hearted. Yet, I ponder whether this affliction I bear. Yi Changxing was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, yearning to draw closer to Gu Qingyi, yet plagued by the apprehension that his affliction might prove burdensome for her. Lost in contemplation, his mind began to wander. "Husband, be careful," Gu Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp Yi Changxing's wrist. Yi Changxing suddenly regained his senses, only to realize that he had unknowingly strayed from his path, nearly stepping into the void. Yet, as he turned around, his eyes widened involuntarily. Gu Qingyi delicately grasped his wrist, yet within her heart, the aversion she once felt had significantly diminished. "Qingyi, you." Yi Changxing opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Gu Qingyi had also noticed her husband's peculiar behavior during this period. Upon seeing his gaze fixed on her arm, she quickly withdrew her hand. "My dear husband, I did not mean to. I harbor no grievances against you. I merely. Yi Changxing's emotions were exceedingly complex, a tempest of thoughts that he struggled to articulate. Despite the severity of his ailment, there seemed to be a shift in his condition in Gu Qingyi's presence. As his mind raced, he swiftly buried those convoluted thoughts deep within. "Let us return," he finally suggested. Gu Qingyi nodded, but suddenly felt someone grasp her hand. In that moment of surprise, Yi Changxing's muscles tensed as he pulled her forward. Gu Qingyi burst into laughter, finding her husband rather amusing. In the distance, as Xiao Chen finally calmed the turbulent spiritual energy within him and prepared to return to his quarters for further meditation, he opened his eyes to witness Yu Changxing taking Gu Qingyi's hand. Instantly, Xiao Chen's heart felt as if it were tearing apart. The genuine smile that radiated from Gu Qingyi pierced through his heart, extinguishing the worries that had plagued him. If he could not see that she was willingly engaged, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. How could this be? Xiao Chen murmured to himself, the vibrancy in his gaze gradually dissipating. He had believed that Gu Qingyi was coerced by the Gu family, forced into marriage by her ineffectual parents. He thought that his act of saving her 5 years ago had left some impression upon her heart. He had assumed that if he became sufficiently exceptional, she would regard him with newfound admiration. But why? Why had she never displayed a hint of reluctance? A multitude of questions surged within him, clawing at his heart like sharp talons, each one adding to the scars of his turmoil. "Xiao Chen, regain your focus, cease these thoughts." The anxious voice of Kanglin echoed in his mind like a resounding bell. Yet, the methods that had once proven effective now failed to yield the desired results. A trickle of blood slowly slipped from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Endowed with extraordinary talent, he had always been the center of attention, cherished wherever he went. Yet, against that seemingly worthless body, he had suffered multiple humiliations. The woman he adored had become his wife, a notion he had believed to be a heroic rescue, only to discover it had been mere self-delusion. Even the reward from the Tao monument, which seemed a certainty, had been completely thwarted by that same worthless body, leaving him with naught but a futile endeavor. Time and again, these failures were unbearable for someone of his pride. The spiritual energy within him began to spiral out of control, and droplets of blood began to seep from his body, accompanied by a tumult in his vital essence. Chapter 18. The Indestructible Golden Body Cracks. Xiao Chen, awaken. At this rate, your indestructible golden body will be compromised. However, what one fears often comes to pass. In a state of mental disarray, Xiao Chen was utterly unable to control his turbulent energies, allowing them to rampage unchecked. His indestructible golden body was only half-formed. While its exterior appeared impervious, its interior had yet to be cultivated to the level of flesh and bone. Consequently, as the chaotic energies within him clashed violently, his golden body began to tremble from the inside out. To an onlooker, the golden light enveloping Xiao Chen flickered erratically, akin to a flickering bulb in an aging circuit. "Xiao Chen, if you do not awaken now, all will be lost. All your previous efforts will be in vain." The anxious and wrathful voice of the Saint of Kanglin echoed, desperately attempting to salvage the situation at the last moment. Yet, how could a soul in such deep confusion be roused by a mere remnant? At last, in a singular moment, crack, a subtle yet crisp sound resonated. marking the sudden silence of the Kanglan saint. Crack, crack. A series of faint, sharp sounds followed, accompanied by the saint's resigned sigh. Alas! Then came a sound of fracture clearer than any before, reminiscent of a glass cup shattering. The pain that pierced his soul jolted Xiao Chen back to awareness for a fleeting instant. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he suddenly grasped the gravity of his predicament. What is happening? Your indestructible golden body is cracked, came the saint's voice, tinged with resignation and despair, causing Xiao Chen's expression to stiffen in horror. How can this be possible? No sooner had he spoken than his body erupted in a blinding radiance. A scream of excruciating pain reverberated from his dantian, instantly capturing the attention of the station warriors. When someone flew in haste to investigate, they found the scion of the Yi family, Xiao Chen, lying in a pool of blood, his aura faint and his complexion ashen. At the same moment, Yi Chongqing turned back in perplexity to glance at Ling Tiando, asking Gu Qingyi, "Qingyi, did you hear any screams just now?" "Screams?" Gu Qingyi replied with some confusion, straining her ears before shaking her head and saying, "I didn't hear anything at all." Yi Chongqing felt as if he might be imagining things, but he dismissed the thought and smiled, saying, "Come, let us return to our chambers. I shall teach you a novel pastime known as chess." "Very well, I shall heed my husband's words." Half a day later, numerous formidable figures from the Yi family gathered within the grand hall. The expressions of the elders were grave, and the atmosphere in the hall was rather oppressive. The grand elder seated at the head of the table appeared somewhat detached, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. "What is the matter concerning Xiao Chen? Have we ascertained the truth?" Immediately, someone spoke up, reporting to the elder, the investigation yielded clear results. At that time, the divine son Xiao Chen sought several spiritual herbs to refine his indestructible golden body and thus journeyed to Spirit Field Isle. However, upon arriving there, for reasons unknown, he suddenly experienced a sense of chest tightness and disorientation, resulting in an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy and blood, which ultimately shattered his indestructible golden body from within. The 17th elder, stationed at Spirit Field, arrived 5 breaths later and found no external threats, only Xiao Chen was present. He corroborated this account, and our investigations revealed no other traces, essentially ruling out any covert external assault. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed. "So, you were suggesting that this incident was merely an accident?" No sooner had he spoken than another voice, filled with indignation, interjected, "How can this possibly be just an accident? Xiao Chen is a prodigious talent among our younger generation, a standout among the 10 divine sons, and undoubtedly a pillar of the Yi family in the future. How can we accept that such an important figure suddenly fell into turmoil? Are you suggesting to the clan that our holy son is a reckless individual incapable of controlling his own vitality?" This line of reasoning resonated with many, prompting a wave of agreement. The Grand Elder fell into contemplation as the disputes within the hall grew increasingly fervent. Without evidence to suggest foul play, what can we do? The absence of proof does not equate to the absence of investigation. If such a significant prodigy as Xiao Chen can unexpectedly encounter misfortune, what will become of our Yi family's reputation? Indeed, especially considering that Xiao Chen is our clan's divine son, one of the future protectors of the Yi family. We cannot hastily classify this as merely an accident. "Indeed, I share this perspective," echoed another voice. The hall erupted into a cacophony of voices reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. However, the majority leaned towards the necessity of a thorough investigation, unwilling to let the matter slip away so easily. After a quarter of an hour, the imposing Grand Elder finally spoke. Silence. As he spoke, the hall fell silent. "Xiao Chen holds a special status and is a rare talent for our Yi family. It is only just and reasonable that we continue our investigation. We cannot simply abandon this matter. You all must contribute your efforts and leave no stone unturned. Should no discernible outcome be reached in the end, it would not be too late to classify it as an unforeseen incident. If it truly comes to that juncture, even if Xiao Chen is not a result of an accident, he must endure in silence. We cannot afford to offend someone who can move about freely within the layers of protection surrounding the Yi family." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the gathering grew solemn. He immediately contemplated the dire possibilities. Even if the likelihood were a mere fraction, it warranted careful consideration. "Let us bolster our defenses within the clan in the coming days to prevent any further disturbances." The elders unanimously agreed. The Grand Elder suddenly turned to the clan elder who had just reported on the investigation, asking once more, "Reflect carefully. Are there any clues that you might have overlooked?" The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, before his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. There was something he was uncertain about mentioning. The other elders were instantly intrigued. 19. You were truly a rogue. Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? Indeed, why conceal any clues? Elder 19 waved his hand dismissively, sighing in resignation. It is not that I wish to withhold information, but the matter is somewhat complicated. Amidst the urging of the crowd, he finally revealed, on the day of Xiao Chen's incident, the young master and his spouse had just departed from Ling Tian Island. At this utterance, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Almost everyone was taken aback, realizing that this incident could implicate their own young master. After a lengthy pause, someone finally ventured. 19. Are you suggesting that Xiao Chen's incident might be connected to young Master Changxing? Elder 19 promptly waved his hand. I did not assert such a claim. I merely present this as a clue. Chapter 19. A visit to Xiao Chen. With Elder 19's revelation, the expressions of the elders in the hall grew increasingly nuanced. Logically, all individuals who traveled to Ling Tian Island that day bore suspicion. Thorough investigations were essential, and none should escape scrutiny lightly. However, given that Yi Changsheng was the family's young master, the situation became decidedly delicate. Above them stood a patriarch to consider. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke. This matter should not be publicized for the time being. Focus on investigating others. We need not rush regarding the young master's situation. Let me confer with the patriarch first before making any decisions. The Grand Elder has rendered a decision, and naturally, there were few dissenting voices among the others. However, this matter has finally captured the attention of the clan elders, leading to a more ambiguous stance towards Yi Changxing. After all, there had been rumors suggesting that the relationship between the two was rather strained. It would not be entirely unfathomable if, in a fit of anger, some actions were taken. Although the Yi family has made timely efforts to mitigate the situation, the news of Xiao Chen's injury has inevitably spread. Furthermore, the higher-ups are well aware that his injuries are far from trivial. His indestructible golden body has been shattered, indicating a grave condition. When Yi Changxing received the news from his parents, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Mother, did you say that Xiao Chen's indestructible golden body has been shattered? Yimu sighed and nodded, saying, indeed. That day on Ling Tian Island, for reasons unknown, his vital energy suddenly surged in reverse, causing him to shatter his indestructible golden body from within. The indestructible golden body was already far from perfected, and this severe injury is likely to pose significant risks. It is not a commendable entity. One who does not engage in virtuous deeds will inevitably face retribution. Yi Changxing harbored not a trace of sympathy, and in fact, he was on the verge of bursting into laughter. The previous scoundrel had repeatedly sought trouble with him and had covertly coveted Qingyi. Were it not for his desire to conceal his true strength, coupled with the fact that the other was a scion of a prominent family, he would have longed to take action and teach him a proper lesson. However, it seemed that fate had intervened, allowing this fool to reap the consequences of his own misdeeds, thus sparing him the trouble of intervening. Upon hearing this, Yimu could not help but cast him a disapproving glance. My child, you ought to possess a modicum of compassion, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Chen is still the divine son of the Yi family. One should not scorn others, even if one does not feel sympathy. Do you understand? I shall remember, mother. Yi Changxing responded with a subtle smile in his heart. After exchanging some idle chatter and inquiring about Yi Changxing's cultivation progress, Yi's mother stood up, preparing to leave. Just before exiting, she suddenly turned back and said, My son, you are the heir of the Yi family. You must exhibit a measure of magnanimity. Do you understand? Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, as if he began to comprehend the implications of his words. With nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well pay a visit to Xiao Chen. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his mother's figure vanished from sight. From his parents came the suggestion, visit Xiao Chen. Level of danger, none difficulty, very easy reward, ordinary gift package. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingyi closed the door behind her, her face adorned with curiosity as she inquired, Husband, shall we go and see that Xiao Chen? Indeed. Why not? He cheerfully replied, embracing the task bestowed upon him by the system. Within the secluded courtyard, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on a soft couch, surrounded by several solemn clan elders. As he activated his indestructible golden body, a dim golden light emanated, revealing several conspicuous cracks upon his form. Sighing, one of the elders expressed his concern. These cracks are no trivial matter. The critical issue lies in the fact that they have split from within, making repairs exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Furthermore, Even if we manage to mend them, the once flawless, indestructible golden body will bear hidden scars, rendering it impossible to achieve perfection. Another elder added, which deepened the gravity of the atmosphere among the group. After a moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen, how do you feel? Xiao Chen slowly shook his head, a ghastly smile emerging upon his pale visage. The restoration is painfully slow. It will take an extensive period. The elders exchanged glances, rising to offer comfort. There's no need to rush. Take it one step at a time. After all, you possess extraordinary talent, and perhaps one day, you will restore your golden body to its former glory. Having reassured Xiao Chen, the elders departed the room. He remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and growled. Yi Changsheng, Gu Qingyi, you shall pay the price. Young man, it is prudent to focus on the present. The voice of St. Kanglin resonated in his mind, suppressing Xiao Chen's inner fury and rage. Although your golden body is shattered, I possess knowledge of certain restoration methods that can minimize the repercussions. You must maintain a balanced mindset. Such occurrences must not happen again. In the coming days, refrain from venturing outside to avoid encountering that young man. I have a lingering suspicion that he harbors something extraordinary. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded fiercely. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, voices of conversation drifted in from outside, prompting St. Kanglin to fall silent. Your Highness, the young master and young mistress have come to see you. At this announcement, Xiao Chen's gaze abruptly froze, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Yi Changsheng and his wife sat leisurely, engaged in hushed conversation. After a moment of silence in the room, a deep voice resonated, "Please enter." The servant opened the door, and Yi Changsheng, accompanied by Gu Qingyi, stepped inside. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, who appeared frail and weak as he reclined on the soft couch, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of joy within, though his face betrayed a somber expression. Brother Xiao, I have also heard about your situation. Life is often fraught with disappointments. May you find solace and acceptance. This remark caused Xiao Chen's eyelids to twitch violently, a surge of anger rising within him. Yi Changsheng, I am merely suffering from a cracked golden body, not facing imminent demise. Yi Changsheng feigned a look of bewilderment and promptly tapped his forehead, expressing his apologies. Oh dear, how careless of me. It seems I have lost my eloquence. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, we are family, and I hold your matters in the highest regard. Qingyi? Gu Qingyi responded affirmatively. Leave the elixirs for Brother Xiao. With a graceful wave of her hand, several small jade vials materialized upon the table. Yi Changsheng chuckled and said, Brother Xiao, these are all elixirs that replenish qi and blood. I spent a considerable portion of my fortune to acquire them, and I hope they will be of assistance to you. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to smash his fist into that infuriatingly smug face, and coldly replied, I appreciate your concern. I am quite well. Is there anything else? Oh, nothing at all. I merely came to check on you. The thought of your golden body shattering fills me with profound sorrow, he lamented, his tone dripping with exaggerated theatrics. Seeing his ostentatious demeanor, Xiao Chen could hardly contain his disdain, wishing he could obliterate that insufferable visage. Humph, then I must sincerely thank you for your concern, he retorted. Chapter 20. The Contest of Schemes. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao, you are too modest. Now that I see you are well, my wife and I shall take our leave and not disturb your recuperation. Although Yi Changsheng harbored a certain animosity towards Xiao Chen, he refrained from exacerbating the wounds of misfortune that had befallen him. We shall not take our leave, he said. Qingyi, let us depart. Just as the two were about to rise, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from outside. Have the young master and young mistress come to visit Xiao Chen? The Grand Elder entered with a smile, holding a vial of elixir which he placed upon the table. Grand Elder, the trio greeted respectfully. After their salutations, the Grand Elder addressed the couple. Do not be hasty in your departure. We shall all leave together shortly. As a senior figure within the clan, second only to the Yi couple, Yi Changsheng felt compelled to show the necessary respect. Thus he and Gu Qingyi seated themselves once more to await further developments. Xiao Chen, here is a dragon blood refinement pill, infused with a trace of the blood of a great demon, which may prove beneficial for your injuries. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened, and a genuine smile finally graced his features. I am deeply grateful for the Grand Elder's kindness. I shall remember this favor. Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded. Your injuries are grave. It is crucial that you avoid overexertion and take ample time to recuperate, in hopes of mending the fractures in your golden body. Understood. After imparting a few more words of advice, the Grand Elder rose, saying, Now, you should rest. we shall take our leave. We bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Xiao Chen and the other person followed the Grand Elder as they departed from Xiao Chen's courtyard. He felt somewhat perplexed, as his interactions with this Grand Elder had been infrequent in the past. Why then had they been specifically requested to remain today? Madam, what is your perspective on this matter concerning Xiao Chen? Gu Qingxi was momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Xiao Chen. She had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would seek her opinion first. Xiao Chen remained silent, offering her a gentle smile and a slight nod. Gu Qingyi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to express her thoughts. Xiao Chen's golden body had sustained damage, reportedly without encountering any external foes. After much contemplation, she could only deduce that it was likely due to an unstable Dao heart, which led to an uncontrollable surge of internal cultivation energy and blood, resulting in the rupture of his golden form. The Grand Elder slowed his pace and responded softly, "Indeed, given the current circumstances, this appears to be the only plausible explanation. It is a pity for such a remarkably gifted prodigy. At such a young age, he managed to cultivate an indestructible golden body, and he was destined to become a pillar of the Yi family in the future." Xiao Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. If half of an indestructible golden body could be referred to as the pillar of the Yi family, then what could be said of his complete indestructible golden body? That young man certainly did not appear to be of good character. Who knows what circumstances might arise by the time he achieves his cultivation? Elder, I, as a junior, believe that Xiao Chen's injury may actually benefit the Yi family. The Grand Elder paused for a moment, looking at Gu Qingyi with some surprise. Young madam, what do you mean by that? Gu Qingyi replied earnestly, Xiao Chen is narrow-minded and lacks generosity, having troubled my husband on several occasions. It is not unexpected for someone with such a rebellious nature to experience instability in their Dao heart, making today's incident both surprising and within reason. In contrast, although he has repeatedly insulted and humiliated my husband has shown considerable magnanimity, choosing not to retaliate for the sake of being a fellow member of the Yi family. If, one day, Xiao Chen were to attain profound cultivation, given his temperament, one cannot predict what actions he might take. Should he still harbor grudges against my husband, it could lead to internal strife within the Yi family. Moreover, with such a disposition, he might very well attract formidable enemies from outside. Gu Qingyi's reasoning was sound, and Xiao Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. After all, she was his wife. Hearing her defend him brought immense joy. After listening to Gu Qingyi's analysis, the Grand Elder remained noncommittal. The ultimate outcome of this matter would require time to reveal itself. You two have done well to visit Xiao Chen. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell, Grand Elder. Once the Grand Elder departed, Xiao Chen looked at Gu Qingyi with admiration. Qingyi, how did you come to think of this perspective? Nothing much. It is simply what I believe. Haha, you truly are a wise woman. Yi Changsheng extolled Gu Qingyi without reservation, causing a flush of embarrassment to grace her cheeks. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from the narrow path. You two cast a gloomy gaze at the receding figures, spitting vehemently onto the ground. How shameless. A pair of illicit lovers. Still gossiping maliciously about Chun Gu behind his back. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard. Chun Gu, we must devise a plan to deal with that couple properly. As Yi Tu entered the room, he began to exclaim, causing Xiao Chen to furrow his brows in confusion. What does this mean? Are you unaware that the Grand Elder just departed with them and inquired about Gu Qingyi's opinion on your injury? Can you guess what that wretched woman had to say? Xiao Chen's frown deepened. What did she say? Yi Tu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, that despicable woman dares to claim that your injury is a fortunate occurrence. She even went on to say that your narrow-mindedness and lack of magnanimity have led to this backlash against you. In front of the Grand Elder, she had the audacity to praise that good-for-nothing Yi Changsheng for his supposed broad-mindedness, stating that he came to see you despite your injuries. Can you believe such shamelessness? That pair of scoundrels clearly came to revel in your misfortune, yet they brazenly attempt to embellish their own reputations. I have never encountered such a lack of shame. Yi Tu was babbling to himself, completely oblivious to the unusual flush that had risen on Xiao Chen's face. If the situation were different, it might not have mattered. Yet, it was precisely as Gu Qingyi had surmised. His own envy and jealousy had destabilized his Dao heart, ultimately leading to the shattering of his golden body. The humiliation of being seen through after such a disgrace filled Xiao Chen with a mixture of shame, anger, and fury. In the turmoil of his emotions, his vital energy began to waver precariously. With a sudden cough, a mouthful of blood was expelled, causing Xiao Chen to tremble and collapse onto the soft couch. Yi Tu was taken aback and hurried over to offer his support. Brother Chen, how are you? I am fine. Xiao Chen shrugged off Yi Tu's assistance, his eyes ablaze with fury. What kind of insidious poison had that damned Yu Chongqing administered to Gu Qingyi? Why did this woman insist on defending him at every turn? Useless. Worthless. If it weren't for his parents, I would have. Xiao Chen cursed vehemently several times, his chest heaving violently, clearly incensed. Yi Tu suddenly smirked, leaning towards Xiao Chen and whispered, Brother Chen, I might have a plan that could potentially make them suffer. Chapter 21. New rumors. Xiao Chen turned to him, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. This fellow was hardly known for his cleverness. Surely, any scheme he devised would be a foolish one. Nevertheless, he found himself at a loss, so listening could prove beneficial. Go ahead, he urged. Brother Chen, do you recall the rumors we spread when the heavenly Dao steel shattered? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that the waste is a natural disaster body? Precisely, Yi Tu affirmed. Yi Tuxing exclaimed with enthusiasm. But Xiao Chen was left utterly speechless. He had anticipated that this individual might conjure some clever solution, yet after such prolonged expectation, this was the outcome? Are you out of your mind? Setting aside the fact that he is not a malevolent entity, do you truly believe there is any credibility to the rumor we circulated? That young man received a divine opportunity for cultivation in front of so many witnesses. If he were genuinely a malevolent being, would the heavens have nothing better to do than bestow gifts upon someone so bothersome? As Xiao Chen uttered the last two sentences, he cautiously glanced out the window, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yi Tu clapped his hands and exclaimed, Chen Gu, your reasoning is flawed. Did Yi Chongqing shatter the heavenly Dao steel upon his first appearance? Indeed. Can he cultivate the archaic Dao physique? Certainly not. So I ask you, what grounds does he have to break the heavenly Dao steel? Merely based on that inexplicable stroke of fortune he claims? There is some merit to this argument. Please, continue. Xiao Chen gazed at Yi Tu with a look of surprise, eager to hear his insights. Consider this. The act of shattering the heavenly Dao steel is rife with uncertainties. Moreover, the rumors we previously discussed regarding him being a slaughter body must have left some impression on our kin. Wouldn't you agree? Now, Chen Good, your golden body shattered just as that couple departed from Ling Tian Island. Could there not be a connection? As he observed the sly smile on Yi Tu's face, Xiao Chen's eyes began to brighten. Indeed, they had just left when my golden body collapsed. I should have been among the suspects, given the preceding events. They certainly cannot so easily extricate themselves from suspicion. Precisely this logic. Yi Tu clapped his hands in excitement, joy radiating from him as he exclaimed, by combining these two matters and spreading the rumors, won't it serve to further confirm that he is indeed that useless being? Precisely. Even if he has the family head and matriarch backing him, the elders will surely not let him off easily. Even if it doesn't lead to him becoming a prisoner, he will certainly find himself in a heap of trouble. Excellent. Xiao Chen bellowed, his spirit noticeably invigorated. This is the crux of the matter. As long as we can let the rumors proliferate, the family must pay heed to it for the sake of our future, even if they know it to be untrue. Yi Tu, I had not recognized your talents before. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Xiao Chen praised heartily, prompting Yi Tu to chuckle and say, wasn't it you, Brother Chen, who sheltered me from the storm? I needn't have troubled myself with such thoughts. Now that you are in such dire straits, how could I, as your brother, refrain from helping you regain your composure? Very well. I, Xiao Chen, shall acknowledge you as my brother for life. Please do visit me often, and feel free to voice any troubles you may have. With Xiao Chen's assurance, Yi Tu beamed with delight. Thank you, Brother Chen. After sharing their joy, the two conspired for some time, meticulously discussing their plans before Yi Tu took his leave from the courtyard. Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph. Let us see how you, the useless one, respond this time. After his visit with Xiao Chen, Yi Chongqing received a reward in the form of a spirit pill, significantly enhancing his indestructible golden body. Now, he was wholly focused on elevating his strength, indifferent to all else. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his fear of women seemed to be somewhat alleviated. He could engage in occasional interactions with Gu Qingyi without an extreme reaction. If life could remain this tranquil, it would be delightful. Alas, fate had other plans. 5 days later, within the Yi family's council hall, 20 elders responsible for various clan affairs convened. The Yi couple sat in the prominent seats, their expressions devoid of emotion, seemingly troubled. The atmosphere within the hall was somewhat tense, as if they were deliberating a significant matter. Patriarch, regardless of whether this is merely a rumor or not, we must approach the issue with caution. After all, it pertains to the future of the Yi family. We cannot afford to be careless, can we? As soon as the fifth elder's words fell, Yi Mother's brows furrowed in indignation. Nonsense! Are you truly gullible enough to believe a rumor that has sprung up from who knows where? Chongqing is my child. I know him better than anyone. You have all watched him grow up. You know he possesses the ancient Tao body. How could he possibly be the so-called innate sorrowful body? Would you rather place your trust in the slander of some unknown rogue than in the descendant raised before your very eyes? The matriarch's probing questions rendered the fifth elder exceedingly awkward, leaving him at a loss for words. Matriarch, he did not mean it that way, the third elder hastily interjected, sensing the tension in the air and striving to ease the situation. Although everyone was aware that it was merely a rumor, the implications for the future of the Yi family warranted a degree of concern. Please do not be upset. The fifth elder has our family's best interests at heart. Let us discuss this amicably. Yimu let out a cold snort, and her imposing presence at the half-step emperor realm instilled a sense of pressure among the clan elders. I tell you, although my son cannot cultivate, it does not mean he can be bullied at will. Such foolish and laughable rumors should no longer be brought up. Otherwise, do not blame me for the warning. Though her words were but a few, they struck a chord of solemnity in the hearts of the elders. The matriarch of the Yi family is certainly not one to indulge in petty whims. Her prowess and cunning are exceptionally formidable, which is why she has maintained her position for so many years. Should one provoke her ire, unforeseen consequences may ensue. The matriarch stated that it was indeed my recklessness. The fifth elder sighed, choosing to bow his head in acknowledgement of his fault. At that moment, the first elder finally spoke. Master of the house, what is your perspective on this matter? You father, who had remained silent until now, scanned the assembly with a calm demeanor and replied, it is merely the idle chatter of insignificant individuals. Upon closer reflection, one can discern that their intentions seem to be aimed specifically at Chongqing. Perhaps his previous performance before the heavenly Tao monument was too dazzling. Those lurking adversaries do not wish for our Yi family to nurture another prodigy and resort to such underhanded tactics. This matter need not weigh heavily on our minds. Rumors are ultimately just that, rumors. First Elder, I would appreciate it if you could investigate this further to identify those who are clandestinely perpetuating this gossip. As per the Master's command, I shall exert my utmost effort, replied the First Elder. Indeed, I will also instruct our clansmen to refrain from disseminating this matter, lest it tarnish the reputation of the Yi family. Chapter 22. The pressure of the Elders' Council just as the decision seemed to be reaching a conclusion. A frail voice echoed from outside the hall. Master of the house, this decision may be somewhat hasty, wouldn't you agree? Yes, father's eyes narrowed instantly. An elderly man with a grizzled beard entered, followed by several other men of similar age. The clan elders were taken aback. The Elder Council, how could they have emerged from their retreat? Ordinarily, they remain in seclusion unless a matter of life and death for the Yi family arises. Could it be that calamity is looming over us? The individuals entering were the most covertly powerful members of the Yi family, the Elder Council, who only mobilized during dire crises. Among them were venerable figures, seasoned and powerful, whose loyalty to the Yi family was unwavering. Uncle, what has prompted your esteemed presence? Yes, father spoke in a calm manner, revealing the identity of the elder. The elder, accompanied by several individuals behind him, entered the grand hall. The grand elder and others promptly stood up, offering their seats to them. Does the head of the family still regard me, his second uncle? Upon hearing the elder's words, Ye's mother's expression darkened slightly. Ye's father remained unfazed by such sarcastic remarks, responding with remarkable composure. What are you saying, second uncle? Has your nephew ever failed to hold you in regard? Had you truly held me in esteem, matters of great significance, such as the Sanluo killing body within our clan, would have been addressed long ago. As the old man spoke, everyone instantly grasped his meaning, which pertained to the rumors surrounding Yi Chongqing's killing body. Yimu furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent as she said, second uncle, you have been in seclusion for many years, thus your awareness of the outside world may be somewhat limited. The so-called Xiao body is merely a rumor, likely disseminated by those who covet the Yi family, aiming to incite chaos and undermine the genius within our clan. Rumor? The second uncle retorted sharply, offering no regard for Yimu's concerns. The whispers you speak of are far from mere fabrications. This Sanluo Xiao body does not merely affect an individual. It has the potential to sever the fortune of an entire family line. Such a grave threat to the future of the Yi family cannot be dismissed as mere gossip. Yimu, filled with indignation and poised to retort, was suddenly interrupted by the familiar voice of her husband. After all, he was her second uncle. and it would not bode well to engage in a conflict with him. Father Yi remained steadfastly focused, discreetly communicating his thoughts. Given that her husband expressed such sentiments, Mother Yi, not being a fool, would naturally refrain from challenging her elders. Otherwise, she would earn an undesirable reputation for disrespecting them. Uncle, do you not find this matter rather absurd? We have known since Xiao Chen's childhood that he possesses the primordial ancient Tao physique. While it may not be conducive to cultivation, it is certainly not akin to a malevolent body. Furthermore, he has grown up under the watchful eyes of the Yi family. If he truly were of such a sinister nature, why has there been no indication of it for the past decade, only for it to emerge recently? Are you suggesting, Uncle, that all of us esteemed members of the Yi family have been deceived? The words of Father Yi were both reasoned and substantiated, garnering a modicum of agreement among the elders present in the hall. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the expression of the second uncle darkened. Patriarch, your remarks seem rather biased, do they not? The exceptional nature of the Sin Luo Sha body lies precisely in its elusive qualities, if it were easily discernible. How could it possibly wield the power to influence the fortunes of the clan? Moreover, the occurrences of the Tai Huang Gu Dao body are exceedingly rare. And for nearly 10 millennia, no one has managed to cultivate it, which naturally diminishes its significance in the minds of others. Who can truly ascertain the specific nature of such a physique, and whether it differs from that of the young master? Yes, father could not help but furrow his brow. Second uncle, are you not being a tad unreasonable? The supreme ancient Tao body is clearly documented in ancient texts as an extraordinary constitution. Though it cannot be cultivated under the current celestial rules, it is certainly not comparable to the evil body. If you claim that the ancient records and the investigations of our esteemed clan elders are unreliable, then what is left for us to cultivate? Do you not question the potential perils hidden within the constitutions of those divine offspring? Do you not doubt the validity of your own innate talents? Do you not ponder whether the spiritual energy of this world is indeed authentic? Such a mindset, in Yi Chanshan's past life, was referred to as historical nihilism. The astute rebuttal from Father Yi instantly darkened the complexion of the second uncle. Master of the house, do you truly feel compelled to shield your own child? He scoffed, his words laden with weight. It is evident to any discerning eye that the absurd rumors have gained traction, even among the elders and patriarchs of the Yi clan. Are we not to fear ridicule when such nonsense circulates? The assembly, composed of individuals seasoned by trials and tribulations, felt the sting of his sarcasm, and many were compelled to lower their gazes in embarrassment. Oh, the master truly excels in verbal sparring. The second uncle huffed, his countenance aflame with indignation. Are you aware that if the so-called cursed body were indeed true, our clan's fortune would inevitably suffer? Do you wish to sacrifice the millennia of legacy of the Yi family for the sake of a single son? First, the heavenly path monument shattered, and now a young prodigy from our clan lies grievously injured. Can you truly remain oblivious? This is a clear manifestation of the curse beginning to impact our clan's destiny. Its malevolent backlash affecting our kin. Such a critical matter cannot simply be suppressed by a mere rumor, especially because Yi Changsheng is your son. Reflect for a moment. What is the heavenly path monument? It is a creation of the heavenly Tao. The heavens, in their benevolence, illuminate the world to grant opportunities for all races to flourish. This is a gift from the heavenly Tao, a testament to its goodwill towards the beings of this realm. How could it possibly be shattered by the punch of a mere youth? As the topic of the heavenly Tao arose, the second uncle and his companions wore expressions of fervor. With advancing age, their desire to survive and to grow ever stronger, ultimately achieving immortality, compelled them to align with the heavenly Tao and comprehend the will of the heavens. Thus, their reverence for the heavenly Tao far surpassed that of ordinary folk. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The heavenly Tao is formless, yet it gives rise to all things. Everything in the world operates according to its principles. Could it be possible that such a magnificent force could be shattered by the punch of an inexperienced youth? When discussing the term heavenly Tao, the second uncle and his companions wore solemn expressions, filled with a fervent admiration. The father of Yi let out a cold snort, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his usually composed and tranquil visage. The principles of the heavens are profound and all-encompassing. They cannot be so shallowly perceived as you claim. They exist in the ethereal realms, sustaining the motion of all things. If, as you assert, they possess thoughts akin to human notions of good and evil, that would indeed be the height of absurdity. Head of the family, exercise caution in your words. How dare you show such disrespect towards the heavenly principles? Do not fall into self-deception. Chapter 23, The Rift Between Father and Son. Father Yi let out a cold smile, his expression abruptly hardening. You may be older than I, and your cultivation may surpass mine. But in your pursuit of the heavenly path, have you ever received any response? With these two questions posed, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Uncle Air's countenance darkened slightly. With a cold snort, he forced himself to speak. Even so, have you not relied on the support of the Yi family to reach your current standing? Have you truly forgotten your roots now that you have achieved success? Upon hearing these words, Father Ye's gaze sharpened instantly. Uncle, perhaps you should think before you speak. Do not let your words flow unchecked. If I had truly forgotten my origins, why would I assume the role of the family head? I believe that each of you here understands my contributions to the Yi family. They cannot be erased by mere words. Faced with this counterargument, Uncle Air's expression turned increasingly grim. Even if you have contributed in the past, now that we are confronted with the threat of a malevolent body, which could jeopardize the Yi family's fortune, do you intend to shield it in secret? Will you simply stand by and watch the Yi family decline? What utter nonsense! The father of Yi erupted in fury, his formidable presence sweeping through the grand hall like a tempest. You dare to cast aspersions on my son based solely on a baseless rumor? Should I not also have the liberty to spread the notion that you, dear uncle, are the harbinger of misfortune for the Yi family, claiming that it is your very presence that has brought about our family's crisis? Outrageous! The uncle slammed his hand upon the table, his gray beard bristling with indignation. Is this how you, as the head of the family, choose to address your elders? Ye's father let out a cold sneer, displaying no trace of fear. It is the combination of virtue and integrity that makes an elder worthy of respect. A loathsome old fool who maligns the innocent is hardly deserving of my esteem. You, have you gone mad? The second uncle was visibly enraged, glaring with his sunken, bulging eyes, panting heavily. Disrespecting your elders and shielding a harbinger of disaster, do you not retain even a semblance of a family head? Does the heavens not summon you? And yet you dare to defy fate? Is it not the truth that you show no reverence towards me, standing merely next door? As for this position of family head, I suggest you relinquish it. Allowing such a person to lead the Yi family will inevitably lead to calamity. Upon these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The father of Yi is indeed a figure of imperial prowess, a genuine pillar of the Yi family. Since his ascension, the influence of the Yi clan has flourished, with scarcely a misstep. Thus, it is rather astonishing that the second uncle harbors intentions of usurping his position. As expected, upon hearing the elder's words, Ye's father exhibited not anger, but rather a hint of sardonic amusement upon his countenance. Ha ha ha, the second uncle truly surpasses my expectations. I had presumed you merely stubborn and antiquated, yet you reveal yourself to be such a fool. Setting aside the ethereal nature of the heavenly doctrine, do you truly believe you can define my son based solely on the shattering of the heavenly tablet? To demand that I relinquish my own child on the basis of such unfounded and void rumors, what audacity propels you? The heavenly doctrine. If it were as incomprehensible as you obstinate elders suggest, then this world would indeed be a lamentable place. You wish for me to cede the position of head of the family? Very well, I shall grant your desire. Let the mantle of leadership be taken by whoever so wishes. Ye's father suddenly rose, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a proud gaze over the assembly. I shall see if, after the departure of my Yi, there remains anyone in this Yi family worthy of the position of patriarch. As his words lingered in the air, he turned to Ye's mother and declared, Madam, we shall take our leave. Yimu cast a fierce glare at the second uncle and alongside Yi father. They departed from the council hall. After their departure, the hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. The grand elder glanced around and sighed. Second patriarch, how shall we conclude this matter? The second uncle's expression was as grim as though he had swallowed a fly. Astonished that Yi father would so readily abandon his responsibilities. I refuse to believe that the Yi family cannot withstand such a blow without him. Grand elder, you shall temporarily assume the position of head of the family and oversee our affairs. The grand elder's face turned sour, and he hesitantly responded, Second patriarch. This task seems rather daunting. I fear I may lack the capability. You are the grand elder. In this critical moment, if you do not step up, who will? Thus, it was settled. Observing the second uncle's fierce demeanor, the grand elder could only sigh in resignation, inwardly cursing the old man. The conflict he had with the family head now left him bearing the brunt of the consequences, which was far from a desirable outcome. At this moment, the other elders in the hall regained their senses and began to murmur amongst themselves. The family head is the most formidable force in our Yi clan. Without him, we shall face innumerable troubles. Indeed, the second patriarch has acted rather impulsively. Sigh, should the family head truly relinquish his position, I fear no one can shoulder that responsibility. Listening to the whispers around him, the second uncle, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Silence. Are you suggesting that we allow someone who coddles his own son to continue as our family head? When the Sunluo killing body erupts, will you finally see whether my intentions are for the good of the Yi family? My heart is solely for the betterment of our clan. I only wish to apply some pressure so he does not shield his son. Who would have thought he would act so rashly? It is truly incomprehensible. We shall depart." With a wave of his robe, the second uncle led several accompanying elders out. Once they had exited, a wave of complaints arose among the remaining elders. This second patriarch truly is something. He confronts the family head head-on. Now that the family head intends to step down, are we really to burden the grand elder with the weight of our clan? Who knows? The family head has a point. It's merely an unsubstantiated rumor. Yet the second patriarch seems to be overreacting. Sigh, let us wait and see. A cacophony of discussions ensued, causing the grand elder to feel increasingly vexed. Enough, enough. Let us all speak less. In a moment, elders 2, 3, 4, and 5 accompany me to persuade the family head. The rest of you, tend to your own affairs and fulfill your duties. Disperse. With the grand elder's command, there was little opposition, and the family meeting concluded rather hastily. Following this incident, the grand elder endeavored to play the peacemaker, attempting to convey messages between both parties, yet he was unable to ease the tension that had arisen. Father Yi is indeed a man of his word. Ever since he announced his abdication in favor of others, he has truly refrained from intervening in the affairs of the Yi family, allowing numerous matters to accumulate and placing considerable pressure on the elders responsible for managing the clan's affairs. Upon hearing this matter, Yi Changxing rarely took the initiative to leave his room, bringing Gu Qingyi along to visit his parents. Chapter 24. The Crisis of the Yi Family. Despite the murmurs of discontent from the clan due to his physical condition, the unwavering affection from his parents remained unchanged. This sentiment was quietly etched in Yi Changxing's heart. Never forgotten. Father, mother, your child and Qingyi have come to see you. As they entered, a warm smile instantly graced the faces of Ye's father and mother. Changsheng and Qingyi, what brings you here today? Father Yi chuckled and inquired, while Yi Changxing blinked his eyes with an expression of utmost sincerity. It is, of course, because I miss you both dearly. Hee. Do you think your words can deceive me, young lad? Yimu rolled her eyes and, after beckoning him to come closer, unexpectedly seized one of his ears. You insolent boy, you're becoming increasingly outrageous. You stay cooped up in your room every day, not venturing outside. Aren't you the slightest bit concerned about all the rumors circulating out there? I understand that you share a close bond with Qingyi, but a man must not allow his thoughts to be consumed entirely by matters of romance, must he? Ouch, ouch, mother, please let go. Yi Changxing called out a few times before his mother reluctantly let go. Humph, you little rascal, becoming increasingly heartless. Mother, your words are quite unjust. I assure you, my relationship with Qingyi, is not one of mere infatuation. I am diligently practicing that particular technique. Yimu, momentarily filled with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, inquired. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is, the child replied earnestly. How could I possibly deceive you? Yi Changxing repeatedly pleaded his case, ultimately persuading his mother to reluctantly believe that he was indeed engaged in proper business. Gu Qingyi, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, remained lost in the reverie of her mother's playful teasing. Now, do tell, what brings you here today? After the two had settled, Yi's mother inquired. Yi Changxing chuckled softly and inquired, Father, I have heard that you had a heated argument with the second granduncle and the others in the council hall? Father Yi shook his head in resignation. Indeed, these stubborn old men are utterly unreasonable, insisting on believing in a nonsensical rumor that you are some sort of ominous entity, capable of affecting the fortune of the Yi family. From their perspective, they wish to expel you from the Yi household and cast you into exile, which I, as your father, cannot possibly acquiesce to. Yi Changxing felt a warmth in his heart and sincerely said, Father, mother, you have worked hard. What foolish words this naive child speaks. Yimu shot him a glance, her tone laced with mild reproach as she said, You are a child. If your parents do not protect you, who will? Yes, I understand, the child replied. However, there are rumors circulating that you intend to relinquish your position as the head of the family. Is this truly your intention? Father Yi let out a soft snort, his demeanor exuding confidence. Your great uncle and his stubborn companions are insistent on clinging to this matter, but as your father, I shall not acquiesce to their whims. You need not worry about this issue. Your mother and I have overseen the Yi family for many years, establishing countless merits. I am merely applying a bit of pressure on them. These old-timers cannot shake your parents' position. Upon hearing his father's words, Yu Changshu felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is reassuring. I was concerned that it might be my fault that you both were compelled to relinquish the position of family head. Yumu chuckled softly, patting Yu Changshu's shoulder, her face adorned with a look of reassurance. Do not worry, my dear child. Your father and I have managed the Yi family for so many years. It would be impossible without a certain level of strength. The fact that you can contemplate such matters is a testament to your significant growth. Rest assured, as long as your parents are here, you may focus solely on your own pursuits without any undue concerns. Yu Changxing nodded, his parents' concerns alleviated considerably. Well, since you both have faith, that's all that matters. I came to let you know that if those old scoundrels continue to make things difficult, I shall simply leave the Yi family. We need not endure their tyranny. Upon hearing these words, Ye's father and mother beamed with joy, praising Yu Changxing for his growth and for demonstrating a sense of responsibility while considering the feelings of others. Yu Changxing felt a slight flush creeping across his face, for he had never truly concerned himself with such matters before. Just as he was speaking, a melodious voice broke through the air. Brother, sister-in-law. Dressed in a lovely pale yellow skirt, Yi Yao dashed in from outside, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. You little rascal. Where have you been wandering off to this time? Mother Yi glared and scolded, raising her hand as if to strike her. Yi Yao immediately shrank her head and darted through the side door, shouting as she fled, I acknowledge my mistake. Brother, sister-in-law, please hold me back. I must go train. This girl. With a sigh and a smile, Father Yi remarked seriously, Changsheng, Qingyi, you need not worry about these trifles. Focus solely on enhancing your cultivation. Need I remind you, with my abilities, even if the Yi family were to fall, your mother and I could ensure a lifetime of peace for you children. The earnestness in his father's words instilled a greater sense of confidence in Yi Changxing. Very well, then I shall rest easy. In a few days, the rift among the upper echelons of the Yi family began to ease. Just as Father Yi had asserted, he was indeed the vital pillar and leader of the family, far surpassing those aged relics who seldom made an appearance. Eventually, even the second uncle yielded, agreeing to refrain from meddling in Yu Changxing's affairs, allowing Father Yi to reclaim his position as the head of the family. Regarding the matter of Yu Changxing's Sinluo Sha body, under Father Ye's formidable suppression, the rumors gradually dissipated. This outcome infuriated Xiao Chen and Yi Tu, who had meticulously prepared for so long, intending to use the situation to expel Yu Changxing, only to find their efforts yielding disappointing results. However, despite the suppression of rumors within the Yi family, the news began to circulate among other factions, spurred on by those with ulterior motives. A fortnight later, the upper echelons of the Yi family convened in the council hall. Ever since the rumors regarding Yu Changxing being the embodiment of the Sinluo evil body spread, it inexplicably seemed that external forces genuinely believed this assertion, leading to a significant reduction in interactions with the Yi family. Even business partners had nearly halved within a month. Such circumstances posed a grave challenge for the Yi family. After a thorough investigation, a clear outcome finally emerged. Within the council hall, the elders and senior members bore solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was thick with tension and heaviness. Ye's father spoke calmly. Elder Wu, how goes your investigation into the matter of various factions severing ties with our Yi family? Elder Wu promptly rose to his feet. Head of the family, there are indications that we are beginning to understand the situation. Speak, commanded Ye's father. After a brief pause, Elder Wu gathered his thoughts and articulated. The most direct cause of this issue is somewhat related to the young master. Rumors have circulated within the clan that he is the embodiment of the sorrowful body, believed to affect the fortunes of those who interact with him. Strangely, while our own members dismiss this, other factions seem to take it quite seriously. They claim to fear that the young master's sorrowful body might adversely influence their fortunes, which is why they hesitate to continue collaborating with our Yi family. Chapter 25. A more dire situation. As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, someone erupted in anger, exclaiming, Nonsense. We, the Yi family, do not even believe such foolishness. Yet they take it to heart. Are they not capable of rational thought? They are not children. Indeed, these individuals are not concerned about the young master. They are merely waiting to see us fail. The crowd was visibly agitated, unleashing a torrent of invective towards those factions that had reneged on their alliances. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow and interjected, Silence, everyone. Once the hall quieted, he thoughtfully analyzed the situation, stating, while they claim to fear the sorrowful body, it appears they are genuinely waiting to witness our downfall. I have also heard some external rumors. It seems that various factions are adopting a spectator stance, eager to see the young master's sorrowful body diminish our family's fortune, so they may take our place. At this pronouncement, the cacophony of voices grew even louder. What a shameless bunch. Indeed, when we partnered with them, we offered fair prices for goods, and now they dare to plot against us. The senior members of the family expressed their indignation, vocally condemning those factions. Elder Zhang, maintaining his impassive demeanor, continued. We have now compiled a list of our most significant partners. The Xiao and Chen families have both severed ties. The Jiang family and the Floating Cloud Sacred Land stand idly by. Additionally, over 20 other factions, big and small, are reducing their collaborations with our Yi family. Elder C's eyes widened in outrage, and he exclaimed, the Chen family is utterly shameless. A millennium ago, their ancestor was gravely injured. Had it not been for the intervention of our Yi family, the Chen family would have perished in that generation. How could they have achieved their current standing? This group shows no gratitude. They are a disgrace to humanity. As his words concluded, others quickly joined in agreement. The Xiao family is no better. They profited immensely from our collaboration, yet now they turn their backs on us. Indeed, if they choose to sever ties, the Yi family is not one to shy away from confrontation. The executives were filled with fervor, vehemently denouncing those treacherous forces. Yet, seated in the principal position, Father Yi pondered an entirely different matter. It is imperative to recognize that the Yi family stands at the pinnacle of the Eastern continent, wielding control over a plethora of abundant resources. Any faction aspiring to thrive in the Eastern continent would undoubtedly wish to cultivate a favorable rapport with the Yi family. With an unparalleled reserve of spiritual minds, rare materials, and extraordinary elixirs, the Yi family could be deemed the most affluent force. Hence, knowing the paramount importance of the Yi family, why would these factions dare to sever their ties? This conundrum must be unraveled to address the tribulations besieging the Yi family effectively. Head of the family, what is your perspective on this matter? The voice of the Grand Elder reverberated, rousing Father Yi from his contemplation. He surveyed the room, and after a moment of reflection, resolved to voice his uncertainties. Esteemed members, I empathize with your sentiments. As the head of the family, it is indeed my duty to devise a swift resolution to these challenges. However, let us reflect. The Yi family is among the few formidable forces in the Eastern continent, commanding countless resources. The other factions, in their pursuit of growth, are inextricably reliant on the material exchanges and support from the Yi family. Thus, why would they suddenly opt to forsake us? The words of the patriarch prompted the senior members to reflect deeply. Indeed, the family head discerned the most crucial aspect at a glance. The emotions of the clan elders began to settle somewhat as they contemplated the hidden implications behind this situation. Patriarch, what do you believe motivates their actions? One elder inquired. The patriarch shook his head in response, saying, I am uncertain. We must investigate further to ascertain the specifics. At that moment, an elder hesitantly spoke up. Patriarch, there is a matter I am unsure whether it relates to our current predicament. Yes, Father was instantly intrigued. What is it? Pray, enlighten me. Following the shattering of the heavenly Tao steel, rumors circulated that a fissure had appeared in the rock wall between the eastern and central continents, suggesting that some from the central continent had crossed over. Upon hearing this, everyone was both astonished and bewildered. A crack in the rock wall? This was indeed a significant matter. How could there have been so little information about it until now? It was no wonder the elders were taken aback. This world is known as the Wanyuan continent, divided into 5 major regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Between these neighboring continents lies a natural barrier known as the Source Wall. Only those with profound strength can breach this barrier. It is precisely for this reason that the 5 continents maintain a relatively peaceful coexistence, preventing conflicts over resources and interests. Among them, the central continent is the most affluent and powerful. Even the esteemed Yi family, a top force in the eastern continent, would be considered merely a middling power in the central continent. If individuals from the central continent were to forge alliances with other families, the Yi family would indeed find themselves at a disadvantage. As thoughts raced through his mind, his father wore an expression of grave seriousness. How credible was this information? The elder pondered before responding. I received this news from an old friend whose family estate is situated near the border. They possess greater insight into happenings across the divide, lending some degree of credibility to the claim. His father nodded and promptly issued an order. This matter must be taken with the utmost seriousness. Elder, head of the family, please assign someone to investigate whether individuals from Zhangzhou have truly arrived in our Dongzhou. Furthermore, look into those families that have severed ties with us. Ascertain whether they have forged any agreements with the people from Zhangzhou. Understood. After speaking, Ye's father could not help but let out a soft sigh. If this were indeed the case, it would come as no surprise that those individuals dared to disregard our Yi family. In comparison to the forces of Zhangzhou, our Yi family does seem somewhat insignificant. As this news spread, the upper echelons of the Yi family were immediately thrown into a state of alarm, and preparations commenced with great urgency. Should the forces from Zhangzhou truly intervene, the Yi family would inevitably face an exceedingly precarious situation, necessitating prompt action. Otherwise, we would find ourselves reduced to nothing, and it would not be long before we fell into decline. This sense of tension permeated throughout the entire Yi family, with even the servants sensing the impending storm. As the son of God, Xiao Chen was naturally privy to these underlying currents. He felt a deep sense of resentment that the rumors regarding the Xiao body had not expelled Yu Changxing from the family. However, the sudden involvement of Zhongzhou's people might present a new opportunity. After pondering for a moment, he summoned Yi Tuesday Brother Chen. Yi Tu greeted him, and with a beaming smile, Xiao Chen urged, "Please, have a seat." Such courteous demeanor left Yi Tu somewhat flabbergasted, prompting him to inquire softly, "Brother Chen, do you have something you need me to attend to?" Chapter 26. The talents of Zhongzhou. Xiao Chen's smile broadened, clearly pleased with Yi Tu's demeanor. "You are indeed a clever one, my brother. In this Yi family, you are the only one I can truly rely on." "You guessed correctly. I do indeed have a matter of great importance that I need you to handle." Yi Tu promptly declared with unwavering resolve, "Brother Chen, speak your mind. I shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire." "Oh, it is not that grave," Xiao Chen chuckled, attempting to reassure him. He then leaned in and whispered, "You must have heard some whispers regarding the recent happenings within our clan, have you not? It concerns the factions severing ties with our Yi family." "Indeed," Yi Tu affirmed, as Xiao Chen nodded, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "There lies a significant reason behind this matter, as inferred by the elders. Yi Tu is merely a branch of the Yi family, and there are matters that remain beyond his knowledge." "Brother Chen, what is the reason?" "It is said that after the last shattering of the Heavenly Path Monument, the rift affected the rocky barrier between our eastern continent and the central continent, resulting in several fissures appearing. Subsequently, certain factions from the central continent seized the opportunity to cross over, and those families formed alliances with them. It is precisely for this reason that these forces, backed by individuals from the central continent, have the audacity to confront our Yi family. So that is how it is." Yi Tu suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim, "Compared to the forces in the central continent, our Yi family indeed lacks prominence." "Indeed, that is the case. What I require of you is to discreetly establish contact with those individuals from the central continent and ascertain whether we can connect with them. Remember to thoroughly investigate their circumstances and avoid any conflicts, understand?" Yi Tu confidently patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, Chingu, I am no fool. I will not provoke any conflict with them." "Very well, I entrust this matter to you." Xiao Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, and with a wave of his hand, several small jade bottles appeared on the table. These 3 bottles contained the spirit-nourishing pill, the dust-cleansing pill, and the tranquil spirit pill, each beneficial for cultivation, physique, and soul respectively. "I possess nothing of great value to offer, so please accept these as a token of my goodwill." Yi Tu's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is worth noting that these 3 types of elixirs are exceedingly precious, even within the Yi family. Only the upper echelons and the chosen ones can afford to utilize them. Individuals like him, belonging to the collateral line, would seldom even catch a glimpse of such treasures without notable achievements. Now, with Xiao Chen presenting 3 vials at once, it constitutes a remarkably generous reward. Rest assured, Brother Chen, this time, I will ensure that your instructions are executed flawlessly, without any mishaps. Among brothers, what is yours is mine." Xiao Chen smiled and pushed the 3 vials towards Yi Tuesday. "Take them and conceal them. We must not allow others to see." "Understood." After Yi Tu departed, Xiao Chen sat in his chamber, deep in thought. If he could establish connections with those from the central continent, he would acquire new support. Dealing with Yu Changxing would become significantly simpler. After all, the members of the Yi family must contemplate their own future. I am curious to see if your parents can still protect you when faced with the formidable powers of the central continent." As time slipped by, the predicament of the Yi family became increasingly evident. Simultaneously, the previously circulating rumors began to resurface with renewed vigor. Many uninformed family members genuinely believed that those powers had severed ties with the Yi family out of fear of being affected by Yu Changxin's Saluo Shadi. Even with Yifu's strong suppression within the clan, these rumors grew more rampant by the day. In another courtyard, Xiao Chen leaned on the table, his face etched with worry, occasionally letting out a deep sigh. Sighing, Gu Qingqi poured him a cup of tea and sat down, inquiring with concern, "My lord, are you troubled by the rumors circulating outside?" Yi Changqing fiddled with his teacup, his gaze somewhat vacant. Indeed, he was troubled by those matters. The rumors surrounding the Samluo Shadi were one thing. I am well aware that I do not possess such a constitution. However, with the emergence of cracks in the rock wall and the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, if it is indeed the case that the shattering of the heavenly Tao steel has caused this, and someone has linked the two events, then I would find myself at a loss for words. A fleeting glance of concern crossed Gu Qingyi's eyes as she gently reassured him with a smile. "My dear husband, fret not. This is hardly a grave matter. The source wall is a natural formation that will gradually mend with the passage of time. Once the cracks disappear, those people from Zhongzhou will naturally return. The forces that have clung to them will lose their support and will have no choice but to collaborate with the Yi family once more, will they not? At that point, there will be no need for you to intervene. Our family's crisis will resolve itself. Let us hope it unfolds that way," Yi Changqing replied. Yet his heart was burdened with even greater apprehension. Should the fissures in the rock face indeed be a consequence of the heavenly Tao steel, then shattering the steel may not guarantee the closure of these cracks. If this situation were to persist for an extended period, the incessant exchanges between Central Continent and Eastern Continent would undoubtedly jeopardize the standing of the Yi family. In such circumstances, the mounting pressure within the clan would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. Even his father and mother might find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the pervasive onslaught of criticism for long. The situation within the Yi family has become increasingly tense, with both Yi father and Yi mother enduring mounting pressure. The majority of clan members have completely branded Yi Changqing as a harbinger of misfortune, incessantly urging the higher-ups to expel him from the family. Under such prolonged bombardment, even the higher echelons have begun to waver, their perceptions of Yi Changqing gradually shifting. The clan's elite convened daily in the council hall to deliberate on their current predicament. Ye's father was acutely aware that to safeguard Yi Changqing and alleviate their current predicament, only two options were available. The first was to facilitate the healing of the fissures in the rock face. Should such a trend emerge, the individuals from Central Continent, who did not wish to remain in Eastern Continent for eternity, would be compelled to return swiftly. However, the likelihood of this occurrence was rather slim. The source wall was a creation of the heavens and the earth, and mending its cracks through human effort was no simple task. Without profound cultivation and rare materials, it was exceedingly challenging. The second approach involved procuring some of the precious materials that were scarce even in Central Continent, in order to rekindle alliances with various factions and restore cooperation with the Yi family. This would alleviate the isolation faced by the Yi family, and the rumors surrounding Yi Changqing's lethal physique would naturally dissipate. Nonetheless, acquiring such resources was no trivial endeavor. Central Continent was extraordinarily affluent, brimming with both spiritual energy and materials, a stark contrast to the backward wilderness of Eastern Continent. Locating items that were deemed rare even in Central Continent would prove to be quite arduous. Neither of these strategies was easily attainable, and it seemed unlikely that the Yi family's plight would be resolved in the near future. Yet, if this issue remained unaddressed, Yi Changqing's situation would only deteriorate further. Chapter 27. The tense situation. A fortnight had swiftly passed. The business of the Yi family has been severely impacted, with revenues plummeting across various sectors. In such a tense situation, the pressure from within the clan has intensified significantly. Ye's father found himself unable to delay any longer and decided to convene the senior members of the family to discuss the matter openly. Early that morning, all the high-ranking members who were not occupied with urgent affairs gathered in the council hall. Once nearly everyone had arrived, Ye's father spoke in a solemn tone. "I have summoned you all here today to deliberate on the predicament our Yi family currently faces. Please feel free to express your thoughts candidly, without concern for your rank, as long as your words hold merit." The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who broke the silence. "In light of this, allow me to express my thoughts first. Our Yi family situation is precarious, largely due to the arrival of those from Zhongzhou. Various factions have found their patrons, which is particularly detrimental for us, as they have discovered superior alternatives and will inevitably no longer require our services. Furthermore, our Yi family has stood firm in Dongzhou for many years, and numerous individuals secretly eye our position, eager to supplant us. To address our current troubles, it appears there are only two potential solutions. The first is to mend the rift in the rock wall, compelling the people from Zhangzhou to return, thereby severing their dealings with various factions and naturally resolving our issues. However, as you all well know, such a feat is exceedingly difficult to achieve through human effort alone. It rests solely upon the whims of fate. The second approach involves our Yi family offering some exceedingly rare resources, as those from Zhangzhou seek scarce commodities. Only by doing so can we hope to recapture the attention of various factions and restore our collaborations with them. After articulating this, the Grand Elder surveyed the solemn faces of the senior members and sighed. I understand that our current circumstances are dire and that everyone is anxious. Nevertheless, our Yi family has withstood countless tempests over the millennia. By pooling our wisdom, we can certainly navigate through this crisis. However, those present were acutely aware that the feasibility of these two methods was rather slim. Thus, it might be simpler to consider an alternative perspective. Head of the family. Grand Elder, you are both astute individuals and undoubtedly recognize the challenges in realizing these two methods. In truth, there exists a simpler solution to resolve this issue. What solution? Yes, father squinted his eyes, already harboring suspicions in his heart. Why must the master feign ignorance? The senior official chuckled, his expression somewhat peculiar. We are all acutely aware that the primary reason those families refuse to collaborate with us likely stems from the fact that the young master of the Yi family possesses the sinister body. Had it not been for the malevolent body causing the Heavenly Path monument to shatter, the rock wall would not have cracked. And the people from Central Continent would naturally be unable to arrive, thus sparing us from countless troubles. Furthermore, the incident involving the former divine son, Xiao Chen, and the shattering of his golden body was also due to the young master and young mistress visiting Spirit Field Island first, leading to such a calamity. Can we truly say that such matters are unrelated to them? Upon hearing these words, everyone's countenance changed. While most harbored similar thoughts, they lacked the courage to voice them in the presence of the family head. Silence. Such words should not be spoken recklessly. The Grand Elder hastily interjected, seeking to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Grand Elder. Yi Chongqing is the master's son. It is one thing for him to show favoritism. But do you also intend to pander to the master's will? You are the Grand Elder of the Yi family, not merely the Grand Elder to the master. Such cutting remarks instantly darkened the Grand Elder's expression. Yes, father squinted, his face betraying no discernible emotion. Then, according to your perspective, what do you believe the head of the family should do? The head's words implied a question not of personal desire, but rather one of collective resolution. Esteemed guests, you are all aware of the events transpiring beyond these walls. It has been said that others harbor a fear of our family's formidable son Luo Sha body. And with the plethora of phenomena corroborating this, is it not sufficient to compel you to reach a decisive conclusion? Yes, father remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. It was evident that many harbored sentiments in favor of the individual speaking. So what do you propose we do? The man responded with a cold, mocking laugh, exclaiming loudly, Isn't it simple? We must expel Yi Chongqing from the family. The chamber fell into a profound silence, with many eyes glimmering with intrigue. Indeed. I too find this approach quite agreeable. In matters of this nature, it is better to err on the side of caution when a decision is warranted. It must be made. I concur. The previous two suggestions were utterly implausible. It would be far more prudent to cast Yi Chongqing out. For perhaps this could resolve our family's current crisis. The senior members engaged in fervent discourse, expressing their agreement with the man's assertion. In truth, those who have ascended to this level within the Yi family, a premier clan of the East Continent, are far from foolish. And the convoluted nature of this situation is not lost on them. Yet, even those who discern the complexities will not align themselves with Yi Chongqing. The rationale is straightforward. It is all about interests. The expulsion of Yi Chongqing would create a vacancy for the position of heir, which signifies enhanced power and greater benefits for those within the clan. In light of such considerations, whether Yi Chongqing is wrong becomes a matter of little consequence. Yes, father now acutely sensed the overwhelming pressure within the clan. If he wished to preserve Yi Chongqing, the family would inevitably become divided, with no one standing by his side. Head of the family, I implore you to speak with impartiality and set a commendable example for the Yi family. The speaker continued, bestowing flattering praise upon Ye's father. Ye's father's gaze turned icy, and a resolute decision had taken root within his heart. To expect him to abandon his own son was utterly inconceivable. He could forfeit the position of family head without a second thought. With his prowess, he could be revered as a distinguished guest anywhere. Thus, let the assembly raise their hands in a vote. Those in favor of expelling my son Chongqing from the family, please raise your hands. As Ye's father's words fell, one by one, the higher-ups raised their hands, with only a few of Ye's most trusted allies glaring in silence. It appeared that today, Yu Chongqing was destined to face expulsion. Yet at that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the heavens above the Yi family. Following that, a youthful voice resonated through the air. Is this truly the Yi family, the foremost clan of Dongzhou? The assembly within the discussion hall changed countenance, disregarding prior matters. They hastily soared into the sky, eager to discern who possessed the audacity to act so recklessly above the Yi family. Beneath the clouds, the sun blazed magnificently. A cerulean dragon coiled in midair, exuding an overwhelming and fierce aura. Chapter 28. Visitors from the Central Continent. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Yi family's domain? Do you wish to court death? The skies above Yi territory are forbidden. Descend at once. A cacophony of shouts erupted as the Yi family's warriors ascended, their faces etched with fury. Is that a dragon? It seems rather dissimilar to ours. This is not a dragon. How could a true dragon ever settle for being a mount? Do we not possess such creatures as well? 9 azure dragons, to be precise. Your lack of knowledge is evident. While the few behemoths in our family are indeed impressive, they are merely hybrid subspecies of serpentine dragons, not even true flood dragons, let alone real dragons. Look at this azure dragon. Its bloodline is noble and pure, exuding a fierce strength, already hinting at the emergence of dragon horns. It is likely that it may truly transform from a flood dragon into a dragon in the future. As the members of the Yi family murmured amongst themselves, a young man with long hair, dressed in dark armor, sat cross-legged beneath the azure dragon in the sky. He exhibited no signs of tension as he faced the formidable Yi family warriors who had surrounded him. Young man, regardless of who you are, to provoke the Yi family in the Eastern Continent is a grave miscalculation, whether it is you or the power that stands behind you. I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences, the fifth elder declared, breaking from his usual demeanor by refraining from immediate aggression. It is well known that the Yi family is a premier clan in the Eastern Continent, and no one dares to flout their rules. Yet, the mere presence of the pure-blooded azure dragon beneath him hinted at an extraordinary background. Prudence dictated that he first ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the Yi family erupted in indignation, for as the paramount lineage in the Eastern Continent, they had never encountered such audacity, with anyone disregarding their customs. In the past, even sovereigns from various regions or chieftains from prominent clans would treat the Yi family with the utmost respect. In a secluded corner, Xiao Chen and Yi Tu stood side by side. He truly is come, they remarked with a knowing smile. Yu Tuxing excitedly rubbed his hands together, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he said, Brother Chen, with his intervention, that scoundrel Yu Chongqing will undoubtedly be rendered unable to act arrogantly. Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze fixed upon the azure dragon soaring in the heavens, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. After all, he too was a member of the Yi family. Witnessing such arrogance from the opposing side left him feeling disgraced. Yet, for the sake of his grand design, one must endure when necessary. In the air. Following the inquiry from Elder Wu, the young man with a stern demeanor slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze. He chose not to respond to Elder Wu's question. Instead, he directed his attention to Ye's father, who stood at the entrance of the council hall. I am Ing Wuji from the Central Continent, here to pay my respects to the Emperor of the Yi family. His resonant voice echoed across the miles, ensuring that every member of the Yi family could hear his proclamation with utmost clarity. The members of the Yi family were suddenly struck with astonishment. Individuals from Central Continent? Their family had no prior connection with those from Central Continent. Why would they suddenly appear at their doorstep? Below, Xiao Chen and Yi Tu exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this statement. They were well aware of the reason behind it. After Yi Tu's departure, he had learned through inquiries that among those from Central Continent who had traversed the rift to Eastern Continent, there was a remarkably powerful and esteemed genius, a prince of the great Ing dynasty from Central Continent. Although the Yi family stands as a preeminent force in the Eastern Continent, it pales in comparison to the formidable great Ing dynasty, which ranks among the top 3 in the Central Continent, following the opening of the fissures in the rock face. The unique nature of these rifts renders it difficult for those of considerable strength to traverse them, resulting in a majority of the visitors to the Eastern Continent being young prodigies. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of the Yi family, these individuals are acutely aware that they would not receive a warm welcome, leading them to prefer alliances with lesser factions instead. However, it was precisely because Yi Tu sought out Ing Wuji and proposed several cunning schemes that this individual chose to come to the Yi family. Ye's father is indeed a man of profound insight. Merely hearing his surname evokes speculation. However, a prince from the great Ing dynasty of Zhongzhou? A glimmer of astonishment flickered across Ing Wuji's face, for he did not anticipate that this esteemed Yi emperor was aware of his family's name. Indeed, I am but a junior hailing from the great Ing dynasty. Ye's father felt a stir within his heart. The great Ing dynasty and the Yi family were not of the same caliber. They had previously had no interactions with this prince. What could his sudden visit signify? Ah, he is indeed a prince of the great Ing dynasty. Born into affluence, have your elders never imparted to you the etiquette of a formal visit? Regardless of who you are, one must adhere to the customs of the Yi family upon entering our abode. The younger generation may sometimes act impulsively and overlook such formalities. And I humbly request forgiveness from the esteemed Yi emperor for any offense caused. During my time in Central Continent, I had heard tales of a great emperor from the Yi family in Eastern Continent. With the recent cracking of the cliff, I thought it an opportune moment to pay my respects and witness the grandeur of the emperor. Although Ing Wujie displayed an air of arrogance, he spoke with a degree of decorum that put the powerful members of the Yi family at ease. Thus, let us proceed inside for a discussion. Remember, the Yi family does not extend courtesy to just anyone. Under ordinary circumstances, Ye's father's polite demeanor would have warranted a degree of respect from Ing Wujie. However, to his astonishment, as soon as Ye's father finished speaking, Ing Wujie smiled and replied, "This prince has limited time and shall not visit the Yi family. If the emperor is not preoccupied, he is welcome to come and converse." At these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Despite Yi father's esteemed status as a figure of unparalleled greatness, a formidable emperor, it is undeniable that Ing Wujie, regardless of his powerful background, remains merely a junior and should exhibit a modicum of respect. However, his audacity in prompting Yi father to approach him for conversation blatantly signifies a lack of regard. Coupled with his earlier brazen proclamations above Ye's residence, it incited considerable ire among the onlookers. This individual harbors an inherent disdain for the Yi family. Xiao Chen, his demeanor dark and frigid, let out a scoff and remarked scornfully, "Ing Wujie is indeed insufferably arrogant. Expecting an emperor to approach him, he ought to reflect upon his own worth." Beside him, Yi too quickly interjected, "Brother Chen speaks the truth. This person is indeed presumptuous. Yet, I have gleaned that his arrogance is not without foundation. Among the prodigies from Zhongzhou visiting Dongzhou, Ing Wujie possesses the most formidable cultivation. Furthermore, he is backed by the immense might of the great Ing dynasty, so a measure of pride is to be expected." Having glanced around discreetly, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Moreover, I have discovered that although he is the third prince of the dynasty, he lacks significant competitiveness for the throne and is not regarded highly within the royal court. Additionally, he harbors a peculiar penchant for collecting women with unique physiques. Truly a ravenous spirit of lust. The moment I mentioned Gu Qingyi, he immediately showed interest. If Yi Changxing refuses to yield her, he will incur the wrath of the third prince. Yet, given his limited influence, it won't pose a grave threat to our Yi family. We merely need to let that wretched boy, Yi Changxing, take the blame. If he acquiesces, how will our clansmen regard him? After all, Gu Qingyi has the Gu family backing her. How will he explain himself to them later?" Chapter 29. The Majesty of the Yi Emperor. Xiao Chen's spirits soared at these words, seemingly envisioning Yi Changxing's imminent disgrace. "Excellent, you have executed this plan splendidly." Just as the two were engaged in their conspiratorial whispers, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Ye's father cast a cold glance, and suddenly an overwhelming pressure surged forth. In an instant, Ing Wujie and his mount, the Azure Flood Dragon, were struck down as if swatted like a fly. "Disrespecting your elders, you dare to speak." Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the Yi family as the Azure Flood Dragon crashed to the ground, its scales revealing faint traces of blood. This unexpected turn of events astonished the members of the Yi family. They had not anticipated that their patriarch would display such formidable resolve in the face of a prince from the great Ing dynasty. The might of the emperor was truly terrifying. The Azure Flood Dragon, now pinned to the ground, emitted mournful cries, completely devoid of the fierce aura it had just displayed. As the dust settled, Ing Wujie, who had been awkwardly perched atop the dragon's head, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Yi Emperor, what shall be the consequence of your disrespect towards me? What shall be the consequence of your disrespect towards the great Ing dynasty?" Ye's father cast him a fleeting glance, his expression betraying no emotion whatsoever. "Ignorant junior, even if your father were present, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. What gives you the audacity to be so presumptuous?" Father? Ying Wuji's gaze sharpened. His heart filled with uncertainty. Although he was aware that the current head of the Yi family was a great emperor, he remained uncertain about the extent of the other's power. The fact that this individual held such confidence even in the presence of his father, the sovereign of the Great Ying dynasty, left him with much to ponder. It suddenly dawned on him that his father had vaguely mentioned, at one point, that the great emperor of the Yi family in the eastern continent possessed strength comparable to his own. As his thoughts circled, Ying Wuji became somewhat more subdued. Uncle Yi, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any offense I may have caused earlier. Before my departure, my father entrusted me with the task of ensuring that I met you during my visit to the eastern continent. He has held you in high regard for a long time and requested that I convey his warmest regards. Father Yi cast a glance at him without uttering a word, instead turning his gaze towards the distant void. Ladies and gentlemen, having witnessed the spectacle, those who are meant to depart may do so. Do not linger here as an eyesore. To those who have severed ties with the Yi family, I trust you will remain steadfast in your decisions and refrain from acting as fickle individuals. The Yi family seeks no trouble, yet we are not to be trifled with lightly. As his words echoed, Father Yi abruptly waved his sleeve. The heavens and the earth seemed to ripple like the surface of water. An unusual resonance of the Tao spread forth, instantly stirring the hearts of those concealed within the void, leaving them choking on the taste of blood. The head of the Yi family had not taken action for a long time, causing many to forget the terrifying prowess of the emperor. Ying Wuji's expression grew increasingly solemn, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he had earlier. Given the status and strength of the Yi family, even if he were to be struck dead on the spot, the Great Ying dynasty would likely not risk offending a true emperor for the sake of a mere prince. Yi Emperor, please show mercy. We acknowledge our mistakes. Indeed, you Emperor, as fellow inhabitants of the eastern continent, we humbly ask for your forgiveness for any offense we may have caused. Those various factions who had come to watch the spectacle were thoroughly intimidated by Ye's father's display, now trembling in fear and no longer daring to harbor any contempt. They realized that as long as the Yi family had this emperor, their petty schemes could not possibly shake such power. Suddenly, a rift in the void appeared, and from the chaotic currents of space, a figure emerged gracefully. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, this truly is a moment of vindication. Such short-sighted fence-sitters do not deserve our kindness. A smile blossomed on the face of Ye's father as he nodded towards the newcomer. Brother Gu has arrived. Let us retire inside to converse. The visitor was none other than Yu Changshan's father-in-law, Gu Qingqi, the esteemed head of the Gu family, Gu Jingshan. Brother Yi, you are too courteous. I merely wished to see who would dare to cause a ruckus in the Yi family with you stationed here, he said, turning his gaze towards Ying Wuji, who was descending from the Qingjiao. And who might this be? I am the junior, Ying Wuji. I presume you are the venerable head of the Gu family from the eastern continent? Gu Jingshan was momentarily taken aback. He had been listening intently and was somewhat familiar with Ying Wuji's identity. However, he was puzzled as to why this young man would know who he was. He considered himself far less formidable than the head of the Yi family, and wondered why the princely figure of the Great Ying dynasty would recognize him. I did not expect the third prince to be acquainted with me. It truly humbles this old man, he chuckled, though inwardly he was more intrigued. His reputation had faded from common discourse over the past century, and not many in the eastern continent were even aware of it. Why would a prince from the central continent be familiar with him? Unless, of course, this young man had conducted prior research into his background. As an astute veteran accustomed to the tumult of life, Gu Jingshan's wariness towards Ying Wuji grew. The prince is too kind. Gu Jingshan replied politely but was eager to probe Ying Wuji's intentions. However, before he could pursue this line of inquiry, Ying Wuji spoke directly. I have long held great admiration for Uncle Gu. Previously, while learning of your illustrious past, I came across an intriguing piece of information. Oh, what might that be? It is said that you have a jewel among your offspring, a naturally gifted individual with a 7-orifice exquisite saint body. I wonder if this is indeed true? If Uncle Gu would not mind, I would like to meet the young lady Qingqi. Perhaps we could become close friends, he added with a laugh. Ying Wuji believed he had spoken with sufficient courtesy, yet to his astonishment, Ye's father suddenly wore a fierce expression. Impudent! A foolhardy youth dares to speak so brazenly. As the wrath of Ye's father surged forth, the emperor's aura instantaneously summoned a tempest that darkened the heavens, gathering ominous clouds and stirring winds that wailed in despair, accompanied by the resounding crashes of thunder. The atmosphere within 1,000 miles resembled a harbinger of doom. Ying Wuji was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the sudden fury of this noble figure. Gu Jingshan's expression was equally grim. Ying Wuji's thoughts drifted to Qingyi. a consideration that not only affronted the Yi family, but also undermined the dignity of the Gu clan. It was well known that Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi had wed with great fanfare, their union celebrated before a multitude of powerful guests from the eastern continent. The world recognized them as husband and wife. To speak such lewd remarks openly was akin to striking Gu Jingshan in the face. Should this gossip circulate, it would cast doubt on his ability to raise his daughter, especially after her marriage, to have such scandalous whispers arise. Noticing Ying Wuji's look of astonishment, Gu Jingshan's voice turned icy with barely concealed anger. Your Highness, please refrain from such jesting. My daughter is already wed to the son of Yi, a fact known widely across the eastern continent. They share a deep affection for one another, and I hope you will not utter such unbecoming words again. However, upon hearing Gu Jingshan's explanation, Ying Wuji erupted into laughter. Esteemed Gu, I have heard tales that Ye's descendant is a talentless individual incapable of cultivation. Have you not squandered your precious daughter on such a wastrel? Chapter 30. Arrogance unbound. Esteemed Gu, do you truly believe that someone who cannot cultivate deserves the title of son of the emperor? Silence. Gu Jingshan cast a sidelong glance at the increasingly sullen Yi father, hastily intervening to quell the insolence. Yet, Ying Wuji not only persisted but escalated his audacity. Yi sir, I bear no ill will towards you. However, in my middle continent, the title of son of the emperor should only be bestowed upon those of exceptional talent, destined to ascend the path of an emperor. Even if they are offspring of those who have reached the realm of emperors, if their gifts are mediocre and their powers average, they lack the right to claim such a title. Your child, incapable of cultivation, how dare they so brazenly assume this designation? Yu's father wore a cold and stern expression, letting out a soft snort as a trace of imperial might radiated from him. In an instant, Ying Wuji's face flushed crimson, as if burdened by an immense weight. What I choose to do is my affair, a matter concerning the Yi family. And it is not for an outsider like you to meddle. For your father's sake, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, you may find out the consequences. His tone was unremarkable, yet it subtly hinted at a thread of lethal intent. The spiritual essence between heaven and earth fell into an eerie silence. Even the air seemed to harbor danger. This was the essence of an emperor. Each gesture and movement commanded the power of the cosmos, and merely the pressure of his words was enough to compel one to bow in submission. Ying Wuji gritted his teeth, straining to resist the urge to kneel before him. Uncle Yi, what the younger generation says is not incorrect. Silence. A sharp, cold rebuke suddenly pierced through the atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. Ying Wuji turned to see, to his astonishment, Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi approaching together. The very words that had silenced him were spoken by Gu Qingyi, who had just chastised Ying Wuji. Yi Chongqing led her to stand before Ye's father and Gu Jingshan. Father-in-law. Gu Jingshan quickly managed to smile, speaking gently. My esteemed son-in-law and Qingyi have arrived. Father, you raised an eyebrow. Chongqing, what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, you should return. Yi Chongqing helplessly spread his hands and said. The commotion created is so loud that it would be difficult for anyone to remain oblivious. Moreover, there are those here who speak disrespectfully of your son. I must see who dares to bark so boldly, mustn't I? A faint smile crept upon Ye's father's lips as he cast a glance at Ying Wuji, whose gaze seemed almost glued to Gu Qingyi. A flicker of disdain passed through his eyes. It is this impolite young one. Yi Chongqing turned to look at Ying Wuji and chuckled, inquiring, Are you the third prince of the Grading dynasty? Ying Wuji, however, paid no heed. His gaze fixated intently on Gu Qingyi. His initial interest lay in the daughter of the Gu family and her extraordinary 9 apertures luminous sacred body. This unique constitution, if united with another, could significantly enhance one's cultivation, facilitating rapid growth and prowess. Although he was overlooked within the imperial court and his talent for cultivation paled in comparison to that of his 2 elder brothers, who would not harbor aspirations for the throne when born into such a powerful lineage. Yet, his innate abilities had always been eclipsed by his siblings, and thus, his ambitions lay dormant within. However, should he attain the nurturing of the 9 apertures luminous sacred body, it was conceivable that his cultivation could soar, potentially allowing him to vie for the position of sovereign. Moreover, witnessing this legendary physique in the form of a breathtaking beauty only intensified the flames of greed within him, akin to a wildfire raging uncontrollably. Gu Qingyi, disliking Ying Wuji's unabashed stare, coldly rebuked, Shameless wretch, restrain your repugnant gaze. Did you not hear my husband address you? It was only upon her sharp reprimand that Ying Wuji regained his senses, finally directing his attention to Yi Chongqing, who held Gu Qingyi's hand. In that instant, A surge of anger welled within him, as if a precious treasure had been snatched away. Who are you? Ying Wuji spoke icily, exhibiting no regard for Yi Changxing whatsoever. Yi Changxing could not help but express his helplessness. You keep insisting on wanting to see Qingyi. Do you not even know what her husband looks like? Ying Wuji feigned realization. Ah, so you are the renowned waste of the Yi family. Is there anything surprising about your existence? Before Yi Changxing could respond, Gu Qingyi could not restrain her anger and retorted, silence. You are merely a minor practitioner of the spirit realm. What right do you have to speak ill of my husband? Should you dare to utter such brazen words again, do not blame me for being impolite. Over time, the shadow of Yi Changxing had already taken residence in Gu Qingyi's heart, leaving no room for others to disparage him. However, Ying Wuji dismissed her ire and turned directly to Gu Jingxin, saying, Master Gu, you are well aware that Yi Changxing is nothing but an incapable waste. Will marrying Miss Qingyi to him truly bring any benefit to the Gu family? It is worth noting that in the Wanyuan continent, the law of the jungle prevails. In terms of status, I am the third prince, far superior to a mere waste of the Yi family. In terms of strength, our grading dynasty ranks among the best in Zhangzhou, whereas the Yi family pales in comparison, akin to a firefly against the bright moon. If you are willing, why not consider marrying Miss Qingyi to me? I can speak to my father, and we could forge a partnership between the Gu family and the grading dynasty, which would be far more profitable than an alliance with a mere Yi family. Gu Jingxin's gaze flickered, his expression remaining dark. Yet he could not deny the stirring of temptation within him. The primary reason he had agreed to let Gu Qingyi marry Yi Changxing was due to the Yi family's status as a top force in Dongzhou, promising significant aid to the Gu family, as well as the presence of this extraordinary figure of imperial caliber before him. However, in comparison to the grading dynasty, the Yi family appeared trivial. Even Ye's father, a powerful figure of the imperial realm, had counterparts within the dynasty. Seeing Gu Jingxin fall silent, Ying Wuji's expression brightened. Master Gu, consider this carefully. If Miss Qingyi were to marry me, the resources provided by the grading dynasty would surpass those of the Yi family by countless times. If she can assist me in ascending to the position of emperor, the rewards for the Gu family would far exceed your expectations. Even setting those matters aside, given Miss Qingyi's innate talent, coupled with the various resources of the grading dynasty, your family would likely produce a formidable being at the quasi-imperial level in the future. Such tremendous benefits, does it truly require further contemplation? Ying Wuji displayed unwavering confidence in the conditions he set for himself, even envisioning a future where, upon acquiring the 9 apertures Linglong sacred body, he would astound his elder brother and father with his remarkable progress and cultivation. However, at this moment, Gu Jingxin regained his composure. He had endured numerous experiences and was far from being the naive youth he once was. Although the terms proposed by Ying Wuji appeared generous, they were, in essence, mere empty promises, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, the perilous nature of imperial succession was undeniable. Even a minor family such as the Gu clan could find itself entangled in monumental troubles. Should one fail to seize the opportunity, it would be a stroke of luck merely to avoid the extermination of the Gu family, let alone to thrive. Glancing at Ying Wuji, Gu Jingxin could not help but shake his head slightly. Given the third prince's brash and volatile demeanor, and his purportedly lesser talent compared to his 2 elder brothers, the prospect of ascending to the throne seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens, offering little hope for success. Perhaps the third prince should exercise caution in his words. Since Qingyi is already wed to a virtuous son-in-law of longevity, I possess neither the audacity nor the inclination to suggest a remarriage. To pursue such an endeavor would invite scorn from all corners of the world. Gu Jingxin swiftly quelled his wavering thoughts and resolutely rejected Ying Wuji's proposal. Collaborating with such an impulsive individual would be akin to placing the future of the Gu family upon the flames. Ying Wuji's expression faltered, his demeanor shifting to one of cold fury. Master Gu, you must consider this carefully. Rest assured, I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. Qingyi and Changxing are a match made in heaven. To be questioned by a younger generation in such a manner would provoke indignation even in a clay figure, let alone the head of the Gu family. Yi Changxing observed with great interest the verbal duel between the two, utterly astonished by the audacity of the third prince of the great Ying dynasty to invade another's territory in pursuit of a woman, and to brazenly speak in front of the other's father, such a thoughtless fool. Were it not for the backing of the great Ying dynasty, he would have met his demise countless times by now. At that moment, a suggestion from the system echoed in his mind. defeat the third prince of the Grading dynasty. Danger level, moderate. Difficulty, quite challenging. Reward, supreme gift pack. Upon hearing the system's alert, Yi Changxing's expression shifted dramatically. Since acquiring the system, this was his first encounter with its intrinsic suggestion. The mere mention of the phrase supreme gift pack sent waves of exhilaration through his mind. To be acknowledged by the system as a supreme gift pack implies that the contents within must be extraordinary, reflecting upon his own inability to cultivate the ancient Tao body. A bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in his heart. Could it be that this supreme gift pack would yield a cultivation technique for the ancient Tao body? The thought alone made his heart race like a drum. Regardless of what treasures this pack might contain, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid to him. Such an opportunity, laid out before him, would be a grave mistake to overlook. The mocking laughter of Ing Wuji continued. Ha! The head of the Gu family truly possesses a lamentable lack of discernment. To refuse the invitation of this prince for the sake of a useless body, what were you thinking? Gu Qingyi abruptly turned her head, anxiously regarding Yi Changxing. She sensed that he had released his grip on her hand. Husband, please do not act impulsively. That Ing Wuji is a practitioner of the spirit mansion realm. Yi Changxing gently patted her palm, smiling softly as he reassured her, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. After releasing Gu Qingyi, he walked deliberately towards Ing Wuji. Your words have displeased me greatly. Observing Yi Changxing's proactive stance, a glimmer of fierce excitement flashed in Ing Wuji's eyes. His earlier insults directed at Yi Changxing were intended to provoke a reaction from him. With Ye's father and the formidable members of the Yi clan providing protection, he was unable to deal with this so-called worthless individual. However, if Yi Changxing chose to confront him directly, the outcome would be entirely different. He could seize the opportunity to thoroughly humiliate this so-called waste, rendering him a laughingstock before the world. Not only could he establish his authority, but he could also demonstrate the vast chasm that existed between himself and the talents of Zhongzhou. Perhaps, in light of this, Gu Jingxin might reconsider and agree to betroth Gu Qingyi to him instead. As this thought crossed his mind, before Yi Changxing could approach, he suddenly unleashed the imposing aura of the spirit mansion realm. A powerful pressure surged forth, directed straight at Yi Changxing. Behind, Gu Qingyi's expression turned tense with anxiety. Her husband, unable to cultivate, would surely struggle to withstand such a force. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the Yi clan and various factions, the scene unfolded. Yi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed by the overwhelming pressure that enveloped him, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he approached Ing Wuji with measured, deliberate steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The cold smile on Ing Wuji's face gradually morphed into astonishment, which then shifted into suspicion. Logically, a mere mortal incapable of cultivation should not withstand his formidable aura. Yet, why did Yi Changxing seem as if nothing were amiss? His relentless probing consciousness swept over Yi Changxing repeatedly, failing to uncover any signs of cultivation. How could this be? As Ing Wuji wrestled with his bewilderment, Yi Changxing had already closed the distance to within 5 or 6 paces. Third prince, your arrogance is truly distasteful, Ing Wuji remarked icily, deliberately questioning. Who are you to speak to this prince in such a manner? Yi Changxing shrugged. Third prince, feigning ignorance has lost its charm. I am Yi Changxing, the husband of Qingyi, the so-called waste you speak of. It is indeed you. I had thought you would only cower beneath the protection of your family elders and the wings of women, yet here you are, daring to appear before me. Yi Changxing chuckled lightly, his demeanor composed as he remarked, Oh, not at all. While I may be timid, I certainly do not stoop to the level of the third prince, who lacks all decorum. To intrude uninvited and covet another man's wife, especially one who is already wed, is an act of sheer barbarism and shamelessness that I could never commit. In this regard, you are indeed the senior. As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding young talents, displeased by the actions of the onlookers, quickly chimed in. Indeed, I had thought the third prince of the Dang dynasty to be a figure of merit, yet he turns out to be nothing more than a lecherous rogue. The sentiment continued. Not only is he a rogue, but a brazen one at that. Such disgraceful thoughts should never be spoken openly. It is a testament to his utter lack of shame. Ha ha ha, Brother Su speaks the truth. Is this man truly from Zhongzhou? Surely not all from Zhongzhou are devoid of moral principles. The proud young elites of Dongzhou, already feeling slighted by the overwhelming presence of Zhongzhou's talents, found their grievances compounded by Ing Wuji's arrogance, which belittled even the esteemed Yi family of Dongzhou. It was no wonder they harbored such resentment. As the mocking voices echoed around him, a murderous intent began to crystallize in Ing Wuji's eyes. Young man, It seems you are courting death. Yi Chongqing exhibited no trace of fear, smiling as he remarked, the third prince is indeed domineering, to dictate life and death over a mere disagreement. Are all of you from Zhongzhou so resolute? Chapter 32. The gamble. Upon hearing Yi Chongqing's words, Ing Wuji's eyes narrowed involuntarily. This individual appeared soft and timid. Yet his rhetoric was remarkably incisive, deftly positioning the talents of Zhongzhou against these Eastern Islanders. Should he continue his earlier arrogance, it might incite widespread ire. Who would have thought that although you are a waste, you possess a sharp tongue? Ing Wuji scoffed lightly, stepping forward slightly with his right foot. However, this prince finds it beneath himself to squabble with mere insects. Kneel and speak. As soon as the words left his mouth, a faint dragon's roar suddenly resonated within Ing Wuji. His robe billowed, and an even more formidable aura erupted, subtly reminiscent of the presence of the azure dragon beneath him. Let us see how you maintain your bravado this time. Ing Wuji thought with a cold smile, envisioning the scene of Yi Chongqing collapsing, bloodied. Yet, mere moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? Yi Chongqing stood at a distance, still smiling, as if the overwhelming force that had just crushed the talents of Dongzhou was but a gentle breeze. This is the Azure Flood Dragon's fragmentation of the divine realm. Gu Jingchun was seized by a sudden realization, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The talents from Dongzhou nearby immediately grew curious. Master Gu, what is this Azure Flood Dragon's fragmentation of the divine realm? Gu Jingchun promptly elaborated. It is said that the Grading Dynasty possesses a technique that utilizes the blood of the tamed Azure Flood Dragon to refine spiritual power, imbuing it with the unique oppressive aura that the dragon exudes over all beings. If mastered deeply, one may even gain certain special effects characteristic of the Azure Flood Dragon race, such as the ability to effortlessly tear apart protective spiritual shields and inflict damage upon the mind. To his astonishment, Ing Wuji had actually perfected this technique. Indeed, the talents of Central Continent were not to be underestimated. A chill ran through the hearts of those present. Techniques capable of inflicting damage to the mind were a rarity, with only a handful circulating throughout Dongzhou. It was only powers as formidable as the Grading Dynasty that might possess such techniques. The effects of this powerful skill enabled its wielder to become nearly invincible among peers. For Ing Wuji to employ such a technique against one devoid of cultivation was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, Yi Chongqing seemed utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. Ing Wuji was filled with perplexity. Time and again, he scrutinized Yi Chongqing's internal condition, finding no trace of spiritual power, confirming that this individual was indeed an incapable body. But how could a mere incapable withstand the Azure Flood Dragon's fragmentation of the divine realm? Confusion consumed him, and he felt his imposing aura wane slightly. How did you evade my Azure Flood Dragon's fragmentation of the divine realm? Yi Chongqing wore an expression of indifference, slightly curling his lips as he remarked, the Qing Jiao fragmented divine realm? Is it truly that formidable? Even I, a person devoid of cultivation, cannot contend with it. Perhaps you should return and request a more competent technique from your father. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Ing Wuji. This arrogant fool truly believes this prince cannot deal with him? Oh dear, third prince, do not take offense. How could a mere mortal, lacking in cultivation, possibly stand as your rival? Yi Chongqing, with a tone laced with sarcasm, conceded a remark, only to swiftly retaliate with another. Our esteemed third prince is indeed a prodigy of the Central Continent. Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of your illustrious Great Wind Dynasty by venting your frustrations upon a mere waste like me? It is good that you acknowledge your own inadequacies. Out of respect for Uncle Yi, I shall not pursue this matter further, but you must recognize your own place. Without the protection of Uncle Yi and the Yi family, what are you but a worthless being, unworthy of standing before me? Yi Chongqing's expression grew slightly cold as he retorted without reservation. Indeed, the third prince is quite proud, relying on his noble birth and commendable cultivation to act tyrannically. Is he not? Enough. Ing Wuji was infuriated, his composure evaporating entirely. How dare you, a worthless wretch, criticize this prince? Were it not for your reliance on the Yi family and your father's influence, how could Gu Qingyi, a peerless talent, ever consider marrying a good-for-nothing like you, who cannot even cultivate? You, a mere sycophant, have the audacity to reproach this prince? Such shamelessness is astonishing. Upon hearing these words, Gu Jingxin's countenance darkened significantly. Although he had initially agreed to the marriage with the Yi family with some aspirations for advancement, it was also because of a childhood betrothal and his daughter's consent. Yet now, as these words escaped Ing Wuji's lips, it felt as if he were a spineless fool, unable to protect his own daughter. However, it seemed that everyone underestimated Yi Changxing's verbal prowess. Ha ha ha, third prince, do you truly wish to amuse me with such remarks? Threats and coercion? How laughable it is to hear such words from your mouth. Do you intend to inform the world that the hundreds of women in your royal household willingly followed you back? Little do you know. Your notorious lasciviousness and the coercion of virtuous women have spread even to the eastern continent. I could hardly believe that someone as shameless as you would dare to utter such statements publicly. This exchange struck a nerve with Ing Wuji, causing him to glare at Yi Changxing through gritted teeth. Let us not be hasty in our response to the truth. Did you not claim that I relied on my family and forebears to coerce Qingyi into marriage? In fact, my clan's divine son, Xiao Chen, had previously harbored doubts and conducted inquiries regarding this matter. As fate would have it, Qingyi is present today. Qingyi, please come forth and tell them, did you not marry me of your own accord? Initially, Xiao Chen had been enjoying the spectacle from a corner. But Yi Changxing's sudden summons pulled him into an unwanted spotlight, leaving his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had already been troubled by this matter, and now this scoundrel had publicly revealed it, as if deliberately stabbing him in the heart. Yet, with so many witnesses, he could only suppress his anger with a disdainful huff. Upon Yi Changxing's beckoning, Gu Qingyi approached him. Her celestial-like, serene visage radiated calmness as she took the initiative to grasp one of Yi Changxing's hands. The soft, warm sensation of her palm set his heart aflutter. Third prince, please do not spread false rumors regarding this matter. My marriage to my husband is entirely of my own volition, with no coercion involved. My family has never faced any pressure from the Yi family in this regard. Father, would you not agree? Gu Jingxin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly coughed lightly and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Qingyi speaks nothing but the truth. In my youth, I was a close friend of Brother Yi, and we arranged a marriage contract for our children. When Qingyi and Changxing reached the appropriate age, we brought this matter to the forefront. This affair was entirely a mutual agreement between the two children, devoid of any chaotic motives. It is best for the third prince to refrain from spreading rumors. Chapter 33, Unexpected. Have you heard? What more do you have to say? Yi Changxing spoke with a calm demeanor, a hint of mockery dancing upon his lips. In the corner, Xiao Chen's gaze was as piercing as a blade. Gritting his teeth as he muttered, this scoundrel, what could the Gu family head and Qingyi possibly see in him? The head of the Gu family publicly addressed the matter, completely dispelling the rumors surrounding it. Ing Wuji cast a deep glance at the cold-faced Gu Qingyi and suddenly declared, since this is a matter of mutual affection, this prince has no objections. I merely heard that Miss Qingyi was being coerced, and thus came forth to seek justice on her behalf. Now that it appears there are no ulterior motives, I shall no longer intervene. Do not attempt to distort the truth here. This prince would never engage in the act of forcibly taking another's spouse, so do not tarnish the reputation of the Grading dynasty. With that said, Uncle Yi, I shall take my leave. With these words, he turned and strode towards the distant Qingjiao, which lay prostrate upon the ground. Yi Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this young man, who had just displayed such arrogance, leave so easily? What would become of his coveted supreme gift pack now? The thought sent a wave of urgency through him. He cannot allow this. Ha ha ha, the third prince certainly speaks with ease. You first flaunt your power in my Yi family, show disrespect to your elders, and indiscriminately covet my wife. Now you wish to depart without a care? It seems rather dismissive of both me, the young master, and the Yi family, does it not? Upon uttering these words, everyone was left in shock, staring at Yi Changxing in disbelief. How dare this waste of a body speak to Ing Wuji in such a manner? Yes, father revealed a smile upon his face, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction. Although his son could not cultivate, the pride and character within him had not been lost. Oh, what do you intend to do? Ing Wuji halted his steps, turning his head to regard Yi Changxing with an enigmatic smile. Yi Changxing smiled and said, I have heard that the Grading dynasty and the third prince have conducted extensive research on various special physiques. Coincidentally, I have dabbled in this area as well. If the third prince is willing, perhaps we could engage in a discussion? This statement struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them in astonishment. Surely, I did not mishear. That useless disciple of the Yi family is openly challenging Ing Wuji? It appears he indeed harbors such intentions. Has he lost his mind? After all, he is addressing the third prince of the Grading dynasty, a practitioner of the spirit mansion realm, a paragon of the central continent with unparalleled combat prowess at his level. The crowd, akin to encountering a ghost, erupted into a cacophony of bewildered chatter. speculating whether Yu Chongqing had indeed lost his sanity. With no cultivation to speak of, was he truly seeking death by provoking such a genius? In a corner, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clenched his fist. Ha! This fool truly does not know his own limits, daring to challenge Wuji. This time, he is surely doomed. Indeed, Brother Chen, we are in for quite the spectacle. Yi Tu was equally exhilarated, never anticipating that Yu Chongqing would take the initiative to seek his own demise. Gu Qingyi regarded Yu Chongqing with surprise, finding his actions rather unexpected. However, a fleeting smile soon graced her exquisite visage. It seemed that her husband had undergone a transformation of sorts. Gu's father nodded with a smile, greatly admiring the display of masculinity exhibited by Yi Chongqing. Brother Yi, you have taught Chongqing well. Ha! Brother Gu flatters me. It is merely the boy's own determination, came the humble reply. Previously, Yi Chongqing had embodied a rather frivolous demeanor, and combined with his inability to cultivate due to his constitution, he had garnered considerable criticism from the Yi family members. Now, with Wuji's arrogance having long stirred resentment among the Yi family, witnessing this once timid young master bravely stepping forward instantly garnered him considerable support. In response to Wuji's retort, Yi Chongqing smiled and said, "Third Prince, you have quite the knowledge of these unique constitutions. I wonder if you are familiar with my ancient Tao body? A waste of a body. What merit is there to understand?" Wuji scoffed, showing no regard for him whatsoever. "You do not seek guidance, rather. You wish to know how this prince might instruct you?" Yu Chongqing feigned sorrow and sighed, "Alas, you know that I am unable to cultivate the ancient path of the great wilderness. How about we engage in a physical contest without relying on our cultivation?" Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow, contemplating the back of Gu Chongqing, seemingly at a loss for words. Although she was aware that her husband had been diligently practicing the physical techniques rewarded by the heavenly path steel, she was uncertain of his progress. Moreover, Wuji was a prodigy who had mastered the Qingjiao shattering divine technique, and his physique, nourished by the bloodline of fierce beasts, was inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the aid of his formidable techniques, he was rarely matched even among those of the same realm. Was her husband's decision to proceed in such a manner somewhat reckless? A flicker of concern passed through the eyes of Ye's father. While he was naturally elated that his son had stepped forward, he could not help but feel that competing against a genius like Wuji might be somewhat beyond their capabilities. Initially, he had intended to leverage the situation to compel Wuji to acknowledge his mistakes. However, with his son's unexpected declaration, he felt a mix of anxiety and newfound resolve. Should Yu Chongqing find himself in peril, he would not hesitate to intervene. After all, the reputation of Yu Chongqing as a waste was widely known. Daring to challenge Wuji was already enough to earn him some respect. And even if he were to lose, few would cast blame. Various thoughts swirled among the spectators as they awaited Wuji's response. Observing the calm demeanor of Yi Chongqing, Wuji was secretly elated. Originally, he believed that this matter would come to an end once the head of the Gu family spoke. For the might of the emperor was not something a junior could provoke. Yet now, this oblivious Yi Chongqing had inadvertently stepped into the fray, leaving him no room for blame. "Ah, you possess quite the audacity. Are you implying that you wish to challenge me, the crown prince? Are you perhaps intimidated?" Wuji suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth resonating like a dragon's roar. "Splendid. I had thought you merely a waste sheltered beneath the protection of your elders. Yet you truly exhibit a modicum of courage. However, for daring to suggest that I fear, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today." As his words hung in the air, he turned to Ye's father and remarked, "Yi uncle, this is a challenge he has initiated himself. One cannot hold me accountable for being too severe in my response." Before Ye's father could interject, Yi Chongqing interposed, "Third Prince, this matter is of my own volition and bears no relation to others. Allow me to ascertain whether the famed Qingjiao suation technique of the Dang dynasty is indeed as formidable as its reputation suggests." Gu Qingyi anxiously twisted her hands, her gaze fixed on Ye's father, hoping he would intervene to halt this impending confrontation. Chapter 34. Yi Chongqing's confidence? Yi Chongqing glanced back at his father, who found his words caught in his throat. The usually carefree and mischievous lad was unexpectedly earnest, even shaking his head slightly in response. Ye's father momentarily lost his composure. And then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke with deliberate calmness. "If you are eager to spar, the head of the family shall not interfere. However, I urge you to restrain yourselves. Do not take a life." As soon as his words fell, The atmosphere erupted with fervor. To her astonishment, "Father, you did not intervene in this contest. Was he truly willing to witness his beloved son endure such a beating?" Gu Qingyi had initially contemplated offering some words of persuasion, but upon realizing that both her husband and father-in-law had acquiesced, she recognized that to retract her stance would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Thus, the seemingly uneven duel was set in motion. Yi Changxing, with an elegant demeanor, extended his hand towards Ing Wuji. "Please." "Ha, what an audacious claim. Who do you think you are?" A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Ing Wuji's mouth. Yet a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, with continuous explosive sounds emanating from within, akin to the rumbling of distant thunder, seemingly harboring terrifying energy. This overwhelming presence was merely the pressure released from the flow of his vital energy, without the use of any cultivation. Ing Wuji grinned malevolently. "Heh, Yi Changsheng, are you ready to meet your demise?" Yi Changsheng merely responded with a calm demeanor, stating that it was still too early to discuss such matters. He widened his stance, establishing a firm 8-character posture, his face devoid of fear. Even when faced with death, he dared to be defiant. Ing Wuji whispered a fierce rebuke, and suddenly, a sound akin to a dragon's chant emanated from within him. Immediately, a layer of pale blue scales enveloped his skin, resonating with the distant azure dragon. The overwhelming pressure of his presence surged forth, causing those around him to experience a palpable sense of trepidation. With a powerful thrust of his feet, the ground erupted into a small crater. His figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages suspended in the air. Yi Changxing's expression was stern, his gaze flashing with a golden light that quickly dissipated. Without the slightest hesitation, he surged forward, taking 3 decisive steps before unleashing a powerful punch. At that moment, Ing Wuji's figure finally solidified, and he, too, struck with formidable force, delivering a fierce blow. The 2 fists collided mid-air, producing a deafening crack that reverberated across the space. Gu Qingyi anxiously covered her mouth, fearful of inadvertently letting out a scream. In comparison to Ing Wuji, Yi Changxing's presence appeared less imposing. On the surface, it seemed he was vastly outmatched. However, only those with profound cultivation could perceive the layer of dark golden radiance shimmering around him. The stark contrast in their strengths caused many onlookers to shut their eyes in terror, dreading the sight of a gruesome spectacle. Just as the crowd believed Yi Changxing was on the verge of defeat, both fighters suddenly withdrew their fists. A look of astonishment crossed Ing Wuji's face, while Yi Changxing remained composed, standing firm as if the earlier clash had been inconsequential to him. "Interesting," Ing Wuji mused, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, a spark of intrigue dancing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that after his full-force attack, Yi Changxing would remain unscathed. This battle promised to be even more exhilarating. Bang! The deep, resonant sound of the impact echoed like a drum, momentarily deafening those nearby. The ground beneath them fractured, shards of jade scattering like concealed weapons, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Yes, father secretly focused his gaze, feeling a surge of tension as he observed the unfolding scene. He was prepared to intervene immediately should Yi Changxing find himself in peril. As fragments fell, a faint azure and deep gold radiance emanated from the 2 combatants, their fists clashing in a stalemate. A flicker of disbelief crossed Ing Wuji's eyes. How could this seemingly incapable body possess such formidable strength, nearly rivaling his own azure flood dragon physique? In the next moment, fury surged within him. "Step back," he commanded, a powerful force once again surging through him, crashing towards Yi Changxing in an attempt to force him back. Yet, Yi Changxing showed no sign of fear, as a similarly potent energy erupted from within him. The forces collided, causing both to involuntarily retreat. Ing Wuji stumbled back 3 steps, while Yi Changxing remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. This evenly matched outcome left the onlookers in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Ing Wuji and Yi Changxing were equal in strength? Amidst the chorus of gasps, Yi Changxing shook his hand and, with a grin revealing a set of bright teeth, remarked, "The azure flood dragon physique of the 3rd prince seems rather unimpressive." Before Ing Wuji could respond, a clear, melodious voice rang out from within the crowd of Ye's family. "Go, brother. Defeat this arrogant fool." Yi Yao had suddenly rushed over at some point, fervently waving her tiny fists and cheering for Yi Changxing. "Go, brother. Go, brother." Yi Yao's exclamation was strikingly attention-grabbing, instantly capturing the focus of everyone present. The members of the Yi family were momentarily taken aback, yet they were gradually inspired by her fervor, their scattered cheers coalescing into a unified chorus. After all, they were of the Yi lineage. Even when confronted with the humiliation from outsiders, they could unite as one. The deafening cheers soared towards the heavens, eliciting an involuntary smile from Yi Changxing. The earlier confrontation had merely been a test. He had retained some strength for defense. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Ing Wuji's physical prowess was rather limited. If that were indeed the case, it seemed he need not hold back any longer and could unleash his full power. Ing Wuji stared blankly at his slightly trembling fist. Disbelief etched across his features. How could this body, deemed incapable of cultivation, possess such formidable physical strength, rivaling even his own Xingtiao body? This outcome was difficult for the proud Ing Wuji to accept. He had assumed that, with his overwhelming strength, even if he could not vanquish this so-called waste, he could at least inflict severe injury. He should have been the one basking in the adoration of the crowd, not this so-called waste before him. Damn it. Damn it all. He suddenly roared, the flames of rage nearly consuming his reason. With a slight bend of his body, he vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Yi Changsheng, who was turning to greet Yi Yao, felt a sudden tension in his spirit, immediately aware of a fierce wind rushing toward him. Husband, be careful. Gu Qingyi could not help but shout. Ing Wuji's approach was a surprise attack, no matter how formidable Yi Changxing was. He could easily be injured if caught off guard. In a critical moment, the force of Ing Wuji's punch was already upon Yi Changxing. He swiftly lowered his body, nearly parallel to the ground, and evaded the attack by utilizing the iron plank bridge. Following this, he rolled his body, bracing himself with one hand while his right leg lashed out like a whip towards Ing Wuji's back. Bang! Another jarring impact echoed, causing Ing Wuji to brace his back, relying on his robust physique to absorb the blow. Though the damage was minimal, he could not help but stagger a few steps. You shall pay for this. Infuriated by the failed ambush and the subsequent counterattack, he turned, unleashing a torrent of punches like a dragon, raining down upon Yi Changxing. Yi Changxing showed no signs of retreat, his flowing black hair soaring as a radiant golden light enveloped him, responding with an astonishing speed. The incessant sounds of collision reverberated like a relentless drumbeat, the overwhelming force fracturing the ground of the square, leaving it in a state of devastation. Chapter 35. The humanoid savage beast, the most primal and explosive power, was laid bare before the onlookers. Every inch of their bodies transformed into formidable weapons. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly suffered broken bones and torn ligaments from such impacts. The ground beneath them had been reduced to chaos, forcing the spectators to step back in alarm. A red-haired genius from the eastern continent could not help but exclaim, Wang Wuji is indeed a prince of the great Ming dynasty, possessing an extraordinary physique. Yet, who would have thought that the legendary waste body could exhibit such formidable strength? It is truly astonishing. Indeed, indeed. After all, he is the son of an emperor. There must be something extraordinary about him. As they pondered, the clash between the two warriors escalated into a fierce battle. Wang Wuji, being a prodigy of the central continent, was naturally prideful and unwilling to yield. Although Yi Changxing appears to be rather relaxed on the surface, he possesses a profound sense of self-esteem. Moreover, with the system's task laid out before him, should he retreat and lose this battle, the fateful gift that could alter his destiny would undoubtedly vanish into thin air. The sounds of combat were intense, and both fighters bore traces of blood upon their fists. Yi Changxing took a moment to steady his rapid breathing, preparing to catch his breath when Ing Wuji suddenly seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. The old strength had waned, and the new strength had yet to manifest. He had no choice but to muster a deep breath, bracing himself against the force of a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the chest. Thud! His ribcage reverberated as Yi Changxing remained rooted to the spot, yet the tremendous force propelled him back, carving two deep furrows into the ground beneath his feet. Ing Wuji, elated, mistakenly believed that his opponent had finally exhausted his strength. Ha ha ha, you are no match for this prince. With a raucous laugh, Ing Wuji closed in on Yi Changxing, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes upon him. Yet, Yi Changxing appeared as though he were devoid of energy, merely raising his arms to shield his face and vital points, enduring the onslaught of Ing Wuji's attacks without retaliation. Yi Fu's gaze tightened, poised to intervene and thwart the two individuals at any moment. Gu Qingyi watched in anguish, fearing that these assaults might inflict grave injuries upon her husband. In this seemingly one-sided battle, almost everyone believed the outcome was all but decided. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Changxing's countenance, concealed behind his crossed arms, bore not the agony of the attacks but rather a profound delight. It was only moments ago, when Ing Wuji's strike landed upon him, that he realized the overwhelming force did not induce deeper destruction. Instead, it felt as though something had shielded him, merely coursing through his muscles and bones. Simultaneously, he experienced an odd sensation, as if something within his body was being shattered by this power, generating an indescribable warmth that gradually intensified from his very marrow. As the invisible shackles fractured and the warmth circulated through his muscles and meridians, he sensed his cells responding as if nourished by some extraordinary tonic, becoming extraordinarily invigorated and animated, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of clarity and bliss. Though uncertain about the exact nature of these developments within him, Yi Changxing instinctively felt that this phenomenon was not detrimental, and he had no intention of hindering it. Ying Wuji's onslaught grew increasingly frenzied, transforming him into a dark shadow that coiled around Yi Changxing, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Under such relentless assault, he believed that even a practitioner of the cave heaven realm would succumb before him. Yet, he then witnessed Yi Changxing's arms drop, unexpectedly relinquishing his defensive stance. Ying Wuji paused, momentarily convinced that his opponent had finally exhausted his capacity for resistance and intended to seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. However, upon meeting Yi Changxing's fervent gaze, an inexplicable shock coursed through him. Is that all the strength you possess? You can't even move a worthless body like mine. Have you spent all your energy on the woman? To provoke Ying Wuji into maintaining his previous intensity, Yi Changxing intentionally uttered these taunts. Anticipating that his adversary would continue the relentless barrage, he sensed that as long as he persisted in shattering the shackles within his body, his indestructible form might undergo a remarkable transformation. Ying Wuji unleashed a flurry of punches, while Yi Changxing would respond with only a single strike in return. Yet, despite the disparity in their assault frequencies, Ying Wuji felt an unsettling vibration within his own organs as if they were on the verge of displacement. Observing Yi Changxing's unwavering demeanor, seemingly intent on trading injuries with him, Ying Wuji descended into absolute madness. Very well, if you wish to exchange blows with this prince. Do you think I fear you? Come. Despite the searing pain radiating throughout his body, he found himself unable to swallow his pride. For he was a prince of the Grading dynasty, a genius of the Middle Continent. How could he possibly be outmatched by this worthless being? Ying Wuji found it hard to believe that Yi Changxing could remain unaffected after enduring so many attacks. Before he could finish his thought, he charged forward once more, relinquishing all defenses to engage Yi Changxing directly. He was gambling, wagering that Yi Changxing's internal condition was equally dire, and that the current calm was merely a fade. He bet that Yi Changxing would not withstand his onslaught and would collapse first. As he felt the terrifying force continuously striking him, Yi Changxing's heart swelled with unexpected joy. If this continued, the invisible shackles within him would surely shatter completely. The surge of energy had grown to a conspicuous level, causing his body to rejoice. Thus, he deliberately slowed his attack, luring Ying Wuji to persist in his assault, ensuring that he would not relent. To outsiders, it appeared as though Yi Changxing had reached the end of his strength, poised to succumb to Ying Wuji's relentless barrage at any moment. Alas, it seemed that the heir of the Yi family had indeed made a critical mistake. It was true, he could not cultivate, lacking the nourishment of spiritual energy, and was inherently at a disadvantage. Many spectators speculated that Yi Changxing would soon face defeat, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. However, the young prodigies of Dongzhou, along with some highly skilled individuals, observed the battle with grave expressions. Perhaps disturbed by the murmurs of the crowd, a young genius from Dongzhou could not help but scoff, a bunch of short-sighted fools, utterly oblivious to the current situation and making baseless conjectures. Although Ying Wuji appears to have the upper hand, his steps are unsteady and his vitality waning. He is on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing remains composed and stable. It is likely he will soon emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, the younger generation of Dongzhou erupted in disbelief. The speaker was indeed one of Dongzhou's renowned talents, and his perspective seemed to be corroborated by the expressions of the elder experts present. This cannot be possible, someone remarked incredulously, struggling to accept that Ying Wuji could lose to an inconspicuous individual deemed a failure. Ah, the truly ignorant fear nothing. A few talents from Zhongzhou sneered nearby. You Dongzhou folks are truly naive. If Ying Wuji's sacred body of the Azure Flood Dragon possesses such meager strength, how could he ever be regarded as a genius in Zhongzhou? The red-armored youth frowned at the Zhongzhou genius's comment, dissatisfied with his arrogance. The situation in the arena was evidently clear. Could they not perceive it? Huh. The Zhongzhou genius laughed derisively, his face brimming with pride and disdain. Have you not realized your lack of insight? The sacred body of the Azure Flood Dragon of the Grading dynasty was created by the ancient powerhouse, the sacred Emperor Qingtsong. A technique created by an unparalleled figure of the imperial realm. Could it truly possess only this meager power? This inquiry left the talents of the eastern continent utterly astonished. The genius from the central continent continued. Listen closely. Today shall be an eye-opening experience for you. The Qing Jiao sacred body, cultivated by Ing Wuji, is merely a modest achievement. The technique, originally titled the Qing Long sacred body, is forged from the true blood of the Azure Dragon. Surely, you have heard of the illustrious Azure Dragon beast? The essence of such blood can only be withstood by formidable beings at the Dao platform realm. Upon reaching full mastery, even those of the imperial level would find themselves invincible in physical prowess among their peers, highlighting its tremendous strength. Naturally, the true Azure Dragon bloodline is beyond Ing Wuji's current capabilities. Hence, the younger generation of the Daqing dynasty first utilizes the Qing Jiao bloodline to lay a solid foundation, awaiting deeper cultivation before embarking on the true practice of the Qing Long sacred body, even in its diluted form. The Qing Jiao sacred body allows Ing Wuji to rank among the top 30 of the central continent's prodigies. This is the central continent's list of geniuses. Even those beyond the top 50 can stand out in the eastern continent. Do you truly believe that Ing Wuji possesses only these capabilities? After hearing the central continent geniuses' exposition, many gasped in astonishment. No wonder the central continent looks down upon the eastern continent. The quality of the next generation's talented experts is significantly inferior, making comparison impossible. The young man in red armor, begrudgingly, remarked, "No matter how you extol Ing Wuji, he remains at a disadvantage." "Huh, a stubborn duck, is it? Just watch." The central continent genius scoffed, dismissing any further debate with a cold snort. In the midst of the scene, Ing Wuji was gasping heavily. His arms covered in a pale azure scale armor that was now enveloped in a layer of pink mist, an emanation of blood mist continuously spilling forth from within him. Xiao Chen felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment coursing through his body, akin to being immersed in icy water on a sweltering summer day, an invigorating sensation enveloping him entirely. Upon seeing Ing Wuji cease his assault, he deliberately taunted, "Oh dear, is it true that the illustrious third prince of the great Ing dynasty possesses only such meager abilities? It seems the Qingjiu sacred body of your esteemed empire is rather lacking, wouldn't you agree?" Ing Wuji looked up, a sinister grin emerging on his scaly visage. "Haha. I must admit, I underestimated you, you pitiful wretch. However, do you truly believe your feeble ruse of playing the underdog can contend with me? Since you have chosen your own demise, do not blame me for being ungracious." As his words fell, a faint azure light suddenly radiated from his bloodshot eyes. "Huh!" With a low shout, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from Ing Wuji, momentarily startling Xiao Chen's father, who was observing the scene. "Is this the aura of the Azure Dragon?" he murmured, a hint of concern flickering across his brow. It seemed that within Ing Wuji flowed a drop of genuine Azure Dragon blood. Could Changxing withstand such a formidable force? Nonetheless, this terrifying aura, so fearsome it was nearly palpable, dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. Even so, the onlookers from the eastern continent wore expressions of shock, including the old monsters lurking in the shadows, who were taken aback. Is that truly Azure Dragon blood? Indeed, judging by the aura, it could not be mistaken. The Great Ing dynasty was indeed generous in its investment in the younger generation. After all, it is the most powerful among the 5 continents, and its reputation for wealth is well-deserved. The previously scoffing genius from the central continent sneered as he turned to the eastern continent's talented individuals. "Did you see that? This is the true strength of Ing Wuji. If he cannot conquer this wretched body, he is unworthy of ranking among the top 30 geniuses of the central continent." Faced with the scorn of the central continent's prodigies, the talents of the eastern continent found themselves at a loss for words. The terrifying aura unleashed by Ing Wuji was so formidable that they lacked the confidence to even attempt to counter it collectively, a testament to his overwhelming might. Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn. When the surge of the Azure Dragon's aura erupted earlier, he indeed sensed an unavoidable crisis of death. However, this was merely due to the intrinsic influence of the Azure Dragon's aura, and had little to do with Ing Wuji. This prince shall allow you to witness the true essence of the Azure Jiao sacred body. Despite possessing a drop of authentic Azure Dragon blood within him, Ing Wuji did not shamelessly proclaim himself to be the Azure Dragon sacred body. He was acutely aware that such a declaration would elicit ridicule if it were to reach the central continent. As the Azure Dragon blood within his dantian radiated outward, a series of dragon roars resonated from his body. The scales enveloping him appeared to be coated with a layer of pigment, transforming from a pale azure to a deep, resplendent cerulean hue, while emanating a faint luminescence. The previously feeble aura surged back to its former strength, even surpassing his initial state of vigor. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, Ingwuji chuckled menacingly, resembling a ferocious Xiao dragon ready to unleash its wrath. Prepare to meet your demise. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers from the eastern continent in a state of trepidation. It appeared that Yu Chongqing was indeed at a disadvantage. A genius from the central continent scoffed derisively, asserting that with the nurturing of the Azure Dragon's true blood, the Azure Zhao's body would unceasingly regenerate its essence. Henceforth, his endurance would no longer be an issue. How could that useless body possibly prevail? The eastern continent's elites fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at the impassive Yi Chongqing. Yet, Yi Chongqing's feelings were somewhat peculiar. For reasons unknown, despite Ingwuji's activation of the Azure Dragon's true blood, he sensed that it did not pose a significant threat to him. This assertion might seem overly arrogant, yet it was indeed his genuine sentiment. Lost in contemplation, Ingwuji let out a thunderous roar, and his figure vanished from his original position, appearing to move even faster than before. Chapter 37. The Death of Ingwuji? Such astonishing speed left the spectators in utter astonishment. The Azure Zhao's sacred body's speed had already been remarkable, but this was truly staggering, even without relying on cultivation. His physical prowess alone was formidable and not to be underestimated. Yu Chongqing's pupils abruptly constricted, and his arms crossed narrowly in front of his face. Bang! Yu Chongqing's legs plunged directly into the earth and rocks, carving out 2 deep ravines. Crack! He felt a faint, brittle sound emanating from his body, as if something had broken within him. Ingwuji's assault showed no signs of abating, granting Yu Chongqing not even a moment to catch his breath. Bang! A series of muffled thuds echoed incessantly, and Yi Chongqing appeared to be completely at a disadvantage, forced into a state of feeble defense with no capacity for counterattack. Though it may sound prolonged, in reality, only 6 breaths had elapsed since their confrontation began. In this brief span, Yu Chongqing had already endured dozens of punches. He resembled a small boat amidst a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yu Chongqing paid no heed to Ingwuji's onslaught. The seemingly forceful strikes merely inflicted a modicum of pain upon him, failing to cause any substantial harm. He instinctively resisted, safeguarding his more vulnerable and perilous areas. The surging warmth within him had reached its zenith, and the cells throughout his body, parched and ravenous, rejoiced as they eagerly absorbed this invigorating flow. Concurrently, his indestructible golden body transformed, akin to a piece of refined iron gradually purged of impurities beneath the hammer's relentless blows, becoming ever more pure and resilient. At this moment, he harbored a peculiar sensation, as if he could vanquish Ingwuji with a single, decisive punch. Yu Chongqing was acutely aware that this sensation was a result of his enhanced constitution. It also signified the evolution of his indestructible golden body, which could at least suppress the sacred body of the Azure Flood Dragon. After a flurry of attacks, Ingwuji landed to catch his breath. Die! He bellowed, uttering those 2 words with fervor. Without further ado, he charged forward, intent on vanquishing Yu Chongqing. A peculiar light suddenly surged in Yu Chongqing's eyes. After enduring such a relentless beating, it was time to return the favor. Die! The chilling wind from his fist seemed to nearly siphon the air from the surroundings, descending with immense, unyielding force. The talented individuals of the eastern continent felt an overwhelming dread in their hearts. If any one of them were to take his place, they would undoubtedly face certain death beneath this singular blow. Ye's father wore a slightly grave expression, prepared to intervene at any moment. The onlookers seemed to foresee the gruesome fate awaiting Yu Chongqing, with some timid souls turning their heads away, unable to bear the sight. However, in the face of what appeared to be a fatal blow, Yi Chongqing executed an unexpected maneuver that took everyone by surprise. He stepped back with his right leg and then launched forward with a powerful stride, delivering a punch. In an instant, Ingwuji's fist struck his chest. Yet Yi Chongqing's unguarded approach also proved advantageous, as his own punch left Ingwuji with little room to evade. Thud! The sounds of impact resonated almost simultaneously, accompanied by a distinct and crisp crack. A trace of fresh blood oozed from the corner of Yi Chongqing's mouth. After all, he possessed the formidable physique of the Azure Flood Dragon. Even with such a powerful attack, he still sustained some injuries. The outcome was clear. The genius from Zhozhou spoke with arrogance, convinced that the next scene would be Yu Chongqing collapsing to the ground. In the next instant, with a thud, Ingwuji fell straight to the ground, a distinct concave imprint of a fist evident upon his forehead, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Silence enveloped the crowd. Yu Chongqing let out a slow sigh, gently massaging his aching chest. The blow from Ingwuji was quite severe, and he was certain that his body bore the marks of bruises. How could this possibly be? The prodigies of Zhengzhou stared in a daze at the motionless Ing Wuji lying on the ground, murmuring in confusion. This utterance acted as a signal, causing the onlookers to erupt in a cacophony of disbelief. Ing Wuji was defeated. He was the third prince of the Deng dynasty, and he had been vanquished by a discarded body? The uproar surged like crashing waves, with cheers and applause resonating deafeningly. Yi Yao screamed incessantly, her excitement palpable as she clapped her small hands until they turned crimson. In stark contrast, the expressions on the faces of the geniuses from Zhengzhou were filled with shock and pallor. Was it truly possible that Ing Wuji, ranked among the top 30 talents, had been defeated? Did this imply that they, too, were no match for Yi Changxing in physical prowess, potentially facing a similar fate of humiliation? Gu Qingyi finally released her anxious heart, her gaze towards her husband sparkling with admiration. The corners of Yi Fu's mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. His son had truly distinguished himself today. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly broke through the air, tinged with concern. What of Ing Wuji? Why has he yet to make a move? Could it be that Yi Changxing has dealt him a fatal blow? This statement detonated like a bomb, plunging the crowd into an eerie silence. They were abruptly reminded that Ing Wuji was the third prince of the Great Ing dynasty. If he were to perish here, could the dynasty remain indifferent? Only Yi Changxing understood the true strength of the Qingjiao sacred body, though his punch appeared to have claimed Ing Wuji's life. The latter was not so easily vanquished. At that moment, from the ground, a resonant dragon's roar erupted from within Ing Wuji's body. This roar resonated with the might of a true azure dragon, imbued with an aura of authority and pressure, starkly different from the earlier sounds of the Qingjiao. A glimmer of green light ascended from within him. Uncertain of his fate, Ing Wuji opened his eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. His garments were tattered and bloodied, with a clear imprint of a fist upon his forehead, presenting a most tragic sight. Yet, simultaneously, waves of azure light surged around him, gradually healing his horrific wounds. This astonishing regenerative ability left the younger generation of Dongzhou gasping in awe. They had initially believed that despite the prowess of the talents from Zhengzhou, they could at least hold their own. However, witnessing the recent clash and the terrifying vitality and recovery of the Qingjiao sacred body, they realized that to step into this arena would be akin to offering themselves as mere fodder. In a corner, Xiao Chen's face was contorted with rage and jealousy. He had presumed that with Ing Wuji's strength, defeating Yi Changxing would be effortless. He never anticipated such an outcome. Most tragically, he suddenly recognized that if he were to take Ing Wuji's place, he would likely succumb without even requiring the invocation of the Azure Dragon's true blood. This overwhelming sense of disparity ignited a fury within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. As the onlookers marveled at Ing Wuji's formidable vitality, the green light had now ascended into the air, suddenly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The terrifying force was akin to that of a black hole, swiftly absorbing all spiritual energy within 100 miles, creating a momentary vacuum in the world around. As the energy was drawn in, the azure light gradually coalesced into a colossal azure dragon, spiraling majestically in the heavens above. Chapter 38. The experts of the Great Ing dynasty. Once the menacing dragon's head was fully formed, it unleashed a deafening roar. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a tidal wave, causing all in its vicinity to tremble in fear. A voice, grand yet filled with fury, reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. Who dares to lay such a malicious hand upon my son? Who among you is so audacious as to challenge the might of the Great Ing dynasty? As the resounding wave of sound reverberated, the oppressive aura emanating from the azure dragon intensified. Those with lesser cultivation found themselves overwhelmed. Merely hearing the sound caused their blood to surge, and the weight of the pressure rendered them injured, even leading to the expulsion of blood. Yi Changxing's heart tightened, just as he was preparing to make a swift escape. The lantern-like eyes of the azure dragon fell upon him. It is you who has harmed my child so grievously? As the azure dragon spoke, a gust of wind whipped through, causing Yi Changxing's hair to dance wildly. Before he could respond, an overwhelming force surged from all directions, enveloping him completely without a single escape. Yi Changxing could not help but let out a heart-rending scream. The pressure emanating from the powerful entity was overwhelmingly formidable, akin to casting an ordinary person into the depths of the ocean, where within mere seconds they would be reduced to a mere pulp. Every part of his body was frantically compressing inward, making him feel as though his very organs were on the brink of shattering. Just as he stood on the precipice of life and death, a sudden cold snort echoed through the air. Yi Changxing immediately felt a gentle force emanating from his body, effortlessly expelling all the pressure that had enveloped him. Simultaneously, The overwhelming pressure exerted by the azure dragon dissipated entirely, granting the onlookers a moment to breathe freely. Yes, Father cast a cold gaze upon the azure dragon that circled the sky. Your arrogance is truly astonishing. Is it your custom to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? The azure dragon finally took note of Ye's father, who appeared unremarkable at first glance. Who do you think you are to address me in such a manner? Do you not know who my son is? He is the third prince of the Grading dynasty. Should his life be lost in the eastern continent, I shall rally the might of the central continent to obliterate your eastern continent and its myriad traditions. The dragon's overwhelming presence rendered the faces of those present from the eastern continent pale, for even if this was merely a verbal threat, they could not deny the Grading dynasty's capability to execute such a deed if they were resolute. Such a flagrant threat was undoubtedly unbearable for the people of the eastern continent. Yet, Ye's father displayed no sign of fear. Ah, what grandiose words! Your Grading dynasty truly shows no restraint, lacking discernment between right and wrong. Your son, relying on his status as the third prince, dares to covet a married woman at another's doorstep. Are you not concerned that this scandal will tarnish the reputation of the Grading dynasty? Is it not appropriate for him to receive a lesson for such despicable behavior? I never imagined that the Grading dynasty would be so shameless, sending the young to confront the old. Do you wish to disregard the facts and forcefully assert yourself? His words were reasoned and objective. The azure dragon's oppressive aura intensified once more, audacious. How dare you blaspheme the Grading dynasty? How laughable! The truth stands before us. How can I be accused of defaming your dynasty? With so many witnesses present, if you doubt my words, you need only ask them. Instead of investigating the truth, you hasten to threaten violence. Do you not feel any shame? At this moment, the azure dragon finally regarded Ye's father with seriousness. It dawned upon him that his imperial pressure seemed to have no effect on this man. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and his expression grew slightly grave. As he extended his divine sense to probe Ye's father's cultivation level, a look of astonishment emerged in his terrifying eyes. Ninth tier Virtual Emperor. It is known that above the sage level lies the imperial realm, which is further subdivided into various levels. However, such extraordinary realms are seldom attained, and few are well versed in their intricacies. The ruler of the Grading dynasty is one of those rare few. The imperial realm above the sage level is categorized into 4 tiers: quasi-emperor, half-emperor, celestial emperor, and divine emperor. Only by reaching the celestial emperor tier can one truly be regarded as an unparalleled sovereign. The term virtual emperor refers to a unique realm situated between half-emperor and celestial emperor. The prowess of Ye's father is truly astonishing. The tone of the azure dragon suddenly became much more tranquil. Who would have anticipated that such an extraordinary individual as yourself would emerge in the eastern continent, just a half step away from stepping into the realm of true emperors? Yet, Ye's father spoke with a lightness reminiscent of a gentle breeze and drifting clouds, remarking that it was merely luck, a fortunate twist of fate. Alas, were it not for the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao of the eastern continent, one might surmise that you would have truly ascended to the realm of an emperor by now. The words of the azure dragon were laced with a hint of regret. Yet Ye's father remained remarkably composed. It was simply the way of things. There was no sense of loss to be felt, although their exchange bore an air of tranquility. The implication stirred profound ripples within the hearts of the eastern continent's populace. It is known that, in contrast to the central continent, the eastern continent is plagued by scarcity of resources and a deficiency of spiritual essence, rendering cultivation a far more arduous endeavor. To date, aside from the patriarch of the Yi family, there have been merely 3 quasi-emperors. Though these 3 quasi-emperors exist, they pale in comparison to the patriarch. Akin to fireflies against the brilliance of the moon, utterly inconsequential. It is precisely due to this vast disparity that the people of the eastern continent naturally presume Ye's father had attained the emperor realm. However, hearing the discourse between the sovereign of the Ying dynasty and the head of the Yi family, it appears he has not truly reached the celestial emperor level. If this revelation were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable upheaval throughout the eastern continent. Ye's father did not deny it. It seems that the reality might indeed be as such. However, only he himself is aware that despite not having truly stepped into the realm of the heavenly emperor due to the shortcomings of the eastern continent's heavenly path, his prolonged stay in the 9th stage of the void emperor realm was not spent idly. He has secretly experimented with countless methods to continuously enhance his combat prowess. If he were to engage in battle, even against a legitimate 5th stage heavenly emperor, he would likely not falter. Of course, This is merely Ye's father's own assessment, as he has yet to encounter such an adversary, leaving the true circumstances without concrete comparison or demonstration. Upon discerning Ye's father's cultivation level, the oppressive aura emanating from the azure dragon suddenly dissipated. Ye's father also smiled as he dissipated his imposing aura, withdrawing the protection he had extended to the crowd. Xiao grimaced as he rubbed his chest, his heart brimming with relief. Had it not been for his father's presence today, he might have truly lost his life. After all, he was facing the sovereign of the Dang dynasty, a figure of immense stature in the central continent. Even the mere pressure of a phantom was beyond the endurance of his currently tender indestructible body. When that oppressive aura bore down upon him moments ago, he nearly believed he would explode into a shower of flesh at any moment. Chapter 39. The Phantom Emperor. As the two overwhelming pressures dissipated, everyone exhaled in unison. The wrath of an Imperial realm powerhouse was simply cataclysmic. The fury of the Azure Dragon Phantom seemed to fade in an instant. Its voice low and resonant. To have a talent as exceptional as yours in the Eastern continent truly exceeds my expectations. However, what does it matter if you are a 9th-tier Phantom Emperor? The Dang dynasty has stood for over 10 millennia, having witnessed countless unparalleled geniuses and formidable warriors. You may reign supreme in this remote land of the Eastern continent, but do you not understand that there are always greater forces beyond? A 9th-tier Phantom Emperor holds little significance before me in the central continent. Moreover, do you really think that the Dang dynasty lacks capable individuals? That you can wield your imperial cultivation to oppress our younger generation? Ye's father was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the meaning behind the bullying the weak with strength that the Azure Dragon's phantom alluded to. He chuckled, asserting that he was not like some individuals who shamelessly wield their superior cultivation to oppress the younger generation. The condition of your son is not a result of my intervention. He and my son agreed to compete solely on physical strength, without the use of cultivation, and he was ultimately defeated. Do not speak recklessly here. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Wuji or any of those present to ascertain whether I have indeed exploited my strength against the weak. To his surprise, before he could finish, the Azure Dragon let out a cold snort. It was utterly ludicrous. Wuji trained in the esteemed Qingxiao sacred body of our grading dynasty, and from a young age, he has been nurtured with various extraordinary treasures. His physical prowess is such that even in the central continent, he would be considered among the elite of his peers. The notion that he could be defeated by someone of the same generation is truly absurd. Ye's father squinted slightly, his demeanor growing somewhat frosty. Out of respect for you as the sovereign of the Great Wind Dynasty, I have engaged in civil discourse. However, if you persist in this nonsensical bickering, do not mistake my patience for weakness. You yourself have stated that there are always greater talents beyond our kin. Could it not be possible that my son possesses superior aptitude and may indeed vanquish Wuji? Should you continue this unreasonable stance, do not claim you were not forewarned. Qinglong harbored no belief in Ye's father's assertions. It was precisely because he understood the formidable prowess of his own Qingxiao sacred body that he exuded such confidence. In this impoverished region of Dongzhou, no matter how high the innate gifts or extraordinary encounters of the younger generation, they could never rival Wuji, who was nurtured with the finest resources. Qinglong's gaze flickered, inadvertently sweeping past the standing Xiao, just as he was about to counter Ye's father's remarks. A sudden shock surged through his heart. What was this? A look of astonishment suddenly flashed in his dragon-like eyes as they fixed intently on Xiao, a youth devoid of any cultivation, yet possessing an incredibly robust physique. This seemed akin to the undying golden body. His heart quaked as he recalled an ancient prophecy from the Tianshu Pavilion, a formidable faction in Zhongzhou. Could it be that the individual foretold in the prophecy is this lad? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qinglong found himself unusually distracted. Ye's father furrowed his brow and spoke. Have you truly understood? What is it that you desire today? This query finally drew Qinglong's thoughts back to the present. It cast a profound glance at the composed Yi Changxing, hesitating for a moment before responding. If it is indeed the case that in the battle between the younger generation, my victory and Wu Jing's defeat stem from his lack of skill, I have no objections. However, should this not involve the grievances of those old fellows, then defeat is merely defeat. You of the Eastern continent need only ensure Wu Jing's survival, and I shall not press the matter further. What say you? Yet, Ye's father remained unmoved by his words. You speak so lightly. It was your insolent child who, lacking in manners, came to my Yi family and acted arrogantly, only to be defeated by my son. Whether he lives or dies depends on his own fate. I have not yet been so humiliated as to smile and speak kindly to him. You The furious shadow of the azure dragon unleashed an overwhelming pressure once more. Ye's father regarded him with a cold smile, inquiring, "What? Do you wish to resort to violence?" The ethereal visage of the azure dragon hesitated momentarily, remaining silent as the formidable aura gradually dissipated. Presently, he existed merely as a wraith, unable to exert significant power, especially with a ninth-level virtual emperor present. His spectral form was severely restricted, rendering him incapable of initiating a confrontation. Should an actual battle ensue, it might inadvertently lead to the untimely demise of Ingwuji. With this thought in mind, the azure dragon's apparition ceased its indecision. In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse. As you are a master of the virtual emperor realm, you must possess your own sense of dignity. I trust you will not strike against a junior. Let us conclude this matter, sparing Ingwuji's life. What say you? Although Ye's father was not intimidated by this individual, it was evident that he was supported by the grading dynasty in Zhangzhou. To disregard the situation entirely would not bode well for the Yi family in Dongzhou. I shall grant you this favor. Let this matter conclude here. Very well. Qinglong nodded slightly, his gaze lingering deeply on Yu Changsheng for a moment before gradually dissipating into the air. Yu Changsheng, left on the ground, wore a perplexed expression. Although he had indeed given the man's son a thorough beating, it was ultimately a dispute between the youth. Why did the leader of the great Ing dynasty fixate on him? Could it be that he was a rather petty individual, harboring intentions of revenge in the future? The thought tightened his heart, amplifying his urgency to enhance his strength. As Qinglong's ethereal form vanished, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. The two emperor-level powers had been at odds, leaving the mere mortals trembling in their wake. Even the mere aura they exuded was beyond their capacity to withstand. Fortunately, a confrontation had been averted, resulting in a peaceful resolution. With Qinglong's presence now gone, a beam of pure light entered Ingwuji's body, rapidly healing his injuries. Yu Changsheng's earlier strike had appeared incredibly fearsome, indenting his forehead, yet it had not claimed his life. Without uttering a word, Ingwuji turned and made his way toward the Qing Jiao, which lay a short distance away on the ground. "Oh, is His Highness the third prince departing?" Yi Changsheng smiled and called out cheerfully from behind, but Ingwuji turned sharply and shot him a fierce glare, his steps unyielding as he swiftly mounted the azure dragon. "Today, this prince has learned a lesson," he declared angrily, before urging the azure dragon to soar into the sky, leaving in a somewhat flustered haste. Such an outcome was entirely unexpected for everyone present. Yi Changsheng, the infamous waste of the eastern continent, astonishingly triumphed over the genius of the central continent, Ingwuji. Such news, once circulated, would undoubtedly leave many in utter disbelief. This victory serves as a source of pride for the people of the eastern continent. With cheers and applause resounding endlessly, Father Yi approached with a beaming smile, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Good child, well done." Chapter 40, Yi Yao's Test. Yi Changsheng grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and burst into laughter. "It must be thanks to my father's excellent teaching, right? You little rascal, ha ha." Ye's father smiled with great joy, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction as if he had finally witnessed his son's transformation into a dragon. Before the two could exchange many words, the elders of the Yi family, like flies drawn to a scent, surrounded Yu Changsheng completely. "Changsheng, how did you cultivate such an extraordinary physique?" one elder inquired. "Indeed, young master, with such innate physical prowess, you could send the geniuses of the central continent fleeing in disarray. You are truly the beacon of our eastern continent's future." Another echoed. "Absolutely, young master. You are the paragon for all the youth." The flattery came in relentless waves, almost overwhelming Yu Changsheng, who wore a forced smile, struggling to manage their attention. In truth, the elders were likely consumed by curiosity regarding how he had achieved such a formidable body. Enough, enough. Changsheng has just emerged from a fierce battle. He lacks the energy to engage in your banter. Let him have some rest, and we shall discuss other matters later. The discontented voice of Ye's father resounded, finally subduing the fervent elders of the Yi family. Yu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly extricated himself from the crowd. Gu Qingyi, biting her lower lip, approached him and, in front of so many witnesses, took his hands in hers. "Darling, are you all right?" The tender gaze of the young girl made Yu Changsheng feel somewhat embarrassed, yet his heart swelled with happiness and contentment. He did not pull away but gently clasped Gu Qingyi's hands and replied softly, "I am fine. I apologize for causing you worry." A radiant smile blossomed on Gu Qingyi's face, drawing the attention of the young gentleman nearby. Gu Qingyi believed wholeheartedly that her husband would surely prevail. Meanwhile, in a corner, Xiao Chen's resentment had almost materialized, his gaze fixed intently on the two individuals nearby who were entwined in affection. So this is a genius from the central continent? Wang Wuji is nothing but a fool. He had hoped Wang Wuji would eliminate the useless Yi Changsheng, but instead, he had become a stepping stone for them, bringing nothing but disgrace upon himself. Yi Tu gritted his teeth and remarked, I never anticipated that Yi Changsheng, that scoundrel, would conceal himself so thoroughly, inadvertently cultivating such a formidable physique. This rascal is indeed a master of deceit, rivaling you, Chen Ge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression darkened even further. He turned and delivered a sharp slap to Yi Tu's head, admonishing, if you can't speak wisely, then hold your tongue. What do you mean he rivals me? Yi Tu finally came to his senses, awkwardly scratching his head with a forced smile. But ultimately, what does it matter if his physical form is formidable? He remains unable to cultivate. As long as this divine scion dedicates himself to progress, when his cultivation reaches profound heights, eliminating him will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. At that time, we shall see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Indeed, Chen Ge, you are undoubtedly the most talented individual in our Yi family. At present, Yi Changsheng may be basking in the limelight, but in essence, he is merely a waste, incapable of cultivation. It is simply not worth your time to engage in such trivial comparisons with someone like him. Yi Tu hastily lavished compliments, finally managing to improve Xiao Chen's demeanor somewhat. Let us depart. It is truly tiresome to witness that group of fence-sitters fawning. Indeed, after wasting half a day, Yi Changsheng managed to escape from the encirclement of the people from Dongzhou and the Yi family, hastily pulling Gu Qingyi back to their quarters. Their enthusiasm was rather excessive, far more exhausting than a duel with Ing Wuji. Upon returning to his room and merely settling down, he eagerly shut his eyes. The system's prompt had been swirling in his mind for quite some time. The task of defeating the third prince of the Dang dynasty has been accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have received the supreme gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. After such diligent effort, he had finally secured the most significant reward of this endeavor. It would be an understatement to say he was not thrilled. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light in his mind, an ancient scroll began to quiver, floating ethereally within his consciousness. Before Yi Changsheng could approach with his consciousness, he sensed an ancient and desolate pressure emanating from the ancient scroll. It seemed as though the scroll had endured countless epochs. Merely its aura imparted an overwhelming sense of solemnity and profundity. He took several deep breaths to slightly calm his anxious heart and slowly extended his hand towards the scroll. Brother, come out and play with me. The melodious voice of a young girl echoed from afar, leaving Yi Changsheng feeling quite helpless. Ever since his younger sister's confinement ended, she had been darting about like a whirlwind, insisting on dragging him along. Impudent girl, if you continue this reckless behavior, you'd better watch out for our parents' wrath. Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes as he watched Yi Yao dash in like a gust of wind. Oh, come on, brother, don't say that. I've finally been released. How could I not enjoy myself during this delightful time? It's not my fault you neglect your cultivation, always pulling me into your antics. Don't you have a few good friends of your own? Yi Yu pouted and remarked, they are merely a bunch of young girls. Playing with them is rather dull. Oh, you. Yi Changsheng shook his head in resignation. With no other option but to comply, he rose to his feet. Very well, I will accompany you. I truly cannot fathom what sins I committed in my past life to be burdened with a sister like you. Yi Yao was momentarily taken aback, a mysterious glimmer suddenly flickering in her eyes. Brother, I have a question for you. What is it? There is a monkey perched on a tree, and another monkey beneath it. How many monkeys are there in total? Yi Changsheng instinctively scoffed. Either 8 monkeys or 2 monkeys. This joke is far too old. Oh. So everyone is eager to answer now? Well, that asks quite. Yi Changsheng's voice suddenly halted, and his heart leaped in astonishment. It was not a trivial matter. Was it not merely a play on words? Who could possibly fail to decipher it? He wisely refrained from speaking further, managing to keep his secrets intact. Yet, why did Yi Yao possess knowledge of this classic skit from his past life? Yi Changsheng turned his head and beheld a mysterious smile adorning Yi Yao's face as she mischievously gazed at him. Brother, how did you come to know these 2 answers? He cleared his throat and replied, this question is exceedingly simple. A little contemplation is all it takes to unravel it. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Yi Changsheng attempted to deftly cover up his own flaws, yet it was evident that Yi Yao harbored doubts. Ever since he inadvertently mentioned the exquisite imperial jade liquor, priced at 180 for a cup, a couple of days ago, Yi Yao had been akin to a cat sensing blood. relentlessly pursuing him with unexpected inquiries about their past lives, persistently probing for answers. At this juncture, Yi Changxing was nearly certain that Yi Yao must have traversed through time from the same realm as he had. Brother, confess honestly, are you not like me? Like what? I am at a loss as to what you are referring. Yi Changxing still wished to feign ignorance, yet Yi Yao was evidently unwilling to let him off so easily. Chapter 41. A Turn of Events. Brother, just confess honestly. How did you come to know that phrase? Did you hear it from that place? Husband. Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly resonated from outside the door, prompting Yi Yao to hurriedly shut her mouth. Yi Changxing exhaled in relief and hurried to the door to greet her. Qingyi, you have returned. Gu Qingyi nodded, and as her gaze shifted to Yi Yao, a warm smile graced her lips as she greeted her. Sister, have you come to visit your husband? Indeed, sister-in-law. My brother stays cooped up in his room all day. He has nearly growing mold. Yi Yao muttered in dissatisfaction. And Yi Changxing shot her a fierce glare, his patience wearing thin. What did this little girl know? He remained in the room solely for the purpose of diligent cultivation. Sister, you do have a point. My husband should indeed venture out more often. However, I fear today is not feasible, as father and mother have just summoned me to fetch my husband for a meeting in the council hall. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, you want me to go to the council hall? Qingyi, do you know what this is about? Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows, pondering for a brief moment before uncertainly speculating. Perhaps it pertains to your earlier victory over Wuji? Yi Changxing felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This group of old-timers truly possessed an abundance of patience, pestering him for so many days without respite. Gu Qingyi smiled reassuringly, saying, do not worry, my husband. Your previous battle was nothing short of spectacular, and now within the family, you are regarded as the pillar of the next generation. Furthermore, the rumors regarding your supposed cursed physique have been effortlessly dispelled. No one dares to use that as an excuse any longer. This revelation served as a welcome piece of news, alleviating some of Yi Changxing's resistance. Very well, I shall go and take a look, he replied with a nod. Hastily making his way toward the council hall, driven by the desire to swiftly escape the clutches of the persistent girl, Yi Yao. Yi Yao naturally discerned his intentions. The resentful gaze from behind sent shivers down Yi Changxing's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once he had walked away, Yi Yao clenched her small fist and waved it vigorously a few times. I will surely uncover your secrets and compel you to confess. Sister, what are you muttering about? Nothing at all. Yi Yao waved her hand and, amidst Gu Qingyi's puzzled gaze, ran away. In the council hall, the elders gathered, with Ye's father and mother present. As Yi Changxing stepped through the threshold, he was taken aback by the grand reception that awaited him. The young master has arrived. Please take a seat, an elder exclaimed with a beaming smile, his demeanor significantly softened. The others soon followed suit, extending their warm greetings, which left Yi Changxing somewhat flabbergasted. Although he had previously borne the titles of young master and imperial son, these seasoned individuals had never shown him such courtesy before. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Yi Changxing was assigned the foremost position among the lower ranks, seated directly across from the grand elder. Yi Fu and Yi Mu gazed upon their son, unable to suppress the smiles that graced their faces. Ahem, Changxing, do you know why we have summoned you today? Gu Qingyi had long held her suspicions. Yi Changxing naturally responded, Father, is it because of my previous victory over Wuji? Indeed. In the past, you bore the title of a waste, and there were murmurs of discontent even within the family. Now that you have triumphed over Wuji, it is high time to establish your name and reputation. Ye's father spoke with a hint of implication, instantly causing a sense of awkwardness among many of the elders. Their previous treatment of Yi Changxing was far from commendable. The uncomfortable silence lingered for a moment until Ye's father jovially remarked, of course, these are all matters of the past. Changxing, do not take it to heart. Everyone has merely been considering the future of the Yi family. The elders hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, young master, please do not dwell on past grievances. Our intentions were solely for the benefit of the Yi family. They continued to flatter him. The young master possesses unparalleled talent and wisdom, which previously eluded our understanding. We hope you can forgive our past transgressions. The elders, one after another, sang praises of Yi Changxing. Yi Changxing's face bore a gentle smile, revealing no other emotions. He spoke softly, esteemed elders, there is no need for such concern. You all have the best interests of the Yi family at heart. After all, his father remained the head of the Yi family, and he could not allow his parents to be placed in a difficult position. Indeed, Upon uttering this display of understanding, a wave of flattery surged forth in an instant. Yes, father smiled and said, Chongsheng, the reason I summoned you today is to inquire about how you have cultivated your physical form to such an extraordinary level. It is not only my curiosity. The esteemed elders are equally intrigued. If this method could be disseminated, it might elevate the strength of our Yi family to new heights. Yi Chongsheng understood quite well that his previous performance had already piqued the elders' curiosity regarding his physical cultivation methods. With so many eyes upon him, they would undoubtedly not relinquish their inquiries without a satisfactory explanation. Had it merely been his parents, they likely would not have pressed for further details. This matter is also related to the rewards I obtained from shattering the heavenly Tao steel. As you all are aware, after the destruction of the steel, the young master, acquired a physical cultivation technique as a reward from the heavenly Tao. It is precisely through this technique that I have been able to elevate my physical cultivation to its current level. However, this technique originates from the heavenly Tao, and it seems to be shrouded in certain restrictions, preventing me from disclosing its contents. I hope the esteemed elders can understand. Yi Chongsheng began to speak untruths, for he was disinclined to share his cultivation techniques. He was no benevolent figure, and the cultivation of the immortal body of endless tribulations was indeed exceedingly rigorous, requiring the attainment of an indestructible golden body as a starting point. The elders exchanged whispers, surprisingly not questioning the rationale presented by Yi Chongsheng. They held a profound faith in the heavenly principles, exhibiting a blind trust whenever matters of the Tao were involved. Although the assembly expressed regret, they did not doubt the veracity of Yi Chongsheng's words, which brought great comfort to his father. He genuinely feared that this foolish child, in a moment of fervor, might divulge such formidable techniques. This was the foundation upon which his future stability depended, and it must not be revealed lightly. Everyone acknowledged that the heavenly principles were finite, making the cultivation techniques of longevity difficult to replicate. Thus, it was prudent to redirect their thoughts and seek alternative methods to strengthen the Yi family's power. This decision met with unanimous agreement, and the discussion swiftly shifted to other matters. Yi Chongsheng observed the proceedings for a while and noted a significant transformation in the situation of the Yi family. Previously, with the emergence of a prodigy from Central Continent, the local powers in Eastern Continent had hastily aligned themselves with the new force, severing their ties with the Yi family. However, following Yi Chongsheng's victorious battle against Ing Wuji and the revelation of his father's prowess as a ninth-stage Void Emperor, these sacred lineage factions came to realize the vast disparity between themselves and the Yi family. The ethereal influence of a distant Central Continent force paled in comparison to the formidable presence of Ye's father right before them. Consequently, they humbled themselves and expressed their desire to restore collaboration with the Yi family. Chapter 42. Strange Changes and Unchanging Oddities. The elders engaged in extensive discussions, collectively concluding that this matter should not be dismissed lightly. If they failed to impart a profound lesson to those involved, they risked the possibility of facing a similar situation in the future, where they might again waver in their allegiances. Thus, as the discussions drew to a close, Yi Chongsheng found himself unexpectedly assigned an honorable task. In the ensuing days, he was to accompany his father in reclaiming what several key forces owed to the Yi family, down to the last coin. Initially reluctant to participate, he found himself besieged by the persistent insistence of the elders, ultimately yielding to their demands. As the meeting concluded and he exited the grand hall, Yi Yao unexpectedly emerged from an unknown corner. Yi Chongsheng sighed helplessly. No, how is it that you're everywhere? My dear sister? Brother, I am indeed your sister. Can't you spare some time to play with me? Yi Yao pouted her small lips, looking quite displeased, as if she could hang a bottle of oil on them. Go play with your girlfriends. I still have matters to attend to, dear brother. Yi Chongsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. However, just as he turned his head, Yi Yao suddenly emerged from behind and exclaimed, Brother, the odd changes while the even remains unchanged. Do pay attention. Yi Chongsheng instinctively continued the sentence, only to regret it the moment he spoke. The words seemed to be etched in his very bones, akin to a spell. Even a random middle school student from his past life could have answered without a moment's hesitation. Yi Yao rushed over in a flurry, gripping his arm tightly with a mischievous expression adorning her face. Brother, this time I heard everything quite clearly. Are you still going to play the fool? No. What I meant to say was, pay close attention to the quadrant. Yi Yao interrupted his voice, her expression brimming with uncontainable excitement. You, like me, hail from that place. Don't you? Yi Chongsheng covered her mouth with his hand and, after glancing around to ensure no one was watching, let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal. Do you really insist on exposing my secrets? Do not speak of such things recklessly. With the occurrences of time travel and rebirth, who knows what other dangers might be lurking? Xiao nodded vigorously, signifying her resolve to refrain from speaking out of turn. Indeed, once Yu Chongqing released his grip, she refrained from divulging any further details. Yu Chongqing spoke softly, "Let us return to the room to converse." The two made their way back to the secluded courtyard, where Gu Qingyi appeared to be preoccupied and had already departed, thus sparing him the effort of diverting her. The siblings sat across from each other at the table, their expressions tinged with seriousness. Yao Yao, since you have discerned the truth, I shall not conceal it any longer. You are correct. I am indeed a soul from another realm. Your ability to pose that question suggests that you, too, must originate from the same place as I. Is that not so? Yao took a deep breath, and suddenly, tears sparkled in her bright, shimmering eyes. Yes, brother, like you, I have also traversed from the blue star. Yi Chongqing suddenly felt a sense of comforting camaraderie, realizing he was not alone in traversing this world. At least he had a companion. By the way, Yao Yao, what were you doing in your previous life? I was attending school. And what about your family? My parents are working, and I have an elder brother. Yu Chongqing was suddenly taken aback. Brother? He had a sister in his previous life as well. Upon this realization, a tremor coursed through his heart. Yao Yao, what was your name in your past life? I was called Yi Yao. Then, where does your family reside? Yi Yao, in a state of confusion, murmured as she recited the address that emerged from her lips. Suddenly, Yu Chongqing was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. Yao Yao, I am your biological brother. Indeed. In this lifetime, you are my brother, and our blood relationship remains. No, no. I am your brother from a past life. Yu Chongqing, filled with excitement, uttered these words, causing Yi Yao's eyes to widen in astonishment. Wait, you, are you truly my biological brother? Is there any doubt about it? When you were 5, someone snatched your lollipop, and I stood up for you, resulting in us both receiving a beating. At 7, when you failed to complete your homework, I assisted you, and we were both summoned by our parents. And at 9, when you and me Jiao had an accident, it was I who personally washed your clothes. Stop. No more. I now understand that you are indeed my brother. Yi Yao stared with her lifeless eyes, the earlier excitement dissipating into a complex embarrassment. She had thought she had encountered a fellow townsman, only to discover that he was her elder brother from a past life. Did this not imply that he was privy to all her past embarrassments? The thought made Yi Yao's gaze suddenly turn perilous. After the revelation of their identities, the already close bond between them grew even stronger, erasing any lingering sense of estrangement stemming from their otherworldly origins. They chatted about family matters for quite some time and shared a heartfelt embrace of tears before Yu Chongqing suddenly remarked, "By the way, Yao Yao, your talent for cultivation in this life is remarkable. You must not let it go to waste. Dedicate yourself to your training and in the future, become a strong woman so that your elder brother can lean on you." Yi Yao hesitated, words unspoken. Yu Chongqing discerned her hesitation and couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, is there anything you feel too shy to share with me?" "Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to cultivate." Yi Yao glanced around and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Brother, I actually have a system." "A system?" Yu Chongqing widened his eyes in disbelief. "Child, what kind of system do you possess? It wouldn't be one that merely listens to suggestions, would it?" No, it's a lying flat system. I don't need to cultivate. As long as I lie flat, my cultivation will continuously grow, and I won't encounter any bottlenecks or obstacles." "Goodness, are you implying that you can just rely on others?" "Indeed. How outrageous." Yi Chongqing felt a sudden sense of imbalance. Why, he pondered, must he toil diligently to complete tasks in order to reap rewards from the system he awakened, while others seemed to receive benefits effortlessly? Was heaven, in its wisdom, practicing the adage of raising sons in hardship and daughters in luxury? Silently lamenting this unfairness, he managed to muster a smile that lacked genuine joy. "Very well, you may continue to remain idle," he thought. After a heartfelt exchange, they established their future aspirations. Having been granted a second chance at life, they resolved to savor it fully. In the days that followed, Yi Yao became increasingly active, visiting Yu Chongqing daily to engage in conversations that traversed various topics. As a girl who had been well protected since childhood, she possessed intelligence, yet found herself somewhat anxious and melancholic in the face of such circumstances. Yi Chongqing, her sole family member in whom she could place complete trust, became her confidant and refuge. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, in the floating square of the Yi family. A jade palanquin drawn by 9 hybrid dragons came to a halt at its center, surrounded by elders who had gathered to bid farewell. Ye's father and Yi Changxing stood beside the dragon carriage, cheerfully greeting the crowd. Chapter 43. A Call for Debt Collection. The elder spoke with a grave expression. Master. Young master, you must exercise caution on this journey. Although the master is at the realm of the Void Emperor, carelessness may still lead to unforeseen mishaps. Father Yi nodded with a smile, assuring the Grand Elder, rest assured, in the realm of Dongzhou, there are few things that could pose a threat to me. His words, delivered with a light-hearted demeanor, nonetheless conveyed an unmistakable air of unyielding ambition and profound confidence. Upon hearing this, the elders began to shower praises upon the father and son, adorning them with flattery and accolades. Yi Changxing felt somewhat weary of the situation and forced a smile as he reminded, Father, esteemed elders, it is getting rather late. Shall we set off? Indeed, the young master speaks wisely. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return. Quite right. May both the family head and the young master have a safe journey. With that, the two ascended into the dragon carriage, soaring into the sky amidst the thunderous roar of the Azure Dragon. Originally, the Yu family had intended to dispatch a formidable force to accompany them, intending to instill fear in the various factions. However, this suggestion was dismissed by Yi Changxing's father. His reasoning was quite straightforward, given the strength of the family head. Any faction with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from such foolishness. Furthermore, mobilizing a large army would incur significant losses, which seemed an extravagant waste merely for the sake of show. Standing at the doorstep of those families with my son is far more reliable than an entire army, he asserted. The elders pondered this and agreed with his perspective. Inside the dragon carriage, the journey began. Mr. Yi hummed a cheerful melody, exuding an air of relaxation and contentment. Yi Changxing felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, he was accompanying his father to collect a debt. And if the other party were to resort to violence, their two-person team felt rather precarious. Changxing, why are you so flustered? I am not flustered. Do you not trust your father? It's not that. It's simply that this is my first time engaging in such matters, and it evokes an unsettling sense of complicity. Ye's father could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Amidst their casual conversation, the dragon carriage arrived before the imposing gates of the first powerful faction. The formidable aura had long been sensed, and thus, numerous figures floated in the air before the gates. As the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ye's father, accompanied by Yi Changxing, stood poised in the air, and a resounding wave of sound swiftly spread out. The head of the Yi family, accompanied by my son, has come to pay a visit to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The overwhelming cultivation allowed this proclamation to resonate across vast distances, ensuring that the entire Heavenly Shadow Pavilion heard it with clarity. In the mountains behind, several streaks of light flickered, swiftly converging in the sky. At the forefront was a diminutive figure clad in loose robes, his face obscured by a fearsome demonic mask. Master Yu of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion pays his respects to the great Emperor Yi. As a leading force in the Eastern continent, renowned for its expertise in assassination, the notorious master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion displayed an unexpectedly respectful demeanor upon encountering Ye's father. Ye's father nodded blandly, exhibiting no sense of impropriety regarding the scene. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor Yi. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Tianying Pavilion today? Should there be any assistance we can provide? Our Tianying Pavilion will certainly do our utmost. The attitude of the Tianying Pavilion's master was notably humble, particularly since they had been among the first factions to sever ties with the Yi family. Ye's father calmly stated, the purpose of my visit today is quite straightforward. 30 years ago, your Tianying Pavilion borrowed a substantial quantity of elixirs, provisions, and source stones from my Yi family, with the agreement to return threefold after 20 years. Now, a decade has passed beyond the stipulated time, and it is high time for the repayment to my Yi family, is it not? Upon hearing these words, the members of Tianying Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Their leadership had previously deliberated on the potential repercussions of their past actions, but they had not anticipated the swift arrival of retribution. The head of Tianying Pavilion remained silent for a few moments before finally responding, Great Emperor Yi. Rest assured that we at Tianying Pavilion are well aware of this matter. However, not long ago, we faced certain challenges that compelled us to expend a significant amount of resources, leaving us temporarily unable to recover. Might I implore you, Great Emperor Yi, to grant us a grace period of 5 years? By that time, we shall gather the necessary resources and personally deliver them to your esteemed family. Ye's father cast a glance at him, his gaze devoid of any oppressive force, yet it sent a tremor through the heart of the Lord of Tianying Pavilion. Lord, I have come to convey a message, not to engage in discussion. Do you comprehend? The profits your Tianying Pavilion accrued from collaborating with the Yi family far surpass this batch of supplies, do they not? The recent price you paid. Was it not a consequence of your dealings with the people from Zhongzhou, resulting in a loss of both assets and personnel? You would rather relinquish your goods to the people of Zhongzhou than cooperate with the Yi family. What is there left to discuss? The eyes of the Tianying Pavilion lord flickered behind his mask, clearly troubled by Ye's father's assertive demands. Ethically, they were at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, they stood before a virtual emperor, one who was nearly at the threshold of the heavenly emperor, although they had yet to witness his prowess. The disparity in rank was unmistakably vast. Ye's father was rather reluctant to squander time. Lord of the Shadowy Pavilion, how have you deliberated? Please provide a prompt response, for I have other matters to attend to. The Lord of the Shadowy Pavilion was drenched in beads of sweat, though fortunately, his mask concealed his distress. He stammered for an extended period, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. What, do you not wish to honor our agreement? Ye's father cast a frosty gaze. The subtle yet imposing aura of an emperor compelling the master of the Shadow Pavilion to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a hearty laughter resounded. Ha, Brother Yi. It is truly an immense honor to have you grace our Shadow Pavilion. A white-bearded elder, clad in simple linen, stepped through the air, each stride seemingly compressing the space before him, allowing him to reach the master of the Shadow Pavilion in mere moments. He, Brother Yi, I trust you have been well. Ye's father squinted, casting a cold glance at the white-bearded old man. Heavenly Shadow, I have no time for idle chatter with you. Will you return what is owed or not? Speak quickly. Upon hearing Ye's father address the elder in such a manner, the members of Heavenly Shadow Pavilion became agitated. They had long heard rumors of a venerable figure residing within the pavilion, only appearing in times of dire need. To their astonishment, this powerful entity was none other than the founding master of Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The elder's smile faded slightly at Ye's father's words. Brother Yi, I am aware of the past grievances Heavenly Shadow Pavilion had towards the Yi family. If you are willing, we are prepared to offer a gift to make amends for the interruption in our cooperation. What do you think? Despite the second-ranked quasi-emperor of Eastern Continent lowering himself in such a manner, Ye's father showed no intention of relenting. Heavenly Shadow, I have made myself abundantly clear. I am here to reclaim what your pavilion owes to the Yi family, not to negotiate compensation. Simply return what is owed, and I shall not bother to argue further. Chapter 44. The Eastern Continent Shakes. It is worth noting that the Yi family had lent a substantial amount of resources to Heavenly Shadow Pavilion years ago. At that time, it was during this very old man's critical moment of advancement, and the pavilion, lacking resources, sought assistance from various factions. Unfortunately, having grown accustomed to assassination dealings, they had many enemies and few allies willing to help, and after much effort, they managed to gather very little. Ultimately, the current master of Heavenly Shadow Pavilion had to personally appeal to the Yi family, promising certain conditions, before finally receiving adequate resources from them. Though this favor could not be described as a timely assistance, it certainly warranted gratitude. To their shock, not only did they fail to return the resources after 3 decades, but after benefiting from the Yi family, they turned their backs and betrayed them. It was no wonder that the Yi family could not endure such injustice. Thus, this was the reason for Ye's father's resolute stance. The old man furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Ye's father. The sum in question was no trifling matter, and if they were indeed to return threefold, it would be a painful sacrifice for Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. Brother Yi, it is true that Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has erred in the past. I have reprimanded him and the high-ranking members. As the saying goes, spare those you can, and you, as a person of great cultivation and power, should not dwell on such trivial matters. Ye's father could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Shadow. Do you not find your words utterly ridiculous? Your Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has yet to repay the debts owed to the Yi family, and subsequently, you have covertly betrayed us. Now, as I come to reclaim what is rightfully ours, putting aside past grievances, you dare to claim that I am fixating on trivial matters? The smile on Ye's father's face abruptly vanished, his tone instantly turning icy. Do you think that I, as well as the Yi family, can be easily bullied? Such a confrontational attitude immediately rendered the old man from Tianying visibly uncomfortable. Yi, I respect your profound cultivation and your position as the head of the Yi family. However, should you truly wish to drive my Tianying Pavilion to the brink of despair, do Do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Yes, father seemed to have heard an incredibly amusing joke, bursting into rare fits of hearty laughter. Yichangxing contemplated that this old man was somewhat oblivious to the peril he faced, although he was not entirely aware of the formidable prowess of a ninth-tier Void Emperor. He understood that the disparity between realms could often be as vast as the heavens and the earth. This old fellow was not even a Void Emperor. From where did he derive the audacity to utter such words? You truly are foolish, old ghost of Tianying. Today, I shall compel your Tianying pavilion. What will you do about it? Humph. The old ghost of Tianying let out a cold snort, as dark mist enveloped him, and an immensely powerful aura surged forth. I have now reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. Even if I am not your match, can I not even hinder you? Yes, father exhibited a peculiar expression, staring intently at the ancient specter, Tianying, for a considerable duration before finally shaking his head and sighing. Alas, the saying that ignorant are fearless proves to be undeniably true. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yichangxing was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were on the brink of an untimely demise. This sense of impending doom arose without any apparent reason, leaving him devoid of any inclination to resist. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he observed that his elder had extended a hand, seemingly grasping the air before the specter. Despite the absence of any fluctuation in spiritual energy emanating from Tianying, the ancient specter appeared as though its throat were being constricted, its peak imperial cultivation rendered ineffective, struggling like a mere mortal, face flushed and limbs flailing. Ah, do you not realize that before my true self, you are akin to an insignificant insect? With a faintly mocking scoff, his father casually waved his hand, discarding the elder Tianying like refuse. In an instant, his figure vanished, and shortly thereafter, a thunderous explosion resonated from the highest peak of the Tianying pavilion. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the renowned Tianying peak began to fracture slowly down the middle, subsequently plummeting downwards. The arena fell into a profound silence, with only the resounding echoes of the crashing stones reverberating through the air. Yichangxing's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This is the realm of the Emperor. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status possess no power to resist before his venerable father. The members of Tianying Pavilion stood in stunned silence, their souls seemingly lost as they gazed at the fractured peak of the mountain. With a leisurely gesture, Lord Yi clapped his hands and continued to smile, inquiring, "Is the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion still reluctant to repay the debts owed to the Yi family?" The leader of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, startled back to reality, shivered slightly and hastily nodded, ingratiatingly responding, "Your Majesty, you jest. Our Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has never been one to forget favors. We shall certainly repay what we owe to the Yi family." It was no trifling matter, considering their own ancestor had been treated like a mere toy. Truly, to provoke the formidable figure before him would likely result in the obliteration of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion with but a single wave of his hand. After agreeing, the leader suddenly appeared troubled, saying, "However, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion is currently in a rather precarious situation. Even if I were to sell myself, I could not gather the necessary resources at this moment. Might I propose that we compensate you with 2/3 of the owed amount today? Rest assured, within 5 days, just 5 days, I shall personally procure the required items and deliver them to the Yi family as an apology." Father Yi smiled and nodded with a twinkle in his eye. Indeed, it is the younger generation that possesses greater wisdom. As for that old wretch from Tianying today, this esteemed one shall undoubtedly obliterate the Tianying Pavilion. The master of Tianying Pavilion felt a chill run down his spine, quickly scrambling to offer his sincere apologies. Suddenly, Father Yi cast his gaze upon Yichangxing. "Changxing, will you undertake a certain task for me?" Yichangxing was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. "Father, what does this have to do with me? If they are unable to produce resources, you are merely granting them an opportunity. You are now a renowned genius in the Eastern continent. It is only through relentless training and battle that one can truly shine and pave the way for a brighter future. If you are willing, I can have their younger generation suppress their cultivation and engage you in combat solely with their physical prowess. Should they emerge victorious, the tripled resources will be waived, and they shall only return what was originally theirs. Conversely, should they falter, we shall adhere to the initial agreement. What do you think?" Yichangxing found himself in a quandary. He understood that his father had his best interests at heart. However, the matter at hand involved the Yi family, and the thought of bearing such a weighty responsibility made him somewhat anxious. "Father, it is not that I am unwilling, but this issue pertains to the future of our Yi family. Is it fair for me to shoulder this burden?" Changsheng, the future of the Yi family does not hinge upon these external matters. It resides within me, within you, and among the youth of the Yi family. The calmness of his father's words immediately dispelled the uncertainty that lingered in Yi Changsheng's heart. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall heed your advice." A smile blossomed on Ye's father's face as he turned to the master of Tianying Pavilion and inquired, "You heard those words, did you not? Should your disciples from Tianying Pavilion manage to defeat my son, they need only repay the borrowed resources. Conversely, if my son emerges victorious, we shall adhere to our original agreement. What say you?" Chapter 45, A Father and Son Collecting Debts at that moment. The voice of the system resonated in Yi Changsheng's mind. From parental guidance objective, defeat the young prodigy of Tianying Pavilion difficulty, relatively easy danger level, low reward, intermediate package without hesitation, he accepted the task. Just as his father had articulated, true advancement comes only through relentless honing, relying solely on system rewards, even with elevated cultivation in the future, would render him akin to a child wielding a blade, with a greater likelihood of self-harm. Moreover, the activation of a system task now implied that victory would yield double rewards. What could be more enticing? The master of Tianying Pavilion gazed eagerly at Yi Changsheng and cautiously remarked, "Young master, I wonder if you..." Yi Changsheng nodded, "I agree. As long as I can defeat him, my father will undoubtedly honor his word." "Excellent. Thank you, head of the Yi family. Thank you, young master Changsheng." The lord of the Tianying Pavilion immediately became exhilarated. If they could save 3 times the resources, although it would be a painful loss for Tianying Pavilion, it would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Despite the widespread knowledge of Yi Changsheng's formidable physical prowess, having already defeated the genius Wen Wuji from Zhangzhou, the factions of Dongzhou were acutely aware of his strength. However, the implication in the words of this father-son duo suggested a strategy of relentless combat. And Tianying Pavilion was not without its chances of victory. With this thought in mind, the lord of the Tianying Pavilion hastily inquired, "Excuse me, head Yi, young master Changsheng, is there a limit on the number of participants in our wager?" Father Yi did not respond, entrusting the power of choice to Yi Changsheng. Yi Changsheng contemplated for a moment before speaking. 3 participants are sufficient. Should we suffer 3 consecutive defeats, having more individuals would serve no purpose. Indeed, we shall heed the young master's words. The master of Tianying Pavilion promptly acquiesced. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would indeed struggle to find anyone in Tianying Pavilion capable of matching Yi Changsheng in physical prowess. However, in a relay battle, the outcome would be far less certain. With a wave of his hand, Father Yi summoned an additional chair behind him. "Go ahead. You have a quarter of an hour to find someone. Do not waste time." Understood. After the master of Tianying Pavilion departed, Father Yi looked at Yi Changsheng with a sense of pride and said, "Changsheng, I used to worry that you might feel despondent due to your inability to cultivate, but now it seems there is no need for concern. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles, difficulties and failures are commonplace. Do not burden your heart excessively, simply do your utmost. Even in defeat, it is of no consequence. At least it will grant you some battle experience. Do you understand?" Yi Changsheng nodded solemnly, assuring his father, "Rest assured, father. I shall exert every effort and remain undeterred by any failures." He chuckled softly, recalling the countless hardships he endured in his previous life, which had forged his heart into an unyielding fortress. Such opportunities, bolstered by a formidable ally, would not weigh heavily upon his spirit. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that the peculiar technique might be ripe for cultivation at this very moment. Before long, the master of Tianying Pavilion returned, accompanied by the somewhat pallid Tianying Old Ghost and 3 earnest young men. Upon seeing Ye's father, Tianying Old Ghost instinctively averted his gaze. Having been vanquished by a single strike, which even shattered his pavilion's iconic peak, he felt as if he had brought shame upon his lineage. It was only then that he comprehended the vast chasm between their strengths. The master of Tianying Pavilion spoke with deference, "Master Yi, these are 3 promising disciples from my Tianying Pavilion. I humbly request that you offer them your guidance." Ye's father nodded noncommittally. "Come, quickly pay your respects to the head of the Yi family and the young master of eternal life." After greeting the 3 young men, the master of Tianying Pavilion cautiously inquired, "Young master of eternal life, when do you propose we commence this contest?" "Let it begin now," came the reply. Yi Changsheng responded with a smile, showing no disdain for others despite the presence of his father, which starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogant demeanor when he triumphed over Wuji. The group landed in the open space before the mountain gate, where only Ye's father remained seated in his grand chair, with a gentle wave of his hand. A layer of restraint enveloped Yu Changxing and the talented members of Tianying Pavilion, rendering them unable to wield their spiritual powers. However, this restriction was largely ineffective against Yu Changxing. Once preparations were complete, the old ghost of Tianying unexpectedly took on the role of referee, wary that Yu Changxing might inflict serious harm on his own juniors, while also fearing that his juniors might not recognize the gravity of the situation and inadvertently cause serious injury to Yu Changxing. Although Ye's father was present, it was still not as reassuring as witnessing the events firsthand. Who from Tianying Pavilion will engage in battle? The old ghost inquired, prompting the somewhat brooding young man in black robes on the far left to step forward. I am Lei Fengxing from Tianying Pavilion, here to seek guidance from Brother Changxing. Yu Changxing continued to smile, concealing his thoughts, and nodded slightly, saying, Brother Lei, please. The duel begins. With the command of the old ghost Tianying, Lei Fengxing's aura instantly transformed into an imposing force, his already somber visage growing even more indifferent. With a low shout, the ground beneath Lei Fengxing erupted into a massive crater, and his figure vanished from sight. Yu Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his right hand with a gentle motion to intercept the sweeping kick from Lei Fengxing. In their initial encounter, Lei Fengxing harbored a degree of caution towards Yu Changxing's esteemed reputation, primarily adopting a probing approach. Yet, despite tempering his strength, he felt as though his leg had collided with an indestructible divine metal, the impact reverberating painfully through his bones. Failing to land a strike, Lei Fengxing swiftly retreated. Through this brief exchange, he discerned that Yu Changxing's ability to triumph over Ing Wuji was undoubtedly rooted in genuine prowess. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he refused to underestimate his opponent. His body crackled with electric energy, the sound of wind howling around him, for he had cultivated the renowned thunder and wind body technique. Esteemed in the Eastern continent, the power of thunder tempered his physique, while the essence of wind permeated his being. Practitioners of this physique naturally wielded the forces of wind and thunder in their movements, and their attacks were characterized by formidable force and astonishing speed, rendering them exceedingly formidable adversaries. Yu Changxing curiously gazed at the lightning radiance enveloping Lei Fengxing's form, and suddenly, peculiar thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Could this individual truly be the legendary Thunder Law Monarch? In his past life, would he have withstood several hundred volts of high-voltage electricity? As he pondered these thoughts, a sinister gust of wind quietly approached. Yu Changxing instinctively reached out, effortlessly intercepting the fist of Lei Fengxing. This moment caused Lei Fengxing's pupils to constrict in disbelief. His wind-thunder body was renowned for its unparalleled speed, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most profound practitioners to keep pace with such lightning-like swiftness. Yet now, not only had Yu Changxing matched his attack, but he had also casually deflected it. Crackling, a fierce and blinding arc of electricity suddenly erupted from Lei Fengxing's arm, aiming to incapacitate Yu Changxing with the might of thunder, seizing the opportunity to strike. However, the electric arcs that struck Yu Changxing's body did not inflict harm. Instead, they imparted a tingling and exhilarating sensation. Chapter 46. The Celestial Shadow Body Hiss. This sensation resembled a soothing massage, perfectly balanced in pressure, prompting him to involuntarily inhale sharply. Truly delightful. Yu Changxing marveled inwardly, even wishing that Lei Fengxing's peculiar form of electrotherapy could endure a while longer, thus refraining from taking immediate action. However, this demeanor, observed by Lei Fengxing across the way, was misinterpreted as Yu Changxing being injured by his own lightning, suppressing cries of agony. In the following moment, rather than attempting to break free from Yu Changxing's grasp on his fist, he swung his right hand with ferocity, aiming a powerful blow directly at Yu Changxing's face. He was utterly convinced that if this strike landed, even a head as hard as Yu Changxing's would be momentarily stunned. Alas, how peculiar it was that this young man resorted to such a method of striking. Yu Changxing murmured to himself and effortlessly waved his hand to deflect the fist of Lei Fengxing. In the midst of Lei's astonished gaze, his head tilted slightly backward. And then with a resounding bang, Lei's head jerked back violently, sending him flying several dozen feet before crashing to the ground. Rubbing his forehead and finding no oddities upon it, Yu Changxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The members of the Tianying Pavilion had long since gathered around. Blood poured from Lei Fengxing's nose and mouth. His eyes rolled back in his head, clearly rendered unconscious by the force of Ye's headbutt. The first round concluded with a defeat for the Tianying Pavilion. After several disciples carried the limp lay away, the old ghost of Tianying twitched at the corners of his mouth and turned to regard his remaining 2 disciples. Now, who among you will take the next challenge? The 2 exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the one on the right. A muscular man with a bare torso and a buzz cut, who stepped forward. I am Su Meng, a practitioner of the fierce Vidra body. I humbly request guidance from young Master Xiao Chen. This man appeared brutish and violent, yet his voice was unexpectedly deep and resonant, a stark contrast to his imposing physique. The old ghost of Tianying then addressed Yi, young Master Yi, do you require a moment to rest? Me? No, let us continue. Yi Changxing, filled with enthusiasm, resolutely declined, focusing intently on the internal cultivation technique that was gradually beginning to operate within him. As the old ghost of Tianying issued the command to commence once more, the hearts of the 1,000 disciples of the Tianying Pavilion hung in suspense. Lei Fengxing, their 3rd senior brother of this generation, renowned for his wind thunder physique, had not managed to land a single blow against Yi Changxing, revealing a disparity that was almost disheartening. Su Meng appeared somewhat reserved, yet when he opened his mouth to shout, his booming voice startled Yi Changxing, causing him to shudder. Good heavens, Brother Su, with that voice of yours. Why not serve as a foreman at our Yi family's spiritual mine? He couldn't help but jest. Su Meng, however, remained oblivious to the banter, his head down, charging forward with determination. Despite his imposing size, his speed was not to be underestimated. Logically, such swiftness would render him a mere plaything in Yi Changxing's presence. Yet, he did not shy away from confrontation. Instead, he took a step forward, slightly crouching, with both hands poised at his waist, gathering strength. In the blink of an eye, they were upon each other. Kill. Veins bulged on Su Meng's neck as his massive fists, akin to cauldrons, rushed towards Yi Changxing with a fierce wind. The ferocity of his assault was reminiscent of a demon ape come to life, striking terror into the heart. Confronted with this onslaught, Yi Changxing did not flinch or evade. Instead, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his right fist with all his might. Crack! The collision produced a crisp sound, and Yi Changxing's feet sank into the ground. In stark contrast, Su Meng's previously fearsome expression suddenly twisted in agony as he half-kneeled on the ground, clutching his right arm, beads of sweat glistening on his polished forehead. Yi Changxing possesses an indestructible physique, capable of contending with the sacred body of the Qingjiao from the central continent without yielding, even emerging with an undeniable advantage. In the face of such prowess, Su Meng stands no chance of direct confrontation. The disciples and higher-ups of the Tianying Pavilion fell into a profound silence, witnessing their esteemed young talent being carried away by the pavilion master for treatment, their throats constricted with apprehension. Could such a formidable being truly be vanquished by them? This doubt permeated not only the minds of the younger disciples but also the heart of Lin Zhuiying, the last of Tianying Pavilion's prodigies and a standout among the younger generation. Though Lei Fengxing and Su Meng were not his equals, the disparity between them was marginal. Yet, the ease with which Yi Changxing triumphed over the 2 left Lin Zhuiying feeling uncertain. The old ghost of Tianying discerned the hesitation and slight trepidation in his junior's demeanor and could not suppress a sigh. Had he foreseen the vast chasm between a quasi-emperor and a virtual emperor, he would not have dared to provoke the head of the Yi family so recklessly. Perhaps a more cordial negotiation could have mitigated their debts. Now, facing a top-tier powerhouse, they were not merely outmatched. Their younger generation had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Observing the situation, a 3rd loss seemed imminent. Contemplating these matters, he exchanged a glance with the pavilion master, both recognizing the mutual despair reflected in their eyes. Lin Zhuiying, unlike the impulsive demeanor of the previous 2, approached Yi Changxing with measured steps. He clasped his hands respectfully and spoke with a gentle tone. Brother Yi, your innate talent and experience in the realm of physical prowess are beyond my reach, and thus I do not dare to hope for victory. I wish only to exchange a single blow with you. Should you remain unvanquished after this exchange, I shall concede defeat. His demeanor was exceedingly mild, betraying none of the ruthlessness one might expect from an assassin's sect, but rather evoking the essence of a disciple from the paths of Buddhism and Tao. Yi Changxing regarded him with a favorable impression, nodding in acknowledgement. Well, Brother Lin is so straightforward, I shall not dawdle either. Please, proceed with your move. Lin Zhuiying responded with a slight murmur, taking a step back as tendrils of profound black mist began to emanate from his form. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye's father let out a surprised exclamation. Old ghost of Tianying, I never anticipated that your Tianying Pavilion would produce such a remarkable talent in this generation. Even your Tianying absolute body can be cultivated to such a degree. A future emperor is certainly within reach. Upon hearing Ye's father's praise, a smile that could not be contained blossomed on the face of the old ghost of Tianying. Your flattery is excessive, Ye Emperor. The absolute shadow still falls short in comparison to longevity. He initially intended to humbly deflect the compliment, only to be met with Ye's father's immediate response. Indeed. The old ghost of Tianying's smile abruptly froze on his face, and he cleared his throat a few times to mask his discomfort. At the foot of the mountain, as Lin Jing activated the Tianying absolute body, the vital energy within him surged towards his right palm, causing his arm to appear swollen, with veins prominently visible. Yi Changxing was suddenly intrigued. Lin Jing indeed possessed some merit, unlike the previous two who fell with a mere push. Be cautious, Brother Yi, Lin Jing unexpectedly called out, offering a warning before making his move. Juying palm. Accompanied by a soft exclamation, Lin Juying's figure seemed to shatter into a cloud of black mist. His right palm, infused with formidable vitality, appeared to transcend both time and space, materializing at Yi Changxing's chest the instant his form vanished. Chapter 47. A visit to the door. Yi Changxing wore a radiant smile on his face as he boldly advanced, allowing the full force of the strike to land squarely upon his chest. The impact was so powerful that his calves nearly sank into the ground, leaving a myriad of cracks behind him that resembled a dried riverbed. Moments later, Lin Jing slowly retracted his hand, an unmistakable look of admiration etched upon his features. Brother Yi is indeed extraordinary, I concede. Yi Changxing chuckled softly, sensing a newfound fluidity in the operation of the once stiff martial arts within him. Brother Lin, you are being too modest. That strike of yours was quite painful, comparable to the attacks from Ming Wujia. Lin Juying was well aware that this was merely a courteous remark from Yi Changxing. Nonetheless, being compared to the prodigies of Zhongzhou brought him genuine delight. Ha ha. Brother Yi is jesting. I cannot compete with the talents of Zhongzhou. Fortunately, we have such an exceptional genius like you in Dongzhou. Otherwise, those from Zhongzhou would truly walk all over us. The two exchanged compliments, resulting in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. As the dust settled and the outcomes were determined, the members of Tianying Pavilion, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept the result with resignation. Yi Changxing patted Lin Juying's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, Brother Lin, if you have the time, you are most welcome to visit our Yi family. I shall ensure you have a delightful experience. He held a favorable impression of the young man and was eager to consider him as a friend. Lin Juying instantly brightened, his handsome face surprisingly flushed. Is what you say truly the case, Brother Yi? May I really visit your esteemed Yi family? Yi Changxing could not help but chuckle. Of course. We of the Yi family are not facing insurmountable challenges. What is there that cannot be addressed? Observing the lively conversation between the two younger generations, Ye's father revealed a slight smile. Old ghost of Tianying, Ye's brother inquired, do you have any commands for me? The old man of Tianying promptly replied, not daring to exhibit even the slightest disrespect. From now on, let that young man visit our Yi family more frequently. It appears that Changxing and he are getting along splendidly. The old man of Tianying paused for a moment, then quickly responded with a smile, certainly. I shall ensure that Juying frequents the Yi family. Very well. As for the resources owed by Tianying Pavilion, merely returning the principal will suffice. Upon finishing his words, Yi Fu, without waiting for the gratitude of the old ghost Tianying, beckoned to Yi Changxing, saying, Changxing, let us proceed to the next place. Yi Changxing responded affirmatively. After bidding farewell to Lin Juying, he was escorted by his father Yi onto the Nine Dragons spirit palanquin. Brother Lin, do remember to visit the Yi family. The voice of Yi Changxing gradually faded into the horizon, while Lin Juying's smile radiated sincerity and joy. The old man Tianying approached him, letting out a sigh as he said, Juying, you should spend more time with Yi Changxing. It will be beneficial for your future. Understood, Master Ancestor, came the reply. The Yi father and son did not conceal their whereabouts, thus attracting the attention of numerous factions upon their arrival at the Tianying Pavilion. The developments here were swiftly relayed by various spies. Even the esteemed Tunning Old Ancestor, a peak quasi-emperor, was vanquished by a single strike from Yi father, leaving no one daring to question his prowess. Those forces that had previously betrayed the Yi family grew increasingly anxious, contemplating ways to mend their relations. Before long, the dragon carriage arrived at another location, a vast and prosperous town, constructed with the capabilities of cultivators, accommodating a population of millions. This so-called city was akin to a small nation. At this moment, The entrance of a magnificent residence in the heart of the town was graced by two stately Xiao beasts lying quietly on the ground, their gently rising and falling abdomens indicating they were indeed living creatures. Above the entrance hung two plaques intricately carved from spiritual jade, emblazoned with the formidable characters of Lu Mansion. This was the dwelling of the Lu family, rulers of Qianye City. However, the esteemed Lu family members, who were once held in high regard within the city, now stood nervously at the entrance, rendered motionless. Leading them was a man clad in resplendent attire, tall and imposing, with pronounced brows and eyes, and a face adorned with a thick beard. He was Lu Haoran, the current head of the Lu family and the lord of Qianye City. Head, do the Yi father and son truly come for us? A Lu family elder inquired softly. Lu Haoran furrowed his brow and sighed. Alas, given their direction, it is undoubtedly our Lu family they seek. Is everything prepared? There are no errors? All is in order, came the reply. Just as they spoke, a series of resounding dragon roars echoed from the sky. Lu Haoran's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon the source of the sound. A celestial dragon loomed, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Once the dragon carriage halted, Yi father and Yi Changxing emerged from within. Younger generations Lu Haoran and the Lu family extend their greetings to the Yi family's great emperor and young master. Yi's father cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke calmly. Lu Haoran, you must be aware of the purpose of my visit, correct? Lu Haoran promptly bowed, replying. The younger generation is indeed aware. Everything has been prepared. As he spoke, he gestured, and several elegantly slender and strikingly beautiful women approached, each bearing a jade platter. Upon the 5 jade platters rested a ring. Your Excellency Yi, Lu Haoran continued, initially, the Lu family borrowed 5 types of resources from the Yi family: elixirs, spirit stones, formation plates, refining materials, and celestial herbs. The younger generation has categorized these and placed them within storage rings. In accordance with our previous agreement, I return them threefold. Additionally, there is a token of goodwill from the Lu family, offered as an apology to you and the Yi family. Father Yi did not express a definitive opinion and said to Yi Changxing, put it away. Yi Changxing approached the 5 beautiful ladies, collecting the storage rings. He then used his spiritual sense to conduct a brief examination. Father, the quantity is accurate, and there is an additional one. Yi's father nodded and turned, making his way towards the dragon carriage while stating, from this moment forth, the Yi and Lu families shall no longer owe each other anything. Do not let me hear any more news targeting my Yi family. Yes, I shall certainly remember. Lu Haoran replied loudly. And after watching the dragon carriage ascend into the air, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Patriarch, why don't we follow the example of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion and allow our young disciples to compete against the Yi family's young master? If we win, we could avoid expending so many resources. Lu Haoran shot a fierce glare at the speaker and retorted, when they propose it, it is called benevolence. When we propose it, it is called provocation. Do you understand? On what grounds do you believe we have the leverage to negotiate with a 9th-level Void Emperor? The speaker suddenly realized, quickly retracting his words and apologizing. Subsequently, Yi Changxing accompanied his father to several prominent factions, successfully reclaiming the owed resources and even receiving additional offerings as an apology, resulting in a bountiful harvest. After the events of this day spread, the major factions in the Eastern continent immediately fell into turmoil. As a premier force, the Yi family has interacted with various factions across the Eastern continent, whether seeking assistance or offering allegiance. Now, with the Void Emperor stepping forth to reclaim debts, those with ulterior motives cannot help but feel apprehensive. In the ensuing days, Yi Changxing accompanied his father, traversing the region to recover what various powers owed to the Yi family. The presence of the Void Emperor silenced any dissent. This endeavor was not merely about debt collection but also about establishing authority. In no time, the name of the Yi father and son spread throughout the Eastern continent, prompting all to revisit their past dealings and scrutinize any debts owed to the Yi family. Upon concluding dealings with the last faction, Yi Changxing finally found respite from his labors. A few days later, at a secluded residence, Yi Changxing sat cross-legged on the soft couch, his eyes tightly shut and brow slightly furrowed. Until this very day, he had finally discerned how to cultivate the system's rewarded technique, the Da Huang Wu Jing. This was the precious reward obtained from the supreme gift package after his battle with Ing Wuji. As he had anticipated, this reward was precisely the method he desperately needed for cultivating the Tai Huang ancient body. The inability to cultivate the Tai Huang ancient body stemmed fundamentally from the alterations in the heavenly Tao. which had resulted in significant transformations in the laws of the myriad realms. Consequently, the pathway for this physique to absorb spiritual energy had been severed. The method described in the Da Huang Wu Jing, while seemingly straightforward, entailed circumventing the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao and establishing a small world within oneself. I am the world is me. By placing his body within his own world, he would, of course, evade any limitations. However, while this concept may appear simple, the execution was fraught with immense difficulty. Creating a small world within oneself was a feat even his father, a formidable being at the Void Emperor level, could not guarantee to accomplish. Naturally, such an endeavor could only become feasible after attaining a profound level of cultivation. At present, he was a great distance from that realm and need not concern himself with it for the time being. The immediate priority was to follow the teachings of the scripture, to evade the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, and to cultivate the unique power system of the Tai Huang ancient body, thereby gradually ascending to higher realms of profundity. Nevertheless, the cultivation method detailed in the scripture was rather peculiar, leaving Yi Changxing with a bewildered expression. To cultivate the Tai Huang ancient body, one must continually endure punishment. This approach would temporarily disrupt the heavenly Taoist constraints within him, allowing him to gradually mitigate the effects and absorb spiritual energy. On the other hand, once spiritual energy entered his body, it was imperative to amalgamate it with the essence of his flesh and blood, forming a special power known as Huangli, unique to the Tai Huang ancient body. Only in this manner could he stimulate the continuous growth of his cultivation, simultaneously breaking the shackles of the heavenly Tao from within. Thus, through this dual approach of enduring punishment while cultivating, the Tai Huang ancient body could progressively advance. Yi Changxing's decision to engage in a duel with the prodigy of the Tianning Pavilion was influenced not only by the system's task, but also by his desire to ascertain the reliability of this cultivation method. Remarkably, after his battle with Lin Juying, he did indeed absorb a trace of the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. This discovery filled Yu Changxing with great joy, prompting him to hastily merge it with his own blood energy as instructed by his cultivation technique, hoping to cultivate a strand of spiritual energy. Regrettably, the amount of spiritual energy he inhaled was too minuscule. Before he could channel his blood energy, it dissipated like smoke within his body. During this period, he devoted his thoughts to researching this matter and, at last, began to gain some insight. Having clarified his subsequent plans, Yi Changxing opened his eyes. Approaching the door, he instructed the maid, should the young mistress inquire about my whereabouts, inform her that I am cultivating in the back mountain and urge her not to worry. Days later, a rumor began to circulate within the Yi family, suggesting that something had seemingly attained sentience in the back mountain, unleashing a series of thunderous sounds, likely the presence of some unrecognized ferocious beast. However, the back mountain was desolate, frequented only by those of modest cultivation. Thus the rumors did not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Yet, inexplicably, this tale reached Yi Yao's ears. Upon hearing the story from a maid, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Though burdened with a system that encouraged idleness, it was rather exhausting for a vivacious young woman to remain inactive. A ferocious beast in the back mountain. I am curious to see what mischief it is up to. With a determined spirit, she strapped on a treasured sword and filled her spatial ring with an array of magical artifacts. As long as I have sufficient spiritual energy, I can wield treasures capable of overwhelming even those at the void returning stage, she declared. In her own words, this was a strategy of underestimating the enemy while tactically respecting them. Before long, she stealthily made her way into the forest of the back mountain. The Yi family annually dispatches formidable warriors to conduct a thorough cleansing, ensuring that no perilous beasts lurk within, potentially endangering the younger generation of the clan. Consequently, aside from the gentle spirit creatures that inhabit the rear mountain, there is scarcely anything that poses a threat. Hiss, where might this ferocious beast be hidden? If it does not emerge during the day, have I not made this journey in vain? As Yu wandered along, she murmured softly to herself, her eyes darting around. The expanse of the back mountain was indeed vast. Alone, it would take her at least a couple of months to search through it entirely. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Yi Yao's ears perked up, and she suddenly turned her gaze towards a particular direction. Faintly, from a distance, the sound of a collision echoed, suggesting the presence of something quite powerful. A triumphant smile spread across her face. I've caught you. Yi Yao let out a cheer and hurriedly rushed towards that direction. As she drew closer, she gradually slowed her pace. The sound of impact grew increasingly distinct, as if the very ground beneath her trembled slightly. Yi Yao took a deep breath, calming her somewhat anxious heart. The commotion caused by that entity was undeniably indicative of a large and fearsome beast. I must not act rashly. It is imperative to observe discreetly before proceeding. Should I sense that I am outmatched, I will return home to seek assistance. Resolute in her decision, she utilized the dense foliage to conceal her presence, cautiously making her way toward that direction. An open clearing emerged within the forest, and beyond it lay a vast expanse of treacherous peaks. Yi Yao cautiously peered outside, shielding her head with a large leaf. However, upon discerning the precise situation beneath the mountain peak, her eyes widened in astonishment. This. Yi Changsheng crouched on the ground, his bare upper body glistening with sweat. Before him, the once towering and formidable cliff appeared ravaged, riddled with pits and debris as if afflicted by a cataclysm. After catching his breath for a moment, Yi Changsheng rose once more. Steadying his breath and channeling the energy coursing through his body, he suddenly lowered his head and charged at the cliff like a wild bull. A resounding thud echoed as he collided with the stone face repeatedly. Yi Yu stared blankly at her brother, who seemed to have lost his senses, incessantly battering the cliff with his body. Chapter 49. My brother has lost his mind. Moments later, feeling the faint pangs of pain radiating from his body, Yi Changsheng hurriedly retreated into the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor to gather his focus and absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Just as Yi Yao contemplated stepping outside to inquire about the situation, a figure gracefully descended. Gu Qingyi landed softly, a bamboo basket in hand. Darling, take a moment to rest and have something to eat. Yi Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, a faint golden light flickered. Thank you for your efforts. Qingyi, you still have to bring me meals every day. He flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and eagerly dug into the food from the bamboo basket. Gu Qingyi shook her head, gracefully squatting beside him, and took out a jade bottle filled with spirit liquid. Eat slowly, my husband. There is no need to rush. After soothing Yi Changsheng with a gentle word, she hesitated before asking, Husband, is your method of cultivation truly effective? Ramming your body against stones. It seems a bit excessive. With unwavering confidence, Yi Changsheng replied, Rest assured, Qingyi, I am well aware of what I am doing. This method must be effective, otherwise, would it not seem foolishly amusing? He encouraged her to give it a try, stating that his physical strength appeared to have increased further since some time ago. Observing the arm he extended towards her, Gu Qingyi, albeit skeptically, channeled her spiritual energy and squeezed it firmly, only to be astonished to discover that, indeed, as he claimed, his physical strength had indeed augmented. How about that? I did not deceive you, did I? Seeing Yi Changsheng's beaming smile, Gu Qingyi could not help but be affected, curling her lips into a smile as well. Though her husband often seemed somewhat frivolous, he was remarkably earnest when faced with challenges, far removed from his outward demeanor. Despite his innate inability to cultivate, his indomitable spirit of perseverance garnered both admiration and reverence. If he could truly rise to become one of the foremost figures in Dongzhou through sheer physical prowess, then her choice in him would be vindicated for a lifetime. Lost in these tangled thoughts, Gu Qingyi found herself stealing glances at Yi Changsheng. Suddenly, her expression turned bashful as she averted her gaze, two rosy hues blooming on her porcelain-like cheeks. My husband is truly strong. Silently marveling at this, while suppressing her shy thoughts, she was startled by a sudden crackling sound. Who? The couple turned in unison. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a wave of pale blue spiritual energy, obliterating several stout trees into splinters. Caught in the act, Yi Yao, who had been stealthily attempting to leave, froze in place, awkwardly turning his head after a prolonged moment, and with a sheepish smile, he stammered, brother, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Please, continue. Yi Changsheng could not help but roll his eyes. Come here, girl. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, Yi Yao finally clarified her intentions. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle, saying, all right, there are no ferocious beasts causing chaos in the mountains, it is merely my practice. Yi Yao widened her eyes. Brother, have you been knocked silly? Which good person trains by smashing their head against a rock? You little girl, what do you know? This is called honing physical resilience. The harder you hit now, the better you'll be able to endure when you get hit later. Yi Changsheng countered with a remark, then turned away and murmured, the young girl is too youthful, still lacking in maturity. Yi Yu simply disregarded him, turning to dash out of the forest. You may continue your cultivation. I have matters to attend to. She sighed. You. Before Yi Changsheng could call out, Yi Yao's figure had vanished without a trace. This girl, always so impetuous when not attending to serious matters, Gu Qingqi couldn't help but chuckle. At her age, Yao Yao ought to be this lively. Had she grown up to be like me, it would surely be dreadfully dull. Yi Changxing quickly responded, how could one attain such grace as you possess? You are virtuous, composed, and well-educated, far surpassing the wild appearance of that reckless girl. His husband was merely being playful. Gu Qingyi playfully retorted, and after tidying up the dishes, she gently said, then, my dear husband, focus on your cultivation. I shall bring you lunch this afternoon. Very well, my dear wife. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Yi Yao rushed home in one breath, making her way directly to the council hall. Peering through the door, she observed only her parents and several elders inside. Just as she contemplated slipping away quietly, the voice of the grand elder, laced with amusement, resonated from within. Little Yao Yao, what are you peeking at? Realizing she had been discovered, Yi Yao huffed in annoyance and strode boldly into the council hall. Upon seeing her unruly daughter, her mother narrowed her eyes, ready to reprimand her. Father, mother, my brother has been rendered foolish by Ingwuji. At these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. You father and you mother exchanged perplexed glances for a moment before asking with great curiosity, Yao Yao, could you clarify what is happening? I just went to the back mountain and found that my elder brother was relentlessly ramming his head against the rocky wall. It was a genuine collision. A vigorous assault that could nearly shatter that small mountain. I am certain that Ingwuji has harmed my brother. Why don't you go and take a look? The words of Yi Yao left several individuals in a state of utter bewilderment, failing to grasp the situation at hand. The Grand Elder, in particular, was taken aback and exclaimed, Yao Yao, surely you must be mistaken. Was it not the young master who struck that third prince on the head? If anyone were to lose their wits, it should be him. Oh, Grand Elder, do not concern yourself with that. Regardless, my brother is turned into a simpleton. If you have the time, you should hasten to see for yourselves. I have pressing matters to attend to, so please deliberate at your leisure. Yi Yao spoke as she swiftly exited the council hall, leaving behind her parents and the equally bewildered elders. The Grand Elder opened his mouth at a loss for words. Alas, I recall that this girl used to be quite obedient. What has transpired recently? She has been coming here daily. Mother Yi sighed and shook her head, while Father Yi chuckled heartily. Isn't this wonderful? In the past, that girl preferred to remain isolated, appearing disinterested in everything. Now she is willing to engage. Isn't that a splendid development? After a moment of contemplation, Mother Yi found some merit in the statement. Master, mistress, should we not pay a visit to the young master? Although Yao Yao's words seemed somewhat absurd, the matter of longevity necessitated careful consideration. One must never be negligent. The elder's reminder snapped Father and Mother Yi back to reality. Indeed, that is true. Yimu nodded, rising as she spoke. You may converse. I shall go and investigate what is truly happening with Changxing. Shortly thereafter, they were at the rear mountain. Yimu followed the sound to the clearing and found Yi Changxing persistently colliding with the mountain wall, evoking both concern and amusement within her. Changxing, Yi Changxing, taken aback by the sound, turned around and exclaimed, Mother, how did you come here? Chapter 50, The Architect of the Rumors. Ye's mother sighed helplessly and said, Silly child. Yao Yao mentioned that you were colliding with rocks on the back mountain. I couldn't help but come to check on you. Rest assured, Mother, I am merely cultivating and not acting foolishly. Yi Changxing chuckled lightly, pausing to take several sips of water. My dear child, truly, where does one find such a method of cultivation? Is it not merely inviting suffering upon oneself? Yimu reproached him with a gentle admonition, then approached and lightly prodded Yi Changxing's skin, which glimmered with a dark gold hue, her face immediately betraying a look of astonishment. Is this your golden body? Since his last victory over Ingwuji, Yi Changxing no longer felt the need to conceal everything. Revealing certain aspects to his parents would, in fact, alleviate their concerns. Mother, your insight is truly remarkable. Indeed, this is the indestructible golden body. Yi Changxing proudly patted his chest, and then quickly added, the cultivation method rewarded by the heavenly Tao is remarkably powerful. I succeeded after practicing it for a while. Upon hearing this, his mother, Yimu, felt a sense of relief, but her gaze soon fell upon the bruises adorning his body, stirring her maternal concern. Please take care while you cultivate. Do not overexert yourself. Do you understand? I understand. You need not worry, he reassured her. Moreover, if you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. I will certainly find a way to procure it for you. Thank you, Mother. Your child will remember. Yimu offered a few more words of advice before departing with a heart full of joy. Observing her son's newfound dedication, she felt a sense of relief as a mother. In the following days, Yi Changxing immersed himself in his cultivation, diligently advancing his progress with the Great Wilderness Sutra. Half a month later, one afternoon, having just concluded his training, Yi Changxing intended to return to his room for a brief rest when he was unexpectedly intercepted by Yi Yao, who had emerged from an unknown direction. "Brother," Yi Changxing chuckled. "What, have you been wandering about again?" "Nonsense. Am I the sort of idle person? I have important matters to attend to." "What kind of serious business could you possibly have, my dear?" Yi Changxing jested lightly, yet he found himself pulled into a corner by Yi Yao, who glanced around before solemnly whispering, "Brother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Noticing her seriousness, Yi Changxing paid a bit more attention. "Speak. What is it? Do you remember the third prince? Ing Wuji?" "Indeed." Yi Yao nodded. Then, with an air of mystery, continued, "Brother, don't you find it peculiar? How did Ing Wuji come to know about sister-in-law's situation?" Yi Changxing furrowed his brow. After all, Xingyi was the sanest of the Gu family. Possessing a certain reputation in Dongzhou, it should not be too difficult to inquire about her. But what of the 9-aperture Linglong body? The number of individuals aware of this matter is rather scant. What do you imply? Yu Yao's voice dropped even lower. In the past few days, I have discovered that when Ing Wuji and a group of talented individuals from Zhangzhou arrived, our family's distant relative, Yi Tu, had clandestinely made contact with him. The matter concerning you and your sister-in-law was divulged by him. Yi Changxing furrowed his brow even more tightly. Furthermore, was it not previously rumored within our clan that you possessed a natural malevolent physique? This gossip originated from that very Yi Tu. Now, Yi Changxing could no longer afford to dismiss this information lightly. If Yi Tu were merely targeting him, it would be manageable, as he had his parents to rely upon. At the very least, his life would be safeguarded, and he could disregard the nonsensical rumors. However, the fact that this individual had dragged Gu Qingyi into the matter was utterly intolerable for Yi Changxing. Even if there were no romantic feelings between them, she remained his nominal wife, and as a man, he could not idly stand by while his spouse was bullied. Moreover, after spending time together, he had developed certain special sentiments towards Gu Qingyi, making it all the more unacceptable for such an incident to occur. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changxing spoke solemnly. "Yao Yao, this matter is no laughing matter. Do you understand? You mentioned it was Yi Tu's doing. Do you have any evidence?" Yi Yao confidently patted her chest and declared, "Brother, have you forgotten who I am? We adhere to the principle of innocent until proven guilty, do we not? If there is no evidence, how could I possibly dare to unjustly accuse others? At that time, I managed to control several individuals who had accepted benefits from Yi Tu to spread rumors, and I have also confiscated a portion of the illicit items." Yi Changxing immediately made up his mind. Let us proceed to the church and swiftly address this matter. The two turned their direction and walked deeper into the Yi residence, soon arriving before a dim and desolate structure. This building, resembling a church, bore two glaring blood-red characters carved into its lintel. The church. Yi Yao was visiting such a place for the first time, and understandably, she felt a tinge of fear, hiding behind Yi Changxing while peering out cautiously. Yi Changxing felt no particular sensation as he strode confidently inside. Two figures clad in black robes with masked faces extended their hands to block his path. Their voices cold and mechanical. "This is a sacred place. No trespassers are allowed." Yi Changxing paused, calmly stating, "I am Yi Changxing, the young master of the Yi family, here to report a traitor to the church. I kindly request permission to enter." The two guards exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Their young master had seldom engaged in family affairs. How could he suddenly uncover a spy? Nevertheless, given his esteemed status, they dared not obstruct him. "Please, young master and miss, you may enter. The elders of the church are awaiting you." Yi Changxing nodded, leading Yi Yao into this place, which loomed like a monstrous flood in the hearts of the Yi clan members. Upon entering, the light suddenly dimmed significantly, and a careful inhalation revealed the distinct scent of blood. Faint, distant cries of anguish echoed in the air, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Yi Yu quickly grasped Yi Changxing's arm, a hint of fear in her voice as she said, "Brother, there wouldn't be any vengeful spirits or ghosts hidden within, would there? Rest assured, the elders of our clan are not to be trifled with. Besides, there are no such things as ghosts in this world." Yi Changxing offered a soothing sound, guiding Yi Yao deeper into the realm. They traversed the corridor until they reached its end, entering a grand hall illuminated by flickering blue candlelight. In the center of the hall stood a colossal statue of a fantastical beast, its eye sockets adorned with two verdant spirit orbs, lending the figure an almost lifelike quality. "Have the young master and young lady arrived?" A voice, slightly aged and chilling, resonated, causing Yi Yao to shiver involuntarily. From behind a pillar emerged an elderly man clad in a black robe, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Yi Changxing respectfully greeted. "I pay my respects to the elder of the church." The elder chuckled. "Oh, young master, you are too courteous. What brings you to this wretched place? Is there a matter in which this old man can be of assistance?" The old man, hunched over and leaning on his cane, appeared as though he might succumb to the frailty of age at any moment. However, Yu Chongxing did not dare underestimate him. His father had once remarked that the strength of the church elder ranked among the foremost within the Yi family. Chapter 51. A Visit Unannounced. Previously, rumors had circulated in the family regarding the young one's involvement in a murder case, and the elder must have caught wind of it. The church elder regarded Yi Changsheng with a hint of surprise, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, I have heard of this matter." However, the rumors did not persist for long. They dissipated into nothingness after the young master defeated Ing Wuji, which is why the church did not pursue the investigation. I must admit, I am not well versed in the affairs of the church. Yet, I have now identified the source of the rumors. Might I inquire how the church intends to handle this? The church elder stroked his beard, pondering. "Young master, do you possess solid evidence regarding this matter?" Yao Yu apprehended several individuals responsible for spreading the rumors, tracing it back to a branch of the clan, specifically Yi Tuesday. How does the church intend to adjudicate this situation? The church elder gazed at him, somewhat astonished. "Young master, is this truly the case?" "Naturally, as there are witnesses." Upon hearing this, the church elder felt assured. Since Yu Changsheng had come forth, he must have gathered sufficient evidence. Otherwise, he would not approach so boldly. "What would you like the church to do, young master?" After a moment of contemplation, the elder decided to return the question. It was not that he was unwilling to take action, but given that this matter involved the currently influential young master, it would be prudent to consider his opinion carefully. Yi Changsheng was awaiting these words. In light of this, I, as a junior, have some thoughts to share. Although there have been murmurs within the clan directed towards me, they were merely trivial grievances that I could easily disregard. However, the treacherous Yi2 not only spread rumors labeling me as a cursed body, but also divulged the matter of the Qingyi physique, which incited Yin Wuji to cause a ruckus in our Yi family. It is only just, both emotionally and logically, that this individual must be held accountable. If the elders do not oppose, I wish to personally address this matter. What are your thoughts? The elder suddenly realized that Yu Changxing intended to assert his authority by taking matters into his own hands. Previously, due to his inability to cultivate, he was not well liked within the clan. Although he had defeated Yin Wuji to clear his name, the remnants of past impressions lingered, and some individuals inevitably harbored ill will towards him. As the heir apparent to the clan, he naturally possessed the authority to act. Should he require assistance, I can summon skilled individuals from the punishment hall to accompany him. The elder of the punishment hall was also a straightforward person and readily agreed upon hearing this proposal. Yi Changxing's face broke into a smile. The elder was being courteous. In that case, I would trouble you to send 2 individuals to accompany me and handle the aftermath. The elder of the execution hall felt a jolt in his heart, and his gaze towards Yi Changxing shifted subtly. "Very well, it shall be as the young master wishes." Thereupon, the elder waved his hand, and 2 figures in black robes silently materialized before Yi Changxing. "You will accompany the young master and assist him in tidying up matters." As they exited the execution hall, Yi Yao let out a deep sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside was truly terrifying. I shan't return again. Indeed, it is only natural. For it is a place designated for the apprehension and interrogation of criminals. It would be strange if it did not instill fear. Yi Changxing replied. Then with a grave expression commanded, "Yao Yao, let us take those witnesses with us and confront Yi2 directly." Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at Yi2's residence, accompanied by 3 downcast family servants. After inquiring a few questions, they discovered that Yi2 was not at home. Yi Changxing promptly redirected his team, hastening towards the residence of the divine son, Xiao Chen. He had heard whispers of their close rapport, and it was certain that Xiao Chen possessed knowledge of Yi2's whereabouts. At the divine son's abode, Xiao Chen and Yi2 sat beside the table, their expressions shadowed by gloom. "Brother Chen, it appears we are temporarily unable to contend with that scoundrel," Yi Changxing, Xiao Chen remarked with a cold snort, his tone laced with irritation. "Is that something you even need to say? What shall we do next?" "Let us take it one step at a time," Xiao Chen sighed. Just then, an uproar erupted from outside. Hey, hey, this is the residence of the divine son. How dare you intrude upon our young master?" Xiao Chen's demeanor hardened. and he rose in a fury, prepared to confront the intruders. How audacious of Yi Changxing to brazenly storm into his abode. Before he could step outside, a throng of individuals surged in, led by Yi Changxing, accompanied by a number of onlookers from the Yi family. Divine Son Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you. Yi Changxing greeted with a disarming smile, though Xiao Chen's countenance remained as dark as a stormy sea. Yi Changxing, you possess an audacity unmatched, daring to invade the sanctity of my residence. Do you truly believe that your supposed protection grants you license to act with impunity? Ah, your words seem somewhat misplaced. I have come for a matter of significance, Yi Changxing replied nonchalantly. Significance? Huh, what could possibly be significant in your eyes? Xiao Chen scoffed, utterly skeptical of Yi Changxing's claims. Yi Changxing was not in a hurry. He tilted his head to glance back at Yi Tu, whose face had turned somewhat pale. And with a smile, he waved his hand. Xiao Chen, this time I am not here to seek you, but rather the person behind you. Yi Tu? What business do you have with him? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. Yi Changxing waved his hand, and two figures in black robes from the interrogation hall pushed a witness forward. These three individuals, I wonder if you recognize them, Yi Tu? Xiao Chen turned with a puzzled expression towards Yi Tu, only to see him trembling slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, seemingly overwhelmed with fear. Yi Tu, do you know them? Yi Tu cast a disapproving glance at Xiao Chen, lowering his head in silence. Yi Changxing took the initiative to explain. Xiao Chen, it seems you are unfamiliar with these individuals. They are servants of the clan. A month ago, they were bribed by Yi Tu to spread rumors within the clan, claiming that this young master is a natural-born calamity, which has caused me considerable trouble. Subsequently, he even colluded with Ing Wuji from Zhongzhou to disseminate information regarding Qingqi's exquisite physique. Have you not noticed such treachery? Xiao Chen's expression abruptly changed as he finally grasped the essence of Yi Changxing's so-called serious matter. He glanced at Yi Tu, intending to salvage the situation. But with the tribunal and so many clan members present, a single misstep could ensnare him as well. Do you have any evidence to back your claims? Xiao Chen retorted sharply, though his voice betrayed a hint of fragility. Huh, they are all witnesses. If you doubt me, we can head to the tribunal together, where the elders can employ the soul-searching method to prove it to you. What do you say? Xiao Chen fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Changxing, as if his stare could pierce through flesh. He understood all too well that uttering another word could easily entangle him further in this predicament. Yi Changxing chose to ignore him and turned to Yi Tu with a derisive smile, asking, what are you waiting for? Do you have the audacity to act shamelessly? All eyes were fixed on Yi Tu, and the disdainful gazes directed at him filled him with both anger and fear. Chapter 52. The Rise of the Divine Sun's Fury. Xiao Chen wore a grim expression as he glanced between Yi Changxing and Yi Tu, finding himself in a quandary. If he chose to remain uninvolved, Yi Tu might expose him, leading to dire consequences for both. Yet, should he intervene, such actions would also raise suspicions. As he wavered in indecision, Yi Tu suddenly stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly, and his reddened eyes bore into Yi Changxing as he spat through gritted teeth. You worthless wretch, relying on your privileged parents, squandering the clan's resources while idly waiting for death. What is it to you that I cannot tolerate you? Indeed, it was I who spread the rumors, and it was I who contacted Ing Wuji, all to deal with you, this good for nothing. At this revelation, the members of the Yi clan erupted in an uproar, though they harbored some grievances against Yi Changxing. It stemmed from his position as the lesser clan leader and their frustration over his lack of accomplishments. The thought of secretly plotting against him had never crossed their minds. Yi Changxing smiled faintly and addressed the two black-robed figures from the tribunal, saying, Gentlemen, he has confessed. You all heard it, did you not? Indeed. We can serve as witnesses. One of the black-robed men nodded in agreement, responding calmly. Xiao Chen's heart raced as he prepared to probe further into Yi Changxing's stance. However, Yi Tu suddenly turned to him and said, Brother Chen, rest assured, I will bear the consequences of my actions alone. It will not implicate others. From now on, I will rely on you to look after the family. With that, he turned to face Yi Changxing, displaying an unwavering pride as he declared, Come on, let's see what you, a mere waste, can do to me. Xiao Chen finally felt a sense of calm. He was immensely pleased with Yi Tu's demeanor. The essence of his words conveyed that he would accept all blame himself, ensuring that Xiao Chen remained unscathed. As long as the charges did not reach him, he could leverage Yi Tu's identity as a divine son to devise a plan for his eventual rescue. Yi Changxing gazed at Yi Tu with a peculiar expression. His brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, Are you certain that all these matters are solely your doing? Indeed, Yi Tu replied, It is I who, out of disdain for you, secretly orchestrated these events. Do not implicate others. Yi Tu displayed a sense of righteousness, eager to gain additional favor in the eyes of Xiao Chen. He was utterly convinced that as long as Xiao Chen did not wish to make him the target of public scorn, he would undoubtedly find a way to rescue him. Yi Changxing turned to gaze at the two figures clad in black robes from the Hall of Justice. Have you both heard clearly? The black-robed individuals nodded silently. That's good, he remarked. Yet, before his words could fully settle, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. In an instant, Yi Changxing's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a powerful gust of wind in his wake. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and by the time everyone discerned the situation, Yi Tu lay sprawled on the ground, with Yi Changxing's foot firmly pressing upon his face. Who bestowed upon you, a mere distant relative, the audacity to show such disrespect towards the young master and mistress of the Yi family? Yi Changxing's voice was frigid, his words betraying an unrestrained intent to kill. Xiao Chen's heart raced violently. He considered himself a prodigy, confident that his cultivation, even among the young talents of Central Continent, would earn him a notable reputation. However, he had not anticipated that when Yi Changxing made his move, he was utterly unprepared. This signified that, should you wish it, even if he were to take Yi Tu's place, he might not have the capacity to fend off such an attack. Since you are willing to bear this alone, then I, the young master, shall commit more sins. May you descend to hell and seek forgiveness. Despite the calmness in Yi Changxing's tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, those witnessing the scene felt a chill creep down their spines. The current Yi Changxing stood in stark contrast to the cowardly and wayward figure etched in their memories. Cough. Do you dare? Blood flowed from Yi Tu's 7 orifices as he lay on the ground, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Just as Yi Changxing raised his foot, intending to crush Yi Tu beneath it, Xiao Chen finally regained his composure. Stop. Accompanying his voice was the formidable gust of his palm. Yet, Yi Changxing remained unperturbed, stomping down with great force, creating a deep dent in Yi Tu's chest, leaving him on the brink of death. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen's attack arrived. Witnessing the demise of his subordinate before his very eyes, Yi Changxing's action was akin to a resounding slap to Xiao Chen's face, prompting him to secretly add more force to his strike. His resolve hardened, irrespective of the consequences of injuring Yi Changxing. He believed his identity as a divine descendant would allow him to bear the repercussions. For now, he sought to vent his fury. However, Yi Changxing suddenly turned around. A mocking smile etched across his face. With a bang, Xiao Chen's palm struck true against Yi Changxing's back. Yet, before the joy on his face could fully blossom, it transformed into a look of disbelief. The palm, infused with 70% of his strength, failed to even stagger Yi Changxing. In his astonishment, Yi Changxing slowly pivoted, pressing Xiao Chen's hand down with increasing weight. Xiao Chen, remember your place. You are a grandson of the Yi family, do you understand? Yi Changxing wore a gentle smile, showing no signs of having just endured a blow from Xiao Chen. I understand the deep bond you share with Yi Tu. Yet he has committed acts of betrayal against the Yi family and must face the consequences. This time, I can tolerate your audacity. Should there be a next time? Do you truly believe I hold no anger? After calmly articulating these words, Yi Changxing lightly patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, scoffed softly, and then strode away. The clan members instinctively parted to create a path, their gazes filled with complexity. Previously, they had perceived their young master as too timid and incapable of bearing the responsibilities of his position. However, now that he had transformed, his cold and decisive execution instilled a subtle sense of fear within them. The two black-robed figures from the punishment hall did not linger. With a wave of their hands, they produced a black bag to contain Yi Tu's lifeless body. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the collateral descendant Yi Tu had surreptitiously spread rumors and colluded with external foes, maliciously slandering the young master and his wife. He was thus executed by young master Yi Changxing in a rightful manner. Having coldly delivered this statement, the two departed with Yi Tu's body, leaving the clan members in a state of bewilderment. With his back turned to the crowd, Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Yi Changxing, without a hint of hesitation, ruthlessly took the life of Yi Tu right before his eyes, a blatant act that felt like a slap in the face. Ironically, the innate talents and cultivation he once prided himself on now seemed inferior to Yi Changxing's prowess. In that brief moment, had he been in Yi Changxing's position, he would have sustained severe injuries, yet Yi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed. This was an intolerable truth for him. How could that scoundrel have grown so formidable in such a short span of time? Was he destined to live perpetually in Yi Changxing's shadow? Chapter 53. Yi Changshen's resolve and anxiety. After departing from Xiao Chen's residence, Yi Yao wore a sulky expression, clearly displeased. Yi Changshen glanced at her a few times and suddenly reached out to pinch her round, chubby cheek. "Child, why are you sulking?" Yi Yao broke free and shot him a glare, speaking irritably. "Brother, I painstakingly managed to capture those few who were spreading rumors and brought Yi Tu into the fray. It is evident that this matter is orchestrated by Xiao Chen. Yi Tu is merely a pawn in his hands. Why resort to killing him directly?" Yi Changshen sighed and shook his head in resignation. "Yao Yao, I am truly grateful to you for uncovering the person who has been secretly hindering us. However, you are well aware that Xiao Chen is, after all, the scion of the Yi family. And there are many old-timers in the clan who have placed their bets on him. If we were to draw him into this matter, it would become far more complicated. Once those old-timers are involved, the situation could escalate into a power struggle among the higher echelons. At that point, we might lose control over the unfolding events. The fact that we were able to eliminate Yi Tu has effectively severed one of Xiao Chen's arms. If he wishes to avoid entanglement in this mess, he will have no choice but to endure this silent grievance." After Yi Changshen's explanation, Yi Yao nodded, though her understanding was somewhat nebulous. Despite having lived 2 lives, she had not encountered much of this kind of overt and covert strife, making it normal for her to struggle in grasping the complexities of the situation. "All right, Yao Yao. We will put this matter on hold for now, and I appreciate your dedication to it." Yi Yao gracefully patted Yi Changshen on the shoulder, adopting a cool demeanor as she confidently declared, "We are family. From now on, I will protect you, ensuring you live a life of abundance and indulgence." "You little rascal." Yi Changshen found himself at a loss, and just as he was about to express his thoughts, Yi Yao leaped away with a skip. "As for what happens next, I shall leave it to you, dear brother." Before long, the news of Yi Changshen slaying Yi Tu spread like wildfire throughout the Yi family. This incident stirred up a tempest, particularly among the higher echelons of the clan, who distinctly divided into factions. Those who supported Yi Changshen argued that, as the young patriarch, he possessed the rightful authority to manage family affairs. Moreover, considering Yi Tu's treachery, betraying the family and attempting to sell out the young master and mistress, his execution was justified. Even if Yi Changshen had chosen not to act immediately, he would inevitably face harsher repercussions later. Furthermore, Yi Changshen's decisive actions in such matters exemplified his sense of responsibility, which bode well for the future of the Yi family. Conversely, another faction maintained that Yi Changshen's unrestrained approach to killing without adhering to family laws and regulations was alarming. They feared that should he amass greater power, perhaps even ascend to the position of clan leader, he might unleash unforeseen disasters. The 2 factions argued fervently. Yet they shared a singular sentiment. There was little lamentation or other sentiments expressed regarding Yi Tu's demise. Ultimately, Yi Changshen was still the beloved young master, backed by the contemporary clan head, the towering protector of the Yi family, and the preeminent 9th-tier Void Emperor of Dongzhou. They dared not voice much regarding the implications of this event. Discussions surrounding Yi Changshen's actions could continue, but dragging Yu's father into the fray would truly pose a grave threat to the Yi family. The disputes within the clan showed no signs of resolution anytime soon. His parents maintained a silent demeanor towards the situation, indifferent to their quarrels. As long as both remained within the Yi family, even if they were to overturn the council hall, Yi Changshen would face no security concerns whatsoever, despite the intense disputes among the higher-ups. The general sentiment towards Yi Changshen within the family leaned decidedly positive. One day, as Yi Yao intended to visit her brother, she happened to pass by a garden and suddenly heard voices within. It appeared to be several young members of the family conversing. Initially disregarding it, she instinctively pricked up her ears when they occasionally mentioned terms like young master. Did the young master truly kill Yi Tu? There can be no doubt. My aunt's second uncle's third aunt's niece was present at the scene, as confirmed by my father. It is said that the young master merely used his foot to bring Yi Tu to the ground, leaving Xiao Chen so frightened that his face turned pale, unable to move, as he watched Yi Tu being crushed to death by the young master. How can this be possible? Xiao Chen is a genius of our clan. Surely he would not be so intimidated by the young master? At that moment, the speaking youth swelled with pride. What do you know? When Wu Ji first arrived, Xiao Chen didn't dare to confront him. It was only when the young master intervened that he was defeated. Ah, is that truly the case? Of course. Do you doubt my words? The youth continued, prompting enthusiastic agreement from his companions. Regardless, our young master Changshen has changed significantly. I overheard my father and uncles discussing that if this continues, the young master might become a figure akin to the family head, capable of safeguarding our Yi family. Is that so? The young master is truly remarkable. A faint smile graced Yu Yao's lips, bringing her a sense of relief. Although her brother seemed to have his shortcomings, he had never posed any trouble for her. Witnessing his transformation was indeed a source of joy for her. However, upon arriving at the other courtyard, her happiness swiftly morphed into discontent. Sister-in-law, is my brother still colliding with the stones? Yu Yao asked in disbelief, wondering if her brother was growing more foolish with each passing day. Gu Qingxi smiled and replied, indeed, my husband claims this is a method of his cultivation, allowing us to worry less. All right, Yu Yao responded, I was actually hoping to play with him. Yu Yao muttered softly, unable to comprehend why those possessing the lying flat system exerted themselves so fervently. The rear mountain, an imposing cliff, had been marred by a profound dent from his relentless assault. In pursuit of enhanced cultivation results, he had specifically requested his mother to reinforce the mountain structure, rendering it as unyielding as iron. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yi Changxing found himself inexplicably beset by anxiety. Previously, fortified by the protection of his parents and the Yi family, he believed he could gradually elevate his cultivation without undue haste. However, the shattering of the rock face and the emergence of prodigies from the central continent struck him like a thunderbolt. In this realm of Wanyuan, the age-old truth of the survival of the fittest remained unaltered. Power, intertwined with authority and righteousness. Although he had previously vanquished Ing Wuji in essence, he had still offended the Ming dynasty. Perhaps due to his father's influence, they would refrain from overt hostility, yet their covert machinations would undoubtedly be plentiful. Only by mastering power could one safeguard the safety of oneself and one's family. Chapter 54. The Wind's Whisper of Alarm. Yi Changxing was acutely aware that had he truly killed Ing Wuji at that moment, the Yi family would undoubtedly face the repercussions of the Grading dynasty's wrath. Even with his parents by his side, it was unlikely they could secure their safety. Strength is paramount. This realization had profoundly resonated with Yi Changxing during this time. If he possessed sufficient power, could he not, like Ing Wuji, boldly stride into the royal residence of the princes in Zhangzhou and confront the princess consort regarding her intentions? Of course, he merely entertained the thought. He would never stoop to such a base act. While he was resting, Yi Yao's voice echoed through the woods. Brother, are you still bashing stones? Yi Changxing could not help but exclaim, use your brain a little. When I say I'm meditating, it does not imply that I'm foolishly colliding with rocks. Oh, it's all the same. By the way, let me share something delightful with you. What is it? Yi Yao found a stone to sit upon and exclaimed with enthusiasm, ever since you vanquished Yi Tu, I have heard countless praises of you during this period. People speak of your formidable tactics and unwavering resolve. Brother, everyone truly regards you as the rightful heir now. Yi Changxing shook his head, saying, what is there to be pleased about? People will think as they wish. This sentiment is misguided, as the young clan leader. Winning the hearts of the people is indeed paramount. Sighing, Yi Changxing reflected, oh, foolish girl, if I truly desired to win their hearts, wouldn't the knowledge we acquired in our previous lives suffice? Do not forget, with just a modicum of effort, the textbooks impart the art of dragon slaying. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yao felt it made sense, and with a hint of curiosity, she asked, brother, why didn't you do that back then? I was unable to cultivate at the time. What purpose would it serve to forcibly occupy the position of the young clan leader? One must act according to their station. I couldn't merely linger in a place of privilege without merit, could I? Indeed, you have a point. In any case, dear brother, your reputation is quite commendable now. If you strive diligently to secure the position of our clan's leader in the future, I shall be able to continue resting on your laurels. With that, Yi Yu swaggered away, leaving Yi Changxing in a state of speechless bewilderment. After a period of cultivation, he had generated a modest amount of primal energy within himself and was gradually elevating his realm, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that his ancient primal body was capable of cultivation was already the best outcome he could hope for. The tranquil days passed for just over a month when Yi Changxing was summoned to the council hall. Upon his arrival, he found many high-ranking members of the family gathered, including several important younger generations. The gravity of the situation left Yi Changxing somewhat taken aback, as he silently speculated about what might have transpired within the family. Before long, the assembly was complete. Yi's father and mother emerged from the side hall together. They had summoned the members of the family to convey a matter of utmost urgency. This issue was grave, potentially affecting the very survival of the Yi clan. Upon hearing Yi's father speak, the assembly in the council hall began to murmur. speculating about what could possibly provoke such a significant upheaval. Elder, would you kindly enlighten us? The elder nodded, his aged visage betraying an unmistakable concern. I trust everyone is aware of the recent incident involving Prince Ingwuji from the Central Continent, who came to our Yi family in a fit of arrogance. Traditionally, a source barrier has separated the Central Continent from our Eastern Continent, rendering both realms isolated from one another. Many factions in the East believed that the fissures in the source barrier would naturally mend over time. However, just yesterday, news arrived from several factions along the border, indicating that the fissures have not only failed to heal but have, in fact, widened. If the fissures in the source barrier remain unhealed, it will inevitably lead to an influx of individuals from the Central Continent into our Eastern realm. The interference of those powerful factions will undoubtedly create significant turmoil within Eastern Continent's landscape. As the saying goes, in a collapsing nest, there are no intact eggs. Our Yi family will not be able to escape such turmoil. As one of the foremost powers in the Eastern Continent, we will inevitably attract heightened attention from Central Continent forces, making the Yi family a prime target. With these words, the council hall erupted into fervent discussions. Yi Changxing felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His suspicions were indeed correct. The source wall could not heal on its own. This implied that the matters between him and Ingwuji might provoke unforeseen complications. After all, he was the third prince of the Grading dynasty, and it was certain that, for the sake of the dynasty's reputation, there would be voices raised regarding this affair. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency surged within him. If he did not hasten to elevate his cultivation, any unexpected circumstances could endanger not only his life but also that of his family. While he was deep in thought, the Grand Elder continued to speak. Everyone, please quiet down. The murmurs gradually subsided, and all eyes converged upon the Grand Elder. Although this incident was bound to cause turmoil in the Eastern Continent, you, whether the backbone of the clan or the young prodigies, must not falter in your composure at this critical moment. Do you understand? The Council of Elders and the clan head have deliberated and formulated specific measures, which will now be elucidated by the clan head. Ye's father took over the conversation. His expression grave. The people from Central Continent come to our Eastern Continent with ulterior motives. As the head of the family has stated, the Yi family, being a premier power in the Eastern Continent, will inevitably be their target. Therefore, during the upcoming period, the guards of the clan must enhance their vigilance, allowing no strangers to enter or exit freely. Furthermore, resources within the clan will be abundantly made available. Utilize them as you see fit, prioritizing the enhancement of your cultivation. At this point, Ye's father directed his gaze towards the group of youths, particularly emphasizing the younger generation. You must swiftly elevate your strengths. You have witnessed the performance of Ingwuji. Had it not been for Changxing's intervention, none among the younger generation would have been capable of contending with him. Should the prodigies from Central Continent make their appearance, we, the older generation, may find ourselves unable to act. And the reputation of the Yi family will rest upon your shoulders. Do you understand? Understood. The young ones responded, albeit somewhat confused, their expressions betraying a hint of excitement. After all, in their fervent youth, those with the talent to secure a place here were commendable, each aspiring to be the unrivaled among their peers. Yet, only Yu Changxing wore a serious countenance, his heart laden with gravity and pressure. Following his encounter with Ingwuji, he had come to grasp the sheer terror of the talents from Central Continent. Ingwuji alone could be deemed invincible among his contemporaries, not to mention those even more formidable. Were it not for his own exceptional nature, it was likely that during the last confrontation with Ingwuji, the Yi family would have lost face. Nevertheless, such thoughts were best kept to himself. Voicing them might inadvertently bolster others' ambitions while undermining his own. The youthful fervor was commendable. It should not be extinguished. Subsequently, after Ye's father and the Council of Elders made several detailed arrangements, the meeting concluded. Chapter 55. News from Central Continent. Although the news had been communicated to the senior members and young talents, Ye's father stressed the importance of confidentiality before they departed. Should the information leak, it would pose a significant threat to the stability of the family, potentially triggering further complications. Just as Yu Changxing was preparing to leave, the Grand Elder called out to him, along with several key disciples being groomed by the clan. Once the others had exited, the elders remained, indicating that there were matters not suitable for broader discussion. You can likely surmise that your presence is required for additional information. The Grand Elder sighed before continuing. According to reports from our informants, although the fissures in the rock face continue to expand, there remains a formidable suppressive force preventing those ancient beings from Central Continent from crossing over. They covet the resources of our eastern continent. Thus, various factions are mobilizing considerable resources to send some young prodigies here. Their intention is to subdue the next generation of the eastern continent, thereby facilitating the establishment of their footholds. The situation is far more grave than previously mentioned. The expressions of the young prodigies have turned serious. Having reached this stage, they are certainly not foolish. They comprehend the significance of the emergence of young talents from Zhongzhou. Yi Fu suddenly turned to look at the contemplative Yi Changsheng. Changsheng, you are the only one in our Yi family who has engaged with a genius from Zhongzhou. What do you think of the strength of that winning Wuqi? Yi Changsheng paused for a moment, then shook his head after a brief contemplation. As you all are aware, Ying Wuji ranks only around 30th among the younger generation of Zhongzhou. You also know that while my physical strength is formidable, I am unable to cultivate. However, in terms of sheer physical prowess, I dare assert that there is no peer among my contemporaries in the entire eastern continent. Though this may sound arrogant, most people tend to agree. After all, Yi Changsheng's achievements speak for themselves, apart from defeating Ying Wuji during the last occasion when our fathers collected debts. I also engaged in numerous duels with several geniuses from the eastern continent, never once tasting defeat. I am indeed qualified to make such a statement. Moreover, I can assure you, the physique of Changsheng is unmatched in the eastern continent. Ye's father spoke, a peerless master of the Void Emperor realm, whose discernment was undoubtedly sharp. However, it must be noted that although Ying Wuji was defeated by my hand, he did so without employing his full cultivation. The Azure Flood Dragon Sacred Body is equally formidable, and you have all witnessed its terrifying regenerative abilities. If he were to truly unleash his powers, it is likely that no prodigy in the eastern continent could stand against him. Yi Changsheng spoke with such gravity that an air of unease enveloped the young prodigies present. At that moment, a discordant voice pierced through the tension. Yi Changsheng, are you deliberately portraying the people of Zhongzhou as terrifying out of fear? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brows and gazed over, where Xiao Chen was sneering in response. He, although your physique is formidable, you lack the experience of cultivation. How can you be so certain that Ying Wuji possesses such prowess? Others also harbored doubts, as Yi Changsheng had never engaged in cultivation before, making it inevitable for him to misjudge the situation. Yi Changsheng's gaze suddenly turned icy. Although this young master is unable to cultivate, the formidable physique he possesses has been honed through his own efforts. Should you doubt it, I invite you to engage me in battle. I assure you, if you can withstand 3 strikes from me using solely your physical prowess, I shall concede that I have exaggerated, and furthermore, I shall relinquish the position of young master to you. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. The audacity to wager the title of young master clearly demonstrated his immense confidence. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, fury surging within him, ready to agree. Yet, the remnants of his rationality cautioned him against acting impulsively, warning that such recklessness would only plunge him into a more precarious situation. The physical prowess exhibited by Yi Changsheng in his previous confrontation with Ying Wuji is undoubtedly beyond what he can currently contend with. The other party dares to wager their position as the young master, thus he must present an equivalent gamble. A defeat would be an immense blow to him. He lacks the courage and the confidence to engage Yi Changsheng in a contest of strength. All right, Changsheng, do not act impulsively. And you, Xiao Chen, speak less as well. After all, the young master has first-hand experience battling Ying Wuji, and his insights are undoubtedly worthy of trust. The second elder intervened, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere that had escalated. Yi Changsheng let out a cold snort, his tone laced with disdain. Although this young master lacks cultivation, he dares to stand up when the Yi family faces peril, unlike some who can only boast empty words. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head in silence. Should he dare to speak again, Yi Changsheng would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate. Esteemed elders, it is not the younger generation who belittles the talents of the eastern continent. The disparity in strength between the two sides is evident. Even if I were to disparage the talents of the central continent, when the time comes for confrontation, it is ultimately cultivation and power that will speak volumes. I advise you all to exercise caution and devote this time to diligent training. There is no insurmountable challenge in this world. Only those with resolve can prevail. Though we may not match those individuals at present, with earnest effort, we shall eventually reap the rewards. However, if we place our hopes on the unrealistic notion that the talents of the central continent are not formidable, we may find ourselves in disarray. Having said this, Yi Changsheng rose and bowed respectfully to his father and the elders. Father, elders, I have spoken my piece. If you wish to heed my words, do so. If not, It matters not. Let it be known that I have forewarned you. This matter concludes here, as I find myself weary. Please continue your discussions. With that, he turned and left, unwilling to squander any more time on such matters. After his departure, the assembly hall fell silent for a moment before Ye's father sighed softly. Although Chongqing's words were harsh, they reflected the reality faced by both the Eastern continent and the Yi family. Upon your return, you must engage in rigorous training. The clan will not withhold resources, utilize them as needed. You, the younger generation, are the future and backbone of the Yi family, and you must not falter. Do you understand? The younger generation nodded in unison, though their expressions were grave. The talents of the central continent loomed over them like a dark cloud. After returning to his room and taking a bath, Chongqing once again made his way to the back mountain. This serene place, free from disturbances, was ideal for his cultivation and contemplation. Sitting before the hollow in the mountainside, he closed his eyes and began to ponder deeply. Currently, he has cultivated illusionary power through the method of striking the mountain wall, yet he still lags significantly behind those who absorb spiritual energy normally. To enhance his training speed, it seems he must rely on engaging in combat with others. Most critically, he has also begun to experience some issues within his own body during this period. Chapter 56. Hidden Injuries. The cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Sutra is rather peculiar. It necessitates that the body continually endure strikes, allowing the fusion of vital energy and spiritual essence. Recently, he had engaged in mutual sparring with the prodigies and, in addition, had relentlessly collided with stone walls, which not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also inflicted considerable damage upon his body. Although these injuries were not overtly severe, they were insidiously deep and intricate, gradually accumulating to conceal latent injuries within him. Typically, these injuries lay dormant, yet should he be inattentive, they could erupt like a concealed bomb during future battles or when his cultivation reached a higher realm. To address this predicament, Chongqing pondered for several days and sought counsel from Gu Qingyi and his parents, but he could not ascertain a feasible solution. According to their assessments, his body currently appeared remarkably healthy, rendering it challenging for either spiritual energy or medicinal herbs to penetrate deep into his flesh. The only viable approach was to undergo a thorough body tempering. However, having attained the indestructible golden body, the difficulty of such a process was immense. Even his father would possess little assurance of success. The silver lining was that the Great Wilderness Sutra contained some recorded methods to tackle this issue, suggesting the gradual nurturing of the body with medicinal substances to eliminate the hidden injuries residing deep within. Yet, this came with a significant dilemma. The medicinal ingredients documented in the scriptures were either entirely unfamiliar to him or exceedingly rare, so much so that even the esteemed Yi family could not procure them. To gather sufficient substances for body tempering would likely take an interminable span of time. After much contemplation, Chongqing found himself at an impasse regarding this matter. Most crucially, he had hoped to receive assistance or guidance from the system, yet it seemed as though the system had gone dormant, offering no response to his various inquiries and attempts at prodding. Left with no other recourse, Chongqing had no choice but to set this issue aside for the moment. In the East Continent, a palpable tension loomed, akin to the foreboding of an impending storm, while within the Yi family, tranquility prevailed. After all, they had the backing of a formidable Void Emperor, providing them with a sense of confidence that surpassed that of other factions. In a separate courtyard, Chongqing gazed at the towering pile of medicinal herbs before him, his expression suffused with helplessness. As the young master, he was naturally entitled to his own allocation of cultivation resources, particularly following the revelation of his remarkable physical aptitude, which had led to an even greater tilt of family resources in his favor. However, these spiritual herbs and elixirs offered him little benefit. They were inadequate for enhancing the cultivation of his raw power and did not address the hidden injuries within his body. In the midst of his turmoil, Gu Qingyi entered the room. "My dear," she greeted. "Qingyi, you have returned. Were matters at the spirit field demanding?" Gu Qingyi took a seat and shook her head. "Not particularly busy. I merely provided my opinions on some trivial matters. The overarching direction is managed by my mother, so there should not be any significant issues." "That is reassuring," he sighed, once again lost in thought as he stared at the array of resources, their spiritual essence dissipating into the air. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Gu Qingyi inquired gently, "My dear, is there something troubling you?" Chongqing regained his composure and nodded. "Indeed, there are some issues regarding cultivation. By the way, take these items and utilize them to expedite your advancement and strength." Gu Qingyi was taken aback. "Husband, these items are meant for your cultivation." I have my own share and do not require them. Furthermore, as the young clan leader of the Yi family, you bear greater responsibilities. An early breakthrough would benefit both you and the family. My circumstances are somewhat unique, and I cannot make use of these items. Qingyi, please keep them for yourself. Yi Changxing responded with a bitter smile, observing Gu Qingyi's hesitant expression, and continued, rest assured, Qingyi, I am most acutely aware of my own circumstances. These matters are truly unnecessary for me. Please set aside these resources. After all, you possess the 9 apertures spiritual body, and your cultivation speed is not inferior to that of the talents from the central continent. Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Gu Qingyi reluctantly gathered the resources from the table. My dear husband, is there truly no way to resolve your predicament? She inquired. I have already consulted my parents, and they currently have no viable solutions, so do not burden yourself with it too heavily. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingyi could not help but let out a sigh. If even her parents, who were formidable figures, had no immediate solutions, her concerns would indeed bear little fruit. Gazing at Yi Changxing's troubled countenance, Gu Qingyi offered words of comfort. My dear, there is no need to rush. Let us devise a plan together. As she spoke, she gently clasped Yi Changxing's hand, wishing to provide him with solace. Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. Understanding Qingyi, he reassured her that there was no need for haste. She should feel at ease. Gu Qingyi was still burdened with the affairs of Lingtian Island, and during this tumultuous season, she could not afford to be idle. After a brief stay, she departed from the room. Yi Changxing could not help but call out in his mind once more. System? Big brother system? Daddy system? Please respond. Unfortunately, the system seemed truly offline, offering no response whatsoever. After a long sigh, Yi Changxing rested his head on the table, lost in a haze of bewildering thoughts. Suddenly, a vivid memory surfaced. During his battle with Ing Wuji, he had nearly shattered his opponent's skull with a single punch. Yet even that had not been enough to claim victory. Remarkably, Ing Wuji had regained his composure swiftly after awakening, his injuries mending at an astonishing rate. It was at that moment that Yi Changxing truly comprehended the formidable nature of the Qingjiao sacred body. If only he could acquire the cultivation techniques of the Qingjiao sacred body. With its incredible regenerative powers, he could certainly mend the hidden injuries within his own body. With this thought, Yi Changxing's eyes sparkled with hope. However, his elation was short-lived, as he soon slumped back down like a deflated balloon. The Qingjiao sacred body was a core secret of the Deng dynasty, and the likelihood of him obtaining it was exceedingly slim. It was a pity that this hard-won path had abruptly come to an end. Yet, he could not help but fantasize, if the Qingjiao sacred body was so powerful, how extraordinary must its advanced version, the Qingtsong sacred body, be? Just the thought of it made him yearn for that technique immensely. Regrettably, given the current circumstances, such aspirations could only reside in the realm of imagination. With no immediate solutions at hand, Yi Changxing resolved to devote his time to cultivation. The emergence of primal power was far more challenging than other methods of cultivation, thus progressing at a correspondingly slower pace. Nonetheless, he had privately experimented and discovered that this power exerted a formidable suppression over cultivators of spiritual energy, evoking a sense of breaking through myriad techniques with sheer force. Perhaps, as his skills deepened in the future, he might indeed reach such a level. Just as he immersed himself in studying the Great Wilderness Sutra, an unexpected piece of news suddenly emerged. Chapter 57. The Crown Prince of Deng visits in the courtyard. Yi Changxing gazed gravely at the pale-faced Gu Qingyi, his concern evident as he asked, Qingyi, how do you feel now? Gu Qingyi forced a smile, replying, Do not worry, my husband. It is merely a slight pain in my abdomen. It is nothing serious. Nothing serious? He thought. Yi Changxing couldn't help but widen his eyes, his tone becoming more intense. You were sweating profusely last night from the pain. If I hadn't been awakened, would you have intended to endure it indefinitely? As he spoke, he grasped Gu Qingyi's hand and gently reassured her, Rest assured, I have informed my parents about this matter. They are currently sending for a renowned physician from Dongzhou, and it won't be long before you recover. Although he spoke with assurance, Yi Changxing was not particularly optimistic in his heart. Gu Qingyi's ailment was exceedingly peculiar. Every night, she experienced excruciating abdominal pain that lasted for about half an hour before subsiding. The clan's physician, a truly capable individual, had examined her in various ways but still could not identify the issue. Even his parents had come to investigate her condition personally. Yet they too failed to uncover any underlying cause. Consequently, the Yi family found themselves at a loss and could only extend invitations to esteemed physicians from across Dongzhou. hoping they might discern the true nature of Gu Qingyi's affliction. Yi Changqing ceased his cultivation, devoting himself entirely to the care of Gu Qingyi. Within a matter of days, over a dozen esteemed pharmacists from the eastern continent visited the Yi residence, yet the outcome was disheartening. Despite their exceptional medical skills, they had never encountered such an enigmatic ailment with no discernible cause. The situation reached an impasse, deepening Yi Changqing's anxiety. If this continued, it was possible that Gu Qingyi could indeed face life-threatening peril. The Yi family holds this matter in high regard as well. Not to mention that Gu Qingyi is the holy maiden of the esteemed Gu family, a prominent force in Dongzhou. Even her unique 7 apertures Linglong physique warrants the Yi family's immense investment to save her. Just as the Yi family was devising ways to rescue Gu Qingyi, an unexpected guest arrived at their doorstep. The crown prince of the Great Ing dynasty, Ing Wudi, came to pay a visit to the Yi family. His resonant voice rippled through the surroundings, ensuring that the entire Yi family could hear him distinctly. Above the heavens, a colossal and menacing azure dragon, even larger and more formidable than the last time Ing Wujin appeared, spiraled through the air. Beside the azure dragon stood 2 expressionless elders. The senior members of the Yi family emerged one after another, their expressions gravely serious. The grand elder gazed at the imposing azure dragon suspended in the air, letting out a soft sigh. Ah, the winds of change are stirring in the eastern continent. After this lamentation, the grand elder ascended into the air and, with a courteous smile, said, "It is indeed a great honor for the Yi family to receive the crown prince of the Deng dynasty." The young man atop the azure dragon possessed a handsome and valiant visage, clad in deep crimson spiritual armor, his demeanor radiating confidence and disdainful superiority. "Ha ha, esteemed elder. You flatter me. I apologize for my impudent visit. I hope the Yi family can pardon my intrusion." Although the crown prince of the Deng dynasty exhibited a flamboyant demeanor, his words were measured and courteous, displaying a level of politeness that contrasted sharply with Ing Wuji. The grand elder nodded with a smile. "Your Highness is too kind. The Yi family is but a humble abode. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. I am the grand elder of the Yi family, and I kindly invite you to come inside for a discussion." Certainly, certainly. May I inquire if the great Emperor Yi is at home?" The family head is indeed present, but I cannot ascertain if he is currently occupied. "Not at all, not at all. If the emperor is otherwise engaged, it would be only right for me to wait a while." Their exchange was exceedingly polite, the atmosphere far more amicable than their previous encounter. Upon entering the assembly hall, several key elders of the Yi family came forth to greet Ing Wudi. After all, he was the crown prince of the Deng dynasty, and unlike Ing Wuji, his status allowed him to genuinely represent the dignity of the empire. Once the hosts and guests were seated, they exchanged pleasantries. The grand elder tentatively inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, what brings you to the Yi family?" Ing Wudi smiled and spoke in a calm manner. "I have come for 2 reasons. Firstly, to pay my respects to the venerable great Emperor Yi. As for the second matter, it would be best to discuss it once the emperor makes his appearance." Ing Wudi suddenly left them in suspense, causing the brows of the elders to furrow. At that moment, a serene voice unexpectedly resonated from the central seat of honor. "I have arrived. Speak your mind." Unbeknownst to them, a figure had materialized in the previously empty seat, revealing the family head of the Yi clan, a formidable 9th-stage void emperor. The expressions of the 2 elderly figures behind Ing Wudi turned grave. Ye's father cast a glance at them. Indeed, the presence of 2 formidable sages guarding the path attested to the extraordinary foundation of the great Ing dynasty. Ing Wudi promptly rose and, with utmost respect, bowed to Ye's father. "I, the junior Ing Wudi, pay my respects to the great Emperor Yi." Ye's father lifted his hand, signaling for no formality. "How is your father?" "I appreciate the emperor's concern. My father is well." "What brings you to the Yi family this time?" Ye's father was not one to beat around the bush. He directly inquired about Ing Wudi's purpose for visiting. Ing Wudi was taken aback for a moment, and the smile on his face deepened. He explained that he had come to pay his respects to the esteemed emperor and, on behalf of his younger brother, Wuji, to offer apologies to the emperor and the Yi family. His younger brother had grown up outside the palace, where the emperor and empress had been remiss in their guidance, resulting in his somewhat arrogant disposition. He had previously offended the Yi family and the elders, and he hoped for their understanding. As he spoke, he placed a ring on the table, smiling as he said, "Within this ring lies a small token of my esteem. I kindly ask the Yi family to accept it without hesitation." The grand elder glanced at Ye's father and, seeing no change in his expression, waved his hand to retrieve the ring. Upon a brief examination with his divine sense, Even he could not help but show a change in demeanor. Indeed, it was apparent that this was a formidable force among the leading powers of the central continent, and the wealth contained within was astonishing. This gesture of apology alone could nearly equal the Yi family's income for an entire year. Holding the ring felt almost scorching in his hands. However, Ye's father had no objections, and he suppressed his astonishment. The young man had good intentions. It was not uncommon for the youth to err. And as long as he could repent, it was not too late. Ingwudi chuckled and said, "The emperor's magnanimity is truly admirable. Once I return, I shall surely convey your teachings to the emperor." Ye's father nodded slightly, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Deep within, he was acutely aware that if the crown prince of the Great Ming dynasty had truly come merely to offer apologies, it would be as improbable as the sun rising in the west. As expected, Ingwudi pondered for a moment before speaking once more. "Esteemed elders, I trust you have all received news regarding the irreparable fissure in the rock wall?" The Grand Elder's brow instantly furrowed. "Indeed, this matter has recently come to our attention," he replied, keen to discern Ingwudi's ulterior motives. It is only natural for the Yi family, being a premier force in the eastern continent, to be well informed. Since you are all aware of this issue, you must comprehend its implications for our central continent. Chapter 58. The Ambitions of the Central Continent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders shifted noticeably. They were undoubtedly aware that the expanding fissure in the rock wall signified that the individuals from the central continent would find their endeavors increasingly effortless, with even those formidable old monsters potentially able to cross over in the future. This was precisely why the Yi family had taken such urgent precautions recently. However, was Ingwudi's sudden mention of this a veiled threat towards the Yi family? Ye's father squinted his eyes, calmly observing Ingwudi. Their gazes locked, and Ingwudi hastily lowered his head, unable to meet the penetrating gaze of one who stood on the threshold of transcendence. The mere weight of Ye's father's gaze induced a sense of trepidation in Ingwudi. Since the esteemed elders were already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The major factions of the central continent are prepared and intend to send representatives to the eastern continent for a thorough exchange. As the foremost power in the eastern continent, with the unparalleled Yi emperor presiding, the Yi family undoubtedly holds dominion over this land. My Great Ming dynasty enjoys a certain reputation in the central continent and also plans to dispatch envoys for dialogue with the eastern continent. However, we are unfamiliar with the terrain and may inevitably encounter unforeseen challenges. If the Yi family could lend their assistance, it would undoubtedly facilitate our endeavors. Upon hearing this, the assembly finally grasped Ingwudi's true intention. He had come with the aim of courting the Yi family. With the Great Ming dynasty's presence in the central continent and the Yi emperor along with the esteemed elders in the eastern continent, our two families could stand united, solidifying the eastern continent's stability. What say you all? Ingwudi's words were eloquently crafted, speaking of unity and mutual support. Yet Ye's father understood all too well that given the stature of the Yi family, what grounds did they have to negotiate with a power as formidable as the Great Ming dynasty? The notion of mutual support seemed more a guise for urging the Yi family to submit. Such monumental matters left the elders hesitant to speak freely, their gazes converging upon Ye's father, who, in turn, met Ingwudi's expectant look. Should they secure the assistance of the Yi family and an eminent figure from the eastern continent, the Great Ming dynasty would undoubtedly gain a position of overwhelming advantage. The other factions from the central continent would need to concede substantial benefits to the Great Ming dynasty to partake in the spoils. Thus, Ye's father's stance bore immense significance. In the ensuing silence, Ye's father chuckled softly. The Great Ming dynasty stands as a paragon among the powers of the central continent, whereas my Yi family resembles but a firefly in the presence of the bright moon. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. We are all too aware of our circumstances and do not harbor grand ambitions. By the way, I wonder, do you enjoy tea, Woody? My Yi family possesses a fine branch of the Enlightenment tea tree, yielding a modest harvest each year. Perhaps you would care to sample it? Ingwudi appeared somewhat taken aback, unsure of the significance behind Ye's father's sudden shift in topic. However, as an emperor-level expert, his words were surely not without purpose, warranting careful consideration. Could it be that the Enlightenment tea represented the Yi emperor's goodwill? Was he inclined to collaborate with the Great Ming dynasty? Incorrect. If he truly was willing, he would not have uttered those earlier words. At this moment, Ingwudi was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, speculating the implications of those remarks, while Ye's father, with a cheerful demeanor, shifted the conversation to another matter. By the way, esteemed elder, I have heard that your third daughter's nephew is to be wed soon. Might I inquire which family the young gentleman hails from? The elder's expression grew peculiar as he glanced at the silently brooding Ingwudi, then at Ye's father, whose curiosity was evident. After a moment's hesitation, he finally replied, "It is the Zhang family from Lingyuan Valley. Although they are of modest means, they have cultivated their younger generation remarkably well." Ye's father continued, "My granddaughter has taken a liking to the young master of the Zhang family for his integrity, thus she is willing to marry him." "Oh, that is precisely as it should be. As the saying goes, a fair maiden deserves a hero." Esteemed elder, you might consider encouraging the younger members of your clan to engage more with the Zhang family. After all, we are connected to the young lady's family. The two appeared to be engrossed in their conversation, leaving Ingwudi feeling somewhat uncomfortable in solitude. It was evident that they had shifted from discussing their alliance to matters far removed from it. He wished to interject. Yet he recognized that he was on their territory and must adhere to the necessary etiquette. After what felt like an eternity, Ye's father continued his conversation with the elder, meandering from one topic to another, seemingly oblivious to Ingwudi's presence. Seizing a brief moment when Ye's father paused to sip his tea, Ingwudi hastily exclaimed, "Ye the Great, I have another piece of news to share with you all." Ye's father paused for a moment, setting down the teacup with a gentle smile, and said, "Oh, it seems I have forgotten about my nephew. Pray tell, what news do you bring?" Ingwudi couldn't help but silently scoff. This esteemed Emperor Yi was indeed quite forward. He referred to himself as a junior, and the other party dared to climb the social ladder without hesitation. "Emperor Yi, you must be aware that our Wanyuan continent is indeed divided into Zhongzhou and Dongzhou, is it not?" Ye's father furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The Grand Elder, taken aback, interjected, "This matter is not entirely a secret. Aside from our two continents, there are also the western, southern, and northern continents. However, ever since the formation of the rock walls, communication between them has been completely severed, and news about them has become scarce." Ingwudi nodded and then articulated with precision, "Are you all aware that it is not only the rock walls between the eastern and central continents that have developed fissures? The rock walls separating the western, southern, and northern continents from our central continent have similarly begun to crack." "What?" The Grand Elder could not contain his astonishment, gazing at Ingwudi in disbelief. They had initially assumed that only the rock walls between the eastern and central continents were problematic, but to their shock, this issue extended to encompass all 5 continents. Ye's father couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Are you suggesting that Zhongzhou has already investigated these locations?" The fact that Ingwudi could openly discuss this matter indicated that the information was hardly a secret in Zhongzhou. Given the nature of those individuals, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to plunder resources and secure benefits. Ingwudi chuckled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, we in Zhongzhou have thoroughly explored these 3 sites. I wonder, esteemed elder, would you be interested in hearing more about them?" A tempest of emotion surged within Ye's father, yet his countenance remained unperturbed. "Do share your thoughts," he urged. Observing the lack of reaction from him, Ingwudi felt a tinge of disappointment. When it comes to the 3 great continents, it is imperative for all present to possess a fundamental understanding of my central continent. I wonder how much the esteemed members of the Yi family are acquainted with the circumstances surrounding my central continent? Chapter 59. The Yi family faces a dilemma. In the face of Ingwudi's retort, the members of the Yi family exchanged glances, each one reflecting a profound unfamiliarity with the matter at hand. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. The other continents had been out of contact with the eastern continent for a considerable time, leaving the Yi family with scant knowledge of their circumstances. Ingwudi's smile grew even more radiant. The younger generation speculated similarly, for none could have anticipated that the ancient rock walls, which had stood for millennia, would suddenly crack open. Since everyone seems somewhat uninformed, I shall provide a brief overview of their situation. Ingwudi cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, his eyes betraying a hint of suppressed disdain. To comprehend the other 3 continents, one must first gain insight into our central continent. Allow me to present a fact. I wonder if you all will accept it. The central continent is the mightiest among the 5. I ask, do any of you dissent? Upon this declaration, silence enveloped the hall. Though Ingwudi's words were undeniably audacious and arrogant, the assembly had to concede that his assertion was, in fact, a truth. Ye's father raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, what do you wish to convey?" Ingwudi smiled briefly, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of gravity. In the central continent, the most formidable powers are undoubtedly the temple, the heavenly mechanism pavilion, and our great Ing dynasty. At this juncture, a proud expression graced Ingwudi's countenance. The three of us represent the pinnacle of strength in the central continent. However, in the other three continents, each harbors forces that rival our own. This revelation struck the members of the Yi family like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly astonished. Even Ye's father was taken aback by this startling news. Are there such powers in the other three continents? An elder voiced his disbelief, finding it difficult to fathom such a notion. Ingwudi nodded nonchalantly, indeed. In fact, the fissures appearing between the cliffs of the other three continents and the central continent emerged earlier than those on the eastern continent. Thus, we dispatched our people to gather intelligence for a longer duration, and we have nearly ascertained their circumstances. In the western continent, the most powerful force is the nation of 10,000 Buddhas. This faction is shrouded in mystery. Despite our extensive inquiries, we have yet to glean precise details, only knowing that they primarily cultivate Buddhist practices. Even our temple in the central continent treats them with utmost respect. According to the calculations of our sages, the strength of the nation of 10,000 Buddhas, while perhaps not surpassing that of the temple, is likely comparable, with no significant disparity. The members of the Yi family bore expressions that were both grave and bittersweet. The existence of such formidable power in the western continent suggested that the other two continents were likely not far behind. Only in the eastern continent did the Yi family rank among the elite, yet even then, they paled in comparison to the grandeur of the great Ing dynasty. Were it not for the presence of an exceptionally gifted virtual emperor within their ranks, it is likely that the great Ing dynasty would have deemed them unworthy of conversation, opting instead for a straightforward conquest. Ingwudi's discourse continued. Aside from the western continent, the southern continent boasted the abandoned palace, while the northern continent was home to the Sea King Palace. Both of these powers dominated their respective territories, rivaling the great Ing dynasty without a hint of inferiority. One can only imagine their formidable prowess. Though these statements appeared simple, they struck the members of the Yi family like a tempest. They sorrowfully realized that even as the Yi family stood among the pinnacle forces of the eastern continent, they were but insignificant compared to others, hardly worth mentioning. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. As a practitioner of the virtual emperor realm, he had been privy to many secrets unknown to others. He surmised that the other three continents might be stronger than the eastern continent, yet he never imagined the disparity would be so immense. The eastern continent's weakness stemmed from its flawed rules and insufficient heavenly Tao, rendering the cultivation and advancement of its people exceedingly arduous. Once, the eastern continent was merely slightly weaker than the central continent, boasting a multitude of formidable individuals. However, following an unprecedented war that swept across the eastern continent, countless prodigies were ensnared, and in the ensuing bloodshed, many fell. This conflict revealed the might of several top-tier powerhouses, directly shattering a portion of the eastern continent's heavenly Tao. With a significant number of prodigious figures lost and the heavenly Tao in disarray, the path of cultivation for the eastern continent's inhabitants became increasingly arduous, leading to the current state of disarray. It is no wonder that the central continent's people acted with such arrogance in the eastern continent. In comparison to the other three continents, the eastern continent appeared utterly impoverished. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had initially thought it was merely an issue between the eastern and central continents, unaware that the situation across the entire Wanyuan continent had escalated to such a tense state. It was no surprise that as soon as the rock wall opened, the central continent's people were eager to rush in. To those factions, the eastern continent resembled a land without a master. Whoever could seize it would gain greater resources and benefits, thus strengthening their power. Fortunately, the existence of the rock wall temporarily hindered the arrival of those ancient figures from the central continent, granting a brief respite to the various factions in the eastern continent. Observing the contemplative silence among the crowd, Ingwudi cleared his throat and continued. Now, esteemed guests, you should comprehend the current situation in the Wanyuan continent. Numerous factions are vying for supremacy, and the era of great contention is imminent. It is imperative that you prepare accordingly. Have you considered seeking alternatives from other regions? Although Ingwudi's words seemed directed at everyone, they were, in fact, a subtle probe into Ye's father's opinion. As the highest-ranking practitioner in the eastern continent and the leader of the Yi family, his stance essentially represented the will of the Yi family. Securing the Yi family would grant the dying dynasty a significant advantage in this region. However, recalling the recent circumstances of the dynasty, Ingwudi couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Noticing that Ye's father remained silent, the Grand Elder took the initiative to steer the conversation. Your Highness, this matter profoundly impacts the Yi family. It is not a decision that can be made hastily. We must deliberate carefully before reaching a conclusion. Ingwudi smiled. Turning to Ye's father, Emperor Yi, my father has prepared fine tea, awaiting your esteemed presence. Ye's father chuckled softly, resting his elbow on the armrest and leaning his cheek against it. When you return, please convey a message. I appreciate your father's goodwill. But as a person of humble origins, such fine offerings do not suit me. It would be best not to squander such kindness. Ingwudi momentarily stood in stunned silence. The implication of the Yi patriarch's words was unmistakably a refusal. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face. You emperor, as the saying goes, mutual benefit is advantageous for both parties. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? However, Ye's father merely smiled and shook his head slightly, refraining from answering his question. The Grand Elder seized the opportunity to speak. Your Highness, this matter requires caution. We must deliberate seriously before arriving at a decision. Chapter 60. The Secret Arts of the Dynasty. Ingwudi nodded, choosing not to hasten the Yi family into expressing their stance. He was an astute individual, aware that haste could lead to ruin. If he were to leverage the might of the great Ing dynasty to coerce them, it would only serve to alienate the Yi family further. Regrettably, if it were not for certain difficulties at home, he would not need to adopt such a courteous demeanor, laced with compromise. When fissures appeared in the cliffs of the other three continents and central continent, the great Ing dynasty, confident in its substantial resources, deemed the exploration of such barren lands unnecessary, thus neglecting the matter. Eventually, after the other two families communicated and exchanged information regarding the three continents, the great Ing dynasty belatedly realized that these lands were not as desolate as presumed, with powers comparable to their own. The Divine Temple and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had engaged in fruitful exchanges with the other party, yielding considerable returns. By the time the great Ing dynasty awoke to the situation, they had already missed the prime opportunity for contact. At that juncture, the other two families had established relatively stable connections with the powers of the three continents, further solidifying the trust in the Divine Temple and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The great Ing dynasty's desire to intervene and partake in the benefits was thwarted, both by the resistance of the central continent's powers and the skepticism of the three continents. Consequently, the current predicament faced by the great Ing dynasty was far from favorable, instilling a sense of profound difficulty. Had it not been for the emergence of the Eastern continent as a breakthrough, the great Ing dynasty might have gradually declined until it was entirely partitioned by other forces. For the other factions, the Eastern continent might not hold significant importance, as they had partners in other continents. The great Ing dynasty, however, had no choice but to seize opportunities in the Eastern continent, thus placing an extraordinary emphasis on it. This necessity dictated their regard for the Yi family, as it was pivotal to their strategy in the Eastern continent. Nonetheless, Ingwudi had anticipated such a scenario. If persuading the Yi family were so straightforward, the great Ing dynasty would not have found itself in such a challenging position. Since the Yi family had yet to express any inclination to agree, he refrained from further discussion. By the way, I wonder how the young madam's health fares? Upon uttering this, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. The irascible second elder rebuked sharply, Silence. I once thought you to be a person of reason and decorum, yet you resemble your brother in demeanor. Although the Yi family may not rival the great Ing dynasty, they were not to be trifled with repeatedly. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated forth. Ingwudi felt an immense weight pressing down upon him, causing him to involuntarily hunch his back. Ye's father gazed at him coldly, admonishing, Your great Ing dynasty should not overstep its bounds. Behind him, two guardians bore grave expressions, straining to assist their prince and resisting the pressure emanating from Ye's father. Yet, the disparity of realms was as vast as a chasm. The ninth-tier Void Emperor was not someone who could be resisted by mere willpower. Ingwudi hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, you have misunderstood my intentions. I have never harbored any designs on the young lady. Upon hearing this, Ye's father slightly abated his oppressive aura, though his presence remained perilously intimidating. Humph, then why do you inquire about what my daughter-in-law seeks? The second elder scoffed, emboldened by Ye's father's authority to question the prince of the great Ing dynasty. Ingwudi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly clarified. Wasn't the Yi family recently searching throughout the Eastern continent for renowned pharmacists? I merely inquired and learned that the young lady seems to be experiencing some discomfort. Ye's father reined in his imposing aura and gazed at him, speaking in a calm tone. What do you mean by that? With the absence of the oppressive presence from the imperial realm, Ingwudi resumed his nonchalant demeanor. He chuckled softly and replied with measured composure. According to the information I have received, the young lady has been suffering from excruciating abdominal pain of late, particularly during the night when the discomfort intensifies. Is there any truth to this? The elders immediately tensed up. What was Ingwudi's intention in gathering such detailed information about the young lady's condition? Yes, father furrowed his brows and inquired. So, what exactly do you intend to do? With a chuckle, the young man replied, there is no need for concern, esteemed senior. My sole intention is to assist the Yi family. I trust you are all aware of the extensive research conducted by the Grading dynasty on those with unique physiques. In this regard, even when considering other regions, the Grading dynasty undoubtedly stands at the forefront. As he spoke of this, Ingwudi appeared particularly proud. For the Grading dynasty indeed boasts significant achievements in this field, justifying his confidence. Yet the third prince of your dynasty has also suffered defeat at the hands of our young master. The second elder interjected, somewhat disgruntled. Ingwudi, however, took no offense, smilingly nodding in agreement. Indeed, the young master of the Yi family has surpassed his predecessors, and his innate talent is truly commendable. It is true that Wuji has grown somewhat spoiled and tends to act with arrogance. Nevertheless, he did not speak without merit. The Grading dynasty's research on special physiques is indeed unparalleled. After hearing about the young lady's predicament, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of sorrow for the couple. Therefore, I wish to convey that the Grading dynasty possesses a solution to the young lady's predicament, and I hope you all will consider this carefully. Yes, father's eyes brightened slightly. Are you certain? When Woody replied with a serious expression, I would never dare to deceive in such a significant matter. The Grading indeed possesses the capability to resolve this issue. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Ye's father felt a flicker of hope. They were exceedingly pleased with Gu Qingyi as a daughter-in-law. Not only was she a virtuous person, but she had also alleviated Yu Changshan's fear of women to some extent. If there were a means to resolve the troubles surrounding her, even a considerable cost would be acceptable. What then is the solution? Upon hearing Ye's father inquire, a faint smile crept upon Wen Wudi's lips. As anticipated, once their needs were piqued, the Yi family would inevitably draw closer to the great Ing dynasty. With this thought in mind, Wen Wudi adopted a solemn demeanor and stated, Elder. The specifics of this solution are known only to the esteemed elders of the Grading dynasty, as it involves secret techniques, and I hope for your understanding. However, I have consulted with my family elders, and to resolve this matter, it is imperative to send the young madam to Zhangzhou, where the resources and manpower of the Grading dynasty are abundant, ensuring a viable solution to her troubles. Moreover, it is not my intention to exaggerate the situation. Although the dynasty can indeed address the young madam's issues, the resources and costs required are not to be underestimated. Such expenditures would be quite burdensome for the Grading dynasty. If you are willing, the dynasty can assist in alleviating the young madam's troubles. The choice lies in the hands of the elders and the Yi family. Please consider it. Chapter 61. Familial Disputes and Tests of Affection after Wen Wudi's statement. The expressions of the elders turned grim. The importance of the young madam to the Yi family was self-evident. Setting aside her current prominence as the young matriarch, her innate talents and constitution alone warranted significant regard from the Yi family. Wen Wudi only revealed this matter after his proposal for cooperation was declined, clearly using it as leverage to compel the Yi family to acquiesce to his demands. Noticing the silence among them, Wen Wudi seemingly discerned their thoughts and rose with a smile, saying, You need not worry, esteemed elders. I have no intention of using this matter to coerce the Yi family. It is true that the Grading dynasty's efforts to aid the young madam would come at a substantial cost. As a mere prince, I am not in a position to make decisions for the Grading dynasty. Surely, you all agree that one does not receive a windfall without reason? Although the members of the Yi family felt a twinge of discomfort, they had to concede that the statement was undeniably valid. Ing Wudi rose and remarked, Ultimately, the choice concerning this matter rests with you all. I merely wish to voice it. Whether to agree or not depends entirely on your wishes and those of the great Emperor Yi. He continued, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger further. Farewell. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the members of the Yi family exchanging glances. The elder sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. Head of the family, how shall we resolve this? It is evident that Ing Wudi's intention is to compel our Yi family to acquiesce to his terms. The other elders echoed his sentiments, all in agreement that Ing Wudi's objective was indeed this. The patriarch of the Yi family sighed inwardly and waved his hand, saying, There is no need to rush into this matter. Let us discuss it further after I confer with Changshan. The arrival of Ingwudi intensified the urgency among the higher-ups of the Yi family. A significant upheaval loomed over the eastern continent. If they did not seize the opportunity to enhance their strength, they risked being cast aside by the tides of time. Just as the Yi family members were fervently preparing, the patriarch sought a moment to visit the Gu family directly. His imperial-level cultivation allowed him to remain undetected by the Gu family, only releasing a faint aura that alerted Gu Jingshan. Soon, Gu Jingshan entered the reception room alone. "In-law, why have you come alone? You could have at least given me a heads-up to prepare for your arrival." Gu Jingshan greeted him with a smile, inviting the patriarch to take a seat. Alas, Ye's father sighed, leaving Gu Jingshan somewhat taken aback. "What troubles you, my dear in-law? Why this deep sighing? Have you encountered some predicament?" Father Yi initially shook his head, but then he nodded in agreement. "Old Yi, what do you mean by that?" Gu Jingshan, perplexed, felt compelled to abandon formalities and called out to his friend directly. Alas, Ye's father let out a long sigh once more, rendering Gu Jing unable to articulate his thoughts. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why the incessant sighing? Is the sky about to fall?" Ye's father glanced at him before finally speaking. "Old Gu, you are aware that Qingyi's health has been deteriorating recently. The Yi family has sought numerous pharmacists during this period, yet we have been unable to ascertain the cause of her ailment." Gu Jing's expression mirrored his sorrow, and he sighed in response. "I am indeed aware of this matter. However, if even your cultivation cannot reveal anything, my anxiety is of no consequence." With the Yi family having consulted so many pharmacists without any resolution, the Gu family is even less capable of offering assistance. "I share your concern for Qingyi. Yet at this moment, there seems to be little we can do." Ye's father nodded and subsequently articulated the purpose of his visit. "Old Gu, just a couple of days ago, the crown prince of the Great Ing dynasty paid a visit to our Yi family. He informed me that the Great Ing dynasty has conducted extensive research on individuals with unique constitutions and possesses the capability to address the issues afflicting Qingyi. However, he also mentioned that in order to facilitate the treatment, Qingyi must be sent to the central continent. I find myself unable to make a decision at this moment, so I intend to inquire about your perspective on the matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingshan offered a wry smile. "To be candid, Old Yi, individuals from the Great Ming dynasty have previously approached the Gu family and conveyed the same information to me. Did they communicate this to you as well?" Ye's father was somewhat taken aback, but soon grasped that Ingwudi harbored no benevolent intentions. Gu Jingshan nodded and remarked, "Indeed. They have sent someone to convey the same message to me. The situation is now abundantly clear. That scoundrel Ingwudi seeks to sow discord between our Gu family and the Yi family, which is why he has disseminated information to both sides. He likely presumes that we do not communicate with one another. Thus he dares to execute his schemes so brazenly. However, my dear Gu, what is your perspective on this matter? Should we allow Qingxi to go to Zhongzhou?" Upon hearing Ye's father's words, Gu Jingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Old Yi, what folly is this you speak of? Setting aside the fact that the Great Ing dynasty's motive for such actions is precisely to create a rift between our families. Facilitating their own agenda, I cannot possibly permit my daughter to journey to Zhongzhou while she remains unmarried. Have you not discerned the attitude of the third prince of the Great Ing? The dynasty covets Qingxi's exquisite 9 apertures Linglong physique. If she were to go to Zhongzhou, it would be akin to sending my own daughter into the abyss. I suspect that Qingxi shares the same sentiment regarding this matter. Once she marries into your Yi family, she will become the wife of Changxing, a daughter-in-law of the Yi household. How could I ever contemplate such a course of action?" Father Yi swiftly reassured, "Do not be hasty. I have come to seek your counsel. After all, you are Qingyi's father, and it is only natural for you to care for your daughter." He added with a hint of disdain, "Humph, Old Yi, you seem to underestimate me. Rather than allowing Qingyi to be coerced and tempted in the central continent, I would prefer her to find her final resting place in the eastern continent, than to endure the humiliation on their territory." Ye's father hurriedly expressed his apologies, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor for a formidable figure at the 9th level of the virtual realm. After much effort in soothing Gu Jing's temper, Ye's father helplessly suggested, "In that case, shall we return and seek Qingyi's opinion? It is her body, after all. We cannot make decisions on her behalf solely based on our own thoughts. Moreover, Qingyi is such a wonderful child, I cannot bear to witness her demise. If she consents to go to Zhongzhou, I shall persuade Changxing to annul their engagement. If it comes to that, it would only be Changxing's misfortune for being unable to appreciate such a good wife." Gu Jing, however, was unwavering in his stance. "Rest assured, I am more familiar with Qingyi's temperament than you are. She will categorically refuse this matter, regardless of who inquires. Having concluded their discussion, the two hastily departed for the Yi residence. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyi, who had just finished her tasks on Lingtian Island, was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice. Qingyi. Chapter 62. United in heart, their strength is unbreakable. Gu Qingyi turned to see her father and father-in-law approaching. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Jing announced, "My girl, your father has come to see you." Father-in-law, Gu Qingyi greeted with a bow. After inviting them to sit, she curiously inquired, "What brings you both here?" "Father, has something happened in our family?" Gu Jing quickly shook his head. No, nothing has occurred at home. I came with old you to seek your opinion on a matter." His father spoke up beside her. "Indeed, Qingyi, some time ago you were unwell. We consulted a physician but could not discern any issues, nor did I notice anything unusual. Subsequently, the crown prince of the Deng dynasty approached our family, claiming they had conducted research on your condition and could remedy your ailments. However, to achieve this, the Deng dynasty requires certain sacrifices and requests that you travel to Zhangzhou. Your father and I came to seek your opinion on the matter." Gu Qingyi was taken aback, finally understanding that their concerns stemmed from her health. She quickly reassured them. "Father-in-law, dear father, you need not worry about this matter. My husband has already resolved my troubles." "Oh, Changsheng has helped you?" Yes, father slightly parted his lips. And even he, with his usual composure, found it hard to believe. "Indeed, it was my husband who alleviated my troubles. Over the past few days, I have not experienced the excruciating abdominal pain that plagued me before. It seems his efforts have truly borne fruit." Yes, father and Gu Jing glanced at each other, both taken aback by the profound surprise etched on one another's faces. "Qingyi, this matter is no trifling jest. I am well aware of Changshen's abilities. Although his physical cultivation is commendable, he has never studied medicine or healing. How could it possibly be so effortless for him to resolve this issue?" Yes, father inquired with a hint of concern, fearing that Gu Qingyi's reluctance to go to Zhengzhou was the reason behind her words. Gu Jingshan, equally astonished, exclaimed, "That lad Changshen truly accomplished it. My daughter, do enlighten us on how he resolved the troubles you faced." Gu Qingyi, with unwavering confidence, assured, "Rest assured, dear father-in-law. My husband has indeed alleviated my troubles." As for the method, her complexion abruptly turned a shade of crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet their eyes. "You need not concern yourselves with the details. Suffice it to say, my husband has already taken care of this matter. So please do not worry." Yes, father expressed his concern. "It is not about being strong, Qingyi. You must not endure pain in silence to protect Changsheng, you understand? Even I, along with numerous physicians, have identified the issue. This ailment could potentially jeopardize your life. We cannot afford to be careless." Gu Qingyi hastily shook her head. "Please do not worry, father-in-law. I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation and have not spoken recklessly. My husband has indeed resolved the troubles I was facing." "Ah, but how exactly did he manage to do so? Could you share the details with us? We ought to assess the reliability of his methods, after all," urged his father and Gu Jingshan, their inquiries persistent. Yet, despite their probing, Gu Qingyi blushed and resolutely remained silent, leaving them with no choice but to relent. Ultimately, Ye's father sighed. "If you choose not to disclose it, then so be it. However, Qingyi, remember this. Should you experience any discomfort, you must inform both me and your mother, understood? The Yi family values you. Your marriage into our family is not meant for you to suffer in silence. You must not conceal anything." Gu Qingyi nodded earnestly. "Thank you, father-in-law. I will certainly heed your words." "Very well, then." With a sense of helplessness, Ye's father turned to the equally puzzled Gu Jingshan and said, "Since Qingyi is reluctant to elaborate, let us respect her wishes and refrain from further inquiries." "All right," Gu Jingshan replied, then turned to Gu Qingyi, advising, "Qingyi, your in-laws are truly wonderful people. If there is anything troubling you, be sure to express it and do not keep it bottled up inside, understood?" "I understand, father. Please do not worry. I am no longer a child," Gu Qingyi reassured him. Thus, the two departed, their hearts laden with unanswered questions. As they walked along the path, Ye's father could not suppress his unease, stating, "Should I perhaps inquire with Changsheng again? I cannot shake this feeling of uncertainty until I gain clarity." In contrast, Gu Jingshan found amusement in the situation. "I think it best if you refrain from probing further. That lad Changsheng is no ordinary individual. It is not surprising that he possesses unique traits, especially if he can shatter the heavenly Tao monument with a single blow. Persisting in your questioning might not be wise, as it could inadvertently affect the relationship between the young couple." After a moment of silence, Father Yi suddenly clapped his hands resolutely and declared, "No, I cannot be at ease without clarifying this matter. Will you accompany me? If not, I shall inquire myself. I must go. I must go. Did you not say I should refrain from asking too many questions? Am I not curious as well? Do not speak." Yi Chongqing moved a rattan chair into the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, feeling as though the world was a splendid place. Even the burdens of cultivation and his hidden injuries faded from his mind. The source of his elation was, of course, his successful assistance to Gu Qingyi in resolving her troubles. Following her misfortune, Yi Chongsheng had been equally anxious. With his father and the Yi family at a loss, he had to turn his attention to the enigmatic system, hoping to find a solution. Initially, the system had been as unresponsive as if it were offline, but unexpectedly, it issued a task the previous night. The system's suggestion was, share a room with Gu Qingyi to resolve her physical troubles. Difficulty, none. Danger level, none. Reward, none. Upon seeing the task, Yi Chongqing nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. This troublesome system either remained inactive or, upon activation, presented such ludicrous tasks, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Yet, this was his only glimmer of hope, as no one else could provide assistance, and even the specifics of Gu Qingyi's affliction remained a mystery. Though the system had proposed a method of resolution, Yi Chongqing was compelled to act for Gu Qingyi's sake. Moreover, the system had never malfunctioned before, so he resolved to give it a try. After considerable mental preparation and overcoming the last remnants of his fear of women, he decided to experiment with this suggestion. Then, amidst Gu Qingyi's astonished and bashful expression, the scene unfolded. Golden needles pierced the peach blossom heart, and the mandarin ducks fell into slumber. The fleeting spring night was short. The day rising high, he returned, leaning on his staff, sighing in contemplation. After a long sleep that extended into the afternoon, Yi Chongqing awoke, feeling more exhausted than ever since completing his indestructible body training. Just as he hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to savor a spirit fruit, a sinister voice interrupted his thoughts. "You little rascal, still have the audacity to eat fruits? Confess to me honestly. Qingyi said you helped her with her troubles. How did you accomplish that? Speak up, or I shall see how I deal with you today." The ominous tone sent a chill down Yi Chongqing's spine, causing him to place the fruit back on the plate. Standing up obediently and turning around. "Ah, esteemed father-in-law, you've also come?" Gu Jingxin and Yi's father stood side by side, and the latter's usual unwavering demeanor had vanished, his gaze now as sharp as a blade, piercing through Yi Chongqing. "Ha ha ha, my dear son-in-law, no need for excessive formality. Your father and I have come to inquire how you resolved Qingyi's troubles." Father Yi scoffed disdainfully. You insolent boy, it would be wise for you to speak honestly. This matter concerns Qingyi's very life. You must not act recklessly or throw a tantrum. Do you understand?" Yi Chongsheng promptly nodded. Father-in-law, please rest assured. I am well aware of the situation. Qingyi is my wife. If I were not genuinely capable of alleviating her troubles, I wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. Would I? So pray tell, what method do you propose to heal Qingyi?" Yes, father pressed him tightly for an answer, leaving Yi Chongqing momentarily embarrassed. Father. This method is rather difficult to articulate." "Nonsense. Why can't you simply recount how you treated Qingyi?" "Yes, father," in a rare display of anger, glared fiercely and reprimanded Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongsheng was rendered speechless. The father of Qingqi was still present. Did he intend to inform him directly that he had cured his ailments by sharing a chamber with his daughter? Even if he possessed the audacity to do so, he certainly lacked the face to confront such a matter. "No, father, this issue is not insurmountable. However, to resolve it, one must ascertain the correct approach and focus on the principal contradiction, wouldn't you agree? To grasp the primary conflict, it is not a matter of applying a one-size-fits-all solution. One must consider the circumstances, don't you think? I believe this matter." Father Yi's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Chongsheng could only plead. "Father, esteemed father-in-law, it is not that I am unwilling to speak with you, but rather that the matter is exceedingly inconvenient to articulate." You see? Internally, he could not help but scoff. Both of these individuals had experienced life. Could they not discern the awkwardness between the young couple? Is it truly necessary to inquire about my son's conjugal affairs in this utterly chaotic world? They continued to press him with a barrage of questions. Yet Yi Chongqing remained resolutely tight-lipped, steadfastly refusing to utter a word, even in the face of impending doom. Father Yi, at his wit's end, delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. "You little rascal, you better know your limits. If anything happens to Qingyi in the future, you shall see my wrath. Yi Changsheng promptly nodded and bowed slightly, assuring, Father, rest assured, I guarantee that Qingyi's issues have truly been resolved. There is no need for your concern. Observing this, Ye's father reluctantly set aside his desire to inquire further into the matter. The two then exited the courtyard, discussing as they walked. Brother Gu, my son is lacking in discipline, and I must apologize for the embarrassment caused to you. Gu Jingshan chuckled in response, saying, Brother Yi, it is quite commendable that the young couple are united in purpose. What could possibly be amiss? In my opinion, there is no need for your worry. With both Qingyi and Changxing exhibiting such confidence in resolving her troubles, it is evident they possess their own means of support. Let the youth navigate their own affairs. We should refrain from intervening. Alas, we can only proceed in this manner. Ye's father sighed and suddenly changed his tone, saying, Now that Qingyi has resolved her internal troubles, we need not concern ourselves with the threats from the Grading dynasty. Gu Jingshan, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, Humph, these individuals are far from virtuous. Although they appear respectful on the surface, they harbor nothing but malice behind our backs. Their intention is to sow discord between our families, inciting animosity to exploit the opportunity. It is utterly despicable. A fleeting glint of brilliance flashed in Ye's father's eyes. With the problem now resolved, the leverage they held had lost its significance. We remain poised like fishermen, awaiting the next tricks they may conjure. Indeed, Gu Jing echoed, yet soon expressed his concerns. However, considering the tyrannical demeanor of the Great Ing dynasty, should they set foot in the eastern continent, they would undoubtedly regard us with disdain. It is quite possible that once they have amassed sufficient strength, they will tear off the veneer of civility and confront us directly. Ye's father also concurred with Gu Jingshan's perspective. Indeed, this matter requires careful attention. Nevertheless, given that the cliff remains, they are currently unable to send a significant number of people over, thus we still have time. Moreover, since the issues concerning Qingyi have been resolved, we can afford to delay further. Ultimately, it is they who will be anxious. Gu Jingshan nodded in agreement. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Brother Yi, let us refrain from publicizing Qingyi's recovery for the time being, to avoid arousing the vigilance of the Deng dynasty. As time passes, it will undoubtedly be they who become restless. When that moment arrives, regardless of their actions, we will undoubtedly hold the initiative. Indeed, your words are wise. I shall keep the news confined within the Yi family, and you must do the same on your end. Rest assured, I am quite discreet. Shortly after their departure, Gu Qingyi hurried back. Yi Changxing opened his eyes and, with a gentle smile, said, Qingyi, have you finished your tasks? Please, take a seat. Upon seeing the smile on his face, Gu Qingyi felt her cheeks flush once more. Oh, by the way, my husband, just now, my father and the elders came by to inquire how I resolved the issues I was facing. I did not disclose anything to them. Ha ha, I knew your nature well. They came to find me as well, yet I chose to remain silent too. Yi Changxing chuckled heartily, winking as he playfully grasped her hand, exclaiming, You know, my dear, our connection as husband and wife is truly remarkable. Gu Qingyi, feeling a surge of shyness, lowered her head, murmuring softly in embarrassment. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, she lifted her gaze and asked, By the way, my husband, how is it that sharing a chamber resolves the issues within me? Yi Changxing pondered for a moment, then added his own insights to the explanation provided by the system. This matter, upon reflection, is rather straightforward. Qingyi, you possess the exquisite 9-aperture Linglong physique, coupled with the attributes of the Xiaoying. This results in a rapid cultivation speed, yet your spiritual energy leans towards the cold, which over time may accumulate into a form of cold poison within your body. If this cold poison accumulates excessively, it will trigger various discomforts within your physical being. My robust physique, rich in vital energy, aligns perfectly with the attributes of the sun. Furthermore, as I possess minimal spiritual energy, I will not exacerbate your cold poison. When the energies within our bodies converge, they will mutually neutralize and dissolve, transforming the cold poison into spiritual energy. Once the cold poison is resolved, your ailments will naturally be cured. Gu Qingyi suddenly comprehended, her spirits lifting as she remarked, Husband, you possess such profound knowledge. Ever since our union, my cultivation has significantly advanced, and my spiritual energy has become much more refined. It appears this is the reason. Chapter 63. The Imperial Pressure and the Yi Family's Response Strategy. Yi Changxing nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the matter. He was most acutely aware of his own feelings regarding it. The union from the previous night had significantly enhanced the primal energy within him. The most crucial aspect was that, under such circumstances, Gu Qingyi's spiritual power permeated his body, alleviating much of the lingering damage accrued from his training and battles, thus addressing Yi Changxing's most pressing concern. Should this continue, even if his injuries could not be entirely healed, he would at least be able to practice without trepidation. With a shy smile, Gu Qingyi nodded and remarked, "This is indeed the best outcome. By the way, my dear husband, since my cultivation has improved, you must have reaped some benefits as well, right?" "Naturally," he replied, "my cultivation has also advanced, and my internal injuries have mended considerably. To speak frankly, this dual cultivation has proven quite advantageous for both of us." Gu Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "That is wonderful. I was worried that your exertions would take a toll on your health." "Ah, you underestimate me," Yi Changxing retorted playfully. "This is merely the beginning." With a gleam in his eye, he suddenly chuckled. "Qingyi, since dual cultivation is so beneficial, shouldn't we practice it more frequently?" "Oh, dear husband," she exclaimed. "There's no time like the present. Let us try it now. Hurry, no? It's broad daylight." With that, the courtyard door was shut, and Gu Qingyi placed a small seal to prevent the use of spiritual power. By afternoon, Yi Changxing emerged from the room, weary yet satisfied, rubbing his waist and grinning. After a vigorous stretch, he exhaled deeply. Goodness, that was quite exhausting. After a moment of reflection, he turned back to the room and called, "Qingyi, are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare some food." "Yes, I'm quite hungry," Gu Qingyi replied, her cheeks flushed and her forehead damp with perspiration, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, reflecting the happiness within her heart. Having tasted the forbidden fruit, they indulged in their desires for several days before gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. The truth was, his body was beginning to feel the strain. However, the results of their recent cultivation were remarkable, with his primal energy nearly doubling and his internal injuries healing substantially. Yet, in all things, one must maintain balance and avoid excessive indulgence. Yi Changxing had once again returned to his arduous cultivation, diligently striking the stones on the back mountain each day. The once solid cliffside had been transformed by his efforts, yielding a cave several meters deep. To further refine his skills, he had even requested a formation from his mother to reinforce the mountain stones, with the rocks now as resilient as gold and iron. His physical training was greatly enhanced. As time gradually slipped away, both Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi realized that the benefits of their dual cultivation were steadily diminishing. This was especially true for Gu Qingyi, whose cultivation level surpassed that of her male counterpart, resulting in a lesser return of energy. It was akin to the flow of water, where spiritual power often cascaded from higher realms to lower ones. Yi Changxing understood this principle, thus gradually easing his dual cultivation with Gu Qingyi and allocating more time to self-improvement. One day, an unexpected guest arrived at the Yi family. The representatives of the Grading dynasty sought to inquire about the implications of the matters previously mentioned by the crown prince. Today, with Ye's father absent, the grand elder, accompanied by 4 other elders, attended to the visitor. Ha ha ha. The crown prince's suggestion is certainly one we, the Yi family, shall remember with gratitude. However, this matter ultimately requires the consent of the young mistress, and persuading her will not be an easy task, the 3rd elder remarked with a benevolent smile, while the 2nd elder slyly shifted the pressure onto Gu Qingyi. "Humph, the young mistress is after all one of your own. If you exert a little more effort in persuasion, she shall inevitably acquiesce." It is worth noting that the crown prince's intentions are for her benefit, and our Grading dynasty does not possess the luxury of infinite patience. The man in the golden robe wore a frosty expression, clearly displeased. The grand elder internally scoffed, maintaining a facade of tranquility. Indeed, you speak wisely, esteemed envoy. Our clan is deeply concerned for the well-being of the young mistress. Yet alas, her resolve is quite firm. It will take time for her to reconsider." The man in the golden robe's demeanor grew even colder, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Yet he restrained himself out of respect for Ing Wudi's instructions. "Very well, we shall grant you an extension to persuade your young mistress," the grand elder hastily replied. "Thank you, esteemed envoy, for your leniency. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost to counsel the young mistress." "Humph, let us hope so." The man in the golden robe snorted, rising to depart. After escorting the envoy out, Ye's father silently appeared in the council hall. "Elders, what did he say?" The grand elder sighed. "Nothing of consequence, merely urging us to hasten the young mistress's decision." Ye's father let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "It seems they are quite anxious. We need not concern ourselves with them. Should any more individuals from the grading dynasty come knocking, simply send them away as you did today. After all, it is not us who are in a hurry. Inevitably, they will reveal their true colors. Indeed, the Grand Elder replied, though a hint of worry tinged his voice as he added, Master, after all, this is the great Ing dynasty. Might such treatment provoke their ire? Yes, father remained completely unconcerned. What difference does it make if they are angered? After all, it will take time for the fissures in the source barrier to spread, and they cannot dispatch any formidable experts immediately, so there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing the head of the family say this, the elder felt considerably reassured. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. As days turned into weeks, a month swiftly passed. The grading dynasty appeared to be growing increasingly anxious, dispatching envoys 3 or 4 times to urge the Yi family to make a prompt decision regarding Gu Qingyi. However, the Yi family maintained their consistent stance, neither agreeing nor refusing, perpetually adopting a somewhat ambiguous demeanor. As the grading dynasty's attitude grew ever more resolute, the Yi family began to draw their own conclusions. It seemed that the dynasty was becoming more desperate, and before long, they would likely have to reveal their true intentions. On this particular day, the air outside the Yi residence was filled with the roars of fierce beasts as a formidable army of cultivators came to a halt. The leader was none other than the man in golden robes who had visited several times before. The elders, upon receiving this new intelligence, promptly stepped outside to greet him. The arrival of the esteemed envoy truly brought honor to the Yi family. The elder wore a warm smile, resembling a kindly neighbor. The golden-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face, no longer exuding the previous air of arrogance. Elder, there is no need for such courtesy. The elder's brow furrowed slightly. Despite the underlying sarcasm in the envoy's words, he chose not to engage in conflict, merely responding with a smile, You are too humble. Esteemed envoy, please, come inside. Inside the resplendent council hall, the atmosphere suddenly turned grave. The golden-robed man's gaze swept across the seated elders, his forced smile betraying a hint of tension as he stepped forward. I have come today to inquire whether the Yi family still cares for the safety of your young mistress. His tone was cold and piercing, like a chilling dagger. While the grading dynasty is willing to extend assistance, we will not allow you to manipulate us at will. When will Gu Qingyi be sent to Zhangzhou? You must provide a definitive answer today. The elders exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts, but ultimately, it was the elder who stepped forward to respond. Esteemed envoy, this matter is of great significance. The young mistress is a vital member of our Yi family and will one day wield authority over the clan. We cannot act hastily. Moreover, even if the family members are in agreement, we must respect the wishes of the young mistress. This is not a matter to be rushed. Imposing pressure would be inappropriate. Silence. The golden-robed man's expression changed abruptly. His earlier composure vanished, and fury ignited in his eyes as he pointed accusingly at the elder, gritting his teeth. Each time I visit, you employ this same ambiguous rhetoric to stall. I see that you are not exercising caution but are deliberately toying with the grading dynasty. Esteemed envoy, your words are misguided. The Yi family possesses neither the merit nor the audacity to show any semblance of neglect towards your esteemed dynasty. The Grand Elder feigned fear, hastily defending himself in an attempt to quell the wrath of the other party. However, the man in the golden robe paid him no heed, pointing a finger directly at him, each word striking like a nail. I shall grant you one final opportunity, Madame Xiao. Will you save her or not? The Grand Elder's face betrayed his distress, silently lamenting that he had pushed the other to the brink. Should he refuse outright, the grading dynasty might discern that the Yi family had secretly resolved the predicament of the young madam, thus realizing the futility of their previous stalling tactics. If he continued to employ ambiguous language to delay, it was unlikely that the current envoy would accept. As he furrowed his brow, desperately contemplating a strategy, a voice, cold and indifferent, descended from above, sweeping through the hall like a chilling wind. Do you wish to compel the Yi family to send her to Zhangzhou immediately? At this, all present turned to see the head of the Yi family had taken his seat at the main position, propping his chin on one hand, his icy gaze piercing the grading envoy. Confronted with the oppressive aura of the virtual emperor, the anger of the man in the golden robe dissipated in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Grading envoy, you must have encountered the Yi emperor before. The patriarch's deep voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. Answer my question. Ing Fan hastily shook his head, responding respectfully, I would not dare. I have no intention of coercing the Yi family. I have visited multiple times regarding the treatment of the young madam, yet the Grand Elder has failed to provide a clear response. As you are aware, to save the young madam, Zhengzhou has mobilized various resources and meticulously prepared. This delay not only jeopardizes her life, but also results in the great Ing expending vast resources in vain. Yi father nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of the statement. However, he added, Qingyi need not venture to the central continent for the time being. What? Why? Ing Fan exclaimed in utter astonishment, his eyes widening as he gazed at the ethereal emperor. I have discovered a method to temporarily suppress the cold poison within her, and moreover, she herself has yet to decide whether to travel to the central continent. Thus, there is no urgency in this matter. Should your esteemed dynasty find it intolerable to wait, we may render this matter moot. Ing Fan's heart trembled at the revelation that the emperor of the Yi family had indeed found a means to suppress the cold poison. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he inquired, Your Majesty, please forgive my impertinence. Our great Ing dynasty has devoted many years to the study of various special constitutions, and we are acutely aware that the cold poison within the 9 apertures Linglong is no trifling matter. How have you managed to achieve this temporary suppression? Furthermore, he continued, even if it is merely a temporary measure, if the cold poison remains uneliminated, it will inevitably accumulate within her body. Should her cultivation deepen, once it erupts, it may be beyond remedy. Ye's father cast a cold glance, sharp as a blade. Why must I inform you of how I administer treatment? Ing Fan instantly realized that his previous words were indeed offensive, and he hurriedly bowed in apology. I misspoke, driven solely by my concern for the Yi family and the young mistress. Ye's father let out a soft snort, revealing a hint of displeasure. The chilling poison within Qingyi has undoubtedly been suppressed. As the young mistress of the family, her decisions regarding her fate should be entirely her own, and others have no right to interfere. Should the poison resurge in the future, I shall personally journey to Zhangzhou to meet with Ing Wudi. However, regarding this matter in Zhangzhou, let us put an end to it and refrain from further discussion. If there is nothing else, you may return and report to Ing Wudi. Ye's father interrupted Ing Fan's argument, gesturing for him to depart. Ing Fan hesitated. His words caught in his throat as he met the disapproving gazes of the surrounding elders, ultimately resigning himself to silence, his heart swelling with unbridled indignation. It became evident that the Yi family had repeatedly postponed matters merely as a facade. He had initially believed the issue stemmed from Gu Qingyi, only to discover this disheartening reality. His intention had been to compel the Yi family into submission, yet he found himself instead the subject of mockery. The thought of returning with ill tidings for Ing Wudi sent a shiver through him. It is widely acknowledged that the Crown Prince Ing Wudi, though appearing gentle and refined, possesses a ruthlessly cold disposition. Especially within the confines of royalty, the prolonged lifespan and profound cultivation render hearts even more callous. With matters having reached this juncture, he could only depart in sorrow. Then, I shall take my leave, Ing Fan said, performing a formal bow, his gaze lingering with a complex intensity upon Ye's father before he turned to leave. Once his figure had vanished, the Grand Elder spoke with concern. Patriarch, should we refuse the great Ing dynasty, we may invite their wrath. Ye's father remained composed, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if they harbored resentment, what could they possibly do? The antiquated relics of the great Ing dynasty could not cross over. In this eastern continent, none could rival me. Who dares to act recklessly? They may come forth at their leisure. This brazen and domineering confidence invigorated the elders present. Fortunately, the Yi family boasted a prodigious talent capable of defying fate and achieving the esteemed position of a void emperor through the fragmented celestial pathway. Otherwise, the perilous situation of today would have long since plunged the Yi family into chaos and turmoil. Chapter 65, The Invitation to the Talented Gathering with Ing Fan's Departure. The upper echelons of the Yi family increasingly sensed the urgency of time, diligently urging their younger generation to enhance their cultivation. Yu Changxing was diligently adhering to his meticulously crafted cultivation plan, ascending step by step. In the rear mountains, a dull thud reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Even the mountain walls, reinforced by arrays, succumbed to gradual erosion and collapse under the relentless enhancement of his cultivation and physical prowess. Presently, the primal energy within him had accumulated significantly, placing him on par with cultivators at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. However, the quality of his primal energy was far superior to that of spiritual energy, even when faced with cultivators of the transformation and cave heaven realms. He could shatter their spiritual techniques through the unique properties of his energy. Coupled with his formidable physique, his combat capabilities were undeniably formidable. "Darling, are you there?" Gu Qingqi's voice echoed from outside the cave. Xiao Chen shook off the dust from his bare torso, sending fragments of stone cascading to the ground. Stepping outside the cave, he found Gu Qingqi waiting for him. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, marred by scratches and bruises, Gu Qingqi expressed her concern. "Darling, please be careful while cultivating. Don't push yourself too hard, all right?" "Haha, don't worry, my dear. I am well aware of my limits." Yi Changxing beamed with a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly whites. The term wife made Gu Qingqi's face flush slightly. Her husband had adopted an unusual way of addressing her, insisting on the term wifey, claiming that such a designation would render her even more special in his heart. "Husband, father has asked me to summon you to the council hall." "The council hall?" Yi Changsheng felt a sense of perplexity as he instructed Gu Qingqi to gather the water flow to cleanse their bodies. He inquired, "My dear, do you have any idea what the matter is?" Gu Qingqi shook her head, replying, "I am not certain. However, before we arrived, I noticed the presence of several elders, along with numerous talented youths from our clan. It appears to be of considerable significance." "I see," he remarked thoughtfully. Since it was a summons from his father, it was only reasonable for him to attend. After finishing their cleansing and donning their garments, the couple proceeded side by side towards the council hall. Within the hall sat a dozen elders, and at the rear were the 10 prodigies of the Yi family, with Xiao Chen at the forefront. Upon noticing the arrival of the couple, Xiao Chen let out a cold snort and turned his head away. "Father." Yi Changxing greeted his father and then took his seat alongside Gu Qingqi. Once they were settled, Yi's father cheerfully remarked, "The reason I summoned you today is to discuss an important matter, elder." "Indeed," the elder replied, producing a letter from his bosom. This letter was sent by the crown prince of the Great Ing, indicating that the prodigies of the central continent intend to hold a grand gathering for the exchange and cultivation of skills with the talented individuals from our eastern continent. Rumors of this event have circulated for over 10 days, and I believe some of you may have heard about it. The invitees from the central continent consist of the holy sons and daughters from various clans, the leading figures of the younger generation. It is presumed that our Yi family will be represented by the young master." As he spoke, the elder turned to Yi Changxing with a warm smile and said, "Young master, if you choose to attend, it would be wonderful if you could take along the young members of our clan to broaden their horizons. What are your thoughts on this?" Yi Changxing was at a loss for words. He was currently in a crucial phase of his cultivation and had no desire to be disturbed. Just as he was about to decline, his father suddenly spoke up. "That's a fair point. Changsheng, you cannot always be cooped up in isolation. It would be beneficial for you to venture out and broaden your horizons." The refusal that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back down. "Since you put it that way, I shall go," he reluctantly agreed. Though a sense of confusion washed over him, why had the system not issued any tasks this time? The Grand Elder, with a beaming smile, handed him the letter, encouraging Yi Changxing to open it himself. As he removed the contents, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "This invitation is not meant for me." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. The Grand Elder, equally astonished, exclaimed, "How can this be? Young master, you have already defeated the 3rd prince of Zhongzhou. Is there perhaps another genius within the Yi family who warrants their attention even more?" Yi Changsheng, with an expression of bewilderment, handed over the letter. "You may read it for yourself." The Grand Elder extended his hand to receive the correspondence, focusing intently on its contents. After a few moments, his expression shifted to one of curiosity. Indeed, it was not intended for the young master. The individuals present in the council hall were momentarily taken aback. If the letter was not for Yi Changxing, then to whom could it possibly belong? The Grand Elder turned to the assembly of young prodigies and then gently tossed the letter. "Xiao Chen, this invitation is addressed to you." As he watched the letter fall into his embrace, Xiao Chen's heart raced. He hastily picked up the letter and scrutinized it closely. The letter, penned by the Crown Prince of the Great Ing, Wudi, read, "It is well known that the Yi family commands great renown in the eastern continent, particularly with the presence of such a peerless powerhouse as Elder Yi. I can only assume that the younger generation within your clan must be exceptional. With the recent fissures in the source wall, interactions between our realms have become frequent. I, along with Chun from the Divine Temple and Kong Yan from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, am jointly hosting a grand gathering of prodigies, hoping that the younger generations of Zhongzhou and the eastern continent may become acquainted and foster friendships. It is said that the Yi family has a peer, Xiao Chen, whose talents are extraordinary and whose brilliance is remarkable. I hereby extend a special invitation for you to attend this gathering, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Upon seeing his name, Xiao Chen, elegantly inscribed on the letter, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Indeed, the prodigies of Zhongzhou possessed keen discernment and chose not to affix a title to the name of the seemingly inept Yi Chongqing. After finishing the letter, he tucked it away and turned to the assembly of elders. "To my astonishment, my name is mentioned in the letter. I wonder what the opinions of the clan leader and esteemed elders are regarding my potential attendance at this event." The younger generation exchanged curious glances between the beaming Xiao Chen and the seemingly dazed Yu Chongqing, who appeared lost in thought, their minds already forming conjectures. It seemed likely that the earlier victory of Yu Chongqing over Ing Wuji, combined with the Yi family's prior less than favorable attitude towards the Grading dynasty, had led the crown prince to subtly embarrass Yu Chongqing. The grand elder, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Yu Chongqing before turning to inquire, "Clan leader, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yi's father furrowed his brow. Since the invitation was extended to Xiao Chen, it was only fitting that his opinion should take precedence. "Xiao Chen, the younger generation is here. Reflect on this matter thoroughly after you depart, and provide me with your response tomorrow." "Understood." Xiao Chen readily acquiesced, appearing to have already formed a resolution. Yi's father glanced at the listless Yi Chongqing, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Chongqing, your father." Yi Chongqing suddenly interjected with a smile, saying, "Since the invitation is extended to Xiao Chen, let him attend. It is best if I remain uninvolved. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I shall not delay any further." With that, he cheerfully rose and, accompanied by Gu Qingyi, made his way outside. As they passed by Xiao Chen, Yi Chongqing turned abruptly, patted his shoulder, and remarked, "Young god Xiao, make sure to perform admirably. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Yi family." Xiao Chen was taken aback, surprised that he would initiate a conversation. However, with so many eyes upon them, he did not wish to appear petty in front of his elders, so he merely nodded in silence. After their departure, the grand elder offered Xiao Chen a few more words of caution before allowing the younger generation to leave. "Master, the invitation from Ing Wuji may not carry good intentions," he speculated, a note of concern in his voice. "Ing Wuji was defeated by our young master. Yet he extends an invitation to Xiao Chen. Could it be an attempt to sow discord among the younger members of the Yi family?" Yi father appeared rather indifferent to the matter. "It matters not. If he chooses not to invite Chongqing, so be it. After all, encounters between the youth of Dongzhou and Zhongzhou may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. Chongqing himself seems unconcerned, thus we need not fret unnecessarily. Let us observe how Xiao Chen decides. If he wishes to attend, he may select a few composed young juniors to accompany him. If he prefers not to go, he can simply pretend he has not seen the invitation." With Yu father's words, the elder's worries alleviated significantly, and he responded with a cheerful agreement. In the rear mountains, Gu Qingyi sat gracefully upon a large stone, watching as Yu Chongqing removed his garments once more. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "My dear husband, do you not feel angered?" "Anger? Why should I? You have triumphed over Ing Wuji and are the young master of our Yi family. Logically, those from Zhongzhou ought to extend invitations to you. Why is it that the saints and maidens from other factions are recognized as young masters, yet in your case, it is altered?" Yi Chongqing cheerfully remarked, "It's just as well that I wasn't invited. It spares us the trouble. Besides, I am not one to seek the limelight. So let those who wish to go." Seeing that he truly did not care about the matter, Gu Qingyi felt relieved. Since her husband had said so, they could comfortably remain at home, which indeed would simplify things considerably. While the two enjoyed their leisurely respite, Xiao Chen was embroiled in a heated argument. "Senior, since the invitation has come into my possession, I must attend and meet these prodigies of the central continent." His resolve was unwavering. The saint of Kanglan, somewhat displeased, responded, "Xiao Chen, this is a crucial time for you to focus on building your foundation and enhancing your cultivation. How can you divert your attention to such matters? You still lag behind Yu Chongqing. How can you hope to compete with the geniuses of the central continent?" In the face of the saint's admonition, Xiao Chen remained composed. "Senior, this matter merits a different consideration. Think about it. With the recent rupture of the cliffs and the upheaval it has caused, it is likely that before long, not only the prodigies of the central continent will arrive, but also those from the other 3 continents. When that time comes, they will devour the resources of the eastern continent, making survival for its powers increasingly precarious. To pursue higher realms and tread the path of the emperor, how can one succeed without resources? Although I bear the title of a divine child in the Yi family, I am still an outsider and find it difficult to earn genuine trust. When resources become scarce, the Yi family will undoubtedly favor Yi Chongqing even more. How then shall I position myself? His words left the Saint of Kanglin in contemplative silence. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with insight as he pressed on with his reasoning. If I participate in this gathering of prodigies, I can showcase my talent, potentially attracting the interest of influential factions and fostering relationships that would secure my future. This event is hosted by the three great powers of the Central Continent. Should I befriend any of them, my path ahead will undoubtedly broaden. Even if I accomplish nothing else, forging connections with other geniuses of the Central Continent would be a commendable outcome, considering the present moment. If I can exhibit my prowess at the exchange, I will undoubtedly enhance the reputation of the Yi family, thereby elevating my own status. This would facilitate dealings with Yi Chongqing and the acquisition of resources, making matters far more manageable, from both present and future perspectives. I firmly believe I should attend this grand assembly of prodigies. What do you think, Senior? Xiao Chen's arguments were cogent and compelling, leading the Saint of Kanglin to fall into silence once more. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Since you have resolved to go, then go. Just remember to exercise caution. After all, these are the mightiest prodigies of the Central Continent, and you must not be careless in your competition with them. Rest assured, Senior, I am confident in my ability to tread the path of the Emperor and will not falter here." With unwavering confidence, Xiao Chen envisioned a splendid future before him. The following morning, the elder received Xiao Chen's reply, expressing his willingness to participate in the upcoming Genius Exchange Conference. Consequently, the younger generation of the Yi family, excluding Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi, gathered together. The elders selected several individuals of commendable cultivation, talent, and character to accompany Xiao Chen and witness the brilliance of their peers. In the floating void square, under the gaze of countless onlookers, Xiao Chen, accompanied by a few young individuals, boarded the beastly war chariot, exuding an air of grandeur and vitality. In the dark and silent stone cave of the back mountain, Yi Chongqing relentlessly struck the unyielding stone wall, his resolve as steadfast as iron, unmoving like a bell. Amidst the envious glances of many young observers, Xiao Chen donned the azure battle armor gifted by the elder. Gesturing boldly as he proclaimed, "Let us depart." The war chariot soared into the air, leaving behind a dazzling ripple of spiritual energy. In the East Continent, there exists a magnificent river stretching nearly 100 miles at its widest point and narrowing to about 4 or 5 miles at its constricted sections. This grand river, viewed through the eyes of mortals, is scarcely distinguishable from the sea. The cultivators refer to it as the Hengjiang, symbolizing eternal existence. To the east of Hengjiang lies a celestial mountain named Kanjingshan, the perfect vantage point for gazing upon the enchanting riverside scenery. Atop this mountain stands the Riverside Pavilion, a haven for cultivators to rest. However, the once bustling Riverside Pavilion had been closed to outsiders for several days due to the arrival of a certain individual who commanded respect from all, including the renowned genius Xiao Chen of the Central Continent's Divine Temple. Despite being a prodigy among the three great powers of the Central Continent, Xiao Chen was known for his reclusive nature, often shunning public appearances. Since arriving in the East Continent, he had kept a low profile, rarely seen even by his peers from the Central Continent. At this very moment, on the top floor of the Riverside Pavilion, shrouded in mist and the ethereal hues of water, the view extended infinitely. Ingwudi hurried upstairs, a hint of delight gracing his features. "Brother Xiao Chen, tomorrow marks the commencement of the Genius Conference. Many young talents from various factions in the East Continent have already gathered at Wangjiang Mountain. This time, we shall undoubtedly establish our prestige." At the railing of the pavilion, a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns stood with hands clasped behind his back, his long hair cascading to his waist, flowing gracefully with the wind. Resembling an otherworldly being. Such a trivial matter, why the exuberance? A deep, magnetic voice resonated as the long-haired figure turned, revealing striking features accentuated by sharp brows and starry eyes. At the center of his forehead, a radiant red mark glimmered like a precious gem, sparkling with an enchanting light. Ingwudi spread his hands in jest, saying, "It is not merely so. This conference represents the formal engagement between our Central Continent and the East Continent. It presents a perfect opportunity to showcase our might, allowing the people of the East Continent to grasp the magnitude of the disparity between us. Consequently, whether in collaboration or conquest, any ensuing resistance will be significantly diminished, making it a most advantageous endeavor." The pupils of Xiao Chen, as dark as ink, fixated on him. a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Perhaps it is not merely for the convenience of the central continent, but rather for your own advantage in the grand victory of the empire, is it? Ingwudi, feeling a touch of awkwardness, cleared his throat and waved his hand. It is all convenient, all convenient. In any case, this grand assembly is replete with benefits. By the way, as the initiator, you are expected to attend, correct? Xiao Chen nodded. Naturally, I wish to see if there are any worthy opponents on this eastern continent. The following day, the skies above Wangjong Mountain were alight with vibrant rainbows, interspersed with the roars of formidable beasts. The prodigies from the major factions of the eastern continent flocked to partake in this extraordinary gathering of talents. The surroundings of Linjiang Pavilion were teeming with guards, ensuring that security measures were meticulously executed. Those who arrived here were the future heirs of the powers from both the eastern and central continents. Any disturbance would surely send ripples of upheaval. On the celestial mountain, ethereal mist swirled, as maidens in flowing skirts fluttered like butterflies, serving wine and delicacies at each table. These dishes were crafted from spiritual beasts and celestial plants, imbued with pure and gentle spiritual energy, a rare delicacy for ordinary cultivators. At the main seat, 3 sets of tables and chairs were arranged against the entrance of Linjiang Pavilion. It goes without saying that these were reserved for the 3 great factions of the central continent. Xiao Chen entered with 3 juniors from the Yi family, walking with poise and a smile that exuded exceptional grace, appearing quite remarkable. After being guided to their seats, Xiao Chen, without turning back, conveyed to the 3 behind him, "Speak little and observe much. The status of the individuals here is extraordinary, so do not incite any unnecessary troubles." The 3 behind him promptly nodded, sitting upright and watching as the various talents arrived. Suddenly, an astonished inquiry arose from a nearby table. "Xiao Chen, why is it you from the Yi family, and not Yu Chongqing?" A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, yet his expression remained unruffled. "Hee. This is an invitation from the crown prince of the great victory. I too am unaware of the reason." "I see." The inquirer nodded, preparing to ask further questions when a magnetic voice resonated from a distance. "Yi Chongsheng is merely a waste. What qualifications does he have to be invited to the assembly of prodigies?" The crowd turned in astonishment to behold a young man clad in black robes approaching slowly. He emanated no aura, appearing as though he were an ordinary mortal who had stumbled into this place. However, anyone present here was assuredly no ordinary individual. The inability to discern his cultivation only testified to his exceptional skill in concealing his presence, or perhaps indicated that his prowess surpassed that of others. The central continent's prodigies rose in unison to pay their respects. "Brother Xiao Chen." The people of the eastern continent soon realized that this individual was the initiator of this gathering of prodigies, the mysteriously formidable figure from the temple. With hands clasped behind his back, he nonchalantly took his seat, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "You eastern continent dwellers fear the Yi family, refraining from speaking ill of that waste. Yet the temple fears not, and neither do I. A mere waste, utterly devoid of any merit worthy of invitation." Such words sound exceedingly arrogant, revealing his unabashed disdain for Yu Chongqing. Yet, when uttered from his lips, they possess an inexplicable air of conviction. The 3 young members of the Yi family, standing behind Xiao Chen, displayed expressions of discontent. Yi Chongqing, after all, is the young master. And having defeated the genius Ing Wuji of the central continent in front of so many witnesses, it seems rather unreasonable to label him a mere waste. Yet, as the leader, Xiao Chen remained silent. Thus, the others hesitated to speak out of turn. The people of the eastern continent awaited Xiao Chen's response, but he appeared oblivious to the remarks made by Xiao Chen, instead pouring himself a drink. Brother Xiao is the scion of the Yi family. Having attained the true indestructible golden body, such a talent is worthy of being called a genius, Xiao Chen added with a smile, raising his glass towards Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chen lifted his glass in a distant salute, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Chen's words brought him great comfort. He surely believed he was no less capable than Yi Chongqing. The latter merely had the fortune of being born to esteemed parents, even representing the Yi family. It should have been him in the limelight. With this thought, Xiao Chen felt a growing fondness for Xiao Chen, sensing a kinship akin to the harmonious meeting of kindred spirits. In truth, Xiao Chen's actions stemmed from a degree of dissatisfaction with the Yi family. As a prodigy of the divine temple, upon arriving in the eastern continent, countless factions sought his favor, yet the Yi family remained conspicuously absent, which irked him greatly. Moreover, after Ing Wuji's personal visit and several attempts to elicit a definitive response, his disdain for the Yi family only deepened. What right did a regional power have to act so arrogantly before him? His earlier remarks, ostensibly to justify the invitation to Xiao Chen, served as a subtle warning to the Eastern Continent factions present. The three families from the Central Continent harbored no affection for the Yi family, and it was crucial for these individuals to distinguish between priority and insignificance. With the three families now dominant in the Eastern Continent, the Yi family's standing had considerably diminished, and other factions needed to make their choices promptly. In summary, through a blend of overt and covert disparagement, Xiao was conveying to the Eastern Continent attendees a clear message. The Yi family has fallen from grace. Henceforth, the world shall belong to them. Following a brief interlude, the invited talents from various factions gathered, and the banquet commenced in earnest. Ying Wudi and Kong Yin of the Tiangong Pavilion flanked either side, the trio representing the mightiest forces of the Central Continent. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious among the guests. Xiao set down his cup and scanned the room before turning to Ying Wudi. Wudi, isn't it time to proceed with the next activity? Ying Wudi paused momentarily, then grasped the intent behind his words. Indeed, the moment had arrived. Xiao nodded and cleared his throat. Strangely, this subtle sound resonated in the ears of everyone present, crystal clear, compelling their attention to shift towards him. Upon recognizing Xiao, the Eastern talents felt a chill run through them. His profound cultivation allowed him to manipulate his spiritual energy with such finesse that all could hear. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he quietly contemplated various thoughts. Chapter 68, The Clash of Talents. Esteemed guests, today's gathering of the Eastern prodigies is a hope for future collaboration among us. Your presence in honoring us is deeply appreciated. The din of the banquet gradually subsided, and the Eastern talents heightened their vigilance, eager to hear his words. We are all young, striving to ascend the path of cultivation. I believe your ultimate aspiration is to tread upon the road that dominates an era, to ascend the imperial throne and command the Tao, to reign supreme both above and below. Merely contemplating this stirs one's very blood. I trust you all yearn for such a day, do you not? His words ignited fervor among the Central Continent talents, who readily echoed Xiao's sentiments. The Eastern talents, too, felt a surge of desire. Yet they refrained from overly expressing their thoughts, mindful of their station. However, our elders have taught us that insularity is unwise. To embark on the path of the Emperor, one must witness the heroes and prodigies from all corners of the world, engaging in mutual exchange and confrontation to glean greater wisdom. Such a rare opportunity has presented itself. Why not allow the talents of the Central Continent to engage and spar with our esteemed guests from the East? With this shift in discourse, Xiao revealed his true intention. The martial paths of the two continents diverged, yet through mutual exchange, they might spark inspiration and assist one another in grasping the Tao. Indeed, a fortunate endeavor. Upon the conclusion of these words, an immediate silence enveloped the banquet. The people of the Eastern Continent swiftly comprehended that the intention behind Xiao's orchestrated celestial gathering was likely to establish dominance. However, they were not averse to confrontation. The talents from the Central Continent had long exhibited arrogance in the Eastern Continent, treating many factions with disdain and looking down upon those esteemed geniuses who had once been held in high regard. This had left many with a sense of pent-up frustration. Now, an opportunity had finally arisen to engage them openly. Few were inclined to shy away. Indeed, many were eager to showcase their prowess, yearning to vanquish the Central Continent's talents to vindicate themselves and the Eastern Continent. The Central Continent was already well aware of this unfolding situation and expressed no dissent. Thus, Xiao smiled and inquired of the Eastern talents, "Gentlemen, would you care to engage in a friendly contest?" No sooner had he spoken than a robust, bare-chested talent from the Eastern Continent coldly responded, "Brother Che, your words hold merit. It is through sparring and exchange that we can enhance our martial skills." Although the Eastern Continent may not possess the strength of the Central Continent, they were by no means timid. "If it is a contest, I wholeheartedly support it." His resounding declaration instantly drew several astonished glances. Influenced by him, the Eastern talents began to voice their agreement. Xiao maintained his composed smile and asked, "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "Han Lai, merely a figure of little consequence from a minor faction," replied the young man coldly, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. Han Lai? Xiao pondered momentarily and immediately recognized his lineage. He hailed from the Han family of Feiyun Mountain. Although not a top-tier faction, they were among the elite of the second tier, holding significant standing in the Eastern Continent. Defeating a prodigy from their house would greatly bolster the Central Continent's reputation. "Oh, Since Brother Han has spoken, I wonder who from the central continent would dare to accept this challenge? I shall. Of course. Booming voice rang out just as Xiao Chen finished speaking. Everyone turned to see a similarly imposing figure rise, a fierce grin stretching across his face. From Hongshan of the central continent, I implore you to enlighten me. Xiao Chen erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. You truly embody the spirit of the younger generation. This fervor is commendable. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a colossal shadow suddenly loomed above them. This place is the Shadow Spirit Battle Realm, crafted by the elders of my temple for the purpose of training and sparring. The two of you may engage freely without concern for damaging anything. Hongshan chuckled softly, bending his knees slightly before propelling himself forward like a cannonball, soaring straight into the realm of the Yinling duel. Han Lai, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit with equal vigor. Upon their arrival, Xiao Chen casually gestured, and a scene materialized in midair, vividly displaying the unfolding events of the duel. It appeared to be a vast desert, where swirling yellow sand stretched for miles, ample for combat. Furthermore, it seemed to employ some spatial loss. What appeared as a mere courtyard from the outside revealed an entirely different world within. Ah, my friends, let us revel in this splendid battle, Xiao Chen remarked with a smile. His gaze fixed upon the scene. Within the dual realm, Han Lai and the distant figure of Hongshan stood opposed, their formidable auras tightly locked onto one another. Despite being 100 meters apart, such distance was negligible for cultivators of their caliber. Taking a deep breath, Han Lai's expression turned icy, and with terrifying speed, he surged forward to initiate an attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Hongshan, his fist, sized like a cauldron, striking down with great force. In stark contrast, Hongshan remained unmoving, his grin transforming into a more menacing visage. Come, he bellowed, an eruption of dark energy radiating from him. To the astonishment of all, he drew his hands to his waist and boldly collided with the fist. Han Lai's pupils constricted instantly. Bang! The sound resonated through the air, and the spectators distinctly heard the heavy impact. The surrounding yellow sands erupted violently, creating a towering wave of dust that soared several meters high. The talented individuals from the eastern continent could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Han Lai practiced a technique leaning more towards physical cultivation, possessing an incredibly robust physique. Yet, Hongshan recklessly absorbed the blow with his body. Was he blindly confident or assured in his strength? As the dust settled, the scene clarified once more. Han Lai's fist was pressed against Hongshan's chest, his face flushed and strained. Yet, Hongshan's smile remained unchanged, his entire being seemingly drenched in ink, exuding an ominous blackness that glinted like polished metal. Ingwudi cast a glance at the astonished expressions of the eastern continent's geniuses and smiled as he explained. Hongshan is a disciple of the Huifeng cave in Zhangzhou. His pride lies in this black gold dominance. This physique, once cultivated, is extraordinarily formidable, only slightly inferior to Mighty Ying's azure flood dragon body. I must admit, I was unaware he had achieved this physique, keeping it concealed from us. Chapter 69. The contest between the eastern continent and the central continent. Ingwudi appeared to be aggrieved, yet the corners of his mouth were nearly stretched to his ears, revealing his evident pride. Hongshan, resembling a figure of blackened coal, remained utterly unperturbed in the face of the impending strike, prompting concern among the talented individuals of the eastern continent. Within the realm of combat, Han Lai, realizing his attack bore no fruit, prepared to retreat. The opponent possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, rendering his nearly 80% strength ineffective. Despite Han Lai's formidable metal elemental body, his adversary's constitution seemed even more formidable. Just as he contemplated withdrawal, Hongshan, who had remained inactive, suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast strike, seizing Han Lai's wrist with a vice-like grip. A sense of alarm surged within him. He swiftly propelled his left fist towards Hongshan's head, while channeling a tremendous surge of spiritual energy to extricate himself from the grip. However, Hongshan lowered his head, allowing Han Lai's fist to glide past harmlessly. With a powerful tug of his left hand, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Han Lai to stagger towards him. It was this minuscule misstep that proved critical. Han Lai's heart sank as he steadied himself for defense. Yet, in his moment of imbalance, his chest lay wide open, allowing Hongshan's right fist to strike like a venomous serpent. With no means of evasion, Han Lai mirrored Hongshan's earlier tactics, gathering all his spiritual energy at his chest, bracing to withstand the blow. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing sent shivers through the onlookers, resonating clearly within the banquet hall. Han Lai's eyes bulged, his complexion instantaneously turning crimson as he emitted a spray of glistening blood. Not only had Hong Shan shattered his sternum, but he had also inflicted severe damage upon his internal organs. In a moment of desperation, Han Lai summoned his remaining strength and delivered a fierce knee strike, crashing solidly into Hong Shan's waist. This attack proved effective, as Hong Shan staggered back, momentarily unbalanced. Seizing the opportunity, Han Lai swiftly withdrew, propelling himself backwards over a considerable distance. One strike. With but a single strike, he was grievously injured. The prodigies of the Eastern continent fell into a stunned silence, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It is worth noting that Han Lai's talent was undeniably exceptional, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Eastern continent. Yet, faced with an opponent not even listed in the rankings, he succumbed to defeat after merely one exchange. The disparity was utterly unimaginable. However, Hong Shan seemed unwilling to grant Han Lai even a moment to recuperate. He crouched low like a panther, launching himself into a deep crater with a powerful push, and in an instant, he was before Han Lai. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a rapid flurry of fists and legs, a tempest crashing upon Han Lai, rendering him akin to a lone boat struggling against tumultuous waves. Moments later, Hong Shan ceased his assault. Without a backward glance, he strode past Han Lai, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he rotated his neck. Just as he took a step, Han Lai's massive form crumpled softly onto the yellow sands, a vast pool of blood seeping from his body. The prodigies of the Eastern continent were instantly thrown into an uproar. Was Han Lai unharmed? How could that be possible when he lay motionless? Someone urgently called out to Chechen. Holy son of Chechen, has Han Lai been killed by Hong Shan? Chechen shook his head with a smile. Do not be alarmed. My friends, there exists a protective rule left by the predecessors in the realm of combat. When one's life is in peril, a shield will automatically manifest to ensure safety, preventing true fatalities. Alas, this brother Han will likely require a lengthy period for recovery. Chechen's face bore an expression of regret as he continued. Nonetheless, Brother Han was the first to step forward, which is commendable. All of you from the Eastern continent should show him the respect he deserves. Although these words appeared to express admiration for Han Lai, coupled with the smile on Chechen's face, they resembled nothing short of blatant mockery. The hearts of the Eastern continent's people brimmed with frustration, their pride deeply wounded by such disdain. Han Lai's battered form emerged from the realm of combat, his body a gruesome sight, barely recognizable. Several maidens rushed to carry him into the Lingzhong pavilion for healing. Chechen continued with a smile, reassuringly. Rest assured, I have already prepared several skilled healers to tend to any injuries. Our Hong brother from the central continent has emerged victorious this time. I wonder who among you is willing to engage next. Han Lai's defeat not only left the people of the Eastern continent feeling dejected, but many harbored a burning desire to reclaim their honor from the central continent. I shall step forth. As soon as Chechen's words faded, a young man rose, brimming with indignation. From the Ouyang family of the Eastern continent, it was Ouyang Li Chun. Chechen paid no heed to his brusque demeanor and turned to the central continent side. Who shall take the stage this time? A melodious, enchanting laughter echoed, and a bewitching woman, clad in sheer fabric that concealed only the essentials, with skin as smooth and pale as porcelain, stood up and cast a flirtatious glance at the visibly displeased Ouyang Li Chen. My dear, would you allow me to accompany you for a delightful bout? Ouyang Liken's complexion darkened further as he disregarded her and turned to Cheixingzi, stating, I have no desire to strike a woman. Cheichen chuckled in surprise. Ouyang, your words seem rather narrow-minded. On the path of combat, there is no distinction between genders. It is solely a matter of talent. Do not be deceived by Shengyi's femininity. She is the contemporary saintess of the Miao Yu Pavilion. Her abilities are not to be underestimated. Oh dear, Brother Che, you've exposed her secrets. Xiao Chen feigned a pout before casting a glance at Ouyang Liken. Brother Ouyang, grant me but a single opportunity to truly experience your might. With a cold snort, Ouyang Liken rose and soared toward the arena. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Shengyi's beautiful eyes. Yet she continued to smile charmingly at the onlookers as she gracefully ascended into the air. The arena transformed into a vast grassland, where waist-high grasses swayed gently in the breeze, creating rippling waves of green. Despite facing a woman, Ouyang Liken showed no inclination to hold back. Be careful. Out of courtesy, he offered a warning before his internal energy surged violently, enveloping him in a dazzling blue flame. Wind and thunder converge, sweeping the heavens. With a soft shout, Ouyang's family's famed wind and thunder technique was unleashed, a streak of blue and white lightning darting through the air, almost instantaneously appearing above Xiao Chen's head. "Oh my, how ruthless you are, young sir," Xiao Chen exclaimed, yet her hands moved swiftly, conjuring a barrier of pink energy above her head to narrowly deflect the incoming attack. Retreat. After his strike was blocked, Ouyang Lycan suddenly roared in fury. Even through the screen, the spectators felt as though they could hear the thunderous roar, resonating painfully in their ears. Xiao Chen, confronted with the full force of this roar, appeared dazed, as if she had momentarily lost her senses. Before she could regain her composure, Ouyang Lycan transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards her with crackling electricity at his heels. Chapter 70. Lin Juying steps forward with a startled cry. Xiao Chen waved her delicate hand, and the pink gauze enveloping her body billowed towards her. The gauze formed a circular barrier, shielding her from view. Crack! The lightning struck fiercely against the gauze. The violent arcs of electricity erupted, thrashing the earth mercilessly. Yet, the formidable force of the thunder seemed to dissipate upon contact with the gauze, wasting the immense energy it contained. Ouyang Lycan tested his attacks repeatedly, but his strikes landed on the gauze without any substantial impact, failing to inflict further damage. Hee. Dear sir, you are indeed fierce. But I must admit, I rather enjoy your fierce and valiant nature, came Xiao Chen's playful laughter from behind the gauze, causing Ouyang Lycan's expression to grow solemn. Enough with the idle chatter, let us rely on our own abilities. With a sharp exclamation, he condensed thunder into a spear, intending to pierce through the gauzy veil. Dear brother, you truly sadden me. The enchanting voice of Xiao Chen resonated once more, this time echoing directly within his heart. Ouyang Lycan instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, before he could make a move, the veil suddenly parted to the sides, revealing an extraordinarily tantalizing scene. Several stunning beauties, draped in scant garments that concealed only the most essential parts, continuously displayed an array of irresistibly seductive poses. A rush of warmth surged from his dantian to his forehead, causing his expression to become increasingly dazed, with a smile that grew more brazen and exaggerated. In the distance, the people of Dongzhou gazed in astonishment at Xiao Chen, who danced behind the veil. Ouyang Lycan, a prodigy of the younger generation with an exceptional resolve, found himself spellbound by her captivating dance, his murderous intent and aura gradually weakening and dissipating. Even those of lesser cultivation among the onlookers felt their blood surge merely from witnessing the performance. Ingwudi's smile grew ever more radiant. "Ah, it seems Xingyi's heavenly demon dance has further improved," he remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing the distressed expressions of those from Dongzhou. After all, they hailed from a remote area, a stark contrast to their central region. As Xiao Chen's dance continued, Ouyang Lycan's complexion turned increasingly flushed until he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Coughing, he looked around in bewilderment, remaining dazed for a moment before regaining his senses. "Dear brother, you have lost," Xiao Chen teased, having stealthily approached him from behind. She gently caressed his face down to his chest before retreating a few steps with a playful laugh. "Will you concede?" Faced with Xiao Chen's teasing, Ouyang Lycan's expression shifted between shades of pale and flushed, his teeth clenching audibly. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed her to close in on him. The blood he had just coughed up was his essence, a genuine injury to his foundation. His current condition was dire. To persist without conceding would be nothing but futile stubbornness. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and bitterly conceded, "I concede." Amidst the jubilant laughter of the invincible winner, who reveled in his triumph after securing 2 consecutive victories, the talents from Central Continent gazed at their Eastern counterparts with palpable disdain and contempt. Although the Eastern geniuses harbored feelings of resentment, the evident disparity in strength rendered their acceptance unavoidable. Shortly thereafter, the 2 combatants returned from the duel. Ouyang Lycan, his complexion pale, lowered his head and hurried back to his seat. He had, astonishingly, succumbed to a woman, and in such a manner that displayed nearly no resistance. This was far more humiliating than a fierce struggle to the last breath. As he settled into his chair, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Ouyang, you have worked hard. The damage to your essence is a serious matter. Here is a spirit-nourishing pill for you to take." Ouyang Lycan looked up in surprise, not expecting anyone to address him. The speaker was none other than Lin Juying, the esteemed senior brother of the Tianying Pavilion, who had met Yichanshin once before. His expression was sincere as he placed the pill upon Ouyang's table. "Brother Ouyang, remember not to harbor resentment over a temporary setback. The road ahead is long. This is merely one of the many hurdles. Ouyang Lycan could sense that this young pavilion master genuinely cared for him. Thank you, Brother Lin. It's nothing. No need for formality. Following their exchange, Lin Jing returned to his position, casting a sympathetic glance at the expressions of the Central Continent talents. And he could not help but sigh. Indeed, the Eastern Continent had long endured poverty and weakness, compounded by the incomplete heavenly Tao restrictions. It was only natural they would find themselves outmatched. Yet, the feeling of being trampled upon was universally unpleasant. After 2 consecutive defeats, the morale of the Eastern geniuses had significantly waned. However, Chechen was resolute in his determination to impart the harsh realities and disparities they faced. Thus, the sparring resumed. This time, the level of combat was slightly elevated. The Eastern side dispatched juniors from first-rate forces whose strength could not be underestimated. Nevertheless, when compared to their Central counterparts, they still fell short. Before long, the Eastern side had suffered 5 consecutive losses. The Central talents grew increasingly unabashed in their derision. Ah, so this is an Eastern Continent individual? I thought their prior arrogance was backed by some real skill, yet they can't win a single match? In this world, many boast with bravado, but few can truly recognize their limitations. One simply must grow accustomed to it. The crowd exchanged barbs, openly belittling the Eastern representatives. Despite their inner fury, defeat was defeat, and speaking up now would only invite further scorn and ridicule. Taking the initiative, the invincible winner asked, "Which one of you from the Eastern Continent wishes to take the stage?" This time, the Central talents exchanged glances, and silence ensued. Their mocking remarks grew louder, causing many to bow their heads in embarrassment. Just as the invincible winner began to despair, thinking he had successfully shattered the pride of the Eastern geniuses, a gentle voice unexpectedly rang out, "I shall step forward." As everyone turned their heads in unison, they beheld Lin Juiying rising from his seat. His expression as tranquil as a still pond, stepping forward with poise. "I am Lin Juiying from the Tianying Pavilion. May I inquire which esteemed individual wishes to impart their wisdom?" The elder seated in the main position narrowed his eyes. Lin Juiying's record in the Eastern Continent was sparse, leaving his capabilities somewhat ambiguous in the Central Continent. However, what intrigued many was his previous encounter with Yi Changxing, where he conceded defeat after a single exchange. It remained unclear whether Yi Changxing was exceptionally formidable or if Lin Juiying's prowess was merely mediocre. At that moment, a figure from the front of the Central Continent stood. "I am Qi Feng from Lingyun Temple, here to seek guidance from Brother Lin." Lingyun Temple is a relatively renowned Taoist temple in the Central Continent, albeit only a second-tier force, hardly ranking among the top. In contrast, the Tianying Pavilion stands as one of the few first-rate powers beneath the Yi family of the Central Continent. The audacity of such individuals to step forward reflects the confidence of the Central Continent's talents. Lin Juiying offered no further words, turning to soar toward the battlefield. The Taoist Qi Feng, with his dust whisk in hand, cheerfully followed him into the arena. The talents of the Eastern Continent held great hopes for this match. If Lin Juiying could not secure victory, their prospects would be dim indeed. The battle commenced. Lin Juiying activated the Tianying Absolute Body, intending to overwhelm Taoist Qi Feng with a fierce onslaught. The clash between the two reverberated far more dramatically than previous encounters, with an array of divine abilities and techniques showcasing their profound cultivation. However, after observing for a while, the talents from the Eastern Continent were taken aback to discover that, despite Taoist Qi Feng's lack of renown, he appeared to possess greater strength than the previous contenders. Even Lin Juiying seemed to be straining against the intensity of the confrontation. Ultimately, the battle concluded in a relatively subdued manner. Lin Juiying was exhausted, while Taoist Qi Feng, though somewhat disheveled, fared better than in previous matches. Thus, the Eastern Continent faced a disheartening streak of 6 consecutive defeats. The atmosphere on the Central Continent was filled with laughter and merriment, while the Eastern Continent was shrouded in gloom. This gathering of prodigies had imparted a stark realization to the talents of the Eastern Continent regarding the disparities in strength. "Is there truly no hope for us?" One young talent from the Eastern Continent voiced, his tone rife with confusion and bitterness. "Alas, the people of the Central Continent are too powerful. We are simply no match for them. Indeed, if there were any who could rival them." It seemed that only the gaze of the Eastern talents inadvertently fell upon Xiao Chen. As the scion of the Yi family, he held the highest status among those present, and he was expected to be the most formidable presence. Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement within. Finally, the moment of utmost significance had arrived. Xiao Chen rose to his feet, under the expectant gazes of the talented individuals from the Eastern Continent, and turned his attention to Xiao Chen, who occupied the seat of honor. Brother Che, though I may lack talent, I possess a modicum of confidence in my own abilities. I would like to request your guidance through a friendly contest. What are your thoughts on this? These words reverberated like thunder, instantly plunging the banquet into silence. People from both the central and eastern continents regarded Xiao Chen as if he were a fool. The fact that Xiao Chen held a leading position among the three major powers indicated that his prowess surpassed that of the others. What gave Xiao Chen the audacity to challenge him? Yet, some believed this situation still held promise. After all, Xiao Chen was a top prodigy from the eastern continent. Hailing from the prestigious Yi family, and with a formidable expert of the Void Emperor realm backing him, their attitude towards the three major powers of the central continent was rather indifferent. Perhaps Xiao Chen could indeed surprise everyone. However, to the talented individuals of the central continent, Xiao Chen's bold statement carried a different connotation. By directly seeking to spar with Xiao Chen, he implied that he considered himself of the same caliber as Xiao Chen and his peers, which was a blatant show of disdain towards them. Yet, Xiao Chen remained silent, and they could only regard Xiao Chen with cold, piercing gazes. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's words and, upon regaining his composure, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. This person seemed oblivious to the implications of his actions, mistakenly calculating himself among the elite. It was well known that Xiao Chen's courteous demeanor towards Xiao Chen was intended to leverage his status to suppress the Yi family. He never anticipated that this fool would overestimate himself and attempt to draw him down. If Xiao Chen were to engage with Xiao Chen, it might appear as though he were lowering himself. He was a renowned genius with a stellar reputation. Mingling with someone he viewed as insignificant would only serve to elevate Xiao Chen's notoriety, regardless of the outcome. To Xiao Chen was akin to an ant, utterly unworthy of his attention. Yet, to refrain from action would also yield unfavorable consequences. Rumors might circulate in the eastern continent suggesting that he feared Xiao Chen, and the carefully cultivated image of a humble gentleman he had recently established could easily crumble. After all, Xiao Chen had initiated this request for a contest. Declining would seem disrespectful. After a brief deliberation, he suddenly turned to Ingwudi, who was standing nearby, and suggested, "Prince, why not engage in a friendly match with Brother Xiao?" Ingwudi was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. The Chechen, unwilling to take action himself, had audaciously shifted the burden onto him. Furthermore, there was no distinction of status between them, as the esteemed prince of the dynasty. He felt as though he were merely a subordinate, being commanded by another. Nevertheless, it was indeed the Chechen who was at the helm of this grand assembly. Moreover, his prowess was undeniably superior to both himself and Kong Yin by a narrow margin. However, to refuse his request would signify a lack of respect for the Chechen, potentially revealing to the people of the eastern continent their disunity, which might even entertain onlookers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. I shall endeavor to gauge the caliber of the eastern continent's finest talents." Xiao Chen was equally displeased. When the Chechen had spoken on his behalf earlier, he had fancied that the man held him in esteem, sharing a bond of mutual admiration. Yet, when he took the initiative to propose a friendly bout, the Chechen had entrusted the matter to another. This ultimately revealed a lack of regard for him. Were it not for the fact that he represented the dignity of the Yi family and wished to avoid disgrace, he would have already departed in disdain. Since the prince is inclined, I shall raise no objections," Xiao Chen conceded. Ingwudi, the crown prince of the Dang, had taken the initiative to engage, and thus he could not refuse. Otherwise, he would not only offend the Chechen but also provoke Ingwudi's ire. A silent sigh escaped Ingwudi as he contemplated Xiao Chen's folly. This individual was utterly oblivious to his own worth, having received a modicum of favor from the Chechen. He seemed to believe himself deserving of grandeur. Were it not for his ambitions concerning the Yi family, he would not even merit a moment of his time. Despite these thoughts, he maintained the facade of cordiality. Brother Xiao, you are indeed a top talent of the eastern continent. This prince is most eager to engage in discourse with you." Xiao Chen nodded, suddenly raising his hand, summoning the sword that hung at his waist, which transformed into a streak of radiant light in his grasp. He then held a cup of wine in his left hand and strode toward the main seat. "Today, it is a great joy to meet the esteemed talents of the central continent. Such an opportunity is rare, and thus I would like to propose a toast to Brother Che, who has facilitated this endeavor." As he spoke, his aura intensified with each word, pressing down upon those of lesser cultivation, causing them to struggle for breath. Xiao Chen understood his path clearly. To gain recognition and earn the respect of the Yi family in the central continent, He must first vanquish the Dang's crown prince and engage in a true battle with the Chechen. Only then would he possess the sufficient leverage to pave the way for his future. Chapter 72. The Defeat of the Talents. Ingwudi's domination as Xiao Chen advanced. Step by deliberate step, his aura steadily rising, Ingwudi rose from his seat, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. It was one thing for the Chechen to thrust him forward as a shield, but it was another matter entirely for Xiao Chen to exhibit such a lack of discernment. He ought to reflect on his own capabilities. Exhibiting such arrogance before a multitude is quite unbecoming. Could he not have waited until the arena to make his move? Xiao Chen's thoughts were rather astute. He intended to harness the opportunity presented by the toast to project his aura, thereby elevating his combat spirit, while subtly directing his focus towards Chechen. Should he manage to vanquish Ingwudi, he would subsequently wield the momentum of victory to compel Chechen into confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, it would leave a profound impression on the hearts of the people of Zhongzhou. Even in defeat, he could claim that his exhaustion from 2 consecutive battles led to a narrow loss, thus enhancing his reputation. At the very least allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chechen. Ingwudi subdued his smile, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Xiao Chen approach step by step. The tension between them escalated, saturating the air with an indescribable pressure. Xiao Chen's skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, and behind him, indistinct images of divine beings began to manifest. This was an outward sign of his physical cultivation reaching extraordinary heights, a testament to his exceptionalism. The talents of the Eastern continent were astounded by Xiao Chen's display of power. Remarkably, Xiao Chen had already manifested an extraordinary phenomenon. Indeed, such manifestations could only arise from a physical cultivation of this caliber. Such prowess suggested that Xiao Chen could certainly engage with Ingwudi. Whispers of admiration wafted through the air, prompting a smile to grace Xiao Chen's lips. Should he achieve parity or even triumph over Ingwudi, his name and standing would ascend further, propelling him onto the stage of Zhongzhou. Ingwudi's expression remained unchanged, his gaze indifferent as Xiao Chen drew nearer. Prince Ing, I seek your guidance. As the words fell, Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened, and he strode confidently up the steps, his overwhelming aura surging forward like a beacon of flame. Ingwudi appeared unfazed by the mounting pressure, maintaining his serene demeanor. Upon Xiao Chen's foot landing on the first step, Ingwudi finally spoke. Xiao Chen, although your talents are indeed exceptional in the Eastern continent, today I must impart a lesson. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound shift occurred in Ingwudi's gaze, and a resounding dragon's roar emanated from within him. Allow me to demonstrate what true azure flood dragons might entail. With a commanding shout, 2 brilliant emerald lights flared in Ingwudi's eyes. Simultaneously, the ambient spiritual energy within the banquet hall seemed to freeze, halting its flow. Xiao Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt, an instinctual chill of impending danger coursing through him. The dragon's roar intensified, and Xiao Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The 2 emerald lights in Ingwudi's eyes transformed into ethereal dragons, lunging directly at Xiao Chen's face. Instinctively, he summoned all his spiritual energy to defend. But these 2 dragons appeared to lack physical form, effortlessly weaving through the tempest of spiritual energy and barreling towards him. With a swift motion, the confrontation reached its climax. Xiao Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his wine cup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground, spilling its precious contents. He struggled to steady himself. Yet the excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness within him extinguished any flicker of resistance. Thud. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he collapsed to the ground as if his very bones had been extracted. From the elevated steps, Ingwudi's gaze fell slightly, resembling a divine being surveying the earth, coldly observing the pallid face of Xiao Chen. This was the true essence of the Azure Serpent's tearing force. Silence enveloped the scene. The prodigies of the Eastern continent stared in disbelief at Xiao Chen, who lay on the ground, desperately attempting to rise. It was unfathomable that such a top-tier genius from the central continent could not withstand even a single glance from Ingwudi. Xiao Chen's face turned ashen, his body ached. But his heart ached even more. It was all gone. Everything had vanished. The beautiful future he had envisioned crumbled into fragments beneath Ingwudi's gaze. It was merely a single glance. A tumult of emotion surged within him, his mind feeling as though it had been struck by several heavy blows. Reduced to a muddled state, he could not even bear to contemplate how others would perceive him thereafter. Supported by the foremost family of the Eastern continent and himself a remarkable talent, he had succumbed to defeat and injury under a mere gaze. The ensuing doubts, ridicule, taunts, and curses were too dreadful for him to imagine. Regret, panic, and fear surged like a tide, completely engulfing every corner of his heart. Ingwudi stood like a sovereign on the battlefield, the golden dragon embroidered on his robe seeming to come alive, exuding an air of cold, fierce majesty. Xiao Chen lay prostrate on the steps. Though merely 9 steps high, they felt insurmountable, a height he would forever need to revere. It was essential to remember the brilliance of Xiao Chen's past achievements, where he had battled against formidable opponents of the same realm without a clear victor. Engaging in battles beyond his level had once been as effortless as eating or drinking. Even in defeat, he had never fallen so disgracefully. However, the gap between him and Ingwudi was merely 5 minor realms, and Xiao Chen had been confident in his ability to engage and counterattack. Even if he could not win, he should at least avoid such a humiliating defeat. Yet reality struck him with a merciless blow, shattering all his illusions. The disparity between geniuses was indeed vast. After surveying the scene for a moment, Ingwudi finally smiled. "Xiao brother, it was merely a sparring session. Do not take it to heart. To only spit blood under the true tearing force of my azure serpent in my camp speaks volumes of your status as a prodigy of the Eastern continent." His words flowed casually, as if a senior comforting a junior. Yet, given their similar ages and status as contemporaneous geniuses, it underscored that Ingwudi had never regarded Xiao Chen as an equal. The reason why Ingwudi repeatedly emphasizes the Qingjiao's tearing force is due to Ingwuji's prior defeat to the young master of the Yi family, which has tarnished the reputation of the De-ing lineage. This has led the people of Dongzhou to lose some of their rightful reverence and to question the strength of the De-ing dynasty. Since Xiao Chen has presented himself, Ingwudi does not mind sacrificing this insignificant insect to restore the honor of the De-ing dynasty. Although it seems lengthy, the time from Xiao Chen descending the steps to Ingwudi speaking was merely a few breaths. The disparity between the two was as stark as that between a firefly and the bright moon, leaving the talents of Dongzhou with a profound sense of helplessness. Even the prodigies of the Yi family had been vanquished by a mere glance. What resistance could they possibly muster? In contrast, in Zhangzhou, praises flowed like a tide, lauding Ingwudi as a true prodigy of the highest caliber, a strength that commands respect. Ingwudi feigned kindness as he descended the steps, extending a hand as if to assist Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao, we are merely sparring. Let us not disturb the harmony." This statement struck Xiao Chen like a dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. The implication was clear. He had not even unleashed his full strength. Yet, despite this, he had still been defeated so thoroughly and decisively. The title of top prodigy felt like a heavy mountain, suffocating him. The thought of how this incident would be received by the Yi family filled him with dread of mockery and derision. After a moment of silence, he strained to maintain the last shred of his dignity, refusing to grasp Ingwudi's hand, instead relying on his spiritual sword to shakily rise to his feet. "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Chen concedes. These few words nearly drained him of all his strength. A flicker of coldness passed through Ingwudi's eyes as he withdrew his hand, chuckling softly before returning to his seat. A harsh voice rang out from the Zhongzhou side. "The top prodigy of Dongzhou is merely this." Xiao Chen halted, a surge of blood rising in his throat. After a few moments of restraint, he could not help but spit it out. The people of Dongzhou glared in anger, but within that rage lay a mixture of frustration and helplessness. "Gentlemen, it is but a spar. There is no need to take it to heart." The previously silent Xiao Chen smiled and addressed Xiao Chen kindly. "Son of Xiao, we have prepared skilled healers within the chamber. Would you not seek their aid?" "No need." Observing Xiao Chen's stubbornness even in defeat, Xiao Chen lost interest in him and turned to the people of Zhongzhou, saying, "Everyone, this sparring has clearly shown that there remains a significant gap between the talents of Dongzhou and those of Zhongzhou. Such remarks can be considered polite. After suffering a series of 7 or 8 defeats, the gap is not merely slight. It is indeed a comprehensive domination. The people of the Eastern continent themselves dare not believe the disparity between the two sides is minimal." Observing the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd, Xiao Chen suddenly shifted his tone. However, returning to the matter at hand, with the rupture of the source wall, communication between the central continent and the Eastern continent has become possible. This signifies that resources from the central continent can flow into the Eastern continent, thereby presenting everyone with greater opportunities to strive for advancement and catch up, which is not an insurmountable task. The Eastern continent's talents immediately exhibited a flicker of hope in their eyes. Although the two sides currently maintain a somewhat adversarial stance, Xiao Chen's words held truth. The Eastern continent is markedly more barren than the central continent. While they covet this region, it equally brings forth broader horizons and opportunities for interaction. Perhaps, the advent of a new era may prove to be a welcome change. Xiao Chen's words ease the disappointment and gloom among the Eastern continent's talents. Their presence here attests to their commendable talent and intellect. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to such levels. As long as they can access the resources from the central continent, or even escape the constraints of the Eastern continent's flawed heavenly path to reach the central continent, their future remains bright. Of course, such thoughts were kept hidden, as no one dared to risk the scorn of the masses by defying righteousness. Observing the expressions of the Eastern continent individuals, Xiao Chen could not help but smile. After all, they are but folk from a small region. Employing both coercion and enticement to win them over is not a formidable challenge. Lin Jueying gazed at the excitement in the eyes of the Eastern continent's talents and could not help but sigh. These individuals are indeed Na'vi. Do they truly believe that aligning themselves with the central continent will lead to a favorable outcome? If the resources of the central continent were ample, why would they covet the even more barren lands of the Eastern continent? If they were to strip the Eastern continent bare, it would already be a testament to the central continent's magnanimity. As for cultivation resources, if they themselves have no use for them, why should they be shared with the opportunistic people of the Eastern continent? Yet, even though everyone understands this rationale, the insatiable desires and personal ambitions drive them to take a gamble. The allure of the central continent's cultivation resources and complete heavenly path is not something an ordinary person can resist. Xiao Chen continued. As long as you all can coexist peacefully with the central continent, we shall all enjoy a splendid future together. I kindly ask you to raise your glasses and a toast to our bright future. The talents of the Eastern continent raised their cups in recognition of Xiao Chen's sentiments. However, at that moment, a somewhat flippant and arrogant voice echoed from outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing that young Master Xiao Chen of the central continent has invited the young generation of the Eastern continent, why have my spouse and I not received an invitation? Such audacious words instantly provoked the ire of the central continent's talents. The people of the Eastern continent were equally intrigued, wondering who this individual might be, as it seemed from his tone that he was indeed one of their own. Only Xiao Chen's gaze momentarily tightened, his heart filled with astonishment and perplexity. Yichangsheng, how did he arrive? Was it not said that one would not attend without an invitation? Accompanied by measured footsteps, an exceptionally handsome pair of individuals appeared at the edge of the square. Yichangsheng rarely had the opportunity to dress up, adorned in a cerulean spiritual robe, with a jade pendant dangling from his waist. His long hair was elegantly tied back with a simple hair tie, enhancing his carefree and untamed demeanor. Beside him stood an enchanting beauty, gracefully poised, her icy blue gown accentuating her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, almost akin to a celestial being. Yichangsheng and Gu Qingyi. Some recognized their identities, exclaiming in astonishment. It was no surprise. Yichangsheng's reputation in the Eastern continent had eclipsed even that of Xiao Chen. After all, he was once notorious as a waste of potential, and everyone relished the spectacle surrounding top-tier powers. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Yichangsheng maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally he was in turmoil. Initially, he felt elated upon hearing that the Tianjia conference had invited Xiao Chen. He had never been fond of such bustling gatherings, especially considering the underlying motives of the central continent. Whether for showmanship or disgrace, neither appealed to him. He had anticipated that, given the system's nature, a task would inevitably be assigned. However, to his surprise, there had been no notification during the council meeting, which had left him in a good mood for a while. Yet, shortly after returning, that familiar, cold voice resonated, as the system issued a task mandating his participation in the upcoming Tianjiao gathering. Yichangsheng felt an immense reluctance within. Yet upon glimpsing the rewards inscribed above, he could not help but be tempted. The supreme gift of the Azure Dragon Sacred Body cultivation technique was enough to evoke an involuntary grimace from him. Were it not for the system's perpetually frigid demeanor, he might have suspected it possessed a wicked sense of humor. It was evident that he had no desire to partake. Yet the very thing he needed most was presented as a reward, which seemed a deliberate act of torment. Reluctantly, he grappled with his inner turmoil and accepted the task. Nevertheless, as it was a matter of seeking acclaim, he felt somewhat awkward undertaking it alone, thus he implored Gu Qingyi to accompany him. Chapter 74. The heir of the Yi family's forceful provocation. Initially, Gu Qingyi was opposed. After all, the celestial gathering had not extended an invitation to her, and her tranquil disposition made her averse to becoming embroiled in such affairs. However, unable to withstand Yichangsheng's persistent coaxing, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the couple arrived at the celestial gathering together. Xiao Chen gazed in a daze at Gu Qingyi's ethereal beauty, momentarily feeling as though he had encountered a celestial being. He had witnessed numerous stunning beauties, yet none exuded the otherworldly aura that she possessed, rendering them mere mortals in comparison. Meanwhile, Ingwudi finally comprehended why his inept brother clung to thoughts of that woman, even after enduring a beating. Xiao Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. However, before he could utter a word, the individuals from the eastern continent began to whisper amongst themselves. What was Yu Changxing doing here? Who could say? After all, as someone incapable of cultivation, was it not rather futile for him to appear in a gathering of prodigies? The relentless murmurs of speculation and derision fell on deaf ears for Yu Changxing, whose gaze remained fixed upon the three individuals at the center. Noticing Xiao Chen's peculiar scrutiny, instinct compelled him to grasp Gu Qingyi's hand, raising an eyebrow in a boastful manner towards the trio. A flicker of anger crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. Yet he maintained his cultivated persona as a modest gentleman, unwilling to shatter that image he had upheld for so long. With a gentle swish of his feather fan, he smiled and spoke. Brother Yi, you are mistaken. It is not that I have failed to invite you. Rather, there have been rumors from the eastern continent suggesting that you possess no interest in martial arts. How could I be so uncouth as to disregard such a sentiment? His words were a veiled jibe, subtly mocking Yu Changxing's perceived inadequacies, though phrased more delicately. The past is the past, and the present is the present. This young master has now taken an interest in martial arts. Day after day, I have been plagued by those unworthy scoundrels who covet my dear Qingyi. If I do not take action soon, some may truly believe I am easy to bully. Ingwudi frowned at this declaration. Who else could it be that coveted Gu Qingyi? Naturally, it was his brother, Ingwuji. Yi Changxing's words were evidently directed at Ingwuji, which seemed rather disrespectful to him and the grading dynasty. However, what followed next left everyone questioning whether he had lost his senses. Furthermore, with such an unparalleled physique, should he not take the opportunity to showcase it, lest it be a waste of such a treasure? After speaking, he paid no mind to the peculiar expressions of those around him, and with Gu Qingyi in tow, he surveyed the area before finally arriving at Lin Jing's table. Brother Lin, I've traveled quite a distance and am rather famished. Would you mind if I took a few bites here? Without waiting for a response, Yu Changxing proceeded to pick up a spirit fruit and began to munch on it heartily. Lin Jing could only smile in disbelief. Shifting his position to allow Yu Changxing and Gu Qingyi to sit down, he then sighed softly, Brother Yi, you may be a bit too reckless. Yu Changxing paid no mind, patting Lin Jing's shoulder with a jovial smile. Fear not, my brother Lin. Given our past triumph in shattering Ingwuji's head, with my unparalleled physique, what is there to worry about? Right, my dear wife? He suddenly turned to Gu Qingyi, winking playfully at her. Gu Qingyi instantly grasped the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, a charming shyness that drew the attention of the men around her. However, his remark captured the interest of many. Initially, they had come merely to spectate, but his words inadvertently stirred their memories. After all, Yu Changxing had indeed vanquished Ingwuji. If he were not deemed a genius, then what did that make Ingwuji and those beneath him? Ingwuji's countenance darkened. His gaze towards Yu Changxing laced with a hint of murderous intent. Such words were clearly a slight against the Granding dynasty. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Chen interjected, Brother Yi, you speak too harshly. I was unaware of your interest in martial arts. Since you have chosen to come, it is merely a matter of adding a couple of seats. Bring forth the guests. Yu Changxing abruptly interrupted his words, casually tossing the fruit pit into the seat of the genius from Central Continent. Amidst a flurry of curses, he wore a half smile and remarked, There's no need for a seat. Frankly, I have little interest in such ostentatious displays. Today, I merely wish to inquire why, having spent some time in the Eastern Continent, you have not deigned to pay your respects to my Yu family? Has the Divine Hall been so preoccupied with your training that they neglected to teach you the proper etiquette? The smile on Xiao Chen's face instantly froze. Such astonishing words flowed from Yu Changxing's lips without the slightest hesitation, as if he were oblivious to the change in Xiao Chen's expression. Casually munching on the fruit while casting sidelong glances. It should be noted that this was a genius from the Central Continent. Even Xiao Chen struggled to withstand a single strike from the undefeated, not to mention the formidable Xiao Chen, who seemed to possess a dominant presence. Yu Changxing spoke boldly, seemingly unafraid of the potential repercussions. Ingwudi cast a sideways glance at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with inquiry. At this moment, Gu Qingyi finally extricated herself from those embarrassing memories and instinctively echoed Yu Changxing's question. Indeed, as a junior. Why have you not come to visit the esteemed elder of the Yi family? Xiao Chen's heart raced, forcing himself to suppress his fury. Young master, you jests. I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with the customs of the Yi family. It would be rather presumptuous to intrude uninvited. Hence I intended to gather more understanding before paying a visit. Though he maintained a facade of politeness, he secretly wished to see Xiao Chen suffer grievously. It was precisely because the Yi family had not come to pay their respects that he orchestrated this gathering of prodigies, inviting Xiao Chen to provoke the Yi family, only to find himself confronted first. He had anticipated a visit from the Yi family, not the other way around. How disingenuous. Did he truly believe his own words? The onlookers fell silent, realizing that Yu Changsheng had not come to partake in the gathering of prodigies, but rather to incite trouble. Xiao Chen stood behind the divine temple. His unceremonious inquiries could provoke a dangerous response. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen managed to force a smile. Young brother Yi, you jest. I find myself quite pressed for time and cannot afford to waste it. I had planned to visit the Yi family once matters here concluded. Yet you arrived even sooner than I expected. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as it appeared Xiao Chen chose to de-escalate the situation. The outcome of a confrontation between the two was uncertain, but those of lesser standing were bound to suffer the consequences. The Yi family, after all, boasted a formidable presence with a powerful virtual emperor among their ranks, making them not easily trifled with. In this era, the barriers of the source wall still imposed significant limitations, and with the elite forces of Zhengzhou unable to cross over, the head of the Yi family remained their greatest asset and bastion of strength. Indeed, the talented and noble figures of the Divine Temple often overlooked the Yi family. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, and young Master Che was no ordinary dragon. Yi Changsheng smiled faintly, his words laced with unmistakable mockery, anger, unbridled fury. As a prodigy of the Divine Temple, Xiao Chen had never before endured such scorn. Not even in the heart of the central continent, let alone in this modest eastern region. Were it not for his apprehension toward the enigmatic figure of the Yi family, he would have relished the opportunity to rend this audacious individual asunder on the spot. Taking several deep breaths, a semblance of a smile emerged on Xiao Chen's face. Patience is paramount. I must remain composed and consider the greater picture. Repeating this mantra within, he managed to retain his composure. Ha ha, young Master Yi, you jest. I am hardly a formidable dragon, and I would never dare to act presumptuously before the Yi family, who have long held dominion over the eastern region. How could one from the central continent possibly compare? Our Divine Temple intends to foster collaboration and mutual prosperity with the families of the eastern region. We need not cling to a solitary tree, correct? Xiao Chen's words were imbued with insidious intent. While he appeared to bow before the Yi family, he was, in truth, subtly instigating discord among the various factions. The flourishing tree is inevitably beset by the tempest. For many years, the Yi family has stood tall at the pinnacle of the eastern continent, and countless individuals and factions have yearned for its abrupt downfall, hoping to feast upon the remains of this colossal entity. The subsequent remark, "It is not imperative to cling to a single tree," subtly threatened Yi Changsheng, implying that assuming control of the eastern continent need not necessitate selecting the Yi family as its proxy. Concurrently, he conveyed to the prodigies of the eastern continent that the era of the Yi family's unchallenged dominance is irrevocably over. With the intervention from the central continent, those lurking in the shadows could now engage in their covert schemes without the previous apprehensions. It must be acknowledged that these words wielded considerable influence. Many in the eastern continent began to regard Yu Changsheng with veiled glances, their minds seemingly concocting unknown plots. A moment's inattention could easily plunge the Yi family into peril. Nevertheless, Yi Changsheng remained unfazed, even displaying a leisurely demeanor as he playfully placed a grape into Gu Qingyi's mouth. TSK, what a serious statement from young Master Che. Our Yi family hardly qualifies as a local tyrant, not in comparison to the formidable dragons of your central continent. Furthermore, to reiterate, if the central continent dismisses us, the Yi family is certainly not the type to eagerly seek favor like a sycophant. By the way, I forgot to mention something. During a conversation with my father, he mentioned that he has maintained some rapport with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas in the western continent. I find this quite intriguing. If young Master Che has any insights regarding the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, I would be grateful for your disclosure, as it would enhance my understanding. Upon uttering this, the expressions of Xiao Chen and several others shifted simultaneously. Yet, Yu Changsheng appeared oblivious to the situation, turning his attention towards Xiao Chen, his smile vanishing entirely. Why don't you just leave? Are you not embarrassed enough to linger here? In that instant, Xiao Chen clenched his fists, the fury and frustration bubbling within him, threatening to overwhelm his rationality. After all, he was a divine son, a representative of the Yi family at the celestial gathering. The humiliation of having been wounded by a mere glance from Ingwudi was already unbearable, and now this scoundrel had the audacity to berate him publicly. Showing him no semblance of dignity, his fists tightened and then relaxed, only to tighten once more, and ultimately, Xiao Chen grimly swallowed his resentment. This grand assembly of prodigies had failed to fulfill any of his envisioned prospects, and now he found himself burdened with a tarnished reputation. Being humiliated to such an extent would surely become a laughingstock if word got out. Having failed to leap over the Dragon Gate, he feared that upon returning to the Yi family, his standing and resources would be significantly compromised. With this dismal defeat, the possessions he once held dear might slip away from him. In this moment, the vanquished held no voice. After greeting, Yu Chongqing paid no heed to the expressions of those around him and rose to depart. Gu Qingyi linked her arm with his as they walked side by side, followed closely by the pallid-faced Xiao Chen and 3 junior members of the Yi family. All eyes were fixated on the trio from the Chechen clan. Yu Chongqing's audacity in brazenly intruding upon the banquet to provoke them warranted some form of reprimand, did it not? Chechen gazed at Yu Chongqing's retreating figure, his eyes dark and profound like an abyss, his thoughts consumed by matters concerning the Yi family. The underlying implication in Yi Chongqing's words clearly indicates that the Yi family has successfully allied itself with the great ship of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Should pressure be exerted from the central continent, it is certain they would tilt towards that direction, although the veracity of this matter remains uncertain. The confidence with which he spoke left Chechen hesitant to take a gamble. Thus, while harboring disdain for Yi Chongqing's arrogance, he found himself at an impasse. Wary of the Yi family. With a grim expression as he watched Yu Chongqing and his companions prepare to depart, Ingwudi could no longer restrain himself and whispered, "What should we do about this?" Chechen, internally seething with anger, thought to himself, "What else can be done? That scoundrel Yu Chongqing must die. He absolutely must perish." Yet, the more pressing concern was to stabilize the situation first. Despite appearing to bask in glory as a prodigious figure of the temple, even the crown prince of the Great Wind had to show him some regard. However, the true circumstances were known only to him. The temple was no ordinary force. Its rules were so stringent that they bordered on inhumane. His ascent to his current position, apart from his considerable talent, was due to his ability to repeatedly fulfill the tasks assigned by the temple. Consequently, his hands were stained with much blood, and he understood all too well the dire fate that awaited those who failed. For the temple, the only faction in the eastern continent that could catch its eye was the Yi family. Others were simply overlooked. Hence, Chechen's mission in the eastern continent was to draw the Yi family closer to the temple. To take action against Yu Chongqing would signify the temple's stance and declare the mission a failure. Perhaps he could indeed eliminate Yu Chongqing and withstand the inevitable retaliation from the Yi family. However, the repercussions of mission failure within the temple were exceedingly grave and would demand a life in payment. Such an endeavor was hardly worth the risk. As long as he did not wish to perish alongside Yu Chongqing, there was only one path to tread, to fulfill the temple's mission. After a prolonged silence, as Yu Chongqing and his entourage vanished from sight, he finally exhaled, the coldness in his gaze gradually dissipating. Let them go. Chapter 76. The Dilemma of Tianying Pavilion. Ingwudi paused, taken aback, and regarded Chechen with surprise. In his recollection, Chechen had never been so accommodating. "Are you truly certain about letting them go?" The previously silent Kong Yin finally spoke, her icy eyes revealing a flicker of doubt beneath her veil. She, too, was familiar with Chechen, making his choice all the more unexpected. Chechen sensed the skepticism from his companions. What would be gained by not letting them leave? The humiliation of being publicly confronted and ridiculed by Yu Chongqing already left him in a foul mood, and now with his companions doubting him, an edge of anger and impatience crept into his tone. Ingwudi's expression darkened. "If Yu Chongqing has offended you, do not take it out on us. If you truly have the capability to kill him, why direct your ire at us?" Kong Yin offered her gentle counsel. "Brother Che, there is no need to be so agitated over such matters." Although her words were not explicitly articulated, it was evident that she too felt a tinge of discontent, quietly aligning herself with Ingwudi's sentiments. After being met with Ingwudi's fiery retorts, Chechen finally regained his composure. Sensing the displeasure in their tones, he inhaled deeply and declared, "Let us consider this matter concluded. I have no desire to prolong this entanglement. You are both well aware of the significance of the Yi family to the eastern continent. It would be quite challenging to establish dominance there without their cooperation. Thus, there is no need to provoke me with such rhetoric. I shall fulfill my obligations." What we must now focus on is determining whether the Yi family indeed has ties to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. If such connections exist, we will need to recalibrate our strategies in the Eastern continent. Ing Wudi and Kong Yin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice further comments. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Yi Changsheng held Gu Qingyi's hand as they admired the magnificent scenery. My dear, your words were rather intense just now. Do you think he will retaliate? Yi Changsheng smiled gently and shook his head. Rest assured, Qingyi, he will not. Why is that? Gu Qingyi felt a bit curious about the source of his confidence. For after all, the Yi family hardly seemed a match for the divine temple. Yi Changsheng pointed upwards and said, Our father has informed me that the regulations of the divine hall are exceedingly stringent. Every task left unfulfilled incurs severe penalties. Xiao Chen, having reached this stage, would undoubtedly be reluctant to relinquish what he has acquired. Moreover, the primary objective for which the divine hall has dispatched him is likely to court the favor of our Yi family. Should he take my life? It would engender an irreconcilable enmity between our family and him, thereby ensuring the failure of his mission and subjecting him to the divine hall's retribution. Furthermore, let us not forget that our father is a master of the Void Emperor realm, even if he were to kill me. There is no escape for him from the Eastern continent. Should he unluckily manage to flee, the divine hall would certainly execute him to preserve our father's honor. When a Void Emperor becomes enraged, even the divine hall would find it difficult to cope. Therefore, from any perspective, there is no necessity for him to take my life. Gu Qingyi suddenly understood and couldn't help but smile, praising. So my husband is such a wise man. I had thought you were merely impulsive. Yi Changsheng feigned displeasure, saying, You little girl, did you truly consider me a mere brute before? Not at all, she replied. Humph, whether or not that is the case. You are well aware in your heart. I am quite unhappy, and when we return, I shall certainly impose a fitting punishment upon you. Ah? And what sort of punishment does my husband have in mind? Well, engaging in dual cultivation would suffice. As Yi Changsheng and his wife departed, the gathering of the young heroes came to a hasty conclusion. The objectives of the Chechen party were only partially fulfilled, aside from establishing dominance in the Eastern continent. Their efforts were largely in vain. The sudden appearance of Yi Changsheng has successfully disrupted the schemes aimed at the Yi family. More importantly, the vague hints he has dropped regarding a possible connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas have caused the Eastern continent forces, which had begun to entertain other thoughts, to retreat into silence. Should the central continent fail to act as a reliable ally against the pressures exerted by the Yi family, few among the Eastern continent dare to defy them. In an era of great contention, a single misstep can lead to a cascade of failures, and no one is willing to take such a risk. Consequently, the influence of the talented gathering swiftly diminished, instead serving to further elevate Yi Changsheng's reputation. With the stark contrast presented by Xiao Chen, Yi Changsheng's demeanor remained neither obsequious nor arrogant when faced with the elites of the three major forces from the central continent. His audacious mockery was met with admiration by countless Eastern continent denizens. No one wishes to see their homeland thoroughly exploited. The Eastern continent must be governed by its own people. However, this has also incited a wave of anxiety among various factions. After all, the Yi family has offended the central continent's divine hall and harbors some conflicts with the Grading dynasty. Aside from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, no direct communication has occurred, effectively antagonizing two major powers. Yet, even under these circumstances, the central continent, lacking formidable experts, dares not take action against the Yi family. Instead, they resort to subtle machinations to sow discord, hoping to incite the myriad Eastern continent forces to ostracize the Yi family and leave them isolated and defenseless. In the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Zhuiying, after watching the Divine Hall's representatives depart, turned to the Pavilion Master and inquired, Master, must we truly involve ourselves in this matter? The Pavilion Master hesitated, sighing as he replied uncertainly, I am also at a loss. Perhaps we should consult the ancestor before making a decision. It must be said that the conditions proposed by the central continent are indeed enticing, difficult to resist. By the way, what are your thoughts, disciple? Lin Zhuiying furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding with gravity. Master, I believe we should refrain from severing ties with the Yi family. Oh, what is your reasoning? Lin Zhuiying raised 3 fingers. First, we are forces of the Eastern continent. Our roots lie within this land, and we must continue to reside here. Collaborating with the central continent would tarnish our reputation. Second, the Yi family is after all one of our top families in the Eastern continent. and there are rumors of their connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The central continent, being a foreign force, ultimately lacks the deep foundations that the Yi family possesses. The outcome of a true confrontation remains uncertain. Third, and most crucially, if the conditions of the central continent are genuinely so favorable, Master, have you not considered what their intentions might be regarding the eastern continent? The promised resources seem almost twice as valuable as what we possess. Can they truly afford to part with them? Such a ruse of empty-handed deceit warrants cautious consideration. Upon hearing Lin Juiying's analysis, the pavilion master furrowed his brow. Then by your reasoning, we truly cannot hastily agree to collaborate with the central continent? Lin Juiying shook his head, stating, this matter is of great importance to the sect. As a disciple, I dare not take it upon myself to decide. Only the master and the ancestor hold the authority to make such determinations. However, I believe that for the enduring prosperity of the Tianying sect, we must approach this issue with utmost caution and not hastily lean towards Zhongzhou. Chapter 77. The uncertainties of the Yi family's situation. A few days later, the events surrounding Xiao Chen at the Tianjiao Grand Assembly spread like wildfire. The undeniable fact of his consecutive defeats in combat instilled a sense of concern among various factions, deepening their fear of Zhongzhou's formidable might. Yet, simultaneously, Xiao Chen's resolute stance on behalf of the Yi family rekindled a flicker of hope within them. Despite Zhongzhou's ferocity, as long as the Yi family stood firm, the eastern continent's forces could unite to pose a challenge. Nevertheless, some skeptics opined that this was merely a strategic maneuver by the Yi family. The connections among the various states had existed for an extended period. Yet there had been no prior exchanges. What justified the Yi family's newfound affiliation with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? These two schools of thought clashed incessantly across the eastern continent, further muddling the situation. Regardless, Xiao Chen's reputation had been irrevocably transformed, dispelling the mockery and derision that had followed him due to his perceived inadequacies. While some praised him, others slandered him. No one dared to question his intellect any longer. During this period, the three major powers of Zhongzhou adopted an unusually low profile, refraining from their previous brazen conduct. Yet, all were acutely aware that their temporary retreat might merely be a prelude to a more insidious plot. After all, given Zhongzhou's strength, if they truly resolved to act against the eastern continent, there would be no need to overly fear the distant kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The Yi family. Zhengge. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Please focus on your cultivation. A young man, who had once participated in the Tianjiao Grand Assembly alongside Xiao Chen, cheerfully declined Xiao Chen's invitation to converse within. Watching the retreating figure, Xiao Chen's expression darkened, his chest heaving violently. Once upon a time, such individuals would obediently comply before him. How dared they today reject his invitation with such blatant disregard? TSK. Their relationship had been quite amicable before. What had caused this rift? Who could say? However, I have heard it is connected to the last Tianjiao Grand Assembly. Our esteemed Xiao Shensi had intended to make a name for himself, but was rendered speechless by a single glance from the Crown Prince of Dang. Ultimately, it was the young master who personally intervened to bring him back. Is that so? Isn't Xiao Shensi the most formidable genius in our eastern continent? Indeed, he was once unparalleled, but that was merely the young master concealing his true strength. Remember how he was unable to confront Wenwuji? He only salvaged his pride through the young master's intervention. Some individuals thrive only in familiar surroundings. They crumble when faced with adversity. Such people cannot uphold the future of our Yi family. At that moment, Xiao Chen wished fervently that his keen senses were dulled. He absorbed every word of the clan members' discussions in mockery, each syllable piercing his heart. Rage, bitterness, and jealousy intertwined within him, making Xiao Chen yearn to vanish from the Yi family altogether. Yet, his aspirations for advancement were inextricably tied to their support. Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng. This name echoed in his mind like a malevolent incantation, tightly constricting his thoughts. Every encounter related to this person seemed to end unfavorably. Yi Changsheng, I shall certainly kill you. He roared silently within, his countenance as dark as a storm cloud, as he stormed into the courtyard and slammed the door behind him. The Saint of Kanglin, contained within his ring, let out a long sigh before offering words of comfort. Xiao Chen, do not allow fleeting emotions to hinder your future path of cultivation. Xiao Chen remained silent, uncertain if he absorbed the counsel. Though you have faced defeat once, it is not without merit. In the myriad realms of Wan Yuan continent, exceptional talents abound. It is commonplace to encounter those who surpass you. There is no need to harbor grudges over temporary victories or losses. Remember, Those who tread the path of the emperor must possess not only exceptional talent, but also unwavering spirit and mentality. After this heartfelt advice, Xiao Chen reluctantly acknowledged, but fell silent once more. The Saint of Kanglin understood the profound impact this incident had on Xiao Chen, ultimately realizing he must navigate this turmoil alone. Meanwhile, in the council hall, the elders gathered, with Yu Chongqing and Gu Qingyi also present. The Grand Elder chuckled. The young master has performed remarkably this time, allowing our Yi family to vent our frustrations. Indeed, the Yi family is no mere plaything to be molded at will by the central continent. Absolutely not. Were it not for the young master, our family would have faced a significant embarrassment this time. The air is filled with praises from all directions, yet Yi Chongqing finds the clamor nothing short of bothersome. Were it not for his father's earnest insistence that he attend, he would currently be immersed in his training on the back mountain. Nevertheless, although he harbors no further thoughts on the matter, the tangible rewards that come from fulfilling his duties are undeniable. Presently, the cultivation technique of the Qing Tsang sacred body resides within his mind. Provided he can carve out time to diligently practice, he will undoubtedly be able to fully heal the hidden injuries within him. As he drifts in contemplation, his father's voice breaks through the reverie. Chongqing, based on your observations, what is the stance of the Divine Temple and the Dang dynasty regarding this matter? Yu Chongqing regained his composure and pondered for a moment before hesitantly remarking, at that time, Chechnya refrained from taking action against me. Seemingly wary of the connection between our Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Moreover, to put it another way, even if they desired to strike, the current limitations of the crevices in the rock face render them devoid of the means to do so in the absence of formidable experts. Yu Chongqing's words garnered considerable agreement. The second elder nodded and remarked, this matter certainly warrants their concern. However, the central continent is undeniably formidable, and we must not entirely disregard this issue. Father Yi nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the threat from Zhengzhou, emphasizing the necessity of preparing multiple contingency plans. After speaking, he suddenly turned to Yu Chongqing with a smile, remarking, however, Chongqing, you have indeed performed remarkably in several recent matters, earning widespread acclaim throughout the entirety of Dongzhou. Yu Chongqing blushed and said, is it truly that exaggerated, Father? TSK, I cannot articulate this clearly. You should seek to understand it better yourself. Having spoken, he turned to face the assembled elders, his expression shifting to one of gravity. At present, our Yi family faces an unprecedented shift alongside the Eastern continent. If we seize this opportunity, it could herald a new beginning, regardless of the circumstances. Our Yi family has endured in the Eastern continent for so long due to our collective unity and relentless efforts. Therefore, as the head of the family, I sincerely hope that during this period, all of you can stand united to help us navigate through this challenging time. The elders responded in unison, their confidence palpable. After the meeting concluded and everyone began to depart, Yi Chongqing approached his father and whispered, Father, is it true that our Yi family has ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, or is it merely a fabrication? His father cast a glance at him but remained silent. Are you curious about this matter? Then take your time to ponder it. Chapter 78. The Hidden Connections of the Land of 10,000 Buddhas. Yi Chongqing felt helpless. His father was being enigmatic as ever. Although he understood that this was intended to maintain suspense and exert pressure on Zhengzhou, his curiosity was insatiable, clawing at him like a restless cat. After uttering a cryptic remark, Ye's father turned and departed, leaving Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi staring at each other in bewilderment. Qingyi, do you think our Yi family truly has connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Yi Chongqing stroked his chin and inquired, harboring a sense of doubt within. Gu Qingyi shook her head, asserting, this was spoken by father. It must possess some credibility. Moreover, the ultimate aim is to instill apprehension in Zhengzhou, making it all the more advantageous that certainty remains elusive, don't you think? Indeed, he nodded in agreement and dismissed the matter from his mind. After all, should calamity descend, there would be taller figures to bear the burden. His meager cultivation held little significance in the grand scheme of things. The most pressing concern now was to seize this fleeting moment of tranquility to diligently enhance his own abilities. The grand event of the talented gathering had concluded, and the three major powers of Zhengzhou had temporarily quieted, allowing Dongzhou to bask in an unusual serenity. Yet, those with even a modicum of insight understood that beneath this calm, more intense upheavals were surely brewing. Whether in Dongzhou or Zhengzhou, attention was now primarily focused on Yi Chongqing's words. Is there a connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? How credible is this matter? Various factions are covertly seeking to verify this claim, yet a definitive answer remains elusive. Gradually, rumors have emerged from unknown sources, suggesting that an ancestor of the Yi family once engaged in philosophical discourse with the Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, making a connection between the two parties quite plausible. Moreover, within the Yi family, numerous martial arts and divine techniques inherited from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas serve as indirect evidence supporting this assertion. What lends the most credence to this news is, surprisingly, the cultivation level of the head of the Yi family. It is widely acknowledged that the heavenly path of the Eastern continent is incomplete. Over the centuries, there have been many extraordinarily talented individuals, yet all have ultimately faltered at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, struggling to ascend further. However, the head of the Yi family has shattered the constraints of this realm, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the virtual emperor stage. If there exists any individual or faction capable of achieving such a feat, apart from the elite powers of the other four continents, it is indeed improbable for anyone else to accomplish it. The reason for the remarkable cultivation of the great Emperor Yi family is likely attributed to the clandestine assistance from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. This conjecture is both rational and substantiated, compelling one to concede its plausibility. After all, the difficulty of transcending the constraints of the heavenly Tao is a sentiment shared by those of profound cultivation. However, just as this rumor stirs up a tumult, an entirely different wave of skepticism emerges, supported by equally compelling arguments. The patriarch of the Yi family has long since passed, the years stretching beyond count. If this claim holds any truth, one must ponder the longevity of the Buddha. How many years has he truly lived? The sheer magnitude of such a temporal span is astonishing, and it seems implausible that any mortal could attain such a feat as time progresses. The dissenting voices grow increasingly absurd. After a fortnight of diligent cultivation, Yi Changxing felt it was time to venture forth, and thus he took Gu Qingyi to stroll through the cities surrounding the Yi family estate. The Yi family, as a prominent force in the Eastern continent, has constructed a remarkably prosperous city around their residence. The couple, being still in their youth, is indeed intrigued by such a lively locale. Qingyi, do you not perceive the delightful aroma? Yi Changxing greedily inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafting through the air, his head swiveling as he surveyed his surroundings. Gu Qingyi was equally drawn in by the fragrant scents, pointing towards a nearby tavern to their left. Husband, she exclaimed. The delightful fragrance of the food seems to be emanating from there. Come, today the young master invites you to indulge in some exquisite delicacies. Yi Changxing, feigning arrogance with hands on his hips, led Gu Qingyi into the tavern. As they settled at their table, the conversation from a nearby group captured their attention. Have you heard? Recently, rumors have spread in Dongzhou, claiming that the Yi family has ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. I wonder if there's any truth to it. Another voice immediately interjected. Of course it's true. The Yi family is not some insignificant entity. Such claims must have substantial backing. How could that be? The rumors suggest that the ancestor of the Yi family debated with the Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Have you considered how long ago that was? The Yi family's ancestor passed away over 1,000 years ago. Is it conceivable that the Buddha still lives? Well, that seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? TSK, you are easily astonished. I have heard that the Buddha possesses unparalleled power and has pierced the secrets of the river of time, which allows him to exist perpetually. There is a widespread belief that the three supreme holy Buddhas are merely manifestations of the same Buddha. Think about it. Such an extraordinary practitioner living for an extended period isn't surprising, is it? As the discussion continued, Yi Changxing remarked, his expression a mix of bemusement and intrigue. How can the rumors become increasingly absurd? Such is the nature of gossip. There will always be individuals who embellish and exaggerate the tale. Yi Changxing nodded and remarked, that is indeed true. However, there is a silver lining. As my father once said, at least until the truth is revealed, the forces from Zhangzhou will hesitate to act recklessly. After finishing their meal, the two wandered for a while before returning to the Yi residence. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with an impending storm, yet within the clan, under the firm guidance of Ye's father, an unusual tranquility prevailed. The rumors circulating outside were well known to the Yi family, yet Ye's father chose to remain taciturn, a stance that the upper echelons naturally emulated. Although the tales from Dongzhou began to grow increasingly bizarre, the Yi family maintained their silence, as if they had no intention of addressing the matter. This demeanor, observed by the powers in Zhongzhou, only served to heighten their anxiety and apprehension. The Yi family, being a prominent force, would never make baseless claims. It is important to recognize that the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas is not to be trifled with. Should they discover someone leveraging their name as a shield, they might very well purge their ranks. The audacity of the Yi family to allow such rumors to circulate throughout the region, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of them reaching the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, only serves to strengthen the suspicion of their potential connection to that formidable power. This conjecture weighs heavily on the minds of the three major factions in the central continent. If they cannot subdue the Yi family, their ambitions in the eastern continent will encounter significant obstacles. Among them, Xiao Chen from the temple is particularly anxious, as the representative dispatched to the eastern continent. His mission is to win over the Yi family. However, if the Yi family is indeed entangled with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it likely signifies the imminent failure of his assignment. The repercussions from the temple are daunting even to him. Thus, he cannot accept the prospect of such a mission ending in failure. Chapter 79. The unpredictable situation in the eastern continent within the Jiang Pavilion. Xiao Chen, Kong Yin, and Ing Wudi are present. The teacups on the table have long lost their warmth, indicating that they have been seated for an extended period. After a moment of silence, Ing Wudi speaks first. This matter is of utmost importance to us. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. Xiao Chen inhales deeply, a rare expression of concern crossing his face. That is indeed true. The Yi family is vital to the eastern continent. Gaining their support would mean securing nearly half of the regional power, which would significantly aid our control over the eastern continent. Moreover, the fissures on the rock face continue to expand, and I trust you understand the eventual outcome? Kong Yan's melodious voice interjects. The rupture of the source wall signifies an influx of spiritual energy into the eastern continent, transforming this area into the most spiritually abundant location on the myriad source continent for a time. Various resources and spiritual entities will rapidly accumulate, potentially even giving rise to rare phenomena. Even without those, cultivation here would yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, Kong Yin pauses, her tone taking on a more serious note. When the source wall finally breaks, the heavenly Tao of the eastern continent will be complemented and merged with those of other realms from the myriad source continent. At that juncture, the fluctuations of the laws of heaven and earth on the eastern continent will be profoundly pronounced, presenting an invaluable opportunity for the seasoned practitioners to experience the great Tao. Such occurrences are rare, happening only once in a millennium, and could very well elevate those venerable figures to unprecedented heights. It is possible that several esteemed emperors may emerge as a result. If there were individuals from the eastern continent present, they would surely attain sudden enlightenment from the words of Kong Yin. It is no wonder that the central continent has persistently schemed against the east. This locale, characterized by its barren resources and fractured heavenly principles, should, by all accounts, be deemed undesirable. Their investments are in the transformation of the East's future, rather than its present state. This matter is well understood among the three of them, and the elders of their respective factions have also speculated on it. Ing Wudi sighed and remarked, however, at present, both our grading dynasty and the Divine Hall have fallen into disfavor with the Yi family, making the prospect of collaboration exceedingly bleak. Only your heavenly mechanism pavilion remains relatively unscathed, as you have not engaged in any direct conflict with the Yi family. Nevertheless, with the foresight exhibited by our two factions, it seems that the opportunities for the heavenly mechanism pavilion are also limited. Kong Yin nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. The current situation has become quite dire, leaving them in a predicament. The connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas is decidedly unfavorable news for them. With the three prominent families already established in the eastern continent, the prospect of the kingdom inserting itself further diminishes their potential gains. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen appeared to have resolved something within himself, taking a deep breath and stating, "I shall pay a visit to the Yi family." Upon hearing this, Ing Wudi raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Xiao Chen, do you truly mean that? What other option do I have?" He replied, "Let us not forget that Yi Changxing harbors no fondness for you. Are you certain that your visit will not result in humiliation?" After a brief silence, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. "And what of it? You are well aware of the stringent rules governing the temple. Should I fail to fulfill this mission, the repercussions upon my return would be far more brutal than any embarrassment at the hands of the Yi family." Ing Wudi and Kong Yin fell silent, understanding the terrifying nature of the temple's punishments, and their concern for Xiao Chen was entirely justified. However, the pressing issue remained. The Yi family's stance was ambiguous, and it was highly unlikely that they would agree to collaborate with Zhangzhou. Kong Yin voiced her apprehensions, and Ing Wudi concurred. Yet Xiao Chen remained confident. "I have considered this matter as well. For now, we need not overthink it. After all, we have 3 top-tier forces in Zhongzhou. Even the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas would struggle against us when we unite. Our goals align, and there is little conflict in our interests. Cooperation against external threats should be easily attainable. Furthermore, the Yi family are not fools. Despite their backing from the kingdom, they cannot afford to offend Zhongzhou lightly. Besides, my visit is merely a means to gauge their attitude. It should not be too excessive. These words were but a fade. In truth, Xiao Chen's considerations extended beyond these grander strategic factors. It was also about securing his future. Although the temple was rich in resources, its stringent regulations loomed overhead like a sword of Damocles. His arduous efforts in arriving at the eastern continent hinged on the successful completion of this mission, which would significantly impact his prospects in vying for the position of temple master. Were it not for this ambition, he would not have forsaken the temple's favorable cultivation environment to toil in this barren land, where he constantly navigated treachery and intrigue. Regardless, Xiao Chen could not accept that his long-standing efforts might dissipate into nothingness due to the events in the eastern continent. Observing Xiao Chen's resolute determination, Ying Wudi and Kong Yan ceased their persuasion. Ultimately, it is your decision to make. We will swiftly ascertain the nature of the Yi family's connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, Ying Wudi stated before frowning once more. However, with news of the Yi family spreading, our people in Zhongzhou are becoming restless. We currently lack sufficient manpower and must rely on them. Xiao Chen nodded, stating that he would handle the matter, ensuring that concerns did not weigh heavily on everyone's minds. He emphasized the importance of controlling the rumors, preventing them from disturbing the public peace. Yes, I understand this principle, he replied. However, when you visit the Yi family, remember to avoid any conflict. Our situation is already precarious. We cannot afford further depletion. With this agreement, the 3 swiftly set their plans into motion. Ying Wudi convened a meeting with the talents of Zhongzhou, informing them that even with the Yi family backed by the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, they would struggle to alter the overarching situation. After all, the inevitable crumbling of the walls was a foregone conclusion. The 3 major forces of Zhongzhou stood firmly behind them, and there was no need for undue trepidation regarding this. Indeed, these words brought a sense of reassurance to the talents of Zhongzhou. With the endorsement of these 3 formidable forces, they felt emboldened to take action. Concurrently, after meticulous preparations, Xiao Chen personally set out to visit the Yi family. The news of his visit took Dongzhou by surprise, for Xiao Chen had never previously shown any intention of approaching the Yi family, which only highlighted the pride of Zhongzhou's talents. This development inevitably led many forces in Dongzhou to recall the circulating rumors. Could it be that the Yi family truly had some connection to the Buddha of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's affiliation with the temple, even if he held reservations about the Yi family, he would not have gone so far as to make a personal visit. Chapter 80. The opportunity hidden within the Yi family's secrets. Within the Yi family's council chamber, numerous high-ranking members have convened, including the long-reclusive Xiao Chen. The patriarch, seated in a position of authority, wore a somewhat solemn expression. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and surveyed the assembly before nodding in his direction, stating, "Patriarch, everyone is gathered. We may now commence the discussion on this matter." Indeed, Ye's father nodded, and after a light cough, the hall swiftly fell into silence. By now, I believe everyone is somewhat aware of the current situation in the eastern continent. The cliffs have cracked, and numerous prodigies from the central continent have descended, intent on carving up our eastern land. As one of the foremost powers, the Yi family naturally attracts the most attention. Over this period, you have likely gathered a general understanding of the tribulations faced by the Yi family. First, various clans betrayed their alliances, and just as we managed to stabilize the situation, the formidable Wen Wujie arrived, bearing threats from the Great Wen dynasty. Following that, the crown prince of the Great Wen made several visits, using Qingyi's health issues as leverage, revealing his ulterior motives. Each of these incidents underscores the escalating tension. When the fissures widen and masters from the central continent arrive, that will indeed mark a perilous moment for all factions within the eastern continent. After Ye's father finished speaking, he surveyed the crowd, and upon seeing everyone listening attentively, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, my intention in sharing this is not to diminish your zeal, but merely to convey the gravity of our circumstances. In this perilous moment, it is essential for you to forge ahead with determination, and for my family, the Yi clan, to unite as one, regardless of any previous disputes among our kin. We must set aside our differences in the face of such significant challenges and take it upon ourselves to safeguard the family's prosperity. As he spoke, Ye's father's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen for a moment, offering him a knowing glance. Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart and promptly nodded in earnest agreement. Although Father Yi disregards the conflicts among the younger generation of the clan, it does not imply that he is oblivious to these matters. In the past, Yi Chongqing's inability to cultivate was met with understandable resentment from his kin. After all, his status was unique. A young patriarch incapable of cultivation could hardly be seen as bearing the weight of the family's future. However, as Yu Chongqing began to reveal his innate talent for physical cultivation and ultimately defeated Ing Wuji before a captivated audience, he effectively vindicated the Yi family and established a reputation for genius across the entirety of Dongzhou. Xiao Chen, once a paragon of excellence himself, had become somewhat arrogant, losing sight of humility and open-mindedness. This pride exacerbated the tensions between him and Yu Chongqing, culminating in the disastrous defeat he suffered at the previous talent conference due to his overestimation of his abilities. In the grand scheme of family affairs, this was merely a minor interlude. After a moment of contemplation, Father Yi turned to the Council of Elders and inquired, "Shall we disclose that matter now?" The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation. "We have previously deliberated on this. It is indeed time to activate that place. Our ancestors proclaimed that during times of familial adversity, this sanctuary could be utilized. Though we appear stable on the surface, beneath lies a tumultuous undercurrent that could spell disaster for the Yi family. It is imperative that we make use of it without delay." The other elders echoed their agreement, supporting the Grand Elder's proposal. Such an enigmatic exchange left the other attendees in the hall in a state of confusion, unaware of the cryptic dialogue unfolding between the clan leader and the elders. Ye's father remained silent for a while, and the pressure he exuded suddenly intensified. "Esteemed guests, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in the shifting tides of the Eastern continent and beyond. My Yi family has stood firm in the Eastern continent for many years, and we cannot allow ourselves to be swept away by this current. Therefore, after deliberation among the clan and the Council of Elders, it has been resolved to unveil the ancient secret treasures of the Yi family." The senior members of the Yi family stared in astonishment at Ye's father, taken aback by his words. Could it be that the rumors of a hidden treasure within the Yi family were indeed true? I cannot say for certain, but since the patriarch has asserted it, it must be correct. With both the elders and the patriarch voicing such claims, it undeniably exists. The crowd buzzed with excitement, displaying immense enthusiasm for the matter at hand. Yi Chongqing leaned closer to Gu Qingyi and whispered, "Qingyi, have you ever heard of our family's hidden treasures?" Gu Qingyi shook her head. "No, I haven't. This matter is indeed a secret within the Yi family, and I have not heard of it before." "Indeed. We have quite a few hidden gems," he remarked with a hint of admiration. Just then, Ye's father continued, "Therefore, in one day, the Yi family's secret vault will be opened. At that time, it will be accessible to the entire Eastern continent, and the young disciples must be well prepared." As soon as these words were spoken, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. How is this possible? Exactly, the secret vault belongs to the Yi family. Why should it be shared with others? Head of the family, is this decision not a bit hasty? The vault has been hidden for so long. Surely it pertains to our family's future. How can it be carelessly given to outsiders? Indeed, do the elders also agree with this? Voices of astonishment and discontent surged among the crowd, who found it difficult to comprehend Ye's father's announcement. The secret vault is inherently a possession of the Yi family. Why should it be distributed to others? Observing the fervent atmosphere, Ye's father and the chief elder exchanged a glance, their expressions notably calm, indicating they had anticipated this reaction. Silence. With a commanding tone imbued with imperial authority, the assembly hall quickly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward the family head, eager to hear his explanation. Ye's father maintained a calm demeanor, with no trace of anger in his voice. "I understood that many might not fully comprehend this decision made within our household. Therefore, this time, the head of the family would provide an explanation. However, once we left the council chamber, no one was to harbor any further doubts regarding this matter. Do you understand?" "Yes, head of the family," the crowd promptly responded, while dissatisfaction lingered. None possessed the audacity to defy the orders of the head of the family and the council of elders. Ye's father nodded slightly, his expression easing somewhat. The decision to unveil the secret vault was reached after thorough discussions among the clan leader and the elders. There are 3 significant reasons justifying our choice to open this treasure trove. Firstly, while it is true that this vault belongs to the Yi family, The commotion caused by its opening will undoubtedly attract the attention of rival factions. Rather than conceal it, we might as well display it openly for all to see. Secondly, despite the vault's abundant resources, the will of our ancestors and the laws of nature impose restrictions on who may enter, based on their cultivation level and age. Even though it is our own possession, the number of individuals allowed to enter may be limited. Lastly, as the current situation shifts, the Yi family faces pressure from various powerful factions in Central Continent. To survive and thrive, we must unite with other forces to resist the pressures of Central Continent, thereby preserving our independence. The opening of this vault can be viewed as an olive branch extended by the Yi family to the factions of Eastern Continent. Chapter 81. The Vault Unveils. The Yi family faces tumultuous changes at Lingjiang Pavilion. Xiao Chen stood atop the tower, gazing at the surging waters below, and let out a deep sigh. Alas, Brother Che, why the long sigh again? Ingwudi inquired cheerfully, his mood contrasting sharply with Xiao Chen's. Previously, Ingwudi had been frustrated after his attempts to recruit the Yi family were repeatedly rebuffed, leaving him feeling quite disgraced. Yet now, upon observing Xiao Chen, he realized his own situation was not as dire. The strict rules and harsh penalties of the Divine Hall were daunting, even to one who knew little of them. The Great Ing dynasty seemed far more favorable, at least he did not live in constant fear for his life. Xiao Chen glanced at the sky, clasped his hands behind his back, and sighed once more. The time is nearly upon us. We must set forth to the Yi family. This journey may not be smooth. Ingwudi, taken aback, remarked, "Didn't you prepare for this beforehand? Why the sigh now?" Though that was indeed true, their previous interactions had not been particularly amicable, and approaching them still stirred some reluctance within him. Xiao Chen, however, expressed his sentiments candidly. "Though this matter is challenging, it serves as a precedent for you. Should this endeavor fail, we can no longer employ the same gentle tactics with the Yi family." Ingwudi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I had thought the Yi family would be easy to handle, yet they proved to be a formidable challenge. Brother Che, I wish you success in persuading the Yi family." "Haha, I appreciate your kind words, brothering." With that, Xiao Chen turned to descend the stairs. However, at that moment, bam, between heaven and earth, it seemed as if a colossal drum had been struck, reverberating with a muffled yet distant sound that sent tremors through one's very soul. At this moment, countless individuals, engulfed in astonishment and bewilderment, looked skyward, only to behold a vast expanse of golden light in the far east, seemingly bridging the heavens and the earth. Within this luminous spectacle, ethereal palaces and pavilions faintly emerged. Xiao Chen abruptly halted, turning to gaze at this extraordinary phenomenon. "What on earth is happening?" Ingwudi inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity as he stared at the golden radiance. Moments later, the golden light began to pulse as if imbued with life, surging and receding like the tides. Subsequently, to the astonishment and shock of the onlookers, the golden light gradually coalesced into innumerable fantastical sword silhouettes, drifting like fish within the space enveloped by the golden glow. Xiao Chen and Ingwudi exchanged startled glances. As esteemed figures of the Central Continent, they had traversed numerous secret realms and blessed lands, and could discern that this spectacle was unmistakably a harbinger of some ancient relic or the awakening of a hidden domain. "Brother Che, what does this signify?" Ingwudi queried with a hint of confusion. He had a general understanding of the Eastern Continent and had studied its notable secret realms. Logically, such an overwhelming manifestation should not occur at this time. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Chen expressed his own uncertainty. "I am equally perplexed. It seems that there is no such type of relic or secret domain in the Eastern Continent." The overwhelming sword energy was palpable even from such a distance, indicating the extraordinary nature of this relic. Could it be that this is the legacy of some formidable predecessor, only now coming to light? Not just the two of them, but a significant portion of the Eastern Continent had swiftly noticed the peculiar phenomenon in the eastern skies, with various factions hastily dispatching individuals to investigate. Before long, news of the celestial anomaly reached the various powers across the Eastern Continent, prompting an even greater influx of people toward the site. The closest factions in the eastern region were the first to react. Upon their hurried arrival and realization of the source of the golden light, they were left momentarily dumbfounded. Could this secret realm belong to the Yi family? Gazing at the golden light rising from the back mountain of the Yi estate, an elderly man with white hair lamented. "What more is there to say? If this place truly belongs to the Yi family, we shall gain nothing at all." With a heavy sigh, the elder shook his head vigorously. "Let us depart. There is nothing of interest here." Just as he prepared to leave, another elder clad in black robes interjected. his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. "Old man, let us observe a while longer. Perhaps the situation may take an unexpected turn." An unexpected turn? The white-haired elder paused, muttering in dissatisfaction. But this is the Yi family, with a ninth-tier Void Emperor presiding over them. No one in the entire Eastern continent can rival him. The old man in the black robe expressed his disagreement with the previous assertion. "You are truly muddled, my old friend. Such a commotion has drawn the attention of nearly half the region. It is implausible for the Yi family to conceal this matter. The major powers will undoubtedly take notice and dispatch observers. Consider this. A secret realm has stirred such upheaval. Who knows how many treasures lie within? Surely, those onlookers would be curious and eager to partake." The elderly man with white hair began to comprehend, a faint smile gradually appearing on his face. "Let us observe further. If the major factions unite in applying pressure, even the Yi family must treat this matter with gravity. It is possible that the Yi family cannot monopolize the situation, and perhaps we could benefit from some of the aftermath." The black-robed elder's reasoning was compelling, stirring the white-robed elder's interest. Many were inclined to this line of thinking, and soon the vicinity of the Yi family grew animated, with numerous covert gazes lingering. Yet, the Yi family had not yet made a public statement, maintaining an eerie calm between both parties. A moment later, representatives from several premier factions of the Eastern continent finally arrived. Countless eyes turned towards them, eager to discern how these factions would address the situation. After a hushed exchange of thoughts among the representatives, they elected one to negotiate with the Yi family. However, as he approached the entrance of the Yi family estate, the celestial phenomena in the sky suddenly shifted. Countless golden sword energies converged, coalescing into a towering, ethereal figure suspended above the ground. Many were left speechless by this spectacle. The overwhelming aura radiating from the figure, coupled with the sheer ability to bind the sword energies, attested to the profound cultivation of the individual who had manifested it. Suddenly, someone gazing at the colossal apparition exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, is that not the visage of the Yi family patriarch?" "Indeed, your observation is astute. It resembles the great emperor of the Yi family." Amidst the clamor of discussion, the magnificent golden figure slowly spoke. "This realm is the legacy of my ancestors, and it rightfully belongs to the Yi family." With these words, the Yi family emperor asserted his claim, leaving the representatives of the premier factions, who had intended to negotiate, exchanging apprehensive glances. The emperor's voice carried weight, and none dared to refute him. 1,000 miles away, Xiao Chen gazed at the towering divine manifestation, his expression grave. "If I am not mistaken, that is indeed the emperor of the Yi family, is it not?" Ing Wudi, having seen the visage of Yi Fu firsthand, nodded affirmatively. "Without a doubt, it is Yi Fu. This situation has escalated significantly," Xiao Chen remarked, his tone unexpectedly heavy, prompting Ing Wudi to inquire in surprise. "What do you mean by that? Could you not discern this? As a native of the Eastern continent, why does Ye's true form resemble that of the Buddha?" Upon hearing these words, Ing Wudi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the ethereal figure above resembled a Buddha with emerald eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy. The left hand gently cradled the hilt of the sword, while the right hand held a flower gesture against the chest, with the long sword resting horizontally across the right arm. "Is this truly the Buddha?" Ing Wudi gasped in shock, swiftly grasping the gravity of Xiao Chen's earlier concerns. Could it be that the Yi family indeed has ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, such an ethereal representation of the Buddha could not manifest without the profound understanding of the Buddha from that realm. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, also expressing a sense of resignation. "It appears that our journey to the Yi family may be in vain. Even if we were to visit, it is unlikely we would achieve the desired outcome." Just as the two finished speaking, the resonant voice of the celestial figure echoed once more. "Today, esteemed guests, you have come to the Yi family due to the celestial phenomena, I presume?" A few representatives from the foremost powers, eager to ingratiate themselves, were about to respond when Ye's father continued. "Your intentions are clear to me. Therefore, let us dispense with superfluous words. What I am about to say, you should take heed of." His words effectively silenced those who had been lurking in the shadows. Faced with a formidable figure of the Void Emperor, they lacked the audacity to retort. The world is undergoing a tremendous transformation. Fissures have emerged in the land, and the long-separated continents are beginning to reconnect. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. As a member of the Eastern continent, the Yi family must prepare accordingly. After deliberation, the decision was made to open the ancestral secret realm of the Yi family. However, Although this secret realm belongs to the Yi family, as part of the Eastern continent, they also bear the obligation to contribute to its future. For this reason, the Yi family has resolved to share this secret realm, allowing any cultivator who meets the criteria to enter and seek their fortunes. Upon concluding his speech, the onlookers erupted in joy. How wonderful! Truly splendid. It is no wonder the Yi family has remained a top power in the Eastern continent for so many years. Such generosity and vision are unmatched by other forces. Ha ha. Indeed, the Yi family's actions bolster our Eastern continent. We must remember their kindness henceforth. Countless spectators praised Ye's father for his magnanimity, showering him with compliments. As the heavens and earth undergo change, the Eastern continent suffers from a fractured heavenly path, impoverished and weak, lagging behind the other continents. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one, the Eastern continent shall remain the land of its people. This seemingly indifferent statement immediately elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Particularly, those from humble backgrounds or wandering cultivators were the most vociferous in their enthusiasm. It is worth noting that they lack significant connections or backing, making them the most vulnerable to intimidation. In the past, everyone was a resident of the Eastern continent, where several factions ostensibly maintained order. Even if some looked down upon them, they dared not act too brazenly. However, with the influx of power from the central continent, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. The major powers, preoccupied with their own preservation, had little time to tend to these lesser beings. The denizens of the central continent were even less inclined to regard them as equals, employing various means of coercion and seduction, and when all else failed, resorting to brute force to subjugate the lower-tier cultivators and smaller factions, leaving them in dire straits. Although entry into the Yi family's secret realm undoubtedly comes with restrictions, the mere prospect of an opportunity to escape their suffering was more than sufficient, should fortune smile upon them. Acquiring valuable treasures, whether for personal use or to barter for a chance at survival, would be an exceedingly favorable option. At that moment, the ethereal visage of Emperor Yi spoke once more. Of course, the secret realm is but a modest domain, incapable of accommodating a multitude. After considerable deliberation among the senior members of the Yi family, it was determined that only the young prodigies of Eastern continent under the age of 40 would be permitted to enter the secret realm in search of fortune. Do you all understand? Upon hearing this proclamation, many were immediately enveloped in disappointment. Some were far beyond the stipulated age, while others, despite being of the appropriate age, found their cultivation levels woefully inadequate compared to the top-tier talents of the Eastern continent. Even if granted entry, the likelihood of their gaining anything of value was slim. These two simple stipulations effectively barred countless individuals from entry. The ancient beings lurking in the shadows, upon learning of this news, also found their interest in the secret realm considerably diminished. The fact that only young prodigies were allowed entry suggested that this realm was likely more suited for the honing of the younger generation, rather than being a repository of treasures left behind by fallen greats. Thus, the potential benefits for them would be scant. Nonetheless, these ancient figures typically had their own factions and families, and allowing their descendants to undergo trials within the realm would still be advantageous. Just as the crowd pondered this matter, a somewhat hesitant voice timidly inquired, Emperor Yi, might I ask if this secret realm is accessible solely to us of the Eastern continent, or can individuals from the central continent also enter? Upon the utterance of that question, the people of Dongzhou suddenly realized the implications. Judging from the performances at the previous celestial gathering, the prodigies of Dongzhou were clearly no match for their counterparts from Zhongzhou. Should the individuals from Zhongzhou be permitted to enter the secret realm, it was conceivable that they would leave empty-handed, facing a complete annihilation. After all, the top genius of the Yi family, Xiao Chen, had been utterly subdued by a mere glance from Ingwudi. The crowd began to chatter among themselves, eagerly inquiring about the plans of Ye's father. In the face of the rising inquiries, Ye's father remained silent for a moment before his profound voice, calm and unwavering, resounded once more. I have stated before that only young geniuses under the age of 40 from Dongzhou may enter the secret realm. Although he did not provide a direct answer, the intent behind Ye's father's repetition was unmistakable. This time, only the talents of Dongzhou would be allowed entry. The rationale behind this restriction was evidently aimed at the individuals from Zhongzhou. Upon hearing Ye's father's response, the people of Dongzhou rejoiced, while those from Zhongzhou felt a sense of indignation. At Linjiang Pavilion, both Ingwudi and Xiao Chen's expressions turned somber. Brother Che, what is your perspective on this matter? Ingwudi inquired, his tone tinged with a blend of helplessness and anger. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment, his expression gradually solidifying. We must acknowledge this situation. We cannot simply pretend it has not occurred. The Yi family's secret realm, having persisted from ancient times to the present, undoubtedly harbors abundant hidden resources. While these may not be essential to us, they hold significant importance for others. Their support for us is rooted in the hope of reaping some benefits from Dongzhou. With interests laid bare before us, it is implausible to expect them to relinquish their claims. Ingwudi nodded in agreement. Since the Yi family has ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it is likely that the secret realm conceals valuable treasures, whether for ourselves or for others. We must first strive for our share. Xiao Chen acknowledged this with a nod, and then lightly leaped onto the railing of Linjiang Pavilion, his form gracefully soaring outward. Emperor Yi, I have something to convey. His voice carried across the distance, capturing the attention of countless onlookers by the riverside. Having attained the realm of Void Emperor, Ye's father possessed unfathomable strength. Any causal connection with him would be perceived with utmost clarity. Even a general call would resonate within his heart. Having witnessed such top-tier power within the Divine Hall, Xiao Chen possessed a modicum of understanding regarding their abilities. The seemingly great distance of thousands of miles was, for such formidable beings, merely a fleeting moment. As anticipated, with Xiao Chen's words still lingering in the air, the space before him abruptly appeared to be cleaved, revealing a long fissure. Within this crack surged chaotic spatial currents, and a golden hand transcending endless distances reached forth directly. Xiao Chen paused, allowing the golden hand to grasp him before he was drawn into the spatial rift. Above the Yi family, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, the colossal avatar reached out with a casual gesture, vanishing into the boundless void. As the hand returned, the keen-eyed among the crowd discerned what appeared to be a figure within. When the golden hand released its grasp, the silhouette of Xiao Chen manifested in the heavens. I, the junior Xiao Chen, humbly pay my respects to the esteemed Yi Emperor. Ye's father showed no inclination for pleasantries. What you just said can now be disclosed to everyone. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, a refined and affable smile gracing his face, his graceful demeanor causing some female cultivators to gaze at him in admiration. Esteemed senior, the younger generation has just mentioned that since the Yi family's secret realm has been opened, why must the talents of Zhongzhou be turned away at the door? The colossal golden visage of the Dharma body slightly lowered, its sun-like brilliance fixated upon him, immediately instilling a chilling sense of foreboding in Xiao Chen. Despite his instinct screaming in alarm, he endeavored to maintain an air of calmness, smiling as he met the Dharma body's gaze. After a brief pause, the Dharma body spoke slowly. The secret realm belongs to the Yi family. Xiao Chen's smile remained unchanged. The younger generation is naturally aware of this and has never harbored any intentions towards the Yi family's secret realm. However, as the emperor has stated, the upheaval in the world has resulted in increasingly widening fissures between lands, and the integration and exchange among the 5 states is an inevitable trend. As a distinguished figure of the Eastern continent, esteemed senior, you must be cognizant of what this entails. Although it may pose certain challenges for the Eastern continent, it simultaneously presents tremendous opportunities for its denizens. Having ascended to the imperial realm, your vision and magnanimity are undoubtedly exceptional. In this prosperous era, the Yi family ought to be inclusive, embracing a multitude of talents, thereby broadening their future prospects. I wonder if the younger generation's perspective holds any merit? Ye's father cast a cold glance at him, his voice remaining indifferent. These matters are for me to contemplate. It is not your place as a junior to meddle. If this is your reasoning, then you should return whence you came. Xiao Chen suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yi, your words are rather biased. As you stated, the reason for opening the secret realm was to consider the talents of the Eastern continent. Yet, how many geniuses nurtured in a greenhouse can truly become remarkable figures? However, if someone of my cultivation cannot enter the Yi family's secret realm, then others will surely find nothing of value within. His statement incited immediate outrage. Many from the Eastern continent glared at him furiously, emboldened by the presence of Emperor Yi, and thus they cursed with reckless abandon. To their surprise, Xiao Chen did not show anger but rather delight, a light chuckle escaping him as he stepped forward. Boom! An overwhelming force of cultivation erupted from his being, instantly silencing the crowd. Is that Cave Heaven Realm? The pinnacle of the Cave Heaven Realm? How is this possible? Such power could rival that of some elders from sacred lands. The murmurs of disbelief and astonishment echoed, causing Xiao Chen's smile to grow even more radiant. Emperor Yi, I mean no offense to your authority, but is it truly the case that the Yi family's secret realm is only suitable for those devoid of capability? When the ancestors of the Yi family established this secret realm, they surely did not wish to see treasures gather dust, accompanied by his formidable cultivation. Xiao Chen's words carried immense persuasion, rendering the crowd speechless. In comparison, the young talents from the eastern continent seemed to pale in stature. In a corner of the floating square, Xiao Chen gazed in a daze at the spirited Xiao Chen in the sky, his heart filled with bitterness. This was indeed the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. He had always believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, that his cultivation progressed as effortlessly as eating and drinking. Yet, despite the support from the Yi family, he had only reached the third stage of the cave heaven realm, a far cry from Ingwudi's eighth stage, let alone Xiao Chen, who was on the verge of stepping into the void realm. It was foolish of him to have once thought to challenge such a figure. The thought now seemed laughably naive. The myriad of bitterness within him eventually coalesced into a soft sigh. I am still far from it. At that moment, the voice of the Saint of Kanglin resonated. Xiao Chen, you must fortify your resolve and clearly understand your path. Although your cultivation does not match Xiao Chen's, the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao is incomplete, and its resources are indeed inferior to those of the Central Continent. You possess commendable talent. As long as you remain steadfast in your convictions and advance forward, there will surely come a time when you can catch up to or even surpass Xiao Chen. While it is true that there are always those stronger than oneself, do not lose your spirit while maintaining humility. Yet, Xiao Chen responded with an unusual calmness. Senior, I comprehend the wisdom in your words. Others are others. I am I. Though the prowess of Xiao Chen is indeed formidable, it is their own possession. I harbor neither envy nor discouragement, but rather aspire to catch up. As you have stated, only with a resolute heart can one forge ahead. Chapter 84. The Dual Cultivation Method of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. Witnessing Xiao Chen's performance, the sage of Kanglin finally expressed his appreciation with a few words of praise. Xiao Chen possesses commendable talent. Otherwise, he would not have attracted the attention of a powerful figure at the saint level. However, the path of cultivation is not solely paved with talent. Mental fortitude is an equally crucial component. Without a steadfast mind, even the most extraordinary abilities may prove unmanageable, potentially leading to self-inflicted harm. The sage harbors high hopes for Xiao Chen and naturally wishes for his journey to continue unimpeded. In truth, ever since his defeat to Ingwudi, Xiao Chen had anticipated the strength of Xiao Chen. If Ingwudi could inflict severe injury upon him merely with a glance, it is no surprise that Xiao Chen, who subtly occupies a dominant position among the geniuses of the three great factions, would be formidable. Now, observing this outcome, it did not strike him as particularly unexpected. Nevertheless, the desire to grow stronger within him has only solidified and deepened. Meanwhile, in another location, Yi Sheng leaned against the sturdy, coiling dragonstone pillar, gazing at the confidently exuberant Xiao Chen in the sky, lost in thought. Qingyi, how on earth has this person cultivated? Could it be that he grew up consuming spirit stones? A portion of our family elders and stewards have barely reached this level, yet he has already attained such heights. Truly, the disparity between individuals is disheartening. Gu Qingyi replied with a solemn tone. After all, he hails from the Central Continent and has secured a position within the Divine Hall, even becoming one of the candidates for the Hall Master, which attests to his exceptional talent. However, my dear husband, do not dwell on it too much. If we cannot measure up to him, so be it. Let us focus on living our own lives well. Yi Chongqing suddenly broke into laughter. Ha ha ha, quite right, Qingyi, your words resonate deeply with my heart. While he jested outwardly, his mind was engaged in profound contemplation. In terms of physical prowess, he had cultivated the immortal body of 10 tribulations, the sacred body of Qingtsong, and forged an indestructible golden body, sufficient to contend with those at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Yet, Xiao Chen was undeniably a true master at that very peak. The enhancement in physical attributes alone, resulting from the elevation of his realm, was enough to bridge the gap between them. Moreover, he had merely compared himself to an ordinary return-to-void practitioner. Should he face the top prodigies of a formidable power like Xiao Chen, who likely practiced an exceptional physical cultivation technique, the disparity would be even more pronounced. With his current abilities, relying solely on his physical form would likely prove insufficient. As for cultivation levels, the chasm between the two was even more staggering. Although he had begun to practice the Great Wasteland Sutra, the methods of the wasteland were arduous, and the pace of advancement was rather slow. Despite his diligent daily practice, he had only just barely reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, still yet to break through to the divine transformation stage. In this regard, the gap was even wider, to the point of being insurmountable. Yu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, relieved that he did not have to confront this person directly. Given the individual's current capabilities, how could he possibly be a match? During the grand event of the celestial prodigies, his previous arrogance was mitigated only by the restraint of Xiao Chen. Had it been Yi himself, he would not have possessed such remarkable patience. Once again, he appreciated the advantage of having support from behind. Were it not for his father's presence, the predicament faced by the Yi family would have been exceedingly dire. Just as he was lost in thought, Yi Changxing's expression abruptly stiffened. A suggestion from the system echoed in his mind: defeat the prodigy of the divine temple, Xiao Chen, within 3 months. Difficulty: challenging. Danger level: high. Task reward: premium gift package, supreme dual cultivation technique of the Cloud Peak Sacred Palace. Listening to the cold proclamation reverberating in his mind, Yi Changxing could not help but twitch his lips. He had just concluded that he was no match for Xiao Chen. And yet this bothersome system had the audacity to assign him such a formidable task. The difficulty level seemed almost a jest. As someone at the pinnacle of the spirit intrigue realm, standing before Xiao Chen, he would barely warrant a glance. What right did he have to compete with such a prodigy? This was not merely a task, it was tantamount to a death sentence. After a few moments of internal lamentation, Yi Changxing chose to disregard the task. It was absurd. He possessed several supreme techniques, including the Great Wilderness Sutra. Why would he risk his life for some trifling dual cultivation technique from a so-called sacred palace? Engaging in a contest with such a person was akin to an ancient, immortal courting disaster. At that moment, Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly rang out. Husband, what are you lost in thought about? Yu Changxing regained his composure and quickly smiled, saying, It's nothing, I was merely reminded of some cultivation matters. Gu Qingyi, suddenly enlightened, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Her husband had indeed transformed remarkably. Before their marriage, she had heard that he had little interest in cultivation, preferring instead the pleasures of food and leisure. However, it was evident now that such notions were utterly misguided. Yi Changxing felt a twinge of unease within. In the days before the awakening of the system, he indeed engaged in such endeavors. However, it was only after the arrival of his golden finger that he began to strive for independence. After all, who wouldn't prefer to cling to power and enjoy the fruits of another's labor? Nonetheless, Yi Changxing seemed to have recalled something, and his gaze towards Gu Qingyi turned peculiar. Since the dual cultivation technique was bestowed by the system, it undoubtedly belonged to the esteemed lineage of top-tier treasures, free from any adverse effects such as the infamous yin-yang supplementation. As Gu Qingyi's cultivation deepened, her progress had considerably slowed. If this technique could bridge some of the speed gap, it would indeed be worth considering. With this thought, vivid and alluring images abruptly flashed through Yi Changxing's mind, prompting him to chuckle mischievously. My dear husband, what are you secretly amused about? Gu Qingyi asked in confusion, her autumn-like eyes shimmering, igniting a flicker of emotion within Yu Changxing. Ahem, it's nothing. I merely recalled certain matters, he replied. Yu Changxing cleared his throat a few times, seeking to divert the conversation to another topic. By the way, Qingyi, how has your cultivation progress been of late? Gu Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows slightly and sighed softly. The advancement has become increasingly sluggish. It often takes several days of arduous practice to achieve even a modest improvement. Yu Changxing's eyes sparkled as he suddenly leaned closer to her ear. What if we were to find a supreme dual cultivation technique? Would that not expedite your progress? Gu Qingyi's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, stirring a delightful itch within Yi Changxing's heart. Oh dear husband, what nonsense are you uttering in broad daylight? Gu Qingyi playfully stamped her foot, yet her mind was flooded with the unspoken images from the previous night, a blend of joy and shyness enveloping her. Yi Changxing chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and whispering, Qingyi, shall we give it a try? It could enhance our cultivation, and isn't that rather delightful? Chapter 85, The Legacy of the Tao High Above in the Sky. Xiao Chen unabashedly exuded the aura of a peak realm master, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the ethereal golden image of the Buddha sword. Your Majesty, as a formidable figure of the imperial realm, your vision and stature undoubtedly rank among the finest in the world. If individuals like the younger generation are unable to enter the secret realm, what purpose does it serve for the talents of the Eastern continent to undergo any form of trial without experiencing tempests? How could true geniuses emerge who are capable of embarking on the imperial path? Although everyone understood Xiao Chen's intentions, there was a measure of truth in his words. If only the talents of the Eastern continent were permitted into the secret realm, even if conflicts arose over treasures, they would undoubtedly hesitate, mindful of each other's power and status, ultimately choosing to yield or retreat. After all, they all hailed from the same land, and the potential for embarrassment was high. Upon returning, they would face a myriad of troubles. Moreover, it was quite possible that the talents of the Eastern continent would treat the secret realm merely as a place for receiving benefits, engaging neither in battles nor contests, but solely in the pursuit of opportunities and treasures. This principle was well understood by anyone with a modicum of insight, let alone a powerhouse like the Emperor. Noticing the silence of the ethereal form, Xiao Chen seized the moment, stating, "Your Majesty Yi, your presence in the Eastern continent is a blessing for us. I believe that with your magnanimity and spirit, you would not treat the talents of other continents with disdain. I harbor no disrespect. I simply hope you might consider this matter further. Furthermore, the talents of the Central Continent hold immense admiration for the ancestors of the Yi family, and entering the secret realm is a way to pay homage to those predecessors and to witness the grandeur of the strong." As these words were spoken, the talents of the Central Continent, who had arrived not long ago, began to voice their support. Indeed, we hold great respect for the legacy of the Yi family. Entering the secret realm would undoubtedly allow us to pay our respects. Certainly, the hearts of the strong command respect, and we, the people of the Central Continent, are no exception. The talented individuals from Central Continent engaged in fervent flattery towards the Yi family, displaying acumen and bestowing accolades upon them. In truth, the typical secret realms hold little allure for these seasoned prodigies, who are accustomed to the paradisiacal lands of Central Continent. However, the Yi family's hidden sanctuary is a different matter altogether. Prior to their arrival in Eastern Continent, they had diligently absorbed knowledge regarding this region under the guidance of their elders, understanding that it once thrived robustly, only slightly inferior to Central Continent. The number of top-tier powerhouses is equally impressive, and the quality of the remnants left behind is likewise exceptional. Moreover, the Yi family's sanctuary boasts an ancient lineage, capable of nurturing beings of the virtual emperor realm within the current cosmic order, which greatly piques their interest. Some speculate that remnants of the Tao may indeed linger within the Yi family's sanctuary. Given the Yi family's long-standing history, it is evident that numerous formidable guardians must have emerged from their ranks, suggesting that their ancestors may very well have been unparalleled powerhouses who truly ascended to the imperial realm. The prodigies from Central Continent harbor little desire for the cultivation resources available in Eastern Continent. They possess ample resources in their homeland. Yet, the secret treasures of an imperial powerhouse are scarce, even in Central Continent, especially considering the potential for Tao inheritance. Faced with such an opportunity, they would never dream of relinquishing it. Should they manage to encounter the Tao left behind by the ancestors of the Yi family within the sanctuary, or even merely imbibe a trace of its essence, it would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for their future cultivation, rendering the attainment of the sage realm a mere formality. With such tantalizing prospects laid before them, it is no wonder that the talents of Central Continent are deeply stirred. This premier inheritance is predominantly monopolized by the three great powers in Central Continent, where outsiders must pay hefty tributes to gain entry. Now, the chance to engage with such legacies in Eastern Continent, free from the constraints imposed by the three great powers, ignites an exhilarating fervor among the prodigies. Countless eager gazes converge upon the towering, colossal avatar, awaiting the decision of Yi Father, the paramount powerhouse of Eastern Continent, within the council hall. Ye's father rested his chin on his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly immersed in contemplation. Several esteemed elders and clan leaders were present in the hall, yet none dared to speak. Typically, they would engage in disputes with Ye's father over various matters, even refuting his opinions. However, when it came to issues concerning the family's future or the continent's situation, only Ye's father possessed the requisite strength and authority to make decisions. After a brief pause, he let out a soft sigh. The words of that young man rang true, as the cliffs cracked and the situation in the Eastern Continent became increasingly defined. Failing to adapt in advance could render even the most fortuitous opportunities perilous. The elders and clan leaders had no counterarguments and could only acquiesce. In the external realm, the golden Dharma body finally spoke. It is not that I prohibit the disciples from the Central Continent from entering. However, the Yi family's secret realm is governed by the dual forces of natural laws and ancestral will. Anyone who enters will have their cultivation level suppressed to match that of the Eastern Continent's prodigies. I am not one of your family's elders. For your safety, it is prudent not to enter. This revelation left the geniuses of the Central Continent momentarily stunned. It became clear why Ye's father had barred their entry. Many began to waver in their resolve. Despite being confident in their abilities even when constrained to the same realm as their Eastern counterparts. The critical issue remained. This secret realm was located in the Eastern continent. In their own territory, the Easterners boasted an abundance of talented disciples. While they might not surpass the Central continent in quality, they undoubtedly held the numerical advantage. Should it come to confrontation, a one-on-one duel could easily devolve into a gang assault. With their cultivation levels suppressed, the Central continent's individuals could be gradually worn down. The Eastern prodigies, too, recognized this potential threat, their gazes turning dangerously toward their Central counterparts. Although there were numerous internal conflicts among the Easterners, uniting against a common enemy was not an insurmountable challenge. The recent Tianjiao assembly had subjected them to humiliation, with 7 consecutive defeats tarnishing their pride. They would eagerly seize any opportunity to reclaim their honor. Sensing the ominous glances from the Eastern side, many second- and third-tier geniuses from the Central continent began to retreat in their hearts. Though they were indeed stronger than their Eastern peers at the same level, their advantages were limited. If they found themselves besieged, their means of survival would be scant. Furthermore, should they encounter a top-tier Eastern prodigy capable of entangling them, escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, since this secret realm was established by the imperial realm, the protective measures bestowed by their elders might also be suppressed or even rendered unusable. Should such a dire situation arise, they would find themselves in an inescapable predicament, with neither heaven nor earth to heed their cries. While the Tao is undeniably precious, what good is it if one cannot safeguard their own life? Chapter 86. The determination of the talented ones in the Central continent. Only a few formidable talents from the Central continent, such as Xiao Chen, remained unmoved by the words of the Emperor Yi. Ingwudi had personally tested Xiao Chen's cultivation and strength. Despite being a top talent of the Eastern continent, he could not withstand even a single round against Ingwudi, let alone Xiao Chen, whose cultivation was even more profound. Even at the same level, Xiao Chen possessed ample confidence to suppress and defeat him. A genius from the Central continent approached Xiao Chen, furrowing his brow and whispering, "Young Master Che, given the restrictions of this secret realm, should our people enter?" Xiao Chen cast a glance at him, maintaining his smile. "Ask our compatriots from the Central continent, who among them would forsake the opportunity to encounter the Tao?" The man was momentarily taken aback and fell silent, relaying Xiao Chen's words to the other waiting talents below. Xiao Chen, either intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at Xiao Chen in the corner, his smile growing wider. This individual was simply not his adversary. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remained composed, showing no emotion in response to Xiao Chen's slightly disdainful gaze. Once Xiao Chen's attention shifted, he lowered his head slightly, and a deep crimson glimmer passed through his cold, lake-like eyes. "It seems I have not been regarded by the talents of the Central continent." Suddenly, a chilling and sinister smile appeared on his face as he lifted his gaze toward the gathering of Central continent geniuses. Let me anticipate this properly. The Central continent talents felt a hint of provocation in his gaze and turned to look in that direction. Upon recognizing Xiao Chen, many of them began to scoff. "Ah, so it is the defeated subordinate of Prince Ingwudi, daring to provoke us." Truly unaware of his impending doom, some remarked, "He seems quite dissatisfied, doesn't he?" But what does dissatisfaction matter? Even at the same level, he might not be our match, let alone with young Master Dong and Prince Ingwudi around. Merely an ant. Do not pay him any mind. The murmurs among the Central continent talents did not subside, and some reached Xiao Chen's ears, intensifying the crimson hue in his eyes. How amusing indeed. Let us see what unfolds. Those familiar with Xiao Chen would notice that his demeanor had shifted entirely. Previously, though proud and arrogant, he exuded an aura of righteousness. Now, however, he radiated an eerie and sinister chill. In the heavens above, the Emperor Ye's divine form spoke again. "What have you decided?" Xiao Chen took a deep breath, stepping forward, his aura surging ever higher. "Emperor Yi, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either advance or retreat. Since embarking on this path, it has been a struggle against man, heaven, and earth. There is only forward, no retreat. If one does not thrive, one perishes. The path of martial arts is defined by life and death. Should one avoid it due to fortune or misfortune? The rise of the chosen of Zhengzhou to their current stature is certainly not the result of cowardice or a fear of death. Without the unwavering belief to confront challenges head-on, how could one muster the courage to tread upon the arduous and merciless path? Moreover, since we, the chosen of Zhengzhou, aspire to pay homage to the formidable legacy of the Yi family's ancestors, Would it not be utterly insincere to shy away from even the slightest of secret realms? My esteemed colleagues, do you not agree? The fervent and impassioned voice of Xiao Chen stirred the hearts of the talents of Zhongzhou. Indeed, Master Che articulates a profound truth. Without the resolve to risk oneself for the pursuit of enlightenment, what right do we have to embark upon the path of the divine? Certainly, we, who have emerged as exceptional among our peers, have never lacked the courage and determination to burn our boats behind us. Bravo! The enthusiastic responses from the talents of Zhongzhou prompted Xiao Chen to exclaim in delight, unable to contain his laughter. Truly, they are the pride of Zhongzhou. Yi. I have resolved to enter the Yi family as secret realm. Even if I must suppress my cultivation, I possess the conviction to be invincible among peers. If one cannot solidify their determination, how can they hope to tread the path leading to the pinnacle? I, Xiao Chen, am invincible among my peers. The powerful waves of voices surged forth like a tide, the sheer intensity of their conviction casting a grave expression upon many from the eastern continent. Behind Xiao Chen, ethereal phenomena such as heavenly flowers raining down and golden lotuses erupting from the earth began to manifest. The mere fervor of his quest for enlightenment elicited a resonance with the heavens and the earth, giving rise to such extraordinary manifestations, showcasing the enormity of his potential. The talents of Zhongzhou were ignited by his words. Indeed, despite their considerable innate gifts, each of them had traversed countless tribulations to reach this point, becoming the much-anticipated juniors within their factions, and earning a reputation as geniuses even in Zhongzhou. What are the sheer numbers from the eastern continent? In their own realm, they possess the confidence to dominate their adversaries. Why then should they fear being outnumbered? My friends, fortune smiles upon us. Let us not squander this opportunity. As denizens of Zhongzhou, we must uphold the illustrious reputation of our land. What if the Easterners are numerous? Each of us possesses the ability to contend with two in our realm. As long as we unite, what can the multitude of Easterners do to us? Indeed, Brother Pan speaks wisely. The treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to the virtuous. Zhongzhou has never lagged behind and shall not falter in the face of minor adversities. It is merely a matter of fierce combat. In a struggle between life and death, who fears whom? The talented individuals from Central Continent were stirred with excitement, eagerly echoing Chechen's words. This enthusiasm rekindled the resolve of those who had hesitated, solidifying their determination to partake in the impending expedition to the secret realm. Above, Chechen, listening to the fervent cries of the Central Continent's prodigies, wore a radiant smile. As they had articulated, although Eastern Continent boasted a larger populace, the quality of their cultivation paled in comparison. Had only a few from the Central Continent ventured forth. Even a top-tier genius like himself could have fallen victim to the overwhelming tactics of Eastern Continent. However, should all the talents from Central Continent enter the secret realm, united as one, even the multitude of Eastern Continent would find it a formidable challenge to conquer this resilient cohort. Furthermore, the various factions within Eastern Continent were not entirely harmonious. Numerous frictions and conflicts existed among them. As long as they lacked a united front, they would be powerless against the solidarity of Central Continent's prodigies. Chechen was resolute. He would seize the opportunity within the secret realm. Your Majesty, you have heard the fervent aspirations of the people of Central Continent. Each individual who has arrived here does so with unwavering conviction. We, the prodigies of Central Continent, shall not falter in the face of adversity. I humbly beseech your Majesty to grant us permission to enter the secret realm. As his words echoed, the voices of the Central Continent's talents harmonized in unison, pleading, we implore your Majesty to allow us entry into the Yi family's secret realm. Amidst the solemn expressions of the Eastern Continent's representatives, the ethereal figure of Emperor Yi gradually spoke. In that case, I permit your entry into the secret realm. However, prepare yourselves. Life and death are dictated by fate and are of no concern to the Yi family. Do you understand? Chapter 87. The journey through the secret realm under the weight of heavenly will. With hands clasped in reverence, Chechen bowed slightly, exuding an air of elegance and respect. Indeed, it is as you say. On behalf of the prodigies of Central Continent, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to your Majesty for this opportunity. Having ascended to the position of a divine heir, I am well acquainted with the duality of life and death. To hesitate out of fear would be a source of ridicule. As we have arrived in Eastern Continent, we are resolutely committed to advancing forward. This favor bestowed by your Majesty shall be forever etched in the hearts of Chechen and the people of Central Continent. His eloquent words not only showcased the spirit of the Central Continent's talents but also conveyed profound respect for Emperor Yi, aligning with the distinguished image he sought to cultivate. In the void, several elderly figures, seemingly of considerable age, concealed their presence, their gazes fixated on Chechen. Alas, one of them sighed unexpectedly. Shaking his head with a hint of resignation, it is no wonder that Central Continent thrives. The mere bearing of a divine heir is enough to overshadow our young talents from Eastern Continent. Indeed, another chimed in. While I find myself somewhat irked by the arrogance of these Central Continent individuals, I cannot deny the excellence of their younger generation. In terms of cultivation, talent, and intellect, few from Eastern Continent can rival them. Ah, well articulated. By the way, old Tianying, did your Tianying Pavilion not produce an exceptional junior? What was their name again? The elder of the Tianying Pavilion was among these individuals. Upon hearing the remarks, he let out a light scoff and said, "Do you truly believe in your own words?" While Zhu possesses commendable intellect, his innate talent pales in comparison to that of Chechen. However, when one reaches a profound realm, it is the mind that holds paramount importance. The disparity in talent will gradually diminish. I harbor great expectations for him. The other attendees chuckled at the old man's words, realizing that he indeed held significant hopes for his junior. Nevertheless, when it comes to competing with the prodigies of Zhengzhou, our youth still lag behind considerably. Someone echoed with a sigh, "Indeed, although the juniors of Zhengzhou may appear rather arrogant, they have the prowess to back it up. Just one Chechen is enough to stifle the younger generation here in the East. The breadth of their vision and demeanor is unmatched in our region." As the elderly beings engaged in casual conversation, they expressed a rather pessimistic outlook on the future of the East, given the vast differences in the younger generation. It is no wonder they dared to confront us despite their numerical inferiority. Alas, compared to those insipid youngsters in my own household, they truly epitomize what it means to be a prodigy, one of the elders lamented, tinged with a hint of envy towards the talents of Zhengzhou. Let us hope that the journey into the secret realm proceeds smoothly, he added. While the old beings conversed, Yichangshan's gaze remained fixed on Chechen. Despite internally criticizing his ostentatious demeanor, he could not deny that it exuded the essence of a top-tier prodigy, imbued with pride and charisma. Nevertheless, admiration aside, Chechen remained his adversary. The system had issued a task to defeat Chechen within 3 months, which would grant him access to a supreme dual cultivation technique. Should he successfully achieve this goal, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. However, this was merely an ancillary incentive. He did not wish to lead a life under constant scrutiny, as that would be exhausting. Initially, his enthusiasm for completing this task was rather lukewarm, but circumstances had shifted. Given that the secret realm could restrain the cultivation levels of the prodigies from Zhengzhou, the pressure on him would consequently lessen significantly. When it came time to battle them, the reduced pressure from their cultivation would allow him to better leverage his physical advantages. The dual cultivation technique from the Yunding Sacred Palace was certainly worth pursuing. With this thought stirring a rare excitement within him, he recalled the adage, "Pressure breeds motivation." With both goals and rewards laid out before him, Yichangshan's resolve to intensify his training surged. He grasped Gu Qingyi's hand, unable to resist applying slight pressure, leaving her momentarily taken aback. "Husband, are you all right?" Yichangshan shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Chechen. Gu Qingyi, believing that he felt an overwhelming pressure from Chechen, gently grasped his hand and said tenderly, "My dear husband, there is no need for you to bear such burdens. You have embarked on your path of cultivation not long ago and have already triumphed over Ingwuji through sheer physical prowess, a feat that is indeed rare even in the Eastern Continent. Given time, you shall surely surpass Chechen." Yichangshan was taken aback, not expecting Gu Qingyi to possess such unwavering confidence in him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Qingyi, I do not feel overly pressured. As I have always said, should the sky fall, there are taller individuals to bear the weight. It certainly does not fall upon me, a mere failure. However, I do harbor some modest aspirations." Although he refrained from explicitly stating his goals, Gu Qingyi could sense that they were undoubtedly linked to Chechen. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussions regarding Chechen's cultivation and innate talent, in a corner, Xiao Chen fixated intently on him. For reasons unknown, he had opted for a more somber attire today, cloaked in black robes with a hood drawn over his head, as if to evade detection. Gazing at Chechen, who stood like a blazing sun in the sky, Xiao Chen suddenly licked his lips. Such heavenly materials must possess a delightful flavor. Before he could finish his thought, the bloodshot eyes of his gaze intensified, though he seemed to lower his head slightly to avoid being seen. Chechen, keenly aware of a malicious gaze directed towards him, dismissed it, recognizing that most in attendance were from the Eastern Continent and likely held unfavorable views of him. Yet, the intensity of that particular gaze was somewhat unsettling, though he chose not to dwell on it. as the prodigies of the central continent confirmed their intent to join the forthcoming secret realm. The manifestation of the Leaf Emperor suddenly stirred. With a subtle extension of his arm, he made a gesture reminiscent of an embrace. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged wildly towards his colossal form, the immense force of absorption creating a momentary vacuum within a 100-mile radius, inducing a long-forgotten sense of suffocation among those present. Is this the pinnacle of the Void Emperor's power? Xiao Chen murmured, his gaze towards the Leaf Emperor intensifying with fervor. Under the oppressive weight of the incomplete heavenly path, the head of the Leaf family had achieved such heights, hinting at the extraordinary prowess of their ancient ancestors. The potential for enlightenment within the secret realm seemed to increase significantly. As the golden form devoured the abundant spiritual energy like a black hole, it gradually solidified, the golden radiance growing ever more resplendent and profound. Chapter 88. Preparations before the secret realm. After an astonishing deluge of spiritual power had been absorbed for a while, the ethereal projection of Yi's father transformed into a Buddha radiating dazzling light, the Tao rhythm and luster surrounding him making it difficult to behold directly. The Leaf family's secret realm was on the verge of opening. The true form would be ready for the Eastern continent's sake, with the entrance to be unveiled in 3 hours. Those who met the requirements were encouraged to arrive post-haste. The Leaf family welcomed all who came. The resonant voice, deep as a great bell, echoed throughout half of the Eastern continent. Those powers situated at a distance, still en route to the Leaf family, were instantly overcome with joy and hastened their pace at any cost. The Yejia secret realm is an extraordinary opportunity that arises only once in a millennium for the people of Dongzhou. Even the talented individuals from Zhangzhou do not wish to miss this chance, and naturally, the locals are even more fervent in their desire. However, certain factions are indeed situated in remote locations, and despite employing every conceivable means, there remains a significant distance to cover before reaching the Yejia. With the Emperor Yi granting a span of 3 hours, it is ample time for the majority to arrive promptly. Countless individuals express their gratitude towards the Yejia family and Father Yi. At this moment, the influence and reputation of the Yejia in Dongzhou have reached their zenith. In the floating square, Yu Changxing stifled a yawn and, grasping Gu Qingyi's hand, turned to say, "Let us return and make our preparations." Gu Qingyi, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Husband, do you intend to enter the secret realm as well?" "Why not?" Yu Changxing replied. "Though my cultivation may not be particularly advanced, my physical prowess is commendable. If I, as the young clan leader, were to abstain from entering our own secret realm, it would be a disservice to allow others to benefit from it without contest." Although Gu Qingyi felt a twinge of apprehension, she recognized the validity of Yu Changxing's reasoning. Reluctantly, she nodded and said, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." After their departure, on the other side, Xiao Chen cast a lingering glance at the towering Chuchen suspended in the heavens, uttering no more words before he too departed to prepare. Following a brief interlude of 3 hours, various factions commenced their fervent endeavors. The prodigies of Zhongzhou pooled their resources to procure medicinal pills while simultaneously adjusting their own states, hastening their journey towards the Yi residence. The majority of them congregated at Linjiang Pavilion, making the distance relatively short. Meanwhile, the other forces from Dongzhou summoned their equally talented disciples, generously distributing various supplies and urging their younger kin to perform admirably within the secret realm. As Yu Changxing returned to his quaint courtyard, he beheld 2 familiar figures. "Mother." "Yao, what brings you here?" Yi Mu smiled gently and said, "Changsheng, are you planning to enter the secret realm?" I do have such intentions," he replied. Yi Mu handed over an ancient, quaint little pouch, igniting a spark of curiosity in Yu Changxing. "What is this?" he inquired. "Oh, it is nothing much. Merely some elixirs and trinkets of magical artifacts." Yi Mu spoke casually, and Yi Changxing did not take it to heart. He simply nodded and said, "Thank you, mother." "Humph. Brother, I wish to accompany you to the secret realm as well." Yeo suddenly shouted, causing Yu Changxing to furrow his brows. Yo. This time the secret realm is not only populated by the people of Dongzhou, but also by those individuals from Zhangzhou who have eyes on their foreheads. If you encounter any danger inside, what will happen to your parents? Humph. I have already consulted them, and they consented to my entry. Yu Changxing cast a surprised glance at his mother, who nodded with a smile. With a hint of resignation, he said, "Very well then. After all, this is our family's secret realm. It would be a pity not to explore it. However, you must exercise caution. Focus on seeking opportunities within. If possible, avoid confrontations. And do not be tempted to indulge in idle curiosity merely for the sake of excitement." He was acutely aware of his sister's disposition, and he knew that without proper guidance, she might inadvertently attract unforeseen troubles. Yet Yi Yao chuckled mischievously, her eyes twinkling with cunning. Rest assured, brother. I understand the gravity of the situation. Although she spoke with such confidence, Yi Changsheng could not discern just how much this girl truly valued the matter at hand. With a sigh, he retrieved the storage pouch he had just secured to himself. Take these items with you. Consider it a measure of security. Yi Yao waved her hand dismissively. I don't need it. If I ask you to hold it, then hold it. Why are you arguing? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, resolved to give this girl a thorough lesson. The voice of Yi Mu resonated at the opportune moment. Changsheng, you may keep these items for yourself. I am not so forgetful as to overlook a Yao's share. With a hint of playful reproach, she shot Yi Changsheng a glance, feigning displeasure as she continued. You impudent boy, do you truly believe that a Yao was adopted? Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Indeed, my son was foolish and nearly forgot that both of you were present. After playfully apologizing with a grin, he feigned a fierce demeanor and ruffled Yi Yao's hair. Listen carefully, my dear. Once we enter, you must act with conviction. If we cannot prevail, then we must flee. Life is far more precious than any opportunity or face saving. Do you understand? After a considerable struggle, Yi Yao finally freed herself from his grasp, pouting in displeasure as she exclaimed, I understand. Please stop ruffling my hair. It will hinder my growth. Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Yi's mother wore a gentle smile, radiating warmth and affection. Despite the persistent rumors circulating about her son being inept, as a mother, she remained unfazed by such judgments. Her sole desire was for her children to navigate life safely and free from calamity. Qing Yi, also known as Gu Qing Yi, was joyfully watching the siblings engage in their clever antics when Yi's mother suddenly called out to her. My dear, come, take this. Yi Mu gently removed a vividly green bracelet from her wrist and placed it delicately into Gu Qingyi's hands. My dear, this is not appropriate, she protested. You should keep it. This item serves as an excellent protective talisman. It will ensure your safety in times of peril. But mother, this is your cherished possession. It is far too valuable, the daughter-in-law insisted. Silly girl, why do you say such things? With a gentle smile, Mother Yi interrupted her objections, saying, You are the wife of Changsheng. We are family. There is no need to refuse the gifts I bring you. They are of little use to me, but they will serve you well. No more refusals, please. As for the elixirs and resources, due to your unique constitution, you may select what you wish without my interference. In short, I understand your preference for tranquility, but in such perilous realms, a moment's carelessness can lead to bloodshed. You must ensure your own safety, do you understand? Gu Qingyi bit her lip and nodded earnestly, replying, Do not worry, mother. I will protect both my husband and Ayao. Mother Yi chuckled. That rascal Changsheng is as sturdy as a rock. It won't be easy for others to harm him. Just take care of yourself first. After a brief conversation, Mother Yi took her leave. As the matriarch, with Father Ye's focus on the secret realm, it was her responsibility to oversee the household affairs. As soon as Yi Mu departed, Yi Yao leaped in front of Yi Changsheng, grinning mischievously as she said, Brother, I have prepared a plethora of splendid items. Once we enter the secret realm, let us thoroughly deal with those rascals from Zhangzhou. Yi Changsheng's eyes widened, ready to take action and teach a lesson. But Yi Yao cleverly dodged him. You insufferable girl, do not entertain any foolish thoughts. Once you enter, behave yourself. The people of Dongzhou may still consider your status as a member of the Yi family, but those from Zhongzhou will not share such sentiments. If you truly attract great trouble and something unfortunate were to happen to you, have you ever contemplated how heartbroken your parents would be? Understood. Yi Yao pouted slightly, settling down in her chair with a hint of disappointment. Yi Changsheng found it rather perplexing. This girl had previously resembled a salted fish, indifferent to everything, indulging solely in a life of leisure. Yet, astonishingly, her cultivation soared, and according to Gu Qingyi, she was only slightly inferior to Xiao Chen due to her age. Initially, he felt a twinge of resentment, wondering if she possessed some sort of lying flat system that allowed her to enhance her cultivation merely by idling about each day. However, after they cleared the air, she became considerably more vibrant, her former slightly cynical nature re-emerging as she playfully stirred up trouble with cats and dogs alike. He couldn't help but wonder why his parents permitted this girl to enter the secret realm. 3 hours slipped by in an instant. Numerous forces from the eastern continent, accompanied by their respective prodigies, gathered in the floating square outside the Yi family's celestial mountain. Talents from the central continent were also arriving in droves. The two factions, comprising hundreds of individuals, stood distinctly divided into two camps, the air thick with animosity between them. Xiao was also part of the Eastern Continent's faction, albeit in a relatively subordinate position. As a resonating bell echoed, 3 full hours elapsed. The golden body, which had absorbed boundless spiritual energy, suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance, even overshadowing the resplendent sun above. From the void, a chorus of ethereal Buddhist chants emerged, with countless phantoms of Buddhas encircling the central golden figure, making him resemble a true Tathagata descending into the world. Such a magnificent spectacle left everyone in awe. This was the first time the people of the Eastern Continent witnessed a genuine pinnacle of the virtual emperor realm showcasing his power. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, and his expression grew solemn. Beside him, the veiled King revealed a glimmer of astonishment. This is the Tao of the great Emperor Yi. Upon hearing this, others quickly grasped the significance. This was the great Tao, the true imperial realm's great Tao. Quickly, focus and cultivate your inner peace to savor this extraordinary opportunity. The onlookers finally reacted, closing their eyes and delving into the resonant Tao sounds that echoed within their hearts. Although Ye's father had not genuinely stepped into the imperial realm, the Tao essence contained within the chants was not abundant. Yet, even this scant essence represented a height unattainable by most on the WNUN continent in their lifetimes. Countless individuals either sat in midair or knelt where they stood, earnestly comprehending the profundities of this Tao essence. The melodious chants washed over their souls. In midair, however, Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the Tao sounds that others were experiencing. King found this peculiar. Xiao, why do you not partake in this rare Tao essence? Xiao Chen responded with a slight smile, an air of arrogance in his demeanor. My Tao is not of the Buddhist way. Therefore, the Buddhist path holds no value for me. Such audacity stirred the curiosity of those who had begun to comprehend the Tao. After all, this was the essence of a true imperial powerhouse. Even if it differed from his own, engaging with it would prove beneficial, for learning from various sources is the essence of understanding. Yet, witnessing Xiao Chen's demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of allowing himself to be influenced, not even by an imperial figure. In the void, an ancient being chuckled. This lad is quite remarkable. He possesses true character, and I admire that. The ethereal figure of the heavenly shadow, seated in midair, suddenly interjected. What use is your admiration? He is a genius of the central continent. If you were to step onto his territory, you might find yourself merely guarding the entrance. Hey, old fool, if you can't speak wisely, then remain silent. Regardless of others' judgments, Xiao Chen remained steadfast, showing no inclination to engage with the Tao essence. Boasting is not frightening. What is truly daunting is the unity of knowledge and action. Xiao Chen's unexpected stance added considerable pressure to the talents of the Eastern Continent. On the floating square, Xiao observed Xiao Chen, who stood tall against the sky, brimming with pride, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This individual was indeed putting on an act, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. Whether one can tread upon the path of divinity in the future remains uncertain. However, the pretense has already begun. Indeed, this individual displays a certain audacity. Guqingyi nodded in agreement, then smiled as she took his hand, gently reassuring him, Do not worry, my husband. With your diligence, you shall undoubtedly become a grand cultivator in the days to come. Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. I lack the confidence myself. Yet you are even more resolute than I. He smiled playfully. In Qingyi's heart, my husband is the most formidable. Observing the rare and charming smile on her face, Xiao felt a surge of warmth within. It seems that acquiring the dual cultivation technique of the Cloud Summit Holy Palace is imperative. The melodious sound of the divine music resonates, seemingly originating from the ancient past, embodying unparalleled wonders. Xiao gradually calmed his mind and endeavored to perceive the profound essence concealed within the sacred sounds. Unfortunately, after some time, he found himself devoid of any experience of such an essence. He merely sensed a significant tranquility, akin to the soothing effects of a lullaby. Alas, it appears that I am fated to remain disconnected from the melodies of the Tao. With a sigh of introspection, he suddenly recalled the tribulations he faced upon his arrival in this world. Logically, given that he had developed a distaste for women, would it not be more fitting for him to embrace the monastic life? Xiao, in a state of utter ennui, began to survey his surroundings, curious to discern the caliber of individuals present in Central Continent. Unbeknownst to him, every action he undertook was observed by his father, Yi. Noticing his son's complete lack of resonance with the Taoist essence, you could not help but mutter with irritation. This insufferable brat. How is it that he has inherited none of my lineage? What a pity that such formidable Buddhist teachings remain unpassed. With a shake of his head, he lamented further. This boy's physical cultivation is baffling. He increasingly resembles a barbarian. By all accounts, my descendants ought to be different. After a moment's contemplation with no resolution, he dismissed thoughts of Xiao Chen's situation. As long as he remained, his son would assuredly lead a safe life. Nevertheless, it was unfortunate that during this expedition to the secret realm, that particular treasure would likely remain beyond his grasp. Chapter 90. The implication of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Although this relic belonged to the Yi family, it was not actually created by their ancestors. Rather, its origins were deeply intertwined with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. As a practitioner of the imperial realm, he had naturally investigated the concealed treasures within. Indeed, that particular item was a true gem, yet only those with a Buddhist nature, those fated to connect with the Buddha, could approach and master it. It was a pity that his son, let alone possessing the insight, seemed to have no connection to Buddhism at all. Just as he was mentally deriding the situation, an unusual wave of energy suddenly emanated from the floating square. Ye's father was instantly captivated by the sight before him. Beside Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi, Yi Yao's eyes were tightly shut. Within her, a myriad of minute benefits floated forth, swiftly coalescing into resplendent golden characters after absorbing the ethereal Buddhist light that permeated her being. Ultimately, these luminous inscriptions enveloped Yi Yao, gently lifting her into the air. My beloved, has Yao Yao resonated with the Tao's melody? Gu Qingyi exclaimed with uncontainable joy, genuinely elated for Yi Yao's achievement. Yi Chongqing looked at Yi Yao with some astonishment, never expecting that this girl would possess such a Buddhist nature. Countless golden Sanskrit characters swirled around, faintly resonating with the words Amitabha, gradually harmonizing with the immense ethereal silhouette of Ye's father that filled the heavens and the earth. Yifu gazed at Yi Yao with a hint of astonishment, as he had not anticipated that his son would not inherit his Buddhist nature. Instead, it was the young girl who appeared to possess remarkable talent. Many others also took note of the situation, and upon realizing that the extraordinary phenomenon was instigated by the little princess of the Yi family, they eagerly approached the Yi clan to extend their congratulations. The elders of the Yi family wore smiles as radiant as blooming chrysanthemums. The secret realm belonged to their clan, and the Taoist essence was also emanated by their patriarch. If the Yi family were to emerge empty-handed, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. High above in the heavens, Kong Yin slowly opened his eyes, having closed them to attune himself to the Tao. He gazed at the golden Sanskrit encircling Yi Yao, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Oh, this must be the little princess of the Yi family. Chechen cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yu and nodded, affirming, indeed, she is Yi Yao, the daughter of the Yi emperor. Kong Yan's gaze shifted, and suddenly he addressed the colossal with a resonant voice. Congratulations to the Yi emperor on his precious daughter's enlightenment. It is merely a stroke of fortune for this junior. With a chuckle, he continued, Your Majesty, you jest. To gain insight within your Taoist essence. The little princess is certainly no ordinary individual. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and with a smile, he added, The depth of your Buddhist and Taoist cultivation is genuinely astonishing. It is rare even in the Western Zhou to find a few who have reached such heights. It appears that the Yi family indeed shares an extraordinary connection with the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The voice of the ancient well of the Yi family resonated. How does it concern us? And how does it not? The Yi emperor must not misunderstand. Kang Yin quickly elaborated, continuing with a smile. Now that the cliffs have crumbled, the connection between the Yi family and the 10,000 Buddha kingdom is profound, which can be considered a fortunate event for the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the representatives from various factions were taken aback. What is the Tianji Pavilion? It is the most formidable intelligence agency in Central Continent, and indeed the entire Wanyuan continent. As the chosen one of the Tianji Pavilion, Kang Yin's words to some extent represented the pavilion's stance on this matter. By openly stating this in front of so many people, she was tacitly acknowledging that the Yi family indeed had some form of connection with the 10,000 Buddha kingdom. The expression of Fa Xiong grew solemn, and the formidable pressure compelled Kang Yin to instinctively lower her gaze, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. The affairs of the Yi family require no further elaboration from others. Yes, I have overstepped, Kang Yin hastily admitted, refraining from further alluding to the Yi family's background. However, at this juncture, Those with a discerning eye could discern that the Yi family indeed had ties to the 10,000 Buddha kingdom. This was, in fact, a positive development for the forces in the eastern continent. Should they wish to escape the oppression of the central continent, they could readily ally themselves with the Yi family, thus securing a viable path forward. Furthermore, the existence of the Yi family served as a reminder to the central continent factions, preventing them from recklessly plundering the eastern continent. Of course, for the prodigies of the central continent, this was hardly good news, especially for Xiao Chen, who gazed intently at Kang Yan as she spoke. His expression grave. He was acutely aware of Kang Yan's status and influence. The information she conveyed was likely near the truth. Coupled with the appearance of the Yi families today, it indicated a genuine connection between the Yi family and the 10,000 Buddha kingdom. However, his mission in the eastern continent was to win the Yi family over. If this were true, it signified that he had already failed significantly in his task. The thought of having previously awaited the Yi family's overtures with confidence made him wish he could turn back time and slap himself a few times. Regardless of their reputation, they were an ancient family with a formidable, possessing secrets and treasures too numerous to count. Despite his prowess, he was ultimately just a junior of the temple, of little distinction in the eyes of the Yi emperor, akin to an ant. How could such a force willingly seek out others? Even if they did harbor such an inclination, he, Xiao Chen, lacked the audacity to impose himself. Sighing softly, Xiao Chen was filled with helplessness. Although he could participate in this secret realm, the impending failure of the mission assigned to him by the temple left him feeling apprehensive. Kang Yan, oh Kang Yan, why did you not inform me sooner? With a hint of reproach, Kang Yan slightly tilted her head, her voice betraying no discernible emotion. You are aware of the rules of the Tianji Pavilion. Revealing the secrets of the heavens comes at a price. Xiao Chen remained silent, yet inwardly resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Kang Yan. Although the Tianji Pavilion typically operated with discretion, it was shrouded in an aura of mystery. Each generation produced only a handful of disciples who ventured forth, yet each possessed the extraordinary ability to comprehend the intricacies of yin and yang. Furthermore, as the largest intelligence agency in the central continent, their knowledge of secrets and information was immeasurable. Gaining Kang Yan's assistance could potentially smooth his path in the competition for the position of the Hall Master. Ah, Kang Yan, we share a common origin. Might you consider offering a subtle reminder in such matters in the future? Kang Yan shook her head, declaring, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Xiao Chen's smile instantly waned, a soft huff escaping his lips as he turned his gaze toward the newly animated colossal Buddha manifestation. Amidst the cosmos, the giant Buddha stood resolutely, its right hand suddenly grasping the hilt of the sword resting upon its arm. In an instant, a boundless sword aura and an overwhelming radiance of Buddhist light erupted, only to be swiftly contained within the long sword held in the manifestation's hand. The secret realm shall soon be unveiled, resonated the grand voice of the Dharma body, igniting excitement among all present. The golden Buddha manifestation held the sword vertically against its chest, then slowly slid it downward. A sound akin to silk being torn asunder echoed through the air, and a vast crevice abruptly appeared in the fabric of reality. Chapter 91. The cruelty of the ruins. Within the fissure lay a murky haze, permeated by an oppressive aura of destruction. Those with discernment gasped in astonishment. A spatial rift? Step back, lest you be drawn in. Such a terrifying rift could spell doom even for those at the Void Return realm. Endless shards, reminiscent of shattered mirrors, dispersed from the crevice, each revealing a myriad of bizarre scenes. Even someone as formidable as Xiao Chen, a paragon of the central continent, wore an expression of grave concern. The spatial integrity of the Wanyuan continent was exceptionally robust. Only those at the Void Return realm could influence its stability. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, the Leaf Emperor had carved an exaggerated rift that nearly cleaved the heavens apart, a display of prowess that was genuinely awe-inspiring. In this rift, time and space were thoroughly disordered, infused with chaotic void energies. Should an ordinary person come into contact with even a trace, they might well be entirely obliterated from existence. Only a being of the Leaf Emperor's caliber could remain unaffected. As the fissure widened, the gray mist within began to surge outward. With a casual wave of his hand, the Emperor of Leaves unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, akin to a tsunami, which penetrated the rift like countless nails, securing it firmly within the expanse of the sky, preventing any further contraction or expansion. Subsequently, the golden figure reached forth and pinched, causing the wisps of gray mist emanating from the edges of the rift to vanish entirely. The entrance had just been opened, and as the fabric of time and space remained somewhat unstable, A brief moment of waiting was necessary before one could enter. After the Emperor Yi offered an explanation, his ethereal form closed its eyes, falling silent. Countless onlookers gazed in awe at the extraordinary sword strike, their respect and fear for Emperor Yi deepening. The swirling gray mist within the rift seemed to be obstructed by an unseen force, roaring silently. As time progressed, the turbulence of the gray mist began to subside. At a certain moment, the chaotic flow of time and space finally stabilized. With a gentle wave of his hand, the ethereal figure dispersed the gray mist, revealing a breathtaking landscape akin to a traditional Chinese painting. It appeared as though there existed a transparent layer of glazed tiles, rendering the scene somewhat indistinct, yet brimming with exotic beasts and lush spiritual flora, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The ethereal figure spoke at the opportune moment. The Yi family's secret realm has been opened. Those who meet the criteria may enter at will. After uttering this phrase, the majestic ethereal form transformed into countless golden beams, showering the world beneath with radiant light. This enchanting spectacle even brought a hint of joy to the usually composed Gu Qingyi. My dear husband, it is truly beautiful. Indeed, Yi Chongqing acquiesced with a single phrase. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the secret realm, eager to discern who would be the first to venture within. Above in the sky, Xiao Chen continued to hover, seemingly disinclined to be the first to enter. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Though the first to enter might seize a fortuitous opportunity, it also concealed greater dangers. He was a strategist, one who acted with deliberation rather than impulsivity. After a brief moment, someone finally succumbed to the allure of the secret realm. Ladies and gentlemen, since none of you are willing to take the lead, I shall take the initiative. A resounding voice echoed from the ranks of a minor faction in the eastern continent as a young prodigy soared into the air, heading directly toward the entrance of the secret realm. This action caused some concern among his elders. The young man, clad in purple robes, traversed the air upon his sword, his countenance imbued with determination and an indomitable spirit. He was no fool. He understood the potential perils that lay within the secret realm. However, as his innate talents did not measure up to those of the top-tier elites, he recognized that a life of caution would yield no opportunity for ascendance. Thus, whether he was the first to take flight or merely cannon fodder, he chose to trust that the Yi family's secret realm would not be excessively perilous, allowing time for the younger generation to adjust and react. Being the first to enter might just bring forth unexpected rewards. In the blink of an eye, the purple-robed youth reached the edge of the rift. His sword came to a halt beneath him as he turned to respectfully salute his elders and the Yi family, then resolutely leaped into the resplendent curtain of light. At the moment of impact, he seemed to plunge into water, effortlessly merging with the ethereal glow, his figure vanishing from sight before the onlookers. With the first test subject having emerged, others began to stir restlessly. Numerous young talents from the minor factions in the eastern continent ascended into the air, a throng surging into the secret realm. Meanwhile, some individuals from the central continent, whose talents were comparatively modest, grew anxious. After consulting Xiao Chen, who expressed no objections, they gradually commenced their entry into the secret realm. At that moment, Yi Father's true form abruptly manifested in the air, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the rift. All hail you, Emperor! The reverberating calls filled the air, and Yi Father simply nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a hearty laugh resonated from the void. Ha ha ha, Yi Emperor, treasures belong to the virtuous. I am but an old man with little time left, shamelessly borrowing this secret realm to seek out something useful. A golden light seemed to transcend both time and space, appearing swiftly yet languidly before the resplendent curtain. Within the radiance stood an elder with hair as white as snow, exuding an overwhelming aura that elicited gasps from the crowd below. A sage. This is a master of the sage realm. Should such formidable beings enter the secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike against the young prodigies, rendering them utterly powerless. The geniuses from the eastern and central regions grew increasingly anxious, hoping that the Emperor Yi would intervene. However, in the face of the imminent entrance of a sage-level powerhouse into the secret realm, Yi's father remained expressionless, seemingly devoid of any intention to take action. Ha ha, the old man has arrived. The elder's laughter echoed, his hand reaching out to touch the glassy barrier. Crackling. A blinding bolt of obsidian lightning suddenly erupted from the barrier, coursing up the elder's arm and enveloping his entire being in an instant. His expression transformed into one of sheer terror as he opened his mouth to scream. In the next moment, with a soft pop, his body exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of ash that scattered amidst the fissured mist. Silence enveloped the arena. After a long pause, someone murmured, "A sage-level powerhouse, just like that, is gone?" That was indeed a sage-level powerhouse. A shocked cry finally snapped the onlookers back to reality. They cast wary and reverent glances at the seemingly tranquil entrance to the secret realm, which allowed the young talents to enter. Xiao Chen's countenance grew grave, tinged with disbelief. After all, this was a sage-level powerhouse. The Emperor Yi had not even lifted a finger, and yet he had been reduced to mere ashes. The rules governing the secret realm were truly formidable. At that moment, Ye's father's cold voice resonated slowly. "I have warned you all, do not engage in futile probing. The Yi family's secret realm is designated for the young prodigies. If you are unafraid of death, feel free to force your way in. I shall not intervene." Chapter 92. The Lesser Thunder Sound Temple and the Remnants of Evil Spirits. His plain words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone present. After Ye's father declared the rules for entering the secret realm, the continued presence of so many individuals here was not solely to escort their own descendants. Some cultivators of considerable prowess harbored intentions of slipping in unnoticed. To them, the Yi family's secret realm held undeniable allure. And those ancient beings would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip by. The need for the Emperor Yi to personally activate the protective measures of the secret realm hinted at the rarity and preciousness of the hidden opportunities within, which need not be elaborated upon. Yet, the mere arrival of a sage-level powerhouse at the entrance of the secret realm, who could not even utter a sound before becoming a wisp of ash, was truly chilling. Such terrifyingly potent rules of suppression swiftly quelled the greed of those with ulterior motives. Ye's father cast a glance, lightly descending onto the floating square. After a brief yet significant interlude, the young prodigies gradually continued to enter the secret realm. Compared to their predecessors, the weight of pressure upon them was considerably intensified. For those at the Saint Realm, merely making contact with the glassy light screen was a trivial matter. They likely would not even cause a ripple. Now, as they endeavored to pass through the luminous barrier, a sense of tension enveloped them. Fortunately, after several individuals successfully traversed the light screen, the remaining participants began to stir with anticipation. Yi Changxing glanced at the nearly halved assembly of prodigies in the square, pondering whether it was time to enter. However, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Yao, still enveloped in the golden Sanskrit, he ultimately sighed softly and said, "Qingyi, let us wait a moment. We shall enter once Yao Yao awakens." Gu Qingyi had no objections. "Very well, we shall not rush. There is ample time ahead." Yet, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly emanated from the golden sphere formed by the Sanskrit, affirming that indeed, this was not the opportune moment to enter. Yi Changxing and his wife turned around in astonishment, only to witness the golden Sanskrit characters spinning with sudden swiftness, all converging towards the heart of the golden sphere. The sacred sounds subsided, and her expression took on a demeanor both solemn and serene, a radiant wheel of merit illuminating from behind her head. She emanated a profound aura of Buddhist and Taoist essence, resembling a monk or nun who had transcended the mundane world. Yi Changxing gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Yi Yao, his mind unable to suppress the speculation. Could it be that this girl has been assimilated after comprehending the Buddhist path? Is she destined to become a little nun? As the golden light dissipated, Yi Yao descended to the ground. The couple exchanged glances, unsure of how to approach the situation. Finally, driven by curiosity, Yi Changxing inquired, "Yao Yao, what was it you just said?" Yi Yu fell to the ground, her previously dignified demeanor dissipating in an instant as her mischievous eyes began to dart around. "Brother, what you said earlier was indeed correct. We do not need to rush inside just yet." Upon witnessing her return to her familiar self, Yi Changxing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared that the girl had become so enraptured by the teachings of Buddhism that she had inadvertently lost herself in the process. Yi Yao leaned closer to the two, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. "Brother, sister-in-law, we must wait a while before entering. Although this secret realm harbors treasures, it is undeniably perilous." Upon hearing her words, Yi Changxing's curiosity was piqued. "Yao Yao, is this true?" "Of course it is true. Would I deceive you?" As she spoke, Yi Yao's expression grew grave, and she gestured towards the entrance of the secret realm. This realm is the site of an ancient Buddhist holy land, home to the renowned Small Lane Temple. Surrounding the Small Lane Temple are terrifying remnants of malevolent souls. These beings were once formidable cultivators after death. Their obsessions and lingering spirits amalgamated into something extraordinarily peculiar and difficult to confront. We need not rush in just yet. It would be prudent to wait until the others have cleared away most of the lingering souls before we proceed. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes alight with astonishment. "Yao Yao, how do you know all this?" Yi Chongqing hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his concern, for it pertained to his sister, and it was only natural for him to be more attentive. Alas, dear brother, has your intellect been wasted? During our previous conversation, did you not inquire whether our family had any connection with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Are you still unable to discern the truth? The Yi family not only shares ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, but those connections are likely quite profound. Do you truly believe that the assertion of our family's origins with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas was merely a jest? Yi Chongqing was rendered speechless and could only inquire further. How did you come to know about the matters within the secret realm? Is there any other useful information? Without needing to delve into the specifics, Yi Yao replied with a furrowed brow, expressing her concerns. This secret realm possesses significant origins. It was once a sacred site for Buddhism and Taoism a millennium ago. The name Little Thunder Sound Temple suggests a possible connection to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western continent. However, long ago, it seems that the Little Thunder Sound Temple encountered formidable adversaries, culminating in a cataclysmic battle. The fierce conflict dragged on for an extensive period, ultimately transforming the temple into a desolate wasteland. Consequently, the fallen powerful beings' lingering obsessions and remnants of their souls, washed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter, inadvertently preserved their existence, resulting in a location that is perilously forbidden for us. Thus, it was revealed. Yi Chongqing felt a sudden clarity, a wave of relief washing over him. Fortunately, his sister proved to be reliable in critical moments. Otherwise, had he recklessly ventured into the secret realm, he might have found himself in peril. While the danger posed by those lingering souls of obsession might not be considerable, the tone of Yi Yao's voice indicated that their numbers were certainly significant. As the saying goes, even an ant can fell an elephant. How much more perilous are those malevolent spirits? Yi Yao continued. Let us wait a little longer, until those who have entered first eliminate the specters, so that when we enter, we may save some time. Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi readily agreed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something. Unable to suppress the peculiar expression on his face as he queried, then, Yao, since you were able to obtain news of the secret realm from the outside, wouldn't our father, as the initiator of the secret realm, also be aware of this matter? Yi Yao turned to look at him, as if gazing at a fool. Brother, who is our father? The head of the Yi family. No, I mean his cultivation level. Oh, he is a practitioner at the peak of the virtual emperor realm. Yi Chongqing's voice gradually diminished, and he suddenly realized that he had uttered something rather foolish. After all, he was addressing a cultivator of the imperial realm, who also held the authority to unlock the secret realm. How could he possibly be unaware of the circumstances within? Chapter 93. The Contest of the Buddha's Shadow and the Divine Shadow. After a moment of silence, Yi Chongqing suddenly mumbled, This old fellow is truly something. He clearly knows the specifics of the secret realm. Would it not have been better to inform us earlier? Why must he wait until we enter and then test the waters himself? He ought to consider what might happen to you, Yao, and me. If anything were to befall us, who would be there to care for them in their old age? He shows not an ounce of concern for his own future. Although Ye's father was not physically present, his consciousness remained vigilant, observing the reactions of his beloved children. Consequently, Yi Chongqing's words of filial piety reached his ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. His little rascal had grown increasingly audacious, daring to utter such outrageous statements. It seemed imperative that he be taught a lesson in due time. Yi Chongqing continued to mutter, You say this secret realm belongs to us, yet he is the designated opener. Surely, it is not too much to expect him to share some useful information? He sighed, contemplating the potential chaos ahead, where they might have to contend with the likes of Chechnya and the formidable Ingwudi. Can we truly prevail against such contenders? Gu Qingqi quickly tugged at his hand. Husband, do not speak carelessly. Perhaps father has his own difficulties to navigate. Indeed, father may well have his own challenges, he conceded. Their defense finally brought a hint of a smile to Ye's father's features. Ah, see, it is the daughter who is truly a warm comfort. Unlike that wayward son who lets the winds of misfortune into our home. How could one of such noble lineage engage in underhanded dealings? He had once thought that his profound teachings would go unheeded, yet fate surprised him with Yi Yao, a girl of considerable insight, seemingly well aligned with his path of enlightenment and swordsmanship. She could indeed be nurtured for greatness. As for Yi Chongqing, this rebellious boy, who shows no respect for his own father, must learn the value of hardship. How can one cultivate strength without enduring trials? As his son, he has yet to face significant challenges. It is high time he learned some valuable lessons. Ye's father, filled with righteous indignation, mentally chastised Yi Chongqing. Yet his expression soon turned somewhat grave. No one understood better than he the secrets concealed within this hidden realm. The Little Lane Temple. A mere character away from the sacred Buddhist site of the Western continent's 10,000 Buddha kingdom, hinted at its extraordinary essence. Although he now stood at the pinnacle of the Void Emperor realm, until he truly stepped into that level, he could only be regarded as a pseudo-emperor, not worthy of the title of one who has genuinely attained enlightenment. From what he gathered, the master of the Little Lane Temple was a figure who had indeed reached that stature. In other words, there once existed a true emperor in this place. It was precisely for this reason that the ruins were imbued with such formidable rules of power, capable of reducing even those at the sage level to ashes in the blink of an eye. Even as the initiator of this secret realm, his authority was significantly limited, compelling him to abide by the rules that governed this domain. Just as Yi Changsheng had stated earlier, withholding information about the interior was a form of confidentiality and fairness, both of which constituted rules in their own right. Should one dare to contravene these regulations, even with his cultivation, a severely injured fate would likely await. Reflecting on this, Ye's father let out a sudden sigh. A half-step difference, yet it felt like worlds apart. To truly step into that realm is an entirely different matter than merely lingering at the threshold. Perhaps to outsiders, he appears formidable and unrivaled, a sovereign of the Eastern continent. Yet, Yi Fu is acutely aware that without entering the heavenly emperor realm, a pseudo-emperor will forever remain just that, a mere imitation, unworthy of the title of Great Emperor. Similarly, although he occupies the emperor realm, within this secret domain, he is bound to adhere to its regulations, daring not to overstep his bounds. Over the years, through clandestine research into the secret realm, he has acquired some valuable insights. This secret realm, superficially perceived as a legacy from the ancestors of the Yi family, was, in truth, conceived and established by the enigmatic Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas in the Western continent, manifested through a past Dharmakaya. The recently formed Dharmakaya merely reflects his aura and spiritual power as a shadow, akin to a key that unlocks the operational rules of the secret realm, ultimately culminating in the creation of that colossal form, which nearly bridges heaven and earth. It is within a certain scope under his control, yet it does not act according to his true will. Legend has it that the Buddha of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas possesses 3 Dharmakayas, referred to as the past Buddha, present Buddha, and future Buddha. The secret realm left behind belongs to one of his past incarnations. However, the reason for such a fierce battle occurring in this sacred Buddhist site remains unclear to him. As golden light dissipates, an increasing number of individuals grow impatient, hastening into the secret realm, fearful of missing out on any fortuitous opportunity. Only the top prodigies from the eastern and central continents maintain their composure. Xiao Chen, suspended in midair, keeps his gaze fixed on the secret realm, yet his attention is drawn to the siblings, Yi Changsheng and his sister. As the young master and princess of the Yi family, he cannot believe that Yi Fu has offered them no hint whatsoever. Yet, as time gradually passes, the two appear utterly unconcerned with the secret realm, showing no urgency despite the influx of others. In fact, Yi Changsheng seems to have the leisure to procure some barbecued delicacies from who knows where. The siblings proceed to eat nonchalantly, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Ye's father gazed intently at the fissure in the sky, a gentle sigh escaping his lips. Although the realm of the celestial emperor appeared as if it could be pierced with a mere layer of paper, he found himself utterly unable to breach it. No matter the effort, this predicament stemmed not only from the inherent flaws in the rules of the Eastern continent, but also from his own doubts regarding his path. Only by experiencing firsthand the immense power concealed within that future self could he truly comprehend the vast chasm between them. The Lord of the Kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas is indeed a mysterious and formidable figure. As his thoughts wandered, Ye's father's gaze swept across the floating plaza, suddenly sharpening. While the Lord was enigmatic and powerful, the central continent's divine temple was equally remarkable. Though the 3 major factions of the central continent advanced in unison, subtle disparities existed among them. The celestial mechanism pavilion was the most enigmatic, while the divine temple stood as the most overtly powerful. Although the temple harbored some trepidation towards the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it appeared unfazed overall. This indicated that the temple possessed sufficient confidence in the existence of a powerhouse capable of rivaling the Lord. That individual, without a doubt, was likely the master of the temple, though the divine son of the temple, Xiao Chen, had altered his demeanor significantly upon realizing the Yi family's backing by the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. He still did not genuinely regard the Yi family as a formidable force. It was more a matter of respect towards the kingdom, even bordering on courtesy. If one as prominent as the Lord could remain composed, could it be that the master of the temple surpassed that mysterious figure? Chapter 94. The intertwining of crisis and opportunity following the rupture of the source wall. The influx of individuals from the central continent allowed the people of the eastern continent to gain insight into their circumstances. Among the three major factions of the central continent, the Divine Temple stood ahead above the rest, with the central continent itself being the most powerful among the 5 continents. Hence, the Divine Temple could genuinely be deemed the foremost faction. In a world where anyone could cultivate, the presence of top-tier combatants was the true measure of a faction's might. As the most elite force on the continent, perhaps the master of the Divine Temple could rightfully be called the true sovereign of the realm. After all, without such a powerhouse, the enigmatic celestial mechanism pavilion and the Grading dynasty could not be suppressed. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a hint of melancholy flickered in Ye's father's eyes. Just how strong was the master of the Divine Temple? It was crucial to note that the creator of this secret realm was merely a manifestation of the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas. He had witnessed the terrifying power of that manifestation firsthand. Even though it now resembled an empty shell, it could still contend against the realm of the Void Emperor. Contemplating this, one could only wonder how truly fearsome the master of the Divine Temple, the ostensible first person of the myriad source continent, must be. At present, the fissures in the source wall are gradually widening. Although the pace may seem slow, the situation remains exceedingly tense for the eastern continent. As the fissures expand and the ancient monstrosities from the central continent are able to traverse through, if the eastern continent lacks formidable guardians, it may face unrestrained plundering and pillaging. This disparity in raw strength necessitates time and resources to bridge. Unfortunately, what the eastern continent lacks most at this moment is time. As his thoughts began to drift, Ye's father forcefully quelled these notions. The future remains uncertain. It is wiser to focus on the present. All matters and plans will gradually unfold with the passage of time. He is unsure whether his current actions will indeed benefit the people of the eastern continent. Young prodigies continue to enter the secret realms in waves, while the number of individuals lingering in the floating plaza diminishes. Yi Changsheng stroked his chin and inquired, "Yao Yao, when shall we make our entrance?" With her eyes closed, Yi Yao took a moment to sense her surroundings, then raised her head with a hint of frustration. "I'm not entirely certain. While I possess some knowledge about the secret realm, the specifics elude me. In any case, there are numerous lingering souls outside the small lane temple. Many have ventured inside, yet cleansing them is no simple task." "Indeed, you are correct. Shall we wait a little longer?" "Very well." Temporarily suppressing her desire to enter the secret realm, Yu Changxing began to survey the area. At that moment, the chariot in the sky stirred. With a graceful sweep of his robe, he floated forward at a measured pace, seemingly intent on entering the secret realm. As he moved, the remaining few talented individuals from Central Continent swiftly followed suit, racing towards the entrance of the realm. Ing Wudi and Kong Yin trailed closely behind, indicating that the trio had already conspired together. As their figures vanished, Xiao Chen, cloaked in shadows, slightly lifted his head, his crimson eyes flashing with a fierce bloodlust. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, his gaze ignited with fervor, and he unconsciously licked his lips with a hint of greed. "Soon, very soon, I shall savor such exquisite delights." As his mutterings faded, the spiritual energy around Xiao Chen surged, darting into the entrance of the secret realm like a bolt of lightning. "Look, that appears to be the prodigy of the Yi family, Xiao Chen. He has entered as well. It seems to be him, but why is he so thoroughly concealed?" "Ah, have you forgotten? He was grievously injured by a mere glance from the crown prince of the Grading Empire. In my opinion, he must be too embarrassed to show his face, hence the disguise. Think about it, the illustrious prodigy of the Yi family, so easily wounded. And if he were to be recognized by Ing Wudi under these circumstances, it would be utterly mortifying." "Hiss, your reasoning does seem plausible." The crowd buzzed with chatter, swiftly shifting their focus to the mysteries concealed within the secret realm. His father furrowed his brows slightly, casting a glance at Xiao Chen who had vanished at the entrance. There was something rather amiss about the aura of that child. Thus, within the floating square, only Yu Changxing and his companions remained, along with a few truly timid young individuals. Yu Changxing stretched leisurely, twisting his neck with a series of crackling sounds. "Let us proceed. It is time we entered." Yu had no objections to this. A golden light emerged, and beneath her feet, a white lotus blossomed, soaring towards the entrance of the secret realm. Gu Qingyi naturally reached out, linking her arm with Yu Changxing's, guiding him towards the fissure. It is known that before a cultivator attains a certain level of spiritual power, They are unable to traverse the skies. Although Yu Chongqing possessed formidable physical prowess without reaching the Void Return realm, he found it challenging to repel the effects of gravity solely on his own. Of course, with his immense physical strength, he could leap into the air. Yet this would appear somewhat crude and unrefined, contrasting with his elegant persona. As for the spiritual energy within him, it could only sustain him in flight for a brief period. Rather than exhausting himself, it was far more convenient to allow Gu Qingyi to carry him, saving both effort and worry. Look, that is Yi Changsheng, the young master of the Yi family. Is he actually going to enter the secret realm? Wasn't it said that cultivation was prohibited? Are you foolish? Do not forget, although he cannot cultivate, his physical abilities are exceptionally powerful. He even defeated the third prince of the British Empire before. Indeed, in a secret realm where cultivation is suppressed, wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to unleash his full potential? Amidst the incessant murmurs of admiration and envy, Yu Chongqing gradually blended into the radiant veil of the secret realm. Yi's father naturally witnessed this scene. Shaking his head and sighing softly, it is a pity that this foolish boy lacks the innate talent for the Buddhist teachings. That artifact will likely not be within his grasp. However, one might still hold some hope for Yao Yao. As Yu Chongqing made contact with the luminous screen, he felt as if he had immersed himself in warm water. This was his initial sensation. Suddenly, a peculiar emotion surged within him, though the screen was undeniably soft. Melding into it seemed utterly effortless. Yet, before the eyes of the world, a formidable sage was reduced to ash in a mere breath. This extraordinary sensation lingered for but an instant before vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming chill that coursed through his body. Yi Chongqing felt a slight sense of reassurance as he held Gu Qingyi's delicate hand. Fortunately, this secret realm did not appear to follow the rules of random teleportation. Those who entered together would remain together, which alleviated much of his inner apprehension. However, the very next moment, Yi Yao's astonished voice echoed through the air. Is this truly a sacred site of Buddhism? Yi Yao's startled exclamation compelled Yu Chongqing to hastily open his eyes, alert and vigilant. What met his gaze finally elucidated the reason behind Yi Yao's astonishment. What should have been a tranquil and harmonious sanctuary, imbued with the essence of light and the teachings of Buddhism, was instead shrouded in ominous shades of black and red. The sky was enveloped in layers of dense, looming clouds, as if ready to shatter and descend at any moment. The ground bore no traces of temples or statues. Instead, it was littered with the remnants of collapsed structures and an endless expanse of corpses. The mountains and earth were pockmarked with enormous craters, the solidified dark brown soil bearing witness to the torrents of blood that once stained this land. An oppressive, heavy sense of danger permeated the air. This was the immediate sensation Yi Chongqing experienced upon entering the secret realm. He found it utterly incomprehensible that such a revered Buddhist sanctuary could have devolved into this nightmarish visage. Yi Yao stared blankly at the scene before her, her delicate face etched with disbelief and shock. Clearly, the Xilialian temple she had sensed was nothing like this. The mournful cries of restless souls or the sobbing of the wind roused her from her stupor. With her pale visage trembling, she stammered, What? What is happening here? How could it be like this? Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi finally regained their senses. Upon hearing those words, he shook his head and remarked, You are unaware, so how could we possibly know? Father is rather carefree, keeping secrets from me, yet he does not divulge any information about the secret realm to you? After expressing his dissatisfaction with a murmur, Yi Chongqing took a deep breath, a heavy stench of decay assaulting his senses, causing a sense of discomfort within. Now that we have entered, we must exercise utmost caution. As he spoke, he turned to touch the unusually prominent light barrier standing resolutely upon the decayed ground, only to find his hand could no longer penetrate it, as if he were attempting to grasp a solid piece of jade. The path back has also been severed. Yi Chongqing murmured with a hint of resignation, the air of nonchalance and casualness that had adorned his countenance dissipating considerably. Stay close to me. We cannot afford to be separated, lest we encounter unforeseen dangers. After imparting this caution, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Beneath the dim light, ethereal shadows of towering mountains loomed at the edge of the earth, their distance from their current location uncertain. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of the prodigious talents who had entered before them. Evidently, none lingered at the entrance. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and from time to time, a mournful wind wailed, swirling the weathered ashes upon the ground into a delicate dance. Yi Chongqing's heart gradually grew heavy with unease. This place felt profoundly amiss. It was supposed to be a sacred sanctuary of Buddhism, yet it resembled a hellish landscape reminiscent of the apocalypse. The scattered bones strewn across the ground only served to amplify the chilling atmosphere of this dark crimson expanse. Gu Qingxi furrowed her brow in concern. They had traversed 2 or 3 miles, yet the surroundings showed little sign of change. This seemed to be an immense plain, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Xiao came to a halt, surveying the surroundings in a slow circle. It was as if he had stepped into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi pondered for a moment, closed her eyes, and began to weave intricate hand gestures. Yi Changsheng and Yi Yao suddenly felt a gentle breeze pass through them, swiftly drifting away into the distance. The two remained silent, patiently awaiting Gu Qingyi's next move. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her expression growing increasingly grave. I have just surveyed the surroundings, within 100 miles. The landscape remains unchanged, devoid of any peculiarities. This place resembles not a sacred Buddhist site, but rather an ancient battlefield. Upon uttering these words, Yu Changxing was reminded of a remark made by Yi Yao while they were outside. It seemed as though a great battle had once transpired here. In retrospect, Yi Yao's enigmatic intuition had proven accurate. This location may have indeed once been a sanctuary of Buddhism, yet after a cataclysmic conflict, it has transformed into the desolate scene before them. Taking a deep breath, Yu Changxing sought to calm his anxious heart, his countenance resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, we have entered this realm, and retreat is not an option for the moment. Let us first search for any other presence. Yi Yao suddenly spoke, pointing towards the west, and said softly, I have a feeling that we should head in that direction. Are you certain? Yi Changxing was somewhat astonished. After all, Yi Yao had never ventured into this secret realm before, so it was only natural to feel a degree of skepticism when you unexpectedly voiced an opinion. Yi Yao shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I cannot quite grasp the situation. It merely feels as though I am smoking under the bright daylight. If you are uncertain as well, we may certainly change our course. Yu Changxing and Gu Qingyi exchanged a glance, astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Changxing resolved to heed Yi Yao's intuition. After all, their venerable father had clearly stated before their arrival that this place was a sacred site of Buddhism. Since Yi Yao is capable of comprehending the Buddha's teachings and simultaneously experiencing a profound resonance with the secret realm, there is no harm in following this path. After all, they have no inkling about this place, and any direction they choose would yield similar outcomes. Once the direction of their journey was determined, the trio cast aside their hesitations and hastened their pace. 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. The further they ventured, the more their hearts were gripped with trepidation. What colossal battle had once erupted in this secret realm? The ground was nearly strewn with white bones, with an initial estimate suggesting at least hundreds of thousands of remains. Such a scale of death rivaled that of war itself. Suddenly, Yu Changxing halted, his gaze captivated by an object ahead. It was a skeleton, significantly larger than that of an average person. It knelt partially on the ground, its spine seemingly bent under immense pressure, while its head remained fixed, unwaveringly gazing towards the heavens. Yu Changxing could vividly envision the scene at that moment. A towering giant, over 2 meters in height, was compelled to kneel on the ground by an immense force. Yet, within his heart, he refused to submit. Raising his head defiantly as he fixed his gaze upon the overwhelmingly powerful adversary in the sky, the three figures drew slightly nearer, and Gu Qingyi casually unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing a detonation around the skeletal remains, yet no reaction ensued. Yu Changxing, relying on his formidable physique, instructed the two women to remain still and cautiously approached the colossal skeleton before him. As he drew nearer, he was astonished to discover that this skeletal structure was markedly different from others that crumbled upon touch, rendered exceedingly fragile by the relentless passage of time. This particular skeleton radiated a luminous whiteness akin to jade, with faint golden hues glimmering upon its surface, even after an unfathomable span of time. Traces of sanguine color could still be discerned within the bones. When he reached out to gently touch it, he found the surface remarkably smooth, imparting a tranquil and refreshing sensation to his spirit. The sound of his knuckles rapping against the bones produced a resonant clang, akin to metal striking metal, a testament to its resilience. Chapter 96. A fortuitous encounter beneath Mount Sumeru. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically, prompting them to huddle closely back to back. Amitba, echoed a voice, as a hunched, bald figure emerged abruptly from the wilderness, head bowed and approaching from a short distance. Yu Changxing's gaze sharpened as he quietly cautioned the two women, be vigilant. This old monk appears somewhat unusual. Gu Qingyi nodded silently, her hand now wielding a long sword of pure icy blue. Yi Yao stared intently at the monk, and her expression suddenly shifted. Brother, that is not a living person. Huh? Yi Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Did you not just inquire why you had not encountered the lingering souls of obsessions? Well, here they are. Yi Yao gestured towards the approaching old monk, her expression transforming into one of palpable excitement. With a swift motion, she drew forth a spiked club from her cosmic pouch. Yi Chongqing stared in astonishment at the thick rod, longer than his own finger, with several lines of disbelief appearing on his forehead. Really? How could you, you wretched girl, choose such an instrument as a weapon? Could you not select something a tad more refined? Ah, dear brother, your words are quite misguided. Do take a moment to observe. This item embodies the intricate craftsmanship of a heavy weapon while also possessing the sharpness and lethality of a fine blade. It is truly an exceptional choice for both burglary and stealthy ambush. Produced by the Yi family armory, it is offered at a fair price, honest and transparent to all. Yi Chongqing slapped his forehead, utterly perplexed by how this girl had ventured down such an unconventional path. During their banter, the old monk was now less than 10 paces away from the trio. He abruptly halted, lifting his head to gaze at them. His face was ashen, his expression vacant, and his eyes were devoid of any wisdom, unmistakably indicating a lack of rationality. Benefactor, where is the Buddha? Yi Chongqing carefully observed his surroundings and tentatively replied, Is the Buddha within the heart? Pray tell, where can the Buddha be found? The old monk showed no reaction to his response and repeated the question once more. This, indeed, seemed to lack any semblance of reason. Yi Chongqing shook his head, dispelling the intention of prying information from the old monk. As his gaze descended, he noticed some peculiarities. The upper half of the old monk appeared normal, yet his lower half seemed to dissipate into a dark mist, obscuring what lay within, swirling about the ground like an apparition. Could this be a spirit? Yi Chongqing stroked his chin and leaned a little closer to the old monk. Although Yi Yao had mentioned that this being could be rather perilous, it appeared to possess little aggression at the moment. He reached out and gently pinched the old monk's arm, only to discover that it was devoid of substance. Goodness, it truly is a spirit, isn't it? Yi Chongqing was taken aback and quickly stepped back. Master, where is the Buddha? The old monk inquired once more. Yi Chongqing curled his lip and pointed towards the hazy mountain range in the distance. There, in the Little Thunder Sound Temple. The name Little Thunder Sound Temple seemed to act like a switch. As the old monk incessantly murmured it, his aura suddenly shifting. The radiance of Buddha began to emanate from his form, only to be abruptly transformed into a surging demonic energy, and at that moment, the old monk's expression turned sinister and malevolent. They all must die. They all must die. The sharp, piercing voice of resentment echoed, sending chills down one's spine. However, before the old monk could unleash his fury, Yi Yao darted forward, her wolf fang club radiating a rich golden Buddhist light. Bald donkey, take this. With a resounding crash, the old monk, illuminated by the Buddha's light, seemed to gain a corporeal form, only to be obliterated into dust by Yi Yao's powerful strike. A plume of dark energy surged into the sky, dissipating into nothingness amidst the echoes of vengeful howls. Yi Yao, with a proud expression, sheathed her wolf fang club and declared with great satisfaction, I am not someone to be trifled with. This scene left both Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi in a state of astonishment. Yi Yao usually appears to be rather indifferent towards her cultivation, either indulging in leisure or embracing a laid-back lifestyle. She revels in the pleasures of life, while I strive for progress. To my surprise, her prowess now seems quite impressive. At the very least, the old monk, whose aura is comparable to that of the transformation realm, was utterly unable to withstand a single blow from her. Though it is said that the radiance of Buddhism restrains him, her methods were remarkably swift and decisive, a feat unattainable without sufficient cultivation. Well, I did not expect this. It appears you possess some considerable skill, my dear. Yi Chongqing offered a compliment, and Yi Yao immediately returned with a cheerful demeanor. Her little head held high in immense pride. Indeed, I am quite formidable. Just wait until you see my true capabilities in the future. All right, you are indeed impressive. After a few perfunctory praises, Yi Chongqing suddenly recalled something important and swiftly tugged at Yi Yao, asking, My dear, are we headed to the Small Thunder Sound Temple? Yi Yao nodded, affirming, Indeed, we are heading to the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple. However, that place is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps we should meander around the base of Mount Sumru first. Acquiring some teachings from the Arhats and Vajrapanis would be quite advantageous. Arhats? Vajrapanis? Are they not merely enforcers of Buddhism? No, they represent an elevated state within Buddhism. Only those endowed with immense determination and profound wisdom can attain such levels. The entirety of Mount Sumeru is home to the 8 great Vajrapanis and the 4 Arhats, all of whom are profound practitioners of the Dharma, having attained remarkable spiritual states. Gaining their teachings would undoubtedly bring one immense joy. Yi Changxing was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Did you glean all this from that sensation?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Well, as long as there is information, that's good. By the way, whose territory are we heading to now?" Yi Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Currently, the closest place to us is the Vajra Hall of Chushan. It is rumored that this Vajra possesses immense strength, capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. He is a practitioner who has cultivated his physical form to an extraordinarily formidable level. After attaining the status of Vajra, the Buddha offered him further guidance, enabling this Vajra to ascend to even greater heights, rendering his cultivation and combat prowess exceedingly unpredictable. Speaking of which, the lineage of this Chushan Vajra seems quite suitable for you, dear brother. If you could acquire the methods of physical cultivation from him, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial in shaping your own body." Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Changxing couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Although he possessed several top-tier techniques, who would ever find such knowledge excessive? Even if simultaneous cultivation were not possible, merely observing and learning from it would be quite advantageous. All right, then let us proceed to take a look. Yi Changxing ascended, and the three continued their journey towards the towering Mount Sumeru in the distance. After only a few steps, they noticed that the mountain suddenly appeared strikingly clear, as if it were within arm's reach. Yet, paradoxically, this sacred mountain exuded an inexplicable sense of remoteness, as if one could spend an entire lifetime attempting to reach it without success. After advancing a short distance further, the trio halted in unison. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the foot of Mount Sumeru. Chapter 97, Sword Directed at Han Lai. The defiance of Xiao Chen. At first glance, the mountain did not seem particularly high, at least not to the cultivators, as its summit was visible at a glance. However, as the three drew nearer, they were astonished to discover that the peak appeared to grow larger, becoming increasingly perilous and majestic in an inexplicable manner. Yi Changxing came to a halt, expressing his astonishment. "This appears to be a spatial technique? The true size of Mount Shumi must be considerably larger than what we currently perceive. Am I correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "After all, this is the place where the Buddha attained enlightenment. It is hardly ordinary." Yi Yao affirmed his conjecture, brimming with confidence as she declared, "Let us embark. Once we ascend Mount Shumi, we shall surely locate the Vajra Hall of the Foundry. At that moment, you shall acquire the Vajra legacy, while my sister-in-law seeks the Arhat inheritance. As for me, I shall be content with the Buddha legacy." Yi Changxing let out a wry smile and replied, "You, my dear, certainly have an optimistic view. With so many prodigies entering the secret realm, as you mentioned, the 8 great Vajras and the 4 great Arhats are simply insufficient to be shared among so many individuals. Humph, my strength is not to be underestimated." The three quickened their pace towards Mount Sumeru. As they drew closer to the vicinity of Mount Sumeru, the lingering obsessions and remnants of souls became increasingly abundant. At this moment, Yi Changxing was astonished to discover that his seemingly unremarkable sister had, without making a sound, acquired a formidable level of strength. Although there was a noticeable gap compared to the top-tier prodigies of the Central Plains like Ingwudi and Xiao Chen, she could nonetheless be ranked among the elite beneath them. Approximately half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi. The excitement on Yi Yao's face was palpable. "Haha, we shall soon arrive at Mount Shumi." Just as the three began their ascent, on the opposite side of Mount Shumi, a magnificent and ancient palace stood at the mountainside, radiating waves of Buddhist light. From a distance, it resembled the true abode of a Buddha. However, in this place that should have exuded tranquility and peace, the air was now filled with the thunderous sounds of battle cries. Inside the palace, a statue clad in a cassock stood at the center, flanked by a majestic giant elephant. Xiao Chen, his white robe stained with blood, bore an expression as cold as ice. Devoid of the previous elegance and affability he once possessed, the hall was divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of over 20 talented individuals from the central continent, appearing somewhat disheveled as they huddled around Xiao Chen. The other side was comprised of a gathering of Eastern continent prodigies numbering over 100. Despite the significant disparity in numbers, the atmosphere among the Eastern continent talents was tense, with fear etched on many faces. "Retreat. This inheritance is beyond your reach. Otherwise, death awaits." Xiao Chen's voice was icy as he pointed his spiritual sword, a drop of crystal-clear blood falling to the ground. Despite his arrogance, the Eastern Continent talents did not exhibit much rage. The reason was simple. They had already suffered considerable losses in their recent ambush, with dozens of lives claimed. This place was known as the Hall of Everlasting Vajra, the dojo of the Everlasting Vajra. The Eastern Continent talents who had arrived earlier were initially exhilarated upon discovering this location, believing it to be an opportunity to defy fate. However, after some probing, they soon realized that the Vajra Hall was protected by formidable barriers, which they could not breach alone. Thus, they decided to wait for more from the Eastern Continent to gather and combine their strengths to dismantle the barriers. Yet, just as around 30 individuals had assembled, Xiao Chen arrived with a dozen talents from the Central Continent. The allure of the Vajra inheritance was irresistible, and the Central Continent would not let it slip away. After a fierce confrontation, the Eastern Continent talents suffered casualties in the dozens, retreating in utter disarray. Those who fled found it hard to swallow their humiliation and rallied over 200 comrades, intent on employing sheer numbers to overwhelm the Central Continent talents. Their thoughts are not without merit. However, they underestimate the formidable combat prowess of Xiao Chen, a prodigy of the Central Continent. As the group approached with great fervor, the Central Continent's talents had just breached the hall's prohibitions. Thus, a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Although the Central Continent's elite numbered merely over 30, each was extraordinary in their fighting capabilities. On the other hand, the Eastern Continent boasted greater numbers, yet the individual strengths varied significantly. Initially, both sides exchanged blows with some degree of balance, with the Eastern Continent seemingly holding a considerable advantage. However, the moment Xiao Chen entered the fray, the tide shifted dramatically. Despite being restrained in power, his exceptionally high-quality spiritual energy and physical prowess ensured that he maintained an invincible stance, even among peers of the same realm. Moreover, the suppression of realms was calibrated against the Eastern Continent's top prodigy, namely Xiao Chen, who was at the 5th level of the cave heaven. Many of the Eastern Continent's talents had yet to reach such heights. This vast disparity allowed Xiao Chen to unleash his prowess like a tiger among sheep, with none of his opponents posing any challenge. In light of Xiao Chen's warnings, the Eastern Continent's talents, though reluctant, faced the harsh reality that none among them could contend with him. The Central Continent's elite, despite suffering considerable casualties, maintained an unyielding spirit, bolstered by Xiao Chen's presence as their cornerstone. After a brief silence, many from the Eastern Continent began to harbor thoughts of retreat. The Sumeru Mountain housed the legacies of 14 great powers, and they need not covet the inheritance of the indomitable Xiao Chen. Furthermore, with one of the 3 great prodigies guarding this place, seizing opportunities was exceedingly challenging. Many calculated that even if each of the 3 great prodigies claimed one inheritance, 9 would remain, ample for them to share the spoils. Engaging Xiao Chen in a desperate struggle was indeed a futile endeavor. Esteemed colleagues, we are clearly no match for Xiao Chen. Alas, having endured such losses, it pains me to concede. Yet, what could be done in the face of such truth? Who among them could rival him? Such sentiments proliferated, and it appeared that the Eastern Continent's talents were on the verge of surrender. Just then, a robust voice erupted from the crowd. Are we, esteemed figures of the Eastern Continent, truly to depart in such a cowardly manner? The crowd turned to see Han Lai, who had previously graced the prodigy gathering, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen. Indeed, Xiao Chen is formidable, yet does he possess an inexhaustible supply of spiritual and physical energy? We still number over 100. Let us allocate 30 to engage the others while the rest converge to assail Xiao Chen. Surely, we can prevail. His words stirred the hearts of the Eastern Continent's talents once more. Indeed, no matter how powerful Xiao Chen may be, he remains but a single individual, bound to tire and exhaust himself. When his spiritual energy wanes, will not the advantage belong to the greater number? As the situation grew increasingly dire, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. The audacity of those who dared to sow discord before him was astounding. If they sought confrontation, they would first experience the sharpness of this divine sword. No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered, leaving behind a vanishing afterimage. Han Lai immediately sensed a lethal aura enveloping him, sending chills down his spine. A dazzling radiance surged forth like lightning, aimed directly at his throat. Chapter 98. The Secret of Imperial Artifacts in the Watchful Shadows. Quick. For too quick. The thought barely flickered through Han Lai's mind when he instinctively activated his cultivation technique, conjuring a thick barrier of spiritual energy before him. Simultaneously, his body turned a vibrant azure, gritting his teeth as he thrust his arms forward to block. Crack! The sword light was resplendent, blindingly brilliant. Upon contact with the barrier, it shattered with a resounding crash. The momentum of the blade did not wane. It pierced through Han Lai's seemingly formidable arms and drove straight into his throat. Han Lai's eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bulging, his mouth agape as if to utter something, yet only the faintest gasp escaped him. With a swift motion, Xiao Chen leapt back, his sword trailing a streak of crimson. Humph, though this divine son may fall to a siege, before that occurs, I shall ensure that at least half of you perish. With Xiao Chen's cold proclamation, Han Lai's body lurched forward and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Several Eastern continent prodigies rushed to inspect him, their faces instantly contorted with terror upon making contact. Han Lai, he is dead. What? The Eastern continent prodigies were taken aback. Han Lai was undoubtedly among the second tier of talents from the East, with only a handful surpassing him. Yet, this figure could not withstand even a single strike from Xiao Chen. Moreover, his primordial spirit had been utterly shattered, leaving no chance for salvation. Trembling, one of the prodigies inspecting the body spoke, his voice laced with an uncontainable dread. At this moment, the flickering ambition and confidence that had just ignited within the Eastern prodigies were extinguished in an instant. After a brief silence, one of the Eastern prodigies sighed. Alas, Xiao Chen is truly terrifying. I bear the weight of my family's future. I cannot afford to lose my life here. I too feel the same. Perhaps we should retreat. Another suggested. The Eastern prodigies murmured among themselves, their fighting spirit dissipating rapidly. Xiao Chen then declared, if you withdraw now, this divine son shall overlook your previous transgressions. Otherwise, even at the cost of my own essence, not a single one of you shall escape today. His words struck like the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering the last remnants of resolve among the Eastern prodigies. Let us depart. We cannot fight this battle, one conceded. Indeed, with such a legacy at stake, there is no need to hang ourselves on a single tree. Gradually, the talents of Dongzhou began to cautiously withdraw from the Grand Hall. Although a portion of them remained reluctant, they lacked the courage to engage with Xiao Chen. Witnessing this scenario, Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. While he did not harbor fear towards the talents of Dongzhou, as they had articulated, the prospect of being besieged by so many would indeed exert considerable pressure on him. Even in victory, he would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. Such a brutal confrontation was not worth the risk. He merely sought the treasures of this place. As he observed the remaining few dozen individuals from Dongzhou exiting the hall, Xiao Chen turned and commanded, keep a close watch on those from Dongzhou. Let no one else disturb me. Yes. After witnessing Xiao Chen's prowess, the talents of Zhongzhou instinctively regarded him as their leader. With such a figure among them, they could contend against the multitude of Dongzhou. Approaching the statue with his sword in hand, a flicker of excitement glimmered in Xiao Chen's eyes. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the weapon held by the golden statue. It was a step